Saira was a stand-in for a noble, sent to bond with a dragon. She wasn't supposed to survive the ritual, but the dragon chose her, and their bond shook the foundations of power. Now she's trapped in a system that feeds on love and leaves its victims empty. What happens when the weapon decides to turn against its wielder? Aerie of Ash and Storm, a web novel. Romantasy by Vance R. Sterling. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. The salt wind cut through the gray wool of the cloak as Saira climbed the switchback road toward the area of Veska, and she kept her eyes fixed on the stones beneath her feet so no one would see her counting the coin purse hidden against her ribs. 12 silver marks, enough to keep Toma out of the conscription pits for another season, enough to buy coal for the forge through the worst of the winter stones. A Roman's perfect. This man on the still suffering execute misstoned for every borst. A sight of tumen intex his norbalisms. The cloak was the color of winter heather, hemmed with silk thread that caught the light even through the morning fog. Lady Elira Sorne's cloak. Saira had never worn anything so fine, and the fabric felt like a lie against her skin, soft and foreign, and far too warm for a woman who had spent her life standing in front of a forge fire. She had met the lady exactly once, in a candlelit room above the lower city where the air smelled of fever tea and old paper. Elira Sorne had been propped against pillows, pale as milk, her hands trembling around a cup of broth she could not keep down. The binding ceremony was 3 days away, and the Sorne family needed a body on the field, a body in the right colors, a body that could walk the line, bow at the proper moment, and leave with enough coin to make the lie worth telling. "You have a good stance," Elira had said, her voice thin but sharp at the edges. "Broad shoulders. You look like you could take a shove without falling." Saira had not known whether to thank her. Now she crested the last switchback and the Aerie rose above her, not as a rumor or a silhouette against the sky, but as stone and iron and the vast weight of a mountain carved into a fortress. Towers drove upward through the cloud layer, their peaks lost in gray. Walls of black volcanic rock plunged down into the cliffs below, and the wind that hit her face carried the smell of dragon musk and hot iron, animal and forge fire in the same breath. She had seen the Aerie from the lower city her whole life. She had never stood inside its shadow. Other candidates climbed ahead of her, boys and girls in the colors of their houses, attended by servants who carried their trains and adjusted their collars. The Sorne family had sent no servant. They had sent a sealed letter of introduction and a pose of coin, and that was the extent of Saira's support. At the gate, a clerk ran a finger down a list and did not look up. Name and house. Saira felt the lie lodge in her throat. She had practiced it 100 times on the walk up, in the rhythm of her own footsteps, and still it came out rough. Elira Sorne, of the Cliffwater line. The clerk scratched a mark. Tier 3, Field Position 7. You stand with the outer ring and do not advance unless called. He waved her through without meeting her eyes, and Saira stepped into the outer courtyard of the area of Veska. The space was enormous. A bowl of packed stone ringed by tiers of seating that climbed toward the barracks and the administration towers. At the center of the field, a stone platform stood dark with age, stained by generations of dragon blood and ceremony. And above the platform, bolted into the cliff face itself, iron chains hung in loops as thick as Saira's arm, their links dulled by salt air and frost. She did not understand the chains at first. Then the platform vibrated beneath her feet, a low thrum that traveled through the stone and into her bones, and a crack opened in the cliff wall above the chains. The dragon emerged from darkness. He was black, not the black of coal or shadow, but the black of storm clouds backlit by lightning, deep and restless and alive with something that made the air hum. His scales caught the weak morning light and threw it back in fractured glints, and his eyes, when they opened, were the color of molten iron. He was chained at the throat, at the forelimbs, at the base of his wings. The chains ran from his body into the cliff, anchored deep in the mountain stone. And when he moved, the whole platform groaned. Saira felt the sound in her chest, low and resonant, like a hammer striking an anvil a mile deep. The nobles on the tiers began to murmur. Candidates in the outer ring shifted on their feet. The herald's voice cut through the noise, reciting the names of bloodlines, the history of binding, the ancient contact between pagan and rider. Saira tried to follow the words, but the dragon was still looking at the field, looking for something. The ceremony moved forward in stages. Heirs from the great houses advanced in pairs, their names called with full honors. They bowed before the platform. They recited the oaths of allegiance, and the dragon ignored them. He did not lower his head. He did not blink. He watched them with the patience of something that had learned to wait through lifetimes of human ritual. And when each heir stepped back, dismissed, the noble families on the tiers stirred with poorly hidden alarm. Commandant Dain Veyra sat at the center of the viewing stand, his hands flat on the carved armrests, his expression unreadable. Saira caught a glimpse of him between the shifting bodies of the candidates, a lean, hard man with iron-gray hair and a scar that cut across his right jaw. He did not look like a man who tolerated surprises. The fifth heir was called, the sixth, the seventh. Then the clerk's voice stumbled. Elira Thorne, of the Cliffwater line, Tier 3, Outer Ring. Saira walked forward because there was no other direction to go. The field seemed to stretch as she crossed it, the stone platform growing larger with every step, the dragon's presence pressing against her like a wall of heat. She could smell him now, smoke and metal and something older, something that made the small hairs on her arms rise. She reached the marked line and stopped, lowered her head as she had been instructed. The herald began the oath, and she opened her mouth to repeat it. She never spoke. The dragon moved. The chains screamed as they took his weight. He lunged forward, not toward the platform steps, but directly toward her, and the wind of his passage threw candidates to the ground. Saira did not move. She could not move. His head descended, massive and terrible, scales catching the light like broken glass, and his brow lowered to meet hers. Heat flooded through her. Not physical heat, though his breath was furnace-hot against her face. Something else. Something that entered through her eyes, her skin, her ribs, and filled the spaces where she's not known she was empty. Grief, rage, a century of darkness and iron. A longing so vast it had no shape. She felt the chains around his throat as if they were around her own, felt the cold of the mountain stone against her back, felt the slow, crushing weight of years spent waiting for something that had not come. And beneath all of it, recognition. He knew her. Not her name, not her face, but something deeper. The part of her that had spent her life standing in rooms where she did not belong, making herself small and useful and invisible. A part that had never stopped fighting, even when fighting meant only surviving until the next morning. The bond struck like a hammer blow. Saira heard her own voice crack, felt her knees buckle, felt the dragon's will wrap around hers not as a chain, but as an anchor. She was falling and rising at the same time, drowning in air, and the last thing she saw before the world went dark was Commandant Dain Veyra rising from his seat with an expression she could not read, his hand moving toward the signal chain beside his chair. Then the soldiers were on her, hands gripping her arms, dragging her backward across the stone, and the dragon roared once, a sound that split the mountain fog and sent to gulls scattering from the cliffs like ash from a fire. Chapter 2. The bond did not release her when her knees hit the stone. It poured through her like molten iron, too hot to hold, too fast to name. She felt the dragon's ribs around her own lungs, the drag of heavy chains at her throat, the pressure of a mountain pressing down from above, and the cold of a pit that had known no sun. For a single suspended instant, she lived inside his captivity, centuries of darkness condensed into a single breath of iron and solitude, and beneath it, the rage, not hot and wild, but patient, deep, the kind that had learned to wait because waiting was the only weapon left. Then Vethrix saw her, not her face, not the borrowed cloak or the false knave she carried like a stolen coin. He saw the part of her that had never stopped fighting, even when fighting meant only holding still. The part that had learned to make herself small not because she believed she deserved nothing, but because she had learned that survival required silence, and she had never stopped resenting it. Recognition flooded back along the bond, and it was not gentle. It was fierce and possessive and terrible. The same force that had snapped his chains taut when he lunged. He knew her. He had been waiting for her, though he had not known her name or face, and now that he had found her, he would not let go. Saira tried to speak. No sound came. Her body was not her own. She felt his heat under her skin, the flecks of his wings against the mountain, the primal satisfaction of having finally, after years of hunger, found the one thing that made the waiting bearable. The field was screaming. She could hear it dimly, muffled through the roaring in her ears, boots pounding stone. A woman's sharp cry, a herald's voice breaking as he tried to call a name that no longer mattered. The noble families on the tiers had risen from their seats, and their shock was a physical thing, a wave of rage and disbelief that crashed against the platform where Saira knelt with the dragon's brow pressed to hers. Vethrix did not lift his head. She felt his breath against her face, hot and sulphurous, and in the bond, she tasted his exhaustion. Not weakness, the weariness of something that had held a single purpose for longer than human memory could measure and had finally achieved it. He was satisfied. He was at rest. And he was watching the soldiers that surrounded her with the patience of a predator, deciding whether to strike. Saira's vision blurred. The bond was too much. It was filling her chest until her ribs ached with it, pressing against her skull like fever. She could smell the forge smoke of her father's workshop, the salt wind of the coast, the cold iron of the chains she had never worn but was suddenly certain she had felt against her skin. She tried to pull back. The bond did not let her. "With you," the dragon said. The words did not come through her ears. They arrived inside her skull, warm and vast and certain, as if they had always been there and she had only now known to hear them. "You are the one." Saira opened her mouth to deny it. She was nobody. She was a stand-in, a substitution, a girl who had traded her name for coin because that was what she was worth. The bond could not have chosen right. But Vethrix did not care what she believed. His brow pressed harder, and the heat grew, and somewhere far above the mountain, a storm that had been building since dawn drove open against the cliffs, sending rain sheeting across the platform in a single, driving curtain. The soldiers grabbed her. Hands closed around her arms, her shoulders, her collar. They wrenched her backward, and the bond tore like a wound, a sudden jagged rip that sent pain lancing through her ribs. She gasped. The dragon surged forward, chains screaming, and the soldiers faltered as his shadow fell over them. But they did not let go. Commandant Dain Veyra was standing now. She could see him through the rain and the chaos, a lean figure at the center of a viewing stand, his face carved from the same stone as the mountain. His hand was on the signal chain, his fingers curled around a length of iron links as fine as the chains that bound the dragon to the cliff. He did not pull. He waited, watching her with ice-blue eyes that held neither surprise nor anger, only assessment. He was measuring her, calculating what she meant to his fortress, to his command, to the war that was coming. She saw herself through his gaze, not a girl, not a chainmaker's daughter, but a variable, a weapon that had just changed hands without his permission. He did not like weapons he could not control. "Hold her," he said. The soldiers tightened their grip. Saira's feet dragged across the wet stone as they pulled her toward the archway that led into the fortress, away from the platform, away from the storm, away from the dragon who was lunging against his chains with a sound that was not a roar, but something worse. A low, grinding cry of fury that seemed to come from the mountain itself. Vethrix. She felt his name inside her, spoken without voice, and he answered, a flare of heat and iron, and a promise that boned through the bond like a brand. "I will find you." The archway swallowed her. The storm dimmed. The cold of the mountain closed around her body, and behind her, above her, the dragon kept straining against chains that had held for centuries, and for the first time in his long captivity, the iron groaned. Chapter 3. The stone corridor was cold enough to ache through Saira's wet cloak. Soldiers marched her forward with brutal efficiency, their hands locked around her arms as if she might shatter or explode at any moment. She could barely feel her own legs moving. The bond still burned at the edge of her awareness, a raw, open wound that pulsed with Vethrix's fury, his pacing, his hunger for her return. They did not take her to the outer ring where the low-born candidates had been housed. They took her up. Stone stairs spiraled into the mountain's heart, each step carved by generations of boots that had climbed toward power while she had climbed toward nothing. Torches guttered in iron brackets, casting long shadows that stretched and broke against the walls. The soldier's breath came hard, but hers came harder, because every step widened the distance between her and the dragon, and every step made that torn bond scream louder in her chest. She bit the inside of her cheek until she tasted blood. Don't beg. Don't break. Don't give them that. The archway at the top opened into a hall that stole her breath for reasons that had nothing to do with the climb. A great hearth burned at the far end, throwing light across a floor of polished black stone veined with silver. Tall windows stared out at the storm, rain lashing against the glass like the sea trying to claw its way inside. Tiers of stone benches lined the walls, and between them stood the carved standards of noble houses, banners of crimson and gold and iron gray that had watched riders ascend and fall for 1,000 years. Commandant Oren Vale was already there. He stood before the hearth, his back to the fire, his hands clasped behind him. He had not changed from his ceremonial coat, but he had removed the gloves, and she saw the scars that crossed his knuckles, old and white as bone. The firelight caught the burn mark at the base of his throat, the broken wing shape she had glimpsed on the viewing stand. He was waiting for her. The soldiers released her arms and stepped back, forming a silent line between her and the door. She did not try to run. There was nowhere to go that he did not already own. Oren studied her with that same measuring stillness she had felt on the field. He was not angry. She would have known how to answer anger. This was colder, more patient. The quiet of a man who had already decided who she was and was simply confirming his judgment. "You are not Elira Sorn," he said. The words landed with flat certainty, no accusation in them, no surprise. He had known before the soldiers dragged her through the archway. He had probably known before the dragon touched her brow. Saira said nothing. "The Sorn girl is bedridden in the lower city," he continued. "Her family paid you to stand in her place. You accepted silver. You did not expect to be chosen." She could have lied. The denial rose in her throat like reflex, years of making herself small and agreeable and useful surging up to offer the words that might soften his judgment. But she looked at his eyes, and she knew he had already seen through her to the bone. Lying would only entertain him. "Expectation had nothing to do with it," she said. Her voice came out rougher than she intended. The bond's heat had scraped her throat raw. Oren's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. "No, I imagine it did not." He moved then, stepping around the hearth to stand at the long table that dominated the center of the hall. Maps lay across its surface, weighted at the edges with brass figurines, riders, ships, the coiled shape of a dragon etched in ink. "Do you know what a lost dragon does to a fortress?" he asked. She did not answer. "It leaves a hole," he said, still studying the maps. "Not a physical gap, but something worse. The knowledge that the thing which should protect you has chosen to withhold itself. For 20 years, Vethrix refused every rider we presented. 20 years of sitting beneath the mountain in chains, waiting. The Aerie grew weaker with each refusal. Our enemies grew bolder." He looked up. "And then a chainmaker's daughter walked onto the field in borrowed colors, and the dragon who had not moved for a generation flattened himself at her feet." Saira's chest tightened. She had not told him who she was. He had not needed her to. The Aerie had eyes in the lower city, ears in every forge and tavern. She had been seen. She had been tracked. The entire ceremony had probably been watched from the moment she passed the gate. "I did not plan this," she said. "I know." Oren's voice was quiet, almost thoughtful. "That is the only reason you are still breathing." He walked toward her, his boots clicking against the black stone. She forced herself not to step back, not to flinch when he stopped barely an arm's length away. Up close, She saw the hollows beneath his eyes, the lines etched deep at the corners of his mouth. He was a man who had carried this fortress on his spine for so long that it had reshaped him. "The bond cannot be undone," he said. "You belong to Vethrix now, and because you belong to him, you belong to this fortress, to the war, to the realm that needs what you have become." The words settled over her like iron collars, one after another. "I did not ask for this. No one asks for the burden of defense," Oren said. "They are given it, and they carry it, or they break." He reached into his coat and drew out a folded paper. She recognized the seal on it, the chain-link crest of the lower city guild offices. The paper was addressed to a forge in the Iron Quarters, care of one Saira Quenn. Her blood went cold. Oren held the letter between two fingers, and his gaze never left her face. "Your brother is very proud of you," he said. "He wrote to the Aerie once he heard rumors of a girl matching your description on the binding field. He wanted you to know that the coin arrived, that he is safe, that he hopes you will come home soon." He let the letter hang in the air between them. "He does not know that you are not coming home." Saira's throat closed. She forced her hands to stay at her sides, forced her face to remain still, but she could not stop the pulse that leapt beneath her skin, the sudden animal terror that locked her knees in place. "What do you want from me?" she asked. Oren folded the letter and slid it back into his coat. "I want you to understand your position," he said. "You will be inducted into the Rider College. You will train. You will fly. You will become what the realm needs you to become. And in exchange, your family will not be touched. Toma will not be conscripted. Your father's forge will receive the contracts it needs to survive." He paused. "You will also be watched. You will be escorted. You will not send letters or receive them without my permission. You will have no private contact with anyone outside this fortress until I decide you can be trusted." Every word was a chain. She felt them wrapping around her wrists, her throat, her ribs. She had walked onto that field to earn 12 silver marks. She had walked off it, owing the Aerie her life. "And if I refuse?" she asked. Oren looked at her for a long moment. The fire crackled behind him, and the rain beat against the windows, and she felt the bond pulse in her chest, distant and fierce, a promise that had not weakened. "You cannot refuse," he said. "Vethrix will not release you, and the bond will not let you leave the mountain without great pain to both of you. But if you wish to test that limitation, I can arrange the demonstration." He did not need to elaborate. Saira stood in the center of the great hall, soaked and trembling and burning with a bond she had never wanted, and she understood that the girl who had entered this fortress that morning was already gone. She could not go back to the forge. She could not return to Toma. She could not be a stand-in ever again, because she had been chosen. The truth of it settled into her bones like winter. She was not a substitute anymore. She was property. "There is one more thing," Oren said, and something in his voice shifted, a blade sliding from its sheath. "The cadets you will train among. Their families have held dragon bonds for centuries. They will resent you. They will test you. Some of them will try to destroy you." He stepped closer, close enough that she smelled the smoke in his coat, the old leather and cold iron. "Prove them wrong, and you may survive this place. Prove them right, and I will have no reason to protect your brother." Saira's hands curled into fists at her sides. She did not speak. She did not need to. Somewhere beneath the mountain, Vethrix felt her fury rise, and the chains groaned as he answered with heat enough to melt iron. Oren heard it too. He smiled the smile of a man who had just confirmed exactly what kind of weapon he held. Chapter 4. The soldier who escorted her from the great hall did not speak. He walked with the mechanical patience of a man who had learned not to waste breath on prisoners, and Saira followed because there was nowhere else to go. They descended through passages that grew narrower as they went, the volcanic stones slick with condensation, the torches burning low in their sconces. The air changed. Below it had smelled of smoke and old leather. Here it smelled of lamp oil, damp wool, and the sour edge of too many bodies pressed into too small a space. The cadet wing. The soldier stopped at a door of scarred oak and pushed it open without knocking. Inside, a narrow room held 4 bunks, a single window no wider than a blade, and a row of hooks where uniforms hung in precise order. 3 girls already occupied the space. They turned when the door opened, and Saira felt their gazes travel over her wet clothes, her wild hair, the forge burns visible on her forearms where the borrowed cloak had fallen away. "New assignment," the soldier said. He did not look at Saira. He did not give her a name. He simply turned and walked back the way they had come, and the door clicked shut behind him. Silence held for 3 heartbeats. The tallest of the 3 girls stepped forward. She had hair the color of pale wheat and a face shaped by generations of good breeding, narrow and precise and cold as a winter well. Her uniform fit her like a second skin, tailored and clean. "You are the one," she said, not a question. Saira said nothing. The girl's mouth curved, but it was not a smile. "They did not tell us you would look so much like what you are." "And what is that?" Saira heard her own voice, flat and hard. She had not meant to answer, but the words came anyway, forged in the same fire that had kept her standing through Oren's threats. "A stray," the girl said, "dragged up from the forge quarters and shoved into leathers that should have been earned." She stepped closer, close enough that Saira caught the faint scent of lavender soap, a luxury she had never known. "Do you know how many of my family have ridden dragons? 6 generations. My great-grandmother flew the Sundering Front. My mother broke a storm-broken drake at 17. And you stole the bond that should have gone to Cassian Vale. I did not steal anything. You stood in for a sick girl and lied your way onto the field." The girl's voice did not rise, but something hard glittered in her eyes. "That is theft. The only question is whether you will have the spine to keep what you took." Saira held her ground. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, distant and hot, and she drew on it the way she might draw on a deep breath before lifting a hammer. "What is your name?" she asked. The girl blinked. She had not expected the question. "Lyra Valdris," she said after a pause. "Well?" "Lyra Valdris." Saira let the words settle, slow and deliberate. "I did not choose this, but I am here now, and I will not make myself small to spare your pride." The other 2 girls exchanged glances. Lyra's jaw tightened, and for a moment, Saira thought she would strike. Then the door opened again, and the temperature in the room dropped. Cassian Veyra stepped inside. He was taller than Saira remembered from the field, or perhaps the corridor made him seem that way, the low ceiling and narrow walls amplifying his presence. He wore the same cadet drosuarmus as the others, but it sat on him like a lord's finery, every seam perfect, every buckle polished. His eyes were the same ice blue as his uncle's, but where Oren's gaze held calculation, Cassian's held something sharper, something personal. "Leave us," he said to the girls. Lyra hesitated, then gathered the other 2 and slipped past Saira into the corridor. The door closed again, and Saira was alone with Cassian Veyra. He did not approach. He stood with his back to the door, arms crossed, studying her the way a buyer studied livestock at the lower city markets. "You have made my uncle very interested in you," he said. "That is a dangerous place to stand." "I did not ask for his interest. You did not have to." Cassian took a step forward, then another, circling her with the casual grace of a predator who knew he had time. The Aerie has a way of collecting people who do not ask, but it also has a way of discarding them when they prove unusable. He stopped directly in front of her, close enough that she saw the faint scar cutting through his left eyebrow, the only imperfection on his polished face. "You do not belong here," he said, soft and precise. "You are a forge girl in a hall of heirs. You wear leathers that were never meant for your hands. You carry a bond that should have been mine." Saira's heart pounded, but she did not drop her gaze. "If the bond should have been yours, then the dragon should have chosen you." Something flickered in his eyes, there and gone like a blade catching light. "The dragon does not always choose wisely," he said, "but the Aerie does, and the Aerie will correct this mistake, one way or another." He stepped back, straightened his collar, and smiled. It was the most beautiful smile she had seen on a face that young, and the coldest. "I am going to make you a promise," he said. "Before this week ends, you will beg to be sent back below. You will plead for the forge and the smoke and the low-born life you left behind. And when you do, I will be there to ensure that request is granted." He turned and opened the door. In the corridor, Lyra and the other two waited, their faces unreadable. Cassian paused in the doorway and looked back over his shoulder. "Welcome to the Rida College, Forge Girl. Try not to break too quickly." He left. The door swung shut, and Saira stood alone in the narrow room, surrounded by bunks that were not hers and uniforms that did not fit, the bond burning in her chest like a brand. She pressed her palm to her rib where the heat was strongest. Below the mountain, she felt Vethrix stir, and she felt, for the first time, that the chains holding him might not hold Suever. Chapter 5. The horn tore through the iron quarters before the sky had even begun to gray. Saira rolled off the bunk before she was fully awake, her body remembering the rhythm of forge mornings before her mind caught up. The stone floor was cold through her thin socks. The other 3 bunks were already empty, their blankets thrown back in precise military angles. She dressed in the uniform she had found folded at the foot of her bed the night before, heavy leather and stiff canvas that smelled of oil and someone else's sweat. The boots were a half size too large. The gloves had been worn through at the thumb. She did not have time to care. The corridor outside her room was already full of cadets moving in a single direction, a river of dark leather and polished brass. They did not part for her. They did not need to. She slipped between them the way she had slipped between carts in the lower city markets, sideways and silent, reading gaps before they opened. The yard was vast, carved into the mountain's shoulder and open to the sky. Fog clung to the training posts and the wooden practice mounts, and the air smelled of wet stone and cold iron. Instructors stood at intervals along the perimeter, their faces unreadable, their hands clasped behind their backs. Saira found a place at the rear of the formation and stood still. The first hour was running. Laps around the yard, the fog thickening with every breath, her lungs burning with the altitude and the cold. The cadets around her moved with practiced ease, their bodies conditioned by years of this life. Saira's legs were strong from the forge, but her wind was not. She fell into a rhythm, counting steps, refusing to let her pace drop. The second hour was drills. Lunges, squats, pull-ups on the iron bars bolted into the cliff face. The instructors called out numbers in flat, bored voices, and the cadets moved through the movements like machines. Saira's arms trembled tip by end. Her shoulders screamed. She did not stop. The third hour broke her open. They were divided into pairs for ground combat drills, and the cadets paired off with the speed of long habit. Saira stood alone at the edge of the mat, waiting. Lyra Valdris stepped forward. "I will take the stray," she said, loud enough for the nearest instructor to hear. The instructor nodded without interest. Lyra turned to Saira with a smile that did not touch her eyes. "You know how to fall, Forge Go?" "I know how to get back up." Lyra lunged. The first hit landed across Saira's jaw, snapping her head sideways. The second caught her in the ribs, and she felt something shift inside her chest that was not a break, but would bruise for days. She staggered, raised her arms, tried to remember what she knew of fighting. There had been brawls in the lower city, quick and brutal and over before they started. This was different. Lyra moved like she had been trained since childhood, every strike precise, every step measured. Saira took a third hit and went down. The mat was damp with fog. She lay there for a moment, the world spinning, the bond pulsing hot beneath her ribs like a second heart. "Get up." She did not know if the voice was the Vethrix or her own. She got up. Lyra hit her again, and again. By the time the drill ended, Saira's lip was split, her left eye was swelling shut, and her ribs sang with every breath. She stood at him from the formation as the instructors dismissed them, and she did not fall. The yard emptied toward the mess hall. Saira moved with the current, her body screaming, her mind fixed on the next thing, and the next, and the next. She would eat, she would rest, she would do it again. But the cadets did not go to the mess hall. They stopped in a loose semicircle around the practice mounts, the wooden frames shaped to mimic dragon saddles. Some of them sat on the frames, legs crossed, arms folded. Others stood. All of them watched her approach. Cassian Veyra sat at the center of the circle, his boots resting on a practice mount, his posture relaxed. He did not look at her. He looked at the cadets around him. "I said you would beg before the week ended," he said, loud enough for all to hear. "I did not say it would take the whole week." Someone laughed. Lyra stood at Cassian's shoulder, her pale hair pulled back, her hands raw from the drill. "You missed the stables," Cassian said, finally lifting his gaze to Saira's face. "The duty roster had you down for stall mucking at dawn. You were late." Saira's throat was dry. Her ribs ached. Her vision swam at the edges. "I was at drill," she said. "And drill kept you from your assigned duties." Cassian shrugged, the movement elegant and dismissive. "The stables still need mucking. The rest of us have tactical briefings. You, however, have a shovel waiting." He smiled. The cadets watched her. The instructors had withdrawn toward the far end of the yard, their backs turned, their attention deliberately elsewhere. Saira understood. She could refuse. She could fight. She could stand here and let the silence stretch until someone had to notice. But Cassian had already calculated that. The instructors would see insubordination, not sabotage. The lack of evidence would be the evidence. A forge girl who could not follow orders was a forge girl who did not belong. She turned. The stables were cut into the mountain's base, low-ceilinged as warm with animal heat. The dragons did not live here. These stalls held the messenger drakes, smaller beasts used for supply runs and scouting. Their heads turned as she entered, their eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. The shovel waited where Cassian had promised. She picked it up and began to work. The smell was thick and demoniac, burning her nose and throat. The labor was simple and repetitive, the motion of lifting and carrying and spreading fresh straw, the same motion she had done 1,000 times at her father's forge, but for coal and ash instead of waste. Her split lip led into her mouth. Her ribs screamed every lift. She did not stop. She was on the 4th stall when she heard the footsteps behind her. "Rider Quenn." The voice was low and clipped, carrying the authority of someone who did not expect to repeat himself. Saira turned, the shovel still in her hands, and found a man standing in the stable doorway. He was tall, lean. His uniform was the dark leather of an officer, marked with silver at the collar and cuffs, and his face was carved into lines of discipline that looked older than his years. He had dark hair cropped short, a scar running along his jaw, and eyes the color of enter iron. She not seen him before, but she knew, with the certainty of the bond humming in her chest, that this was Commander Dain Veyra. He looked at the shovel. He looked at her swollen face. He looked at the stalls, half cleaned, and the pile of soiled straw she had dragged to the drainage trench. "The morning drills ended 2 hours ago," he said. "Cadets are in tactical briefings. You are not. I was given other orders." "By whom?" She did not answer. She did not need to. Dain Veyra stood at the stable doorway for a long moment, his face unreadable. Then he stepped inside, his boots crunching on the fresh straw, and stopped 3 feet from her. "You will report to the main yard tomorrow at dawn," he said. "You will be issued flight leathers. You will begin harness training at first light." She stared at him. "I am not cleared for flight training," she said. "I have not been assessed." The Commandant said, "The Commandant assigned you to my wing." He said it flatly, a statement of fact. "I decide who is cleared and who is not. You are rider to a dragon this mountain has been unable to control for 2 decades. You will train as a rider, not as a stable hand." He turned to leave. "Commander." He stopped. Saira's hands were shaking, from exhaustion, from pain, from something else she did not want to name. "Cassian Veyra put me here," she said. "If I report to flight training tomorrow, he will know I disobeyed his order. He will find another way to make me pay for it." Dain Veyra looked back at her. His expression did not change. "Let him." He walked out of the stable and the sound of his footsteps faded into the mountain's silence. Saira stood alone in the warmth and the smell, the shovel hanging from her hand, her split lip still bleeding, the bond pulse beneath her ribs, hot and steady. And for the first time since she had entered this mountain, she felt something that was not dread. It was small. It was fragile. It was the shape of a door that had not yet been slammed shut. She set the shovel against the wall and walked out of the stable into the gray mountain light, and she did not look back. Chapter 6. The dawn air hit her face like cold water, thin and sharp, and carrying the iron smell of the mountain's deep bones. Saira stood at the edge of the main yard, her lungs still adjusting to the altitude, her body screaming from the previous day's beating. The flight leathers they had issued her were stiff and second-hand, worn smooth at the knees and elbows by someone else's shape. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she had felt Vethrix stirring below, his consciousness brushing against hers like a current moving under ice. He was waiting. She did not know what he was waiting for. The yard was empty, except for the fog. It rolled in from the sea, thick and white, swallowing the towers and muffling every sound. She could barely see the far wall. "You are early," she turned. Commander Dain Veyra emerged from the mist, his dark leathers blending with the gray light. He carried a harness over one shoulder, the leather worn and supple, the buckles polished to a dull gleam. "I did not know where to report," she said. "Here." He stopped 3 feet from her and set the harness on the stone. "The flight platform is above the Old War Eyrie. We will walk." He did not wait for her answer. He turned and started across the yard, his boots striking the stone in a steady rhythm that she fell into without thinking. They climbed. The stairs were cut into the mountain's flank, narrow and worn by generations of boots. The fog pressed in around them, cold and damp, clinging to her leathers and her hair. She watched his back, the way his shoulders moved beneath his uniform, the coiled precision of his stride. He stopped at a wooden platform bolted into the cliff face. The fog swirled around its edges, hiding the drop below. "Stand here." She stepped onto the platform. The wind tugged at her leathers, and she felt the emptiness beneath her feet, the long fall to the stones below. Her hands gripped the railing. "Arms out." She obeyed. Dain moved behind her. She heard the creak of leather, the clink of buckles, and then his hands were at her waist, lifting the harness, settling it over her shoulders. His knuckles brushed her spine. "This is a flight harness," he said, his voice low and matter-of-fact. "It transfers your weight across the dragon's shoulders. If it is loose, you will slip. If it is tight, you will bruise. The balance is everything." His fingers worked the straps at her sides, pulling them taut, testing the tension. She felt each adjustment through the leather, through her shirt, through her skin. "Breathe," he said. She had not been breathing. She let the air out, and his hands followed the motion, correcting the strap across her ribs. "Your center of gravity shifts when you mount," he continued. "You will want to lean forward. Do not. You will pull his neck, and he will fight you. Keep your weight low. Keep your spine straight." His hands moved to her shoulders, pressing down. "Relax." She tried. Her muscles would not obey. "You are holding the tension in your jaw," he said. "Stop." She opened her mouth, let her jaw drop, and felt something loosen in her neck. His hands stayed on her shoulders, steady and patient, until her body began to listen. Better. His fingers traced the front of the harness, finding the buckle at her sternum, adjusting it by a fraction. His knuckles grazed her collarbone, and the touch was brief and precise and sent heat up her throat. She looked up. His face was close. Closer than she had realized. His winter-ironed eyes met hers, and something flickered there, something unguarded and fast, that he could not hide before it vanished behind control. Neither of them moved. The wind pushed the fog around the platform. The world had gone silent, muffled, suspended. Saira's pulse beat in her throat. "Commander." The voice came from below, distorted by the mist. A young cadet's voice, calling up from the stair. "The ground crews are asking about the fog cover for dawn launch. Should we delay the rotation?" Dain stepped back. The distance between them was sudden and clean, as if nothing had passed. He turned toward the stairs, his voice flat, his face unreadable. "Tell them no delay. I will confirm at the bell." The cadet's footsteps retreated. Saira stood on the platform, the harness still warm where his hands had been, her chest tight with something that was not altitude. Dain looked at her. His jaw was set, his eyes cold again, the control back in place. "The bell rings in half an hour," he said. "Be ready." He walked down the stairs, and the fog swallowed him before she could answer. She stood alone on the platform, the wind pulling at her leathers, the harness pressed close against her ribs. The bond pulsed beneath her skin, and she felt Vethrix stir below the mountain, his consciousness brushing hers, carrying something that felt almost like amusement. "He touched you," Vethrix said, the voice sliding through her mind like smoke. "And you let him." Her face burned. It was training, she thought back. The dragon's presence did not answer, but she felt the warmth of his amusement, patient and knowing, as if he understood something she had not yet admitted to herself. She stood on the platform, her hand pressed to the harness buckle at her sternum, and waited for the bell that would begin everything. Chapter 7. The bell rang, and Saira walked through the mist toward the dragon. She had expected the flight platform. She had expected the harness, the cold leather biting into her ribs, the steep climb on legs that still ached in Laura's beating. She had not expected to be led past the platform entirely, down a switchback trail that cut around the mountain's western face, where the fog thinned and the open sky yawned above her, pale and gray and infinite. Vethrix waited in the basin below. He was coiled on the stone like a storm-made animal, his black scales drinking the weak dawn light, his tail wrapped around a spur of rock. The chains were gone. For this moment, he was free. She stopped at the edge of the basin, her boots skidding on loose gravel. "You took long enough," he said. "I walked as fast as I could." You stopped to breathe twice. "I was admiring the view." The dragon's head lifted, and his yellow eyes fixed on her with something that might have been amusement. "Climb." The harness was stiff, the buckles cold against her fingers. She checked each strap as Dain had taught her, pulling the leather tight across her ribs, adjusting the weight across her shoulders. The dragon's flank was warm when she pressed her boot against it, and she pulled herself up, finding the seat behind his neck, the harness hook clicking into the anchor point she had been shown. The height was immediate. She felt the ground drop away beneath her, felt the emptiness where the stone ended and the air began. Her hands found grip ridges on the harness, and she held on. "You are afraid," Vethrix said. "I am sensible." "You are afraid. I can feel it. The cold in your chest, the tightness in your throat. You think I will drop you?" She did not answer. "I will not drop you." "You have never carried a rider before." "I have never wanted to carry a rider before." The difference landed like a blow, and she felt the truth of it through the bond, the weight of 20 years of refusal, the loneliness of a creature who had chosen chains over company. Vethrix unfolded. The motion was fluid and terrible, centuries of power moving at once. His wings spread, black and vast, and the air shuddered around them. The wind caught the leather of her harness, pulling at her, and Saira locked her knees against his shoulders and held on. "Do not pull back," he said. "When I move, you move with me. If you fight me, we will both fall." "I understand." "You do not, but you will." He launched. The world tore sideways. The basin, the mountain, the sky, all of it blurred into a streak of gray and stone, and Saira's body was thrown backward, the harness biting into her ribs as the G-force pressed her into the saddle. The wind ripped the breath from her lungs. She could not see, she could not breathe. She could only feel the dragon's muscles surging beneath her, the beat of his wings like a second heart, the air screaming past her face. "Open your eyes." She forced them open. The ground was far below her, the mountain a dark wedge against the pale sky, and she was falling and rising at the same time, suspended between stone and cloud. "Breathe." She sucked air through her teeth. The cold hit her throat, her lungs, and she coughed, and the cough loosened something in her chest, and suddenly she was breathing. "Better," Vethrix said. "Now feel." She felt. The wind was not her enemy. It was a current, a living thing that Vethrix read with his wings, his body, the tilt of his spine. She felt the shift of his weight before he made it, felt the air flow along his scales, felt the lift in his chest as he caught a thermal and turned. She was not falling. She was flying. The mountains shrank beneath them. She saw the Aerie's towers, the training yard where she had bled yesterday, the stable where she had shoveled dung in the rain. She saw the lower city, the forge smoke rising in gray threads, the sea beyond, dark and endless. "Do you see?" Vethrix asked. "I see. This is what they wanted to keep from you. This is what they hide in their rules and their ranks and their noble blood. The sky does not care who your father was." She felt the truth of it in his pulse, in the steady rhythm of his wings, in the way he turned his head to look back at her, one yellow eye catching the light. "You are a rider," he said. "Now ride." He banked hard. The world tilted. The mountains swung into view, then the sea, then the sky, and Saira's grip slipped. She felt herself sliding, the harness catching at her waist, her legs losing their hold on his shoulders. Panic flooded her chest, cold and sharp, and she grabbed for him, her fingers finding only scale, smooth and unyielding. "Do not fight." "I am going to fall." "You are not. Let go." "I cannot." "You can. Let go of the harness. Trust me." The wind tore at her. The ground spun below. Her arms were shaking, her fingers locked on the leather, and the fear was a hot wire through her ribs, telling her to hold, to cling, to survive. Vethrix's voice came again, softer this time. "I chose you. Do you think I chose you to let you fall?" She let go. The harness slackened, her body slipped, and for a terrible second she was weightless, her hands empty, the sky swallowing her. Then Vethrix's wing caught the eye. Chapter 8. The water tasted wrong. Saira noticed it on the second swallow, a metallic tang that sat at the back of her tongue like old copper. She lowered the canteen and stared at the mouth of it, tilting it toward the gray dawn light. Nothing moved in the water, no sediment, no discoloration, just the taste. She had been awake since before the horn, her body still singing with the memory of flight, her ribs aching where the harness had pressed during the landing. She had washed her face in formation. Lyra Valdres stood 3 cadets to her left, pale wheat hair pulled tight, her narrow face expressionless. She did not glance at Saira. That was also deliberate. The silence around her was a wall built of small exclusions, the way they shifted their weight away when she passed, the way conversations dropped half a tone when she drew near. She found her place in formation. Lyra Valdres stood 3 cadets to her left, pale wheat hair pulled tight, her narrow face expressionless. She did not glance at Saira. That was also deliberate. The morning run passed without incident, then ground drills, then the long wait while the instructors reviewed the flight rotation. Her stomach stayed calm. Whatever was in the water, it did not cramp or burn, but the metallic taste lingered, and her mouth felt dry in a way that plain water could not fix. When Commander Dain Veyra arrived, the yard shifted. Cadets straightened. Conversation stopped mid-word. He moved through the formation with his clipped, precise stride, his dark leather uniform catching the first light, the silver at his collar and cuffs glinting. He stopped in front of her. "Rider Quenn, report to the western platform. Harness check before your second descent." "Sir?" His eyes held hers for a moment longer than necessary. A question in them, cold and professional, but a question none less. She did not answer it. She did not know how. She gathered her harness from the equipment shed and climbed the narrow stairs cut into the mountain's flank. The platform was empty. Fog clung to the stone, thick and wet, muffling the sounds of the yard below. She laid the harness across the wooden planks and began the inspection Dain had taught her the morning before. Buckles, straps, center ring, weight distribution. The left shoulder buckle was loose, not broken, not missing, loosened. Turned just enough that under the strain of flight, under the force of a hard bank or a sudden descent, it would have given way. She stared at the buckle. The leather was worn, the edges smooth from years of use, the brass fittings tarnished. Someone had worked it free with deliberate hands, someone who knew where she kept her equipment. Someone who had watched her fly yesterday and decided she should not fly again. Her hand moved to her chest, where the bond burned warm beneath her ribs. "They tried," she said. "Yes, I did not drink enough. And I checked the harness. You will have to check everything now. Every time. Forever." She felt the weight of that settle into her bones. "Then I will." She tightened the buckle, pulled each strap taut, tested the center ring with her full weight. The harness held. By the time Dain reached the platform, she had the equipment laid out in inspection order, her hands steady, her face blank. He stopped at the edge of the planks and looked at her, then at the harness. "Report," he said. She told him about the water first, the metallic taste, the canteen still half full on the bench below. She told him about the buckle next, showing him the brass fitting, the worn leather, the way it had been turned just enough to fail under load. He listened without interruption. When she finished, he cultured aside the harness and examined the buckle himself, turning it over in his fingers, his face unreadable. "You did not drink more." "No." "You checked the harness before putting it on." "Yes." He looked up at her, and for a moment the professional mask slipped, showing something beneath that she could not name. "That was not luck," he said. "That was competence. Do not mistake it for anything else." He stood and walked to the edge of the platform, looking down at the yard below. The fog was thinning. Cadets moved through the training spaces like dark specks against pale stone. "The canteen," he said. "Where is it now?" "On the bench beside the equipment shed." He nodded once, sharp and final. He would retrieve it. He would test it. He would ask questions that made people uncomfortable. "What if you find nothing?" she asked. "Then I will have made them nervous. That is also useful." He turned back to her. The wind caught his dark cropped hair, and the scar along his jaw stood pale against his skin. "Fly today," he said. "Show them it did not work. And tomorrow, show them again." She held his gaze. The air between them thinned, charged with something that was not quite the bond and not quite the cold professionalism of a commander addressing a cadet. It was the memory of his hands on the harness straps, his breath close to her neck, the way he had stepped back when the cadet called up through the mist. "Commander," she said. "Rider." She gathered the harness and climbed onto Vethrix's back. The second flight was harder than the first. Her body was tired, her ribs still tender, and the knowledge that someone had touched her equipment, touched the leather that would hold her in the sky, sat like a stone in her chest. But Vethrix was patient, his wings steady, his voice a low current beneath her fear. "You are angry," he said. "Yes." "Good. Anger is better than fear. Fear makes you slow. Anger makes you sharp." She felt the wind shift and adjusted her weight, her hands light on the harness, her body learning the rhythm of his spine. "They will keep trying," she said. "Yes." "Until when?" "Until you break or until they cannot reach you anymore." Below, the training yard wheeled past. She saw the cadets looking up, their faces pale and small. She saw the battlements, the dark figures standing in the shadows. Cassian Veyra stood at the edge of the viewing platform, his golden hair catching the light, his hands clasped behind his back. He was not watching the sky. He was watching the platform where Dain still stood. And he was smiling. It was not a friendly smile. It was the smile of a man who had lost a move and was already planning the next one. The smile of someone who considered the tainted water and the loosened buckle not a failure, but a beginning. Saira's hands tightened on the harness. "He is watching," Vethrix said. "I know. He wants you to see him watching. I know." She turned her gaze forward, toward the sea, toward the dark line of the horizon where the sky met the water. But she felt the smile on her back like a blade pressed between her shoulder blades. She would fly again tomorrow. She would check every buckle, every strap, every mouthful of water. She would be sharp and careful and unbreakable. But she did not know how long she could stay that way. The wind carried them east, and the mountains shrank behind them, and Cassian Veyra's smile stayed with her like ash in her throat, stubborn and bitter and waiting for the next spark. Chapter 9. The letter arrived third bell, brought by a runner who would not meet her eyes. Saira took it from the messenger's hand and carried it to the window alcove at the end of the iron quarters corridor. The stone was cold through her trousers as she sat, the paper creased and soft from handling. Her name on the front, scrawled in Toma's uneven hand. No seal, no mark of the Aerie's postal service. Someone had already opened it. She unfolded the page and read, "Sire." The coin came. 2 silver marks sent through Master Halden's courier. He said you were well and stationed at the college proper. I did not ask how a forge worker's sister lands in the rider wing. I know better than to ask questions that get answered by soldiers. Mother would have laughed until she choked. I heard her voice when Halden's boy handed me the pouch. She would have said the world turned strange the day a Quenn walked where nobles bred their heirs. Saira's throat tightened. She read the next lines, standing still, her breath caught. The debt is paid for another season. Master Halden said he would keep me on at the forge as long as the coin held. That gives us until harvest. After that, the quota shifts. They raised the conscription cap again, sire. 20 more names from the lower wards. The recruiting officers came through the market last week and took 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. I am not asking you to come home. I know you cannot. But I want you to know what the coin is buying. Toma, she read it twice. The words did not change. The relief came first, thin and bright as a crack of light under a door. The coin had reached him. He was safe until harvest. Her bargain had bought something real. Then the relief curdled. 20 more names. 3 boys from Smelter Row. One was 12. She folded the letter slowly, crease against crease, and pressed it flat against her thigh. Her hands were steady. Her jaw was not. They raised the quota. She had known the conscription pits were hungry. Every child in the lower city knew that. But knowing and seeing the number on paper were different things. Toma had written it in his own hand, careful and small, as if he could make the truth fit into the space she had left him. I am not asking you to come home. He did not need to ask. She could not come home. The bond would not let her. The pain of separation would cripple them both before she reached the city gates. Oren Vale knew it. Toma did not. She pressed her palm to her chest, feeling the bond pulse beneath her ribs. Vethrix stirred at the contact, a low current of awareness threading through her blood. What is it? His voice arrived like heat through stone, patient and watchful. My brother. The coin arrived, but the quotas are rising. Silence, then waited. The coin bought time. Time is not safety. I know. She stood and walked back along the corridor, the letter folded into her sleeve. The iron quarters were quiet. Most cadets were at afternoon drills. She passed empty bunks, cold hearths, the smell of old ash and linseed oil. At her room she stopped. Veuvois Vaudress sat on the edge of her bunk, polishing a boot with slow, deliberate strokes. She did not look up. A letter from home, Lyra said. How touching. Saira did not answer. She crossed to her trunk and knelt, lifting the lid. The letter went beneath the leathers, between the folded layers where no one would find it unless they searched. I said it was touching. I heard you. Lyra set the boot down and stood. She was taller than Saira, built long and narrow like a blade, and she used every inch of it as she crossed the room. Cassian wants to see you. Then Cassian can find me. He said to tell you the next flight trial has been moved to tomorrow afternoon. He wants to make sure you know. Saira's hands stilled on the trunk lid. She turned her head slowly, meeting Lyra's cold, pale gaze. Why would Cassian Vale warn me about a schedule change? Lyra smiled, thin and flat as a knife edge. He said you would not trust the message. He told me to tell you he is being generous. A fair warning so you cannot claim surprise. And you agreed to carry it. I agreed to watch your face when you heard it. Saira stood. The movement brought them close enough to see the fine grain of Veyra's skin, the small pulse beating at her throat. Then you have seen it, Saira said. Was it worth the walk? Lyra's smile did not waver. You are afraid. You hide it well, but I know the shape of fear. I grew up watching my mother pretend she was not terrified before every battle. You have the same stillness in your shoulders, the same careful control. She stepped back and picked up her boot, settling onto the bunk again. Tomorrow afternoon. Do not be late. Saira left the room without another word. She walked to the end of the corridor and stopped, pressing her forehead against the cold stone wall. The letter burned against her thoughts. The coin had bought until harvest. That was 3 months, 12 weeks, 84 days of safety for Toma, bought with her blood and the bond she had not chosen. And Cassian Veyra was moving the flight trial. She had no proof it was sabotage, no proof the schedule change was anything but administrative convenience. But she had the taste of metal in her throat from the tainted water, the memory of the loosened buckle, the smile he had given her from the viewing platform. You are afraid. Lyra was right. She was afraid of the quotas, afraid of the trials, afraid of what Cassian would do when she failed to break, and afraid of what she would become if she did not fail. Toma is safe until harvest, she told herself. But the words felt thin, like paper held too long in the rain. She pushed off the wall and walked toward the troning yard, where the afternoon light had begun to slant through the gaps in the mountain, casting long shadows across the stone. She had harness checks to run, equipment to inspect, a flight trial to survive, and a brother in the lower city who was counting the days until the quota took him anyway. Chapter 10. The training yard stretched empty when Saira reached it, the afternoon sun cutting long shadows across the stone. She had expected cadets, drills, the usual noise of bodies in motion. Instead, she found silence and a single figure standing at the far end near the weapon racks. Cassian Veyra. He did not turn when her boots scraped the flagstones. He stood with his back to her, one hand resting on a practice sword propped against the rack, the other loose at his side. The scar through his left eyebrow caught the light as he tilted his head, listening to her approach. Saira Quenn. He said her name like he was testing its weight, finding it wanting. Lord Cassian. He turned then. His ice-blue eyes swept over her with the slow precision of a man cataloging defects. The polished uniform, the clean boots, the silver at his collar that marked him as Oren Vale's nephew and heir to a bloodline that had ridden dragons for 6 generations. You came early, he said. I thought you might. Fear makes people predictable. I came to train. No, you came to prove something. He stepped away from the weapon rack and walked toward her, his boots striking the stone with deliberate rhythm. You always do. Every time you walk into a yard, every time you climb onto that dragon, every time Commander Veyra looks at you like you belong here. You are proving something. She stopped 10 feet from him and set her hands on her hips, letting him see the forge scars on her forearms. And what would you know about proving anything? You were born with your place already carved and polished. His jaw tightened, the scar through his brow pulled white. I was born with a debt, he said. 6 generations of Vales have ridden dragons. 6 generations have bled for this Aerie. My mother flew the Sunderland front and came back with her wing half dead and her dragon's hide scarred to the bone. My grandmother lost her voice to the bond and spent her last years writing commands on slate because the words would not come anymore. He stepped closer, and I was born to continue that line, to take the bond that would keep my house strong, to claim Vethrix and restore what my blood built. Saira did not flinch. Then you should have been the one he chose. The words hung between them, sharp and true. Cassian's face went still, not angry, not cold, still, in a way that made the air feel thinner. He did not choose, Cassian said, his voice dropping low. He was stolen, by a girl who does not know the first thing about what it means to carry a dragon's weight, a girl who bought her way onto the field with coin from a sick noble's household. I did not steal anything. You breathe, and it is theft. You stand here in cadet leathers, and it is theft. Every time Vethrix banks beneath you, every time you survive a trial you should have failed, you are stealing what belongs to my house. She was close enough now that she could smell the oil on his leathers, the sharp scent of steel and wool. The next trial, he said, will expose what you really are. Not a rider, not chosen, a substitute who got lucky and will break when the sky stops forgiving. Her hands were shaking. She realized it with distant surprise, the tremor running up from her fingertips into her wrists. Not from fear, from the pressure building behind her ribs, the heat of Vethrix stirring in the bond. He is wrong. Vethrix's voice arrived like thunder rolling across a distant mountain. She felt his anger, ancient and patient and vast, pressing against the edges of her consciousness. He is wrong, and he knows it. That is why he is afraid. Cassian must have seen something shift in her face. His eyes narrowed. "What did the beast tell you?" She did not answer. "I asked you a question. You have no right to my bond." The words came out steady, hard, forged clean. She held his gaze and let him see the thing that Lyra had named. The stillness, the careful control. She let him see the fear and let him watch her stand inside it without breaking. Cassian's smile returned, thin and cold. "The trial is tomorrow. I suggest you rest. You will need your strength." He turned and walked toward the archway at the yard's edge, his boots striking the stone with the same deliberate rhythm. At the threshold, he paused. "One more thing. My uncle has approved a full squadron evaluation. Every cadet could be assessed on formation coordination, combat endurance, and bond responsiveness." He looked over his shoulder. "Including you. With witnesses." He vanished into the shadows of the corridor. Saira stood alone in the training yard. The sun had dropped behind the mountain peaks, flooding the stone with amber light that would fade within minutes. She walked to the weapon rack and pulled a practice sword from its cradle, testing the weight. The grip was worn smooth from generations of hands. She swung. The blade cut through the empty air with a whisper she could barely hear over the ringing in her skull. Full squadron evaluation. Cassian had not needed to say the rest. She understood. A public trial, with every cadet watching, every instructor weighing her performance, every noble heir waiting for her to fail. Not a test of skill, a demonstration. He meant to break her where everyone could see. She swung again, harder this time. The blade bit into a practice post, sending splinters spinning across the stone. Her shoulder protested. Her ribs, still bruised from Lyrit's beating, throbbed with each movement. She pulled the blade free and struck again, and again. The rhythm of it became the only thing she could control. The weight of the sword, the pivot of her hips, the breath moving in and out of her lungs. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, steady and hot, and she felt Vethrix watching through her eyes, patient, waiting. "What do you see?" she asked him silently. "A woman who refuses to fall. Is that enough?" "It has been, so far." She struck the post again, and the impact jarred up through her wrist into her elbow. She let the pain ground her, sharpen her, keep her from spiraling into the dark shape of tomorrow. The sun bled out. The yard grew cold. She kept swinging until her arms trembled while her breath came in ragged gasps, until the only thing she could feel was the blade in her hands and the bond in her chest, and the certainty that tomorrow would come, whether she was ready or not. When it finally stopped, the sky had gone violet, and the first stars were pricking through the haze above the mountain. She set the practice sword back on the rack and stood in the dark, her body humming with exhaustion. "Vethrix, I am here. What happens if I fail?" Silence. Then, softer than she had ever heard him, "You will not fail. But if you did, I would still be here. I chose you before the bond. I will choose you after it." She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling the pulse of him beneath her ribs. Then she walked back toward the iron quarters, her shadow stretching long belonging across the empty stone, and she did not look back. The corridor was dark when she reached her room. She pushed the door open and stopped. On her bunk, folded with precise corners, lay a set of fresh flight leathers. Not the second-hand set she had been issued. New leather, dark and supple, stitched with silver thread along the seams. The leathers of a rider who had earned them. A note lay on top, written in a hand she did not recognize. "For tomorrow. Do not let them make you forget what you are." She picked up the leathers and held them against her chest. The silver thread caught the lamplight from the corridor, gleaming like a promise she had not asked for and could not refuse. She did not know who had left them. She did not know why. But as she stood in the dark with the gift folded in her arms, she felt something shift in her chest, small and fragile and fierce. Hope. She did not feed it. She did not name it. She simply held it as she held the leathers and let it warm her through the cold hours before dawn. Chapter 11. The evening exercises had ended an hour ago. But Saira had not returned to the iron quarters. She had found the empty Aerie by accident, a curved stone chamber high in the western face, where messenger drakes were sometimes saddled for night runs. The wind had been rising since sunset, and she had meant only to stand at the opening and let the cold clear her head before tomorrow. Then the squall broke. It came over the mountain flank like a thrown curtain, rain and hail together, driven sideways by a wind that howled through the stone gaps and turned the Aerie floor to slick dark in minutes. She stepped back from the opening, pressing herself against the inner wall as the storm lashed the chamber. The new flight leathers, the ones she had found on her bunk, were dry. She had worn them because she could not stop touching the silver thread at the seams, because wearing them felt like wearing armor she had not earned but needed anyway. Now they would be soaked through in seconds if she tried to run for shelter. She pulled the collar up and waited. The rain hammered the stone. The wind screamed through the gaps, and then, above the noise, she heard footsteps. He came through the lower entrance with his coat pulled over his head, dark hair plastered to his brow, water streaming down the scar along his jaw. Commander Dain Veyra stopped when he saw her, and something passed across his face too fast to name before he let the coat fall from his grip. "Saira Quenn." "Commander." The formal address hung between them like a gate neither knew how to open. Rain sheeted past the Aerie opening, and he took 2 steps deeper into the chamber, shaking water from his sleeves. "I did not expect anyone to be here," he said. "I did not expect the storm." He looked at her, and she saw him take in the new leathers, the silver stitching, the way she held herself against the wall with her arms crossed as if she could make herself small enough to disappear. "Those are new. Someone left them on my bunk tonight." His jaw tightened. He did not ask who. She did not offer an answer. The wind shifted, throwing a spray of rain across the chamber floor, and he moved closer to the wall, closer to her, until they stood with barely an arm's length between them. The space felt thinner than it should have. The air felt thicker. "You should not be alone tonight," he said. "I do not have a choice. My roommates do not exactly welcome my company." "I meant—" He stopped, his hands hung at his sides, wet and still. "I meant you should not face tomorrow without rest. The trial will demand everything from you." She looked up at him. In the dim light from the storm, his eyes were gray like the sea before a gale, like winter iron, like the color of waiting. "Then tell me what to expect," she said. "I cannot. The parameters are sealed." "Then tell me something else." He held her gaze. The rain pounded the stone, the wind tore at the opening, and the cold crept in, and neither of them moved. "I examined the canteen," he said finally. Her breath caught. "And?" The residue matched a compound used in the chain forges, chromium salt, enough to cause vomiting, cramping, and disorientation within an hour of ingestion. She felt the words land like stones in her chest. "That would have killed me in the air." "Yes." "Did you find who put it there?" He looked away. The answer was in the set of his shoulders, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands had closed into fists at his sides. "Not yet, but I will." "You said that before. I mean in." The words came out harder than she had intended. She saw them hit him, saw the flicker of something wounded in his eyes before he suppressed it. "I am sorry," she said. "I did not mean." "You did." He turned to face her fully. "And you were right to. I should have found something by now. I should have been able to protect you better." The rain roared. The wind shook the Aerie walls, and Saira stood in the dark with a man who had just admitted, aloud, that he wanted to protect her. Not as a commander protects a rider, but as something else entirely. She did not know what to do with the weight of that admission. Dan. His name slipped out before she could catch it, and she saw his breath stop. "You have done more than anyone else. You gave me a place in your wing. You trained me. You believed me when I told you about the sabotage. That is more than I had any right to expect. You have a right to expect justice. I have a right to expect nothing. That is what being low-born means. You take what you can get, and you do not complain when it is taken back." The words tasted bitter in her mouth, but they were true. They had always been true. He stepped closer. The space between them collapsed to inches. She could feel the heat coming off his wet clothes, could see the water beating on his brow, could smell the rain and leather and something underneath that was just him. "You are not nothing," he said. "I know. You are not a substitute. I know. You are worth—" He stopped. His throat moved. "You are worth more than this mountain has ever given you." She did not know who moved first, perhaps both of them, but suddenly his hand was at her jaw, his fingers cold and wet and trembling, and she was leaning into his touch as if she'd been followed toward it her whole life. The wind screamed. The rain hammered, and his mouth was a breath from hers. Below the Aerie, somewhere in the drowned dark of the yard, a horn sounded. Long, low, summoning. He pulled back as if burned. The horn sounded again. The summons for tomorrow's trial, called earlier than she had expected, pulling her toward a fate she could not see. Dain stepped away. His hand dropped to his side. His face became stone. "You should go." She stood frozen, her lips still warm from the breath that had almost been a kiss. "The trial," he said. "They are gathering the cadets." The horn sounded a third time, and Saira turned and ran into the storm, with the taste of almost on her tongue and the weight of his hand still burning against her jaw. Chapter 12. The horn pulled Saira out of the Aerie and into a world turned liquid. Rain lashed her face as she ran across the yard, the new flight leathers clinging to her body like a second skin. The leather was softer than the issued set, cured with something that smelled of cedar and oil, and the silver stitching at her shoulders caught the lightning like a warning. Cadets were already forming up at the base of the switchback trail. Torches guttered in the wind, voices cut through the storm and clipped military syllables. Saira found her place in the formation and tried to slow her breathing. The memory of Dain's hand on her jaw was still burning against her skin. The taste of almost sat on her tongue like a promise she had not been allowed to keep. She could not think about that now. Vethrix's voice brushed against the edge of her awareness, rough and patient, like stone worn smooth by centuries of wind. "Breathe," she breathed. The formation moved up the trail in silence, boots scraping wet stone, cloaks snapping in the gale. Above them, the peak of the Aerie disappeared into clouds so thick it looked solid. Saira had never flown in weather like this. She was not sure anyone had. At the stone basin where Vethrix waited, the torches had been extinguished by the rain. The dragon stood in near darkness, his scales drinking the light, his eyes two coals burning in the black. He was unchained again. The thought struck her like a physical blow. They had let him loose for this. "They need me to fly," he said. "They need the realm to see what I can do with a rider." "And what can you do?" "More than they are ready for." She climbed onto his back, settling into the new leathers against the familiar curve of his shoulders. The harness fit differently than the issued set. Better, as if it had been made for her specifically. She did not have time to wonder who had left it. The other riders were mounting their dragons in the basin below. She counted 12, a full squadron. Cassian Veyra sat astride a copper-scaled dragon with a wingspan that dwarfed the others, his posture perfect, his gaze fixed on her with the patience of a predator. Dain's voice cut through the storm from somewhere below, amplified by the wind. "Squadron launch by pairs. Ascend to cloud break and form the V. Command will issue trial parameters at altitude." Saira's hands tightened on the harness straps. "Trust me," Vethrix said. "I do." "Then stop fighting and start feeling." The launch was brutal. Vethrix's wings caught the storm and used it, climbing faster than she had ever felt him climb, the wind screaming past her ears until sound became a single white note. The rain turned to needles against her face. The cold bit through the leathers. She kept her eyes open. Below, the Aerie shrank to a cluster of lights, then a scatter of sparks, then nothing but darkness and cloud. They booked through the cloud ceiling at the same moment the sun struck her full in the face. Above the storm, the world was gold and blue and endless. The cloud deck stretched in every direction like a frozen sea, burning with light, and Saira gasped at the sheer impossible beauty of it. Then the formation began to form, and the beauty became a battlefield. Cassian's copper dragon took the apex of the V. Saira and Vethrix were positioned at the left flank, third pair back. The other riders fell into place with practiced precision, their dragons moving as extensions of their will. "They are good," Vethrix said. "Trained from birth. So we are something else entirely." The command came from the lead dragon, a signal relayed through wing beats and body language that Saira was only beginning to learn. The V tightened. The squadron accelerated, and then the sequence shifted. It happened so fast she almost missed it. A ripple in the formation, a change in the wing beat pattern that came from the wrong direction. Cassian's copper dragon gained a signal that did not match the original command. The pair behind her broke left instead of right. The pair ahead of her climbed instead of diving. And Saira found herself flying into a gap that was closing like a trap. "Pull up!" she shouted through the bond. Vethrix pulled, but the copper drago was already there, filling the space she was meant to occupy. And the turbulence from his wings caught Vethrix's left side like a wall of moving air. The world turned. Saira felt her body leave the harness, felt the straps bite into her thighs, felt herself sliding, slipping, falling. And then she was in the air, alone, with nothing beneath her but the cloud deck and the long, long fall. The wind tore the scream from her throat before she could shape it. She fell through the space where Vethrix had been, turned sideways, limbs flailing, the cold so absolute it felt like fire. The cloud deck rushed toward her. The storm swallowed the sun. "Stop fighting." Vethrix's voice came through the bond through a hand catching her in the dark. "Stop fighting and feel." She was still falling. The cloud deck was closer now. She could see the turbulence rippling across its surface, could feel the pressure building in her ears. "Feel what?" "Feel me." She stopped. She stopped fighting the fall, stopped fighting the terror, stopped fighting the part of her that had always believed she would die alone, unnoticed, unmourned. She opened herself to the bond, and Vethrix poured into her. His wings became her wings, his sight became her sight. She felt the air currents as ridges of pressure against his scales, felt the warmth of his blood beneath his hide, felt the ancient patience that had waited centuries for this single moment. He was not falling, he was diving, and she was with him. They hit the cloud deck at an angle that should have torn them apart. The world went white. The cold became absolute. The wind became a physical force pressing against them from every direction at once. And then they broke through. The Aerie rose beneath them, close enough to see the individual torches burning in the windows, close enough to see the cadets on the battlements staring up at her with their mouths open. Vethrix's wings caught the air with a snap that she felt in her bones. The descent curved. The ground rushed toward them and then away, and they were flying, level, stable, as if the fall had never happened. The formation above them had scattered. The squadron was still climbing, still reforming, but every dragon was looking down at her. Saira let out a breath she did not remember holding. "We just did that," she whispered. "We just did that," Vethrix agreed. And there was something in his voice she had never heard before. Joy. Her hands were shaking. Her whole body was shaking, but she was alive. She was flying. And the bond between them pulsed with a heat that felt like the forge fires of her father's workshop, steady and fierce and unbreakable. Below, the Aerie erupted into shouts. Somewhere in the chaos, she saw Dain standing on the flight platform, one hand raised to shield his eyes, his face unreadable. And behind him, high in the tower window, a figure in a dark uniform watched her with the stillness of a man who had just seen his weapon fail to fire. Commandant Dain Veyra. Saira held his gaze for one heartbeat. 2. Then Cassian's copper dragon descended out of the cloud, wings wide, landing on the platform with a force that cracked the stone. The trial was not over. Chapter 13. The squadron did not reform. They drifted down in ones and twos, dragons banking wide, wings catching the stormlight at angles that spoke of distraction. Every eye in the sky was on Saira and Vethrix, on the impossible shape of their recovery, on the fact that she had fallen and lived. Saira's hands would not stop shaking. She gripped the harness straps, felt the leather bite into her palms, and tried to remember how to breathe. Vethrix's wing beats were steady beneath her, steady as a heartbeat, steady as the pulse that thrummed through the bond like a second bloodstream. "We are still flying," she said. "We are." They saw. Everyone saw. She felt the weight of that knowledge settle into her chest, not fear, something older and colder. The awareness that she had just shown the entire Aerie exactly what she and Vethrix could do when they stopped fighting each other. The landing platform rose to meet them. Vethrix sat down with a gentleness that belied his size, his claws scraping the stone, his wings folding against his flanks in a motion that sent a gust of displaced air across the assembled cadets. No one spoke. The other dragons were landing now, copper and bronze and iron gray, their riders sliding from harnesses with faces Saira could not read. Some stared, some looked away. Some seemed to be holding their breath, as if waiting for something to break. Cassian Veyra dismounted from his copper dragon with the precision of a man performing for an audience. He did not look at her. He straightened his uniform collar, adjusted his gloves, and walked toward the barracks without a word. Elira Valdris was standing at the edge of the platform, her wheat-colored hair plastered to her face by the rain, her expression carved for the same stone as the mountain itself. She met Saira's eyes for half a heartbeat, then turned and followed Cassian. Saira slid from Vethrix's back, her legs buckled. She caught herself on the harness strap before she fell, felt Vethrix's presence steady her from within, a warmth that spread through her chest like heated metal. "Easy," he said. "The ground does not move." It felt like it did. "That will pass." She stood there, one hand on the strap, the other pressed to her ribs where the bond burned hottest, and let the world come back into focus. The cadets were whispering. She could hear it now, the low murmur that passed from one cluster of riders to the next, the way their eyes kept sliding toward her and then away. She caught fragments. The dive. She was gone. He caught her through the cloud. "Did you see his wings? Did you see her fall?" They were afraid. She had never seen noble cadets afraid before. Angry, yes. Contemptuous, always. But this was different. This was the stillness that came before a storm, the hush that fell over a crowd when something larger than themselves moved through their midst. "Let them be afraid," Vethrix said. "Fear is honest." She did not answer. A path opened through the gathered riders, not because they stepped aside willingly, but because Commander Dain Veyra was walking toward her, and no one wanted to be in his way. He stopped 3 paces from her, his dock uniform wet with rain, his jaw tight, his eyes moving over her as if checking that every piece of her was still in the same place it had been when the formation launched. "Rider Quenn," he said. The formality of it hit her like cold water. "Commander." He held her gaze for a moment longer than necessary. Then he turned to address the squadron, his voice carrying across the platform with the weight of absolute authority. "The trial is concluded for the day. All cadets are to report to the mess hall for evening muster. No further flight operation until dawn." A murmur of surprise ran through the ranks. Trials never ended early. Trials were designed to push until someone broke. But no one argued. The cadets dispersed in clusters, still whispering, still glancing back, as if they expected Saira to do something spectacular again at any moment. She did not move. Dain stepped closer, his voice dropping so only she could hear. "You need to report to Commandant Veyra." Her stomach tightened. "Now?" He sent word during the descent. Dain's expression flickered, a crack in the stone mask. "He wants to speak with you privately, before the rumors settle." "The weapon has performed," Vethrix said, and there was iron in his voice. "Now the smith wants to admire his work." Saira pressed her lips together and nodded. The walk to the command tower felt longer than it had any right to be. Every corridor she passed held cadets who stopped talking when she approached, soldiers who watched her with eyes that told her nothing, servants who stepped aside as if she carried plague or prophecy. She did not know which. The door to Oren Vale's study stood open. He was standing at the window when she entered, his back to her, his hands clasped behind him in a posture that might have been prayer or patience. The broken wing burn at the base of his throat caught the lamplight as he turned. "Rider Quenn." His voice was calm, too calm. "Commandant." He studied her for a long moment, his ice-blue eyes moving over her with the precision of a man who had spent decades learning to read the truth in other people's bodies. You fell from formation at 40 strides, he said, and you survived. Vethrix caught me. I saw. He stepped away from the window, circling his desk with the slow, deliberate gait of a man who had all the time in the world. What I did not see was how. The descent was not possible. The angle should have killed you both. Saira said nothing. Oren stopped on the other side of his desk, his hands resting flat on the polished wood. The bond between you, it is stronger than I anticipated. Chapter 14. She made it to her quarters before her legs gave out. The door swung shut behind her, and she pressed her back against the cold iron, sliding down until she sat on the stone floor with her knees drawn up and her hands shaking in her lap. The trial, the fall. Oren's voice wrapped around the word weapon like a caress, the blank space where his expression should have lived in her memory. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to anchor herself to something solid. The forge. Toma's laugh. Her father's hands, scarred and steady, shaping iron at the anvil. The heat of the coal fire, the rhythm of the bellows, the way her mother used to hum while she worked. Her mother's voice. Saira's breath caught. She tried again, reaching for it deliberately, the way she might reach for a tool in the dark. A warm alto, rough at the edges from years of forge smoke and shouting over the hammer's ring. A laugh that came from deep in the chest, rare and precious. The way she used to say Saira's name, drawing it out like a question when she wanted attention, sharpening it like a command when she meant business. Nothing. There was nothing. Not a whisper of pitch or timbre, not the ghost of a melody, not even the echo of a single word. Just a clean, smooth, unbearable blank where her mother's voice had been. Saira opened her eyes. Her hands were still shaking. She stared at them, at the burn scars crossing her knuckles, at the chain-link tattoos circling her left wrist, and tried to feel the absence as a physical thing. It should have hurt. It should have carved a hollow in her chest so deep she could feel the edges. But she did not remember the shape of it well enough to mourn. Vethrix. The name came out like a prayer and a demand and a wound all at once. The bond pulsed. Warmth spread through her ribs, the familiar pressure of his presence pressing against the inside of her skull. But beneath it, she felt something else. Caution. Carefulness. The measured stillness of a creature who already knew what she was going to ask. Saira. My mother. She forced the words out through a throat that felt too tight. I cannot hear her voice anymore. Silence. Not the cold, empty silence of the bond before he had learned to reach her. This was deliberate. Held. The silence of a dragon who was weighing his next words with the precision of a smith testing an edge. How long? She asked, and her own voice inside her head sounded small and sharp and breaking. How long has it been gone? I do not know, Vethrix said, and the truth of it rang through the bond like struck iron. I did not feel it happen. The bond does not always announce what it takes. It simply takes. You knew. Another pause, longer this time. Yes. The word landed in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She sat there on the cold floor, her back against the iron door, and let the weight of it settle. You knew, she said again, and this time it was not a question. I suspected. His voice in her mind was quieter now, stripped of the confidence he usually carried. I have been waiting for you to notice. I did not know how to tell you. You could have warned me. And what would you have done with the warning? The question was not cruel, but it cut anyway. Spent every waking moment testing what remained. Grieved a loss before it happened. I have watched riders fray themselves to nothing, trying to brace against the bond's cost. Foreknowledge does not protect you. It only gives you more time to be afraid. Saira pressed her fist against her sternum, where the warmth of the bond burned steady and constant, and utterly untrustworthy. What else? She whispered. What else have I lost that I have not noticed yet? Vethrix did not answer. The silence stretched until she felt it in her teeth. Tell me. I cannot deny, you said, and the grief in his voice was real, old, worn smooth by centuries. I do not know what I have taken from you. The bond does not show me what it takes, only that something was there, and now it is not. Taken, she repeated. You said taken, not lost. Another long pause. Yes. By who? The bond shuddered. She felt him recoil, not physically, but inside, the way a flame flickers when a door opens too fast. By the bond, he said. By the price of what we are. The Aerie did not invent this cost. They only discovered it, named it, weaponized it. Saira lowered her hand from her chest and let her onto her lap. She thought of her mother's hands, rough and warm and always moving. She thought of the way her mother used to braid wire into Saira's hair before difficult days, humming something low and wordless that Saira had never learned the name of. She could not remember the tune. She could not remember the pitch. She could not remember the feeling of being small enough to fit in her mother's lap and safe enough to close her eyes. I will get it back, she said. Vethrix's silence was the worst answer he could have given her. Tell me I can get it back. Saira, tell me. I cannot lie to you through the bond, he said, and the words were soft and devastating. You know that. There is no place for comfort here. The bond does not give back what it takes, not ever. I have watched riders. I am not them. No. The word came through with something like pride, something like pain. You are not, but you are still bound by the same laws. The cost does not bend for the worthy. She sat there in the growing dark, the torchlight from the corridor seeping under the door in thin orange lines, and felt the shape of her loss like an open wound she could not stop pressing. Her mother's voice. Gone. And somewhere in the folds of her mind, other things were already slipping. Things she had not yet learned to miss because she did not know they were meant to be there. What do I do? She asked. Vethrix was quiet for a long time. Then, slowly, the bond sealed with something that was not warmth and not comfort, but presence. The weight of a creature who had chosen her, knowing the cost, and who would carry the guilt of it for as long as she let him. You keep going, he said, and when you are ready, you go below. Below where? The archive levels, beneath Veska. There are records there. Histories the Aerie tried to burn. Someone in those halls knows more than the generals want told. Saira lifted her head. Why did you not tell me this before? Because I was afraid, Vethrix said, and the honesty of it rang through the bond like a struck bell. I was afraid that if you knew the full shape of what the bond costs, you would hate me for choosing you. She closed her eyes. The anger should have been there. She reached for it, expecting the familiar heat, the forge-born fury that had carried her through every beating and humiliation and betrayal since she had climbed this mountain. But the anger would not come. Only a tired, hollow ache, the feeling of standing in a room where something precious had been, and knowing the absence would only grow. I do not hate you, she said. You will, Vethrix said, eventually, if you stay. That is what the bond does to the bonded. It makes them need each other, then feeds on the needing. Saira pressed her forehead to her knees and breathed. Tomorrow, she would find the archive. Tomorrow, she would learn what the Aerie had burned. Tomorrow, she would begin the long work of understanding what had already been stolen from her. But tonight, she sat on the cold floor of a room that was not hers, in a fortress that had never wanted her, and she let herself feel the full, unbearable weight of her mother's silence. And for the first time since she had climbed this mountain, she was not sure she was strong enough to stay. Chapter 15. Saira did not sleep. She sat on the cold floor with her back against the door until the torchlight under the crack shifted from orange to gray, the first seep of dawn through the mountain's bones. When she finally moved, her joints complained and her hands were numb, but her mind had sharpened into something cold and focused. She could not afford to feel the loss anymore, not if she wanted to find answers before the bond took something else. The halls were quiet at this hour, too early for the morning horn, too late for the night patrols to still be making their rounds. Saira moved through the lower corridors of the iron quarters with her head down, counting doors the way she had counted switchbacks on the climb up the mountain. Vethrix had said below. Below meant the archive levels. Beneath Veska, she found the first maintenance passage behind a rusted grate in the eastern storage hall, where the chainsmith stored spare links and broken harness rings. The grate was bolted, but the bolts were old, and the stone around them had crumbled with decades of salt air and neglect. Saira worked one loose with her belt knife, then another, until the grate groaned inward on hinges that had not moved in years. The tunnel beyond was narrow and black, barely wide enough for her shoulders. She went anyway. The passage sloped down, then down again, switching back on itself until the air changed from the cold dryness of the upper keep to something heavier, damper, laced with the salt tang of deep stone and the faint chemical bite of old ink. Her boots scraped against stone worn smooth by feet that had not walked here in a generation. She counted her steps to keep the panic at bay. 30, 60, 90. The tunnel opened into a corridor lined with iron doors, each one set with a small grill at eye level. The torches here were lit, which meant someone maintained this place. Someone came here still. Saira moved past the first door, then the second, peering through each grill into darkness so thick it seemed solid. The third door was different. The grill showed not darkness but a faint glow, the warm amber of lamplight spilling across shelves packed with scroll cases and leather-bound ledgers. She tried the handle. It turned. The door swung inward without a sound, and Saira stepped into a chamber that smelled of dust and paper and the faint char of something that had been burned a long time ago. Shelves rose from floor to ceiling, crammed with bindings so old the leather had cracked into patterns like dried riverbeds. Scroll cases leaned sideways in stacks that defied gravity. On a central table, a lamp burned low beside an open ledger, whose pages had been partially eaten by fire. And behind the table, a woman was watching her. She was older than Saira had expected, perhaps 50, with iron-streaked hair pulled back in a severe knot, and the kind of face that had been beautiful once and had simply stopped caring about it. Her hands were stained with ink, and she wore no uniform, only a plain gray tunic that could have belonged to a servant or a scholar, or both. She did not look surprised to see Saira. "You are earlier than I guessed," the woman said. Her voice was low, rough at the edges, the voice of someone who had not spoken aloud in hours and did not particularly mind. Most of them wait until they have lost something they cannot pretend to forget before they come looking. Saira's hand went to her belt knife before she could stop herself. The woman's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "Put that away. If I wanted to report you, I would have done it while you were still forcing the grate open." She tilted her head, studying Saira with an attention that felt less like curiosity and more like a diagnosis. "What did you lose?" Saira did not answer. The woman waited. The silence stretched until it felt like a test, and Saira was too tired and too hollow to play games. "My mother's voice," she said. The woman's expression did not change, but something in her eyes shifted, a flicker of recognition that was almost pain. She turned to the shelf behind her and pulled down a leather-bound book so old the title had flaked away entirely. "Then you have come to the right place." She set the book on the table and opened it to a page covered in handwriting so small and dense it looked like scratches. "And the wrong one, depending on what you hope to find." "Who are you?" The woman looked up. "Mira Thorne," she said it the way someone might announce a scar they had long ago stopped covering. "Senior archivist of the Aerie's sealed records, keeper of the burn pile. And before you ask, yes, I know your name. The whole mountain knows your name. You are the one who made the chains groan." Saira's pulse quickened. "You know about the chains?" "I know about everything that happens in this mountain." Mira turned a page, her fingers moving with the practiced economy of someone who had handled old paper for decades. "I know that Vethrix accepted you. I know that Cassian Veyra tried to kill you in the formation trial. I know that Commandant Veyra watched it happen and did nothing." She looked up. "And I know you are losing more than your mother's voice, even if you have not noticed yet." The words landed like a blow. Saira felt the air leave her lungs. "What else?" Mira closed the book and set both hands flat on its cup. "That depends on how much you want to know, and how much you are willing to let the bond take while you learn it." She met Saira's eyes directly, and there was no warmth in the gaze, only the flat honesty of someone who had seen too much to pretend. "The archives are not safe. The answers you want are not hidden because the Aerie lost them. They are hidden because Commandant Veyra does not want anyone to find them. And if he discovers you have been here, he will not simply punish you." She paused. "He will give you a reason to use the bond, repeatedly, until there is nothing left of you but the shape of a rider." The lamp flickered. Somewhere above, the first horn of morning sounded, distant and muffled by the stone. Saira did not move. "Then I had better learn fast," she said. Mira studied her for a long moment, then nodded once, as if confirming something she had already suspected. "Follow me." She turned and walked deeper into the stacks, her footsteps silent on the stone, and the shadows swallowed her before Saira could take a second breath. Saira followed. The shelves pressed closer as the corridor narrowed, the lamplight shrinking until she was walking in a tunnel of her own small shadow. The smell of charred paper grew stronger, and she realized the burned ledger on the table was not an accident. Someone had been destroying records deliberately, systematically. "How many riders have been through this?" Saira asked. Mira did not slow. "How many do you think?" "I asked you." The archivist stopped at a door that was not iron like the others but darkwood, banded with steel, the surface scarred by what looked like claw marks. She produced a key from a chain around her neck and fitted it into the lock. "Enough that I stopped counting," she said. "Enough that I stopped remembering their names." She turned the key. The lock clicked. "Enough that I started keeping this." She pushed the door open. Beyond it, the records were not shelved. They were stacked in crates, hundreds of them, floor to ceiling, filling a chamber so large that Saira could not see the far wall. The crates were labeled with dates and names, and some of the names she recognized. Old rider houses, bloodlines that had been praised in the cadet halls and then quietly forgotten. "These are the ones they failed to burn," Mira said. "The ones I saved." Saira stepped into the chamber, and the sheer weight of what she was seeing pressed against her chest. "How do I find what I need?" Mira turned to face her, and for the first time, her composure cracked, just slightly, enough to show the exhaustion underneath. "You start with the ones who came before you," she said, "and you hope that what they learned is still here." She held out a key. Saira took it. The metal was cold, heavier than it looked, and when her fingers closed around it, she felt something through the bond, a faint pulse of recognition. Vethrix. He knew she was here, and he was afraid for her. The horn sounded again, closer now, calling the cadets to formation. Mira looked toward the ceiling. "You should go," she said, "before they notice you are missing." Saira looked at the crates stretching into the dark, at the names she did not yet know, at the records that held the cost of every bond forged in this mountain. She had found the archive. Now she just had to survive what it would cost her to read it. Chapter 16. The key was heavier than it looked, cold in Saira's palm, and the metal bore scratches that might have been letters once, worn smooth by years of handling. She closed her fingers around it and turned back to the shelves. The crates stretched into darkness, row after row of names she half recognized from the cadet halls, houses that had been praised in one generation and erased in the next. She ran her fingers along the nearest crate and felt the grit of old ash coating the wood. Where do I start? Mira had not moved from the doorway. Her shadow stretched long across the stone, and in the low light, the exhaustion beneath her eyes looked older than her face. "Start with what you already know," she said. "Then let the gaps tell you where to dig." Saira turned. "That is not an answer. It is the only kind I can give you." Mira stepped back into the corridor, and her voice dropped, quiet enough that Saira had to lean forward to catch it. "There are things in these records that, if spoken plainly, would bring Vale's soldiers to this door before the hour ended. I have spent 20 years learning to say what I mean without saying what I mean. You will learn too, or you will not last long enough to read the first crate." The lamp guttered, and Saira saw the archivist's hand tighten on the chain at her neck. "Show me something I can use," Saira said. "One thing, a name, a date, anything that tells me what this place really is." Mira studied her for a long moment. Then she crossed to a crate near the back wall, one marked with a seal Saira did not recognize, and pried the lid open with practiced ease. She pulled out a sheaf of papers bound in cord, the edges of the pages blackened and curled. "These are the chain vault ledgers from the year of the Sundering Front," she said. "Not the official ones, the copies the clerks made before the originals were burned. Saira took the bundle. The paper was brittle, and the ink had faded to a rusty brown, but the numbers were still legible. Rows of names, rows of flights, rows of dates followed by lines that had been scratched through and replaced with a single symbol she did not recognize. "What does this mean?" She pointed to the symbol. Mira did not look at it. "It means the rider stopped being useful." The words hung in the air, and Saira felt something cold settle in her chest. She turned the page, and the next one, and the one after that. The names kept going. The scratched lines kept appearing. The symbol marked the end of every third or fourth entry. How many? More than the Aerie will ever admit. Mira took the bundle back and bound it again. The bond does not kill quickly. It hollows. And when there is nothing left to take, the rider becomes unpredictable, unfit for formation, dangerous to the wing. That is when the chain vault records change. Change to what? Mira's eyes met hers, and for the first time, something broke through the careful composure. Not warmth, recognition. Changed to casualty reports, she said. Training accidents, failed maneuvers. The mountain takes them, and the families are told their child died in service to the realm. They are given a medal and a sealed coffin. They never learn what the coffin actually contains. Saira's throat tightened. An empty box. Worse. Mira's voice dropped so low that Saira barely heard it. A box with enough weight to feel real, so no one opens it. The silence that followed was thick enough to taste. Saira looked down at her hands, at the key still clutched in her fingers, at the burn scars that ran up her forearms from years of forge work. She had come here for answers. She was finding a truth she did not know how to carry. Vethrix said the bond takes what I love most, she said. But I have people I love. My mother is gone, and her voice is gone with her. What happens when the bond runs out of her? Mira's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted, a subtle tightening that Saira caught and understood. Then it moves to the next, Mira said. The bond follows the heart. It does not stop until the heart has nothing left to give. Saira thought of Toma, of her father, still working the forge she had left behind, of Dain, whose name she had spoken in the storm and whose touch she could still feel on her jaw. She thought of what it would mean to lose them piece by piece, to wake up one morning and realize she could not remember why she loved them at all. What if I stop flying? You cannot. Mira's voice was flat, unadorned. The bond does not require flight to take from you. It only requires that you exist. Every day you are bound to Vethrix, the bond works. Slower, perhaps, when you are not drawing on its power. But it never stops. Saira felt the words land like stones in her chest. Then what do I do? Mira looked at her, and in the flickering lamplight, the archivist's face seemed older than the mountain itself. You learn what they do not want you to know, she said, and you decide whether the truth is worth the price of finding it. She reached into the crate again and pulled out a second bundle, this one smaller, bound with red cord that had faded to the color of dried blood. These are the records of the riders who asked the same question you are asking now. She held it out. Saira took it. The cord was brittle, and when she pulled at the knot, it snapped. The pages fell open in her hands, and the first name she saw was written in ink that had not yet fully faded. Mira Thorne. Saira looked up. The archivist was watching her with an expression that gave nothing away. You were a rider, Saira said. I was. How did you survive? Mira's lips pressed together, and for a moment, Saira thought she would not answer. Then the first bell rang. It was not the morning horn. It was deeper, louder, a sound that vibrated through the stone floor and up into Saira's bones. Somewhere above, shouts echoed, and the clatter of boots on stone followed. Mira's face went still. Put the records back, she said. Now. Saira did not move. What is that? That is the alarm for the lower corridors. Mira was already crossing to the dark wood door, her hands steady, but her voice tight. Someone has discovered the archive grate is open. The second bell rang, closer this time, and Saira heard the distinct sound of iron doors slamming shut somewhere in the tunnel beyond. Mira turned. They are sealing the levels. Saira felt her pulse spike. How do I get out? Mira's hand closed around the keychain at her neck, and she met Saira's eyes with a look that held no comfort. "You follow me," she said, "and you do not make a sound." She pushed the dark wood door open, and the tunnel beyond was already darker than it had been, the lamps extinguished by the same hand that had sounded the alarm. Saira gripped the bundle of records, still open to Mira's name, and stepped into the black. Chapter 17. The tunnel went on longer than Saira had expected, the darkness pressing against her eyes until she lost all sense of direction. Mira moved ahead of her with the certainty of someone who had memorized every turn in the dark, her footsteps barely audible against the stone. The third bell did not come. But the silence that followed the first two was worse, a held breath that promised more. Saira kept one hand on the wall, the other clutching the bundle of records against her chest. The paper felt clagial, old, as if the names written on it might crumble if she held too tight. She thought of her own name, thought of Mira's name on that same page, written in ink that had not yet fully faded. "You were a rider. I was." The words echoed in her skull, and she could not square them with the woman who moved ahead of her, who spoke in riddles and kept burned histories in crates and watched the mountain with the patience of someone who had already survived something worse. A door creaked ahead, and gray light spilled into the tunnel. Mira stopped, her silhouette outlined against the opening. "This leads to the eastern storage hall," she said, her voice low. "From there, you can reach the iron quarters without passing the main corridor. The patrols will be watching the upper archive entrance, not this route." Saira stepped into the light, blinking against the dim gray of the storage hall. Crates of grain and barrels of salt lined the walls, dust thick on every surface. No footsteps, no alarm bells. "How did you know this tunnel was here?" Mira did not answer immediately. She turned the key over in her fingers, watching the light catch the metal. "When you spend enough years in the mountain," she said finally, "you learn its bones." Saira wanted to ask more, wanted to press, but something in Mira's face stopped her. There was a wall there, built from years of silence, and no single question would breach it. "You need to go," Mira said, "before the patrols finish their sweep." "What about the records?" Saira held up the bundle. "Your name is in here." Mira's gaze flickered to the papers, then away. "Keep them," she said, "or burn them. I have already survived what they contain. You have not yet." She turned and walked back into the tunnel, and the door swung shut behind her with a soft click that sounded final. Saira stood alone in the storage hall, the records pressed against her chest, the key still warm from Mira's grip. She did not open the bundle again. You did not need to. She already knew the name she had seen, already knew what it meant that Mira Thorne had been a rider and had survived. The question was how, and what it had cost her. The iron quarters were quieter than usual when Saira reached them. The morning horn had sounded, and most cadets were at formation or drills, but the silence felt deliberate, watchful. She made it to her room without seeing anyone. The door closed behind her, and she leaned against it, her breath coming too fast. The bundle of records sat on her bunk, and she stared at it, trying to find the words for what she had learned. Someone had discovered the archive grate. Someone had sounded the alarm, and she had no way of knowing if it was a routine patrol or Cassian Veyra's hand reaching deeper than she had anticipated. A knock at the door made her flinch. "Saira." The voice was low, female, unfamiliar. Saira did not move. "Who is it?" "A messenger from Lady Elira Thorne." The lie hit her like a stone dropped into still water. Elira Thorne. The sick noble girl whose identity she had borrowed, whose cloak she had worn, whose place she had taken on binding day. She had not thought of Elira since that morning, had not allowed herself to, because thinking of Elira meant think of the lie she was still living, the substitution that had turned into a cage. "What does she want?" "She asks you to come to her chambers. She says it is urgent and that she owes you an explanation." Saira's hand hovered over the door handle. An explanation. She had come to the Aerie expecting nothing from Elira Thorne but silence, the kind that came from a transaction completed and a debt paid. But the messenger's words carried a weight that made her suspect that transaction had never been straightforward. "Where are her chambers?" The healer's wing. 3rd floor, room 34. Saira opened the door. The messenger was a young woman in servant's gray, her face unremarkable, her eyes sharp. "She is not well," the messenger said. "She asks that you come now, before the patrols change again." Saira nodded, because there was nothing else to do. The healer's wing was quieter than the iron quarters, the air thick with the smell of herbs and something metallic that Saira recognized from her father's forge. The sick and the injured were housed here, and the soft murmur of voices came from behind closed doors. Room 34 was at the end of the corridor, a narrow door with a small window covered by a curtain. Saira knocked. "Come in." The voice was thin, reedy, but there was something in it that Saira did not expect. Not weakness, but weariness, the kind that comes from watching and waiting and knowing. She pushed the door open. Elira Thorne lay propped against pillows in a narrow bed, her face pale, her dark hair loose around her shoulders. She looked younger than Saira remembered, younger and frailer, but her eyes were clear and sharp, and they fixed on Saira with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. "You came," Elira said. "Your messenger said you owed you an explanation." Elira's lips curved, not quite a smile. "I do." She gestured to a chair beside the bed. "Sit." Saira remained standing. "I have had enough of noble games," she said. "Tell me what you want." Elira looked at her for a long moment, and then she laughed, a sound that was half cough and half genuine mirth. "You are exactly what I expected," she said. "That is why I chose you." Saira's stomach tightened. "Chose me? Did you think it was chance that my household found you?" Elira's voice was soft, but there was steel beneath it. "We knew who you were, Saira Quenn. We knew your father's forge, your brother's name, your mother's grave. We knew you would take the coin because you had no choice." The words landed like blows, precise and cruel. "You used me. I gave you a choice." Elira's face did not change. "The same choice I would have had if I had walked onto that field. But I was too weak to survive the bond, and my family knew it. They needed someone who would not break before the dragon made his decision." Saira's hands clenched at her sides. "Why?" "Because some of us suspected." Elira leaned forward, her voice dropping. "Vethrix has not chosen in a generation. The Vale family has been maneuvering for years to secure him for Cassian. But there were rumors, whispers, that Vethrix would never choose a Vale, that he was waiting for someone else." Saira felt the words settle into her chest, cold and heavy. "Waiting for me?" "We did not know who, only that the Vale's certainty was a lie, and that when the bond struck, the family who controlled the field would control the weapon." Elira paused. "My family wanted a rider who answered to them, not to Oren Vale. But they were not willing to sacrifice me to find out." Saira stared at her. "So they paid me to stand in your place, to be the disposable body on the field." "Yes." The word hung in the air between them, ugly and honest. Saira wanted to be angry, wanted to scream, to demand why she had been treated as a tool, a placeholder, something to be used and discarded. But the anger did not come. Instead, she felt the cold clarity of understanding. "I was never meant to survive the bond," she said. "No." Elira's eyes held hers. "You were meant to be a test. If Vethrix rejected you, you would have been sent back to the forge with your coin or your silence. If he chose you, you would be the weapon my family wanted. A rider with no noble ties, no alliances, no loyalty except to the coin that bought you." "And now?" Elira's expression shifted, something softer passing through it. "Now you have survived what should have killed you," she said, "and my family is no longer certain they can control you." Saira stood in the narrow room, the truth settling around her like a chain she had not known she was wearing. She had been a placeholder, the disposable body on a field where noble houses gambled for a dragon's loyalty, and she had won anyway. "What do you want from me now?" she asked. Elira's gaze was steady. "To offer you information instead of apology," she said. "The Vales are not the only faction playing this game. There are others who would see the bond broken, who would see the Aerie fall, and they are watching you." Saira's pulse quickened. Who? Elira opened her mouth to answer. The bell rang again. Not the archive alarm, the training bell, calling cadets to afternoon formation. And beneath it, Saira heard something else. Footsteps in the corridor, coming closer. Elira's face went still. You need to go, she said. If they find you here, the questions will follow. Saira did not move. The name, she said. Who is watching? Elira's eyes flickered to the door, then back to Saira. Come back tomorrow, she said. After the evening meal, I will tell you what I know. The footsteps were closer now, boots on stone, a voice calling orders. Saira moved. She crossed to the door, her hand on the handle, and looked back at Elira one last time. Why should I trust you? Elira's smile was thin and sad. You should not, she said, but you need me. The door opened, and Saira stepped into the corridor, her heart hammering, the name of the watcher still unknown, the truth still half-spoken. Behind her, the footsteps stopped, and a voice she recognized said, Rider Quenn. She turned. Commander Dain Veyra stood at the end of the corridor, his face unreadable, his eyes fixed on her with an intensity that made the air between them feel charged. I need to speak with you, he said, alone. And the way he said it made Saira understand that whatever he had to say, it could not wait. Chapter 18. Dain did not lead her to his office. He took the narrow stairs past the training hall, then the unlit corridor that ran along the eastern wall where the mountain's natural stone showed through the plaster. Saira followed without asking, her pulse still uneven from the healer's wing, from Elira's voice, from the weight of being watched. He stopped at a door she had never noticed, iron-bound and low, and pushed it open. The room beyond was small, windowless, lit by a single oil lamp on a table cluttered with maps. A strategy chamber, she guessed, the kind used for planning sorties no cadet was supposed to know about. The air smelled of old paper and tallow. Sit, Dain said, and closed the door behind them. Saira did not sit. She stood on the far side of the table, her hands flat on the map's edge, watching him. You wanted to speak alone, she said. We are alone. He did not answer a maniac. He stood with his back to the door, his face half in shadow, the lamplight catching the scar along his jaw. The silence stretched, and Saira felt it pull at her like a current. You went to the healer's wing, he said. It was not a question. Lady Elira Thorne asked to see me. I know. His voice was low, controlled. I saw you leave her room. I followed. Something tightened in Saira's chest. Why? Because I needed to know you were safe before I spoke. He moved then, stepping around the table, and the lamplight caught his face fully. His winter iron eyes were fixed on hers, and there was something in them she had not seen before. Not command, not concern, something raw and unguarded. Saira. The sound of her name, stripped of rank, hit her like a blow. I need you to tell me what is happening, he said. Not what you think I should hear, what is actually happening. She wanted to tell him. The words pressed against her teeth, the truth of the bond, the missing voice, the ledgers, the hollowed riders, the weight of Mira's name in the bundle of records. But the door had not even latched properly, and footsteps could come at any moment, and she did not know who else might be listening. Something happened during the trial, she said instead. Something I did not expect. Dain's jaw tightened. The fall. No. After. She looked down at her hands on the map, the burn scars pale in the lamplight. I cannot remember everything the way I should. The silence that followed was different, heavier. What do you mean? Saira thought of her mother's voice, the absence where it should have been. Thought of the hours she had spent trying to summon the pitch, the rhythm of the old Forge songs, and finding only blankness. I forgot something, she said. Small, but I should not have forgotten it. She did not tell him it was her mother. Did not tell him the loss was permanent. Did not tell him the bond was eating through her memory like acid through cloth. But he saw something in her face. He always saw. He reached across the table and turned the map toward her, his fingers brushing the edge of her sleeve. Show me where you fell. It was a gift, a way to let her choose what to share. Saira traced the ridgeline on the map, the valley where Vethrix had caught her, and felt his gaze on her hands. "You saved yourself," Dain said. "The dragon did not pull you up. You chose the dive." "He caught me. Because you stopped fighting." She looked up. His eyes were steady, holding hers. "That is what I have been trying to teach you," he said. "You cannot fly by force. You have to trust him before you know the outcome." "Is that how you survived the Sundering Front?" she asked. "Trust?" Something flickered in his face, there and gone. "No," he said. "I survived because I did not trust anyone." He turned the map back toward himself and traced a different route, a path through the coastal passes. His hand was close to hers now, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him. "There is something you should know," he said. "Oren Vale has requested a full record of your bond's performance metrics. Flight endurance, response latency, perception accuracy." He paused. "He wants to quantify how fast you are strengthening." Saira's stomach went cold. "He is measuring me. He is calculating your useful lifespan." The words landed between them, precise and ugly. Saira looked at the map and saw the passes, the ridges, the coast where war was gathering, and saw herself as a line on a graph, a resource to be spent. "How long?" she asked. Dain's hand stilled. "I do not know, but I intend to find out." She wanted to say something, but the words would not come. She pressed her palm flat against the wall, out of sight, and felt the cold stone through her tunic. Dain's voice did not waver. "Noted. I will ensure Saira Quenn is reminded of the evening curfew." "See that you do." "We would not want her to wander into something dangerous." The footsteps resumed, receding down the corridor. Dain stood at the door, his hand on the frame, not moving until the sound faded entirely. Then he closed the door, turned the lock, and leaned his forehead against the wood. "He knows," Saira said. "He suspects." Dain's voice was hoarse. "Which is almost worse." He turned to face her, and the mask was gone again. The raw thing beneath was back, and she saw fear in it. "Saira." He crossed the room and stood before her. "He's going to use this. Whatever happens next, he will use it against you. Let him." "No," his voice cracked. "If he reports what he saw, they will separate you from training. They will isolate you from anyone who might support you. They will—" "Let him," she said again, and reached up, her hand pressing against his chest, feeling the steady beat of his heart. "I am already losing pieces of myself," she said. "I will not lose this too." His hand covered hers, and his eyes held her, and for a moment, Saira saw the war in them. Then the bell rang. The tower bell, calling the night watch. Dain's hand tightened on hers, and he pulled her forward, his forehead pressing against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "I will find a way," he whispered. "I swear it." The bell rang again, and he let her go. She left the room without looking back, her hand still warm where he had held it, and stepped into the corridor just as the servant's footsteps rounded the corner. "Saira Quenn," the servant started, eyes going wide. Saira walked past her without a word, her heart racing, the memory of his touch already beginning to blur at the edges. Chapter 19. The bruise on Saira's hip had bloomed overnight into a smear of purple and black, the color of spoiled meat. She pressed her palm against it while the morning horn still rang and felt the ache settle deep into the bone. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Dan's face in the lamplight, felt his breath on her lips, heard Cassian's voice cutting through the dark. Wandering into something dangerous. She pulled on her tunic and braided her hair tight, working wire into the strands until the metal bit against her scalp. The pain helped. It anchored her to the present. The training yard was wet with fog. Cadets moved through the gray in pairs, wooden practice blades clacking, breath pluming white. Saira took her place in the rotation and felt Vethrix stir at the edge of her awareness, a low current of attention. "You are troubled." "I am careful," she answered. "Those are not the same thing." Before she could reply, Elira Valdra stood up on the mat across from her. Her pale hair was pulled back severely, and her narrow face held the expression of someone who had been given permission to hurt. "Saira Quenn," Lyra's voice carried. "I hear you have been making friends in high places." Saira raised her practice blade. I hear you have been making enemies in low ones. Lyra's mouth tightened. She attacked without warning. The first blow slammed into Saira's guard, jarring her arms. The second hooked low, catching the fresh bruise on her hip. Pain lanced through her and she stumbled, her heels skidding on the wet stone. Lyra followed, relentless, driving her back across the mat. Saira gritted her teeth and stopped retreating. She took the next blow on her shoulder, let the impact spin her, and used the momentum to crack her blade across Lyra's ribs. The sound was satisfying, a solid thud that pushed the air from Lyra's lungs. Lyra staggered, and Saira pressed forward. Enough. Dain's voice cut through the fog like a blade. He stepped between them, one hand raised, his face unreadable. Valdris, rotation with henna. Quenn, water and ice for that shoulder before it swells. It was professional, appropriate, the kind of command any officer would give. But his hand brushed Saira's elbow as she turned, featherlight and gone before anyone could see. Cassian saw. He was leaning against the post of the covered walkway, arms crossed, his ice-bloom eyes tracking the moment with the precision of a hawk watching a field mouse twitch. He did not move. He did not speak. But a smile touched his lips, slow and knowing, and Saira felt the ground shift beneath her feet. The morning passed in a blur of drills and stand-downs. Saira iced her shoulder in the corner of the yard, watching Cassian make his rounds. He did not approach her. He did not need to. Every time she looked up, he was there, watching, letting her feel the weight of his attention. By the time the mid-meal bell rang, her nerves were raw. She was crossing the eastern courtyard toward the mess when Cassian fell into step beside her. Rider Quenn. She did not slow. Lord Cassian, I was thinking about Commander Veyra this morning. His voice was light, conversational. Such a dedicated officer, always where he is needed, especially when you are involved. Saira kept her eyes forward. He is the wing commander. He is supposed to supervise training. Supervise. Cassian savored the word. Is that what we are calling it? She stopped, toned, met his gaze directly. What do you want, Cassian? He tilted his head, studying her like she was a specimen pinned to a board. I want to understand. What is it about a forge rat that makes a decorated war hero throw protocol to the wind? Is the mystery, the danger? He stepped closer. Or does he simply enjoy the idea of something that belongs to someone else? The heat rose in her chest, but she did not take the bait. She held his gaze and said nothing. Cassian's smile widened. That is what I thought, he murmured, and walked away. The afternoon brought a change in schedule. Saira was assigned to the west platform for supply rigging, a task normally given to novices and punished cadets. The platform jutted out over a 300-foot drop, and the wind lashed across it in steady, punishing gusts. She worked alone, hauling chains and securing crates of mail and rations for the messenger drakes. The work was honest and exhausting, and for a few blessed minutes she let her mind go blank. Then she heard the groan. It was a sound she knew from the forge, metal under too much stress, the wrong kind of tension. She looked up. The crane arm above her was swinging, loose and uncontrolled, its locking pin gone. A crate the size of a man dangled from its chain, already in motion, already falling. She dove. The crate crashed into the platform where she had been standing, splintering the stone. The chain whipped across the air behind her, and she rolled, trying to find her feet, but the crane arm was still moving, still swinging, and the counterweight was coming next. She was not going to make it. Then hands caught her. Hard hands, hailing her sideways so fast her feet left the ground. The counterweight slammed into the platform edge, spraying stone shards, and she hit the wall with Dain's body between her and the debris. He grunted. His weight pressed her into the stone, and she felt the impact travel through his frame. For a moment there was only the ringing of metal and the scream of wind. Then Dain pulled back, and she saw blood running from his temple where a shard had caught him. His eyes found hers, wild and unguarded. Are you hurt? No. Her voice was hoarse. You are bleeding. He touched his temple, looked at the blood on his fingers. It is nothing. But his hand shook, and footsteps were approaching. Cassian emerged from the stairwell, followed by two cadets. He took in the scene with a single sweep of his eyes. The ruined crate, the broken crane, Dain standing too close to Saira. Saira's hand braced against his chest. "Commander Veyra," Cassian's voice was smooth as oil. "How fortunate you happened to be passing by." Dain straightened. The mask descended, cold and professional. "The crane locking ping failed. It should have been checked this morning." "It was checked," Cassian said. "I saw the log myself." He paused. "Perhaps Saira Quenn is simply unlucky." Saira's hands curled into fists. She felt the chain-link tattoo around her wrist tighten against her skin, a phantom weight. Cassian turned to leave, then stopped. He looked back over his shoulder, and his smile was sharp enough to cut. "Do keep surviving, Saira Quenn. I am beginning to find you entertaining." He walked away. The wind howled across the platform, and Saira stood beside Dain, watching the blood drip from his jaw, feeling the trap close around them both. Chapter 20. The evening winds had stripped the last warmth from the day. Saira stood at the edge of the Aerie, west-facing, where the stone still held the sun's ghost and the drop fell away into bruised purple light. Below her, the mountain's lower terraces faded into shadow, forge smoke rising straight as pillars through the still air. She had come here without deciding to. Her feet had carried her up the switchback trail while her mind was still circling the crane platform. Cassian's smile, Dain's blood on the stone. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs. Not words yet, just awareness, with Thrix's attention brushing against hers like a current testing its banks. She waited. The wind shifted. The clouds above the mountain tore open, and moonlight spilled across the Aerie floor, silver and cold. She heard the whisper of scales on stone before she saw him. Vethrix emerged from the darkness of the upper ledge, his body moving with the coiled patience of something that had learned to wait in absolute stillness. He did not approach her. He stopped at the edge of the moonlight and regarded her with those burning eyes. "You are bleeding." The voice came inside her skull, low and rough as stone grinding against stone. She touched her temple. The cut from the crane shard was small, already clotting. "It is not mine." "Whose?" "Dain's. He pulled me clear." The dragon's tail lashed once, a soft scrape against the stone. "Cassian." It was not a question. Saira nodded. The silence stretched, heavy and waiting. She felt the edge of something in the bond, a pressure like the air before a storm, Vethrix holding something back, wrestling with it. She turned to face him fully. "You knew." Her voice came out steadier than she felt. "Before the bond, before the trial, you knew what it would cost me, and you did not tell me." The dragon's eyes held hers, no defensiveness, no evasion. "Yes." "Why?" Vethrix lowered his head, the movement slow, deliberate. His breath came warm against her face, carrying the scent of stone and ozone and something older, something that tasted of grief. "Because I was afraid." She blinked. Of all the answers she had braced for, that one had not been among them. "I waited centuries," he said. "I refused every hand offered, every heir paraded before me, every voice that tried to claim the bond through blood and ceremony. I told myself I was waiting for the one who would not break, who would not let them use me to do what had been done before." His voice grew thinner, like ice cracking under pressure. "When I felt you walk onto that field, I knew. You smelled of smoke and iron. Your heart beat the rhythm of the forge. You were not asking to be chosen. You were only hoping to survive." She felt her throat tighten. "I chose you because I thought you were strong enough to refuse what the Aerie would ask of you. But I did not tell you the price, because I was not certain you would stay if you knew." The wind pulled at her hair. "What is the full shape of it, Vethrix?" She heard the tremor in her own voice and did not try to hide it. "You said the bond takes memories tied to the one I love most, but that is not everything. I can feel it. There is more you are not saying." The dragon turned his head, looking out over the darkened valley. When he spoke again, his voice carried an old fury, banked but not dead. The bond was not made for theft. It was made for partnership, two souls sharing a single breath. But the Aerie's founders discovered they could reshape it. They forced the bond deeper into the rider's mind until it fed on what was most precious, because a rider with nothing left to lose makes a weapon that cannot be turned. The dragons did not consent to this. His scales rippled, a shudder that ran through his whole body. We were made complicit in a theft we never agreed to, and we've been paying for it ever since, watching riders we loved hollow themselves into silence, knowing we could not stop it because the bond itself would not let us refuse. Saira's hands were cold. She pressed them against her thighs to stop them from shaking. Can it be undone? Vethrix turned his head back. His eyes caught the moonlight, twin coals burning in the dark. I do not know. No dragon has ever tried. No rider has ever asked the question while still whole enough to pursue the answer. She heard the weight in that word, whole. What will the bond take next? She asked. If I keep flying, if I keep using it. What is the next loss? The dragon was silent so long she thought he would not answer. The bond consumes in order, the most precious first, then the ones who shaped you, then the ones who found you after. If your mother is already gone, it will move to the next person your heart has anchored itself to. Her blood turned to river ice. Toma, her father. Damn. If you keep flying without understanding, Vethrix said, his voice barely a whisper against her thoughts, the next loss may not be small. You may not notice until the shape of someone you love has already become a stranger. The wind howled across the Eyrie. She stood there, feeling the stone beneath her feet, the weight of the mountain above her, the living heat of the dragon before her. And she understood, with a clarity that cut through every hope she had been carrying, that the Aerie was not a place she could endure. It was a trap she had to break, or it would break her first, piece by piece, until nothing remained but the weapon they wanted. Show me, she said. Vethrix's head lifted. Show you what? The archives Mira spoke of, the histories the Aerie tried to burn, everything you know about what the bond really is. She met his burning gaze and did not look away. If I am going to lose myself, I want to know exactly what I am losing to, and I want to know if there's a way to fight back. The dragon stepped closer. His brow lowered until it was level with her face, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his scales, could see the ember glow deep in his eyes. There is a chamber beneath the chain vaults, he said, sealed before the Aerie was built. The founders did not know it existed. I found it by accident, a century ago, when the mountain shifted and the tunnels opened for 3 days. What is in it? The voices of the first dragons, the ones who were bound before the bond was corrupted. His voice dropped to something barely audible. They may know how to break what the Aerie made. Saira's heart hammered against her ribs. Can you take me there? Vethrix's gaze held hers, and she felt his answer before he spoke it. Not in words, but in a flood of warmth and resolve that poured through the bond like water through cracked stone. Yes, but if we go, they will know. The chains that still hold me in the lower vault are linked to Orenvale's signal chain. If I move beyond the permitted radius, the mountain will ring like a bell, and every guard in the Aerie will know we have crossed a line there is no returning from. The wind tugged at her braids. She thought of Dain's hands catching her, Toma's voice in her memory, telling her not to come home, her mother's face already fading at the edges. She thought of 40 flights to completion. Show me the entrance tonight, she said, and tomorrow, when the horns sound for evening formation, I will decide whether we cross that line or not. Vethrix lowered his head in a gesture that felt like reverence. Then I will wait. He turned and vanished into the darkness of the upper ledge, his scales swallowing the moonlight until he was nothing but shadow among shadows. Saira stood alone on the Eyrie, feeling the cold seep through her boots, feeling the shape of the choice that was already taking form in her chest. She was not going to survive this mountain, but she was going to tear it open first. Chapter 21. The Eyrie shadows clung to her as Saira descended the inner stairs, the stone cold through her boots, Vethrix's voice still echoing in her skull. 40 flights. The number beat in time with her pulse. 40 flights to completion. 40 flights until the bond had taken everything worth keeping. She did not go to her quarters. Her feet carried her through the lower corridors, past the iron door Mira had shown her, into the narrow passage behind the storage hall. The archive key was warm against her palm, as if it remembered being forged. The sealed chamber was dark when she reached it. She lit the lamp with trembling hands and let the flames settle before she moved deeper into the stacks. Mira was there. The archivist sat at the far table, her iron-streaked hair loose around her shoulders, her face carved from stone. She did not look surprised to see Saira. "You came back faster than I expected." "I know about the order," Saira said. "The most precious first, then the ones who shaped me, then the ones who found me after." Mira's hands stilled on the ledger before her. "Who told you?" "Vethrix." A long pause. The lamp flame jumped. "Then you know more than most writers ever learn," Mira said quietly, "and less than you need to." She rose and crossed to a shelf near the back wall, running her fingers along the spines until she found what she sought. A thin volume bound in cracked leather, no title on the cover, the pages yellowed and soft with age. "This is the projection ledger," Mira said, "copied from the Chain Vault originals before they were burned. Every rider bonded to a major dragon in the last 40 years, tracked by flight count, bond intensity, and emerald depletion." She opened it on the table and turned pages until she found the most recent entries. Saira's breath caught. The script was precise, almost beautiful. Names in neat columns, dates of first bonding, flight counts. A column marked projected completion with a number beside each entry. She found her own name near the bottom. Quenn, S. Bonded. Day 183, Cycle 4. Major uses, 3. Projected. 40. Notes. Accelerated progression. Monitor closely. 40. Not 40 years, 40 flights. She stared at the number until it blurred. "How accurate is this?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Mira's face was unreadable. "Accurate enough that the Aerie has never missed a projection by more than 2 flights. They have been refining the calculations for decades. The bond consumes at a predictable rate once the pattern is established. Your first 3 major uses took your mother's voice, the shape of her face, and the memory of her forge song." Saira's hand went to her chest, to the hollow place where her mother used to live. "The next 10 flights will take the rest of her," Mira continued, her voice flat, clinical, as if reciting a weather report. "Then the bond will move to the next person your heart has anchored itself to. Based on the rate of acceleration, you will begin forgetting your brother within 15 additional flights, your father within 20. And the person you have begun to love in the dark, the one you meet in secret rooms, will become a stranger before you reach 35. The lamp flame guttered. Saira thought of Dain's hands catching her, the way he had cupped a face in the strategy room, his thumb tracing her cheekbone. The shape of his voice when he said her name. She would not remember any of it. "How I stopped it?" she asked. Mira did not answer. "There must be a way." "There is a way," Mira said slowly, "but it has not been tried in living memory, and the one person who might have known how is buried beneath 3 centuries of stone and silence." Saira's heart slammed against her ribs. The sealed chamber, the one Vethrix found. Mira's eyes snapped to hers, sharp and searching. "You know about that?" "He told me. Tonight. He said the voices of the first dragons are there, the ones who were bound before the bond was corrupted." Mira was silent for a long moment. Then she reached into her tunic and pulled out a folded piece of parchment, yellowed and cracked along the creases. "I copied this from a crumbling scroll I found in the lower vaults 10 years ago. I have never shown it to anyone." She unfolded it on the table. Saira leaned close. The drawing was crude but unmistakable, a diagram of the mountain's inner passages, marked with symbols she did not recognize. At the center, a circle divided into 4 chambers. In the lowest chamber, a crude sketch of a dragon coiled around a stone pillar. "The founders sealed this passage 100 years before the Aerie was built," Mira said. "They knew what was down there. They chose to bury it rather than face what it meant. What does it mean? Mira looked up, and for the first time, Saira saw something raw in her eyes, something that looked like grief. It means the bond was not always a harvest. It means we were not always meant to be hollowed. And it means the first dragons knew how to love their riders without consuming them. The words hung in the air like smoke. Saira reached for the diagram. The door to the archive slammed open. Both women spun, boots in the corridor, voices, a patrol, close, coming fast. Mira moved with a speed Sata had tried to fetch her. I snatched the diagram, shoved it into Saira's hands, and grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the back wall. "The shaft behind the third shelf," she hissed. "It drops to the old maintenance tunnel. Follow it north until we reach the dry well. From there, you can circle back to the iron quarters." "What about you?" "I will tell them I was alone, that I heard a noise and came to investigate." "Mira, go." Saira did not argue. She shoved the diagram into her tunic, pushed past the third shelf, and found the iron ring set into the stone floor. She pulled. The grate lifted, revealing a dark shaft, a rusted ladder descending into nothing. She swung onto the ladder and pulled the grate shut over her head, just as the patrol entered the main chamber. She heard voices, a man's, sharp and official. Mira's, calm and unhurried. Then the grate sealed above her, and the voices vanished into stone. She hung in the dark, the diagram pressed against her chest, the number 40 burning in her skull like a brand. 40 flights, and the first one was already gone. Chapter 22. The dark swallowed her. Saira clung to the rusted ladder rungs, the diagram crumpled against her ribs, her breath coming in shallow bursts that echoed off stone. Above, the grate had sealed Mira into the archive with the patrol. Below, the shaft dropped into nothing she could measure. She could not stay here. She forced her hands to move, one run at a time, descending until her boots hit packed earth. The maintenance tunnel ran north, just as Mira had said, narrow and choked with the smell of old water and rat droppings. She moved by touch, one hand on the wall, the other pressed against the diagram as if it might dissolve if she loosened her grip. 40 flights. She had already lost 3 pieces of her mother. The tunnel curved, branched, and she took the left fork without knowing why, trusting the shape of Mira's diagram burned into her mind. After what felt like an eternity of dark, a crack of gray light appeared ahead. She pushed through a rusted grate into a dry well, climbed the iron staples set into the wall, and emerged into a storage alcove behind the eastern kitchens. The Aerie was still awake. She could hear voices, distant footsteps, the clatter of pots. She slipped through the shadows, keeping her head down, and reached the iron quarters without being stopped. Her room was empty, cold. The same narrow cot, the same chipped wash basin, the same silence that had pressed on her every night since binding day. She stood in the center of the floor and tried to breathe. 40 flights. 35 and Dain would be a stranger. The thought split something open inside her. Not grief, not yet, but a raw, animal refusal that made her hands shake. She could not sleep. She could not sit still. The walls of the room felt too close, the ceiling too low, and the number 40 kept beating against her skull like a pulse. She needed to see him. The decision came without logic, without planning. She pulled the diagram from her tunic, folded it smaller, and tucked it into the lining of her boot. Then she slipped out of the room and moved through the Aerie's night corridors, past the empty training yard, past the stone basin where Vethrix had first carried her, up the switchback stairs toward the officer's wing. She knew where Dain's quarters were. She had never gone there before. The boundary had felt absolute, a line she could not cross without ruining everything they had built on the other side of it. Tonight, the boundary meant nothing. She found the door at the end of a narrow corridor, a plain iron handle, no nameplate, no mark of rank. She knocked before she could think better of it. 3 quick beats, a pause, then the door opened. Dain stood in the gap, shirt untucked, sleeves rolled to his elbows, a lantern burning low behind him on a scarred wooden desk. His eyes went from her face to the bruises on her arms, to the state of her tunic, and something in his expression shifted from surprise to recognition, as if he had been waiting for this moment without knowing it. "Saira." She did not give herself time to hesitate. She stepped forward, pushed the door open wider, and walked past him into the room. The door clicked shut. He did not move toward her. He stood with his back to the door, watching her with that same guarded stillness she had seen on the flight platform, on the training yard, in the strategy room when Cassian's voice had cut through their almost moment. "You should not be here," he said quietly. "I know. If anyone sees you, I know." She turned to face him. The lantern light carved shadows into his face, caught the silver at his collar, the fresh scab at his temple where the crane shard had cut him. She had seen him bleed for her. She had felt his hands pull her from death, and she was running out of time to remember any of it. "Dain!" His name came out cracked. "I am going to forget you." The silence that followed was not empty. It was filled with everything they had not said, every touch they had pulled back from, every word swallowed before it could take shape. "Tell me," he said. She could not tell him the full truth, not yet. Not without the diagram, without the sealed chamber, without knowing whether any of it could be undone. But she could tell him enough. "The bond takes what I love most," she said. "It has already taken my mother's voice, her face, her forge song, and it will keep taking. It will take my brother, my father." She stopped, swallowed. "It will take you." Dain's jaw tightened. His hands stayed at his sides, but she saw the tremor run through them. The same tremor she had seen on the west platform after he pulled her clear of the falling counterweight. "How long?" "I do not know exactly, but I know it is not enough." She crossed the room before she could lose her nerve. 3 steps, close enough to smell the cold stone and rain on his skin, close enough to see the pulse beating at his throat. "I do not want to waste another moment being careful," she said. He looked at her for a long, aching breath. Then his hand came up, slow enough that she could have stopped it, and cupped the side of her face. "Neither do I." He kissed her. It was not gentle. It was not tentative. It was the collision of everything they had held back, every near miss, every interrupted touch, every word spoken too quietly in the dark. His hand slid into her hair and she pressed into him, her fingers gripping his tunic, feeling the heat of him through the fabric, the quick rise and fall of his chest against hers. The kiss broke open into something hungrier. He pulled her closer, his other hand finding the small of her back, and she made a sound she did not recognize, something between a gasp and a sob. He broke the kiss just far enough to rest his forehead against hers. "Saira." She could feel his breath on all lips, could feel the tremor in his hands, the restraint he was having to scrape together. "I do not care what the ledgers say," he said. "I do not care how many flights you have left. I will find a way to keep you whole." She wanted to believe him. For one desperate moment, she let herself believe him. Then she heard it. Footsteps in the corridor. Slow, deliberate, stopping just outside the door. Saira's blood turned to ice. She looked at Dain. His face had gone still, his eyes fixed on the door, one hand already reaching for the blade at his belt. The footsteps did not move. Whoever was out there was listening. Chapter 23. She lay awake until the horn. The kiss was still on her mouth, the pressure of Dain's hand still printed against her back. But when she tried to hold the moment whole, the edges frayed. She remembered the sound of his breath catching. She remembered the way his thumb had traced the line of her jaw. But the words he had whispered just before the footsteps stopped outside his door, those were already gone. She sat up in the gray dawn light, her hands trembling against the blanket, and tried to pull the sentence back. Nothing. Only the shape of an absence where something warm had been. The horn sounded again. Saira dressed on reflex, the flight leathers, the boots, the braid pulled tight with wire because fear was already coiling in her chest like smoke. She could not afford to feel this. She could not afford to stop and count what else might have slipped away while she slept. She left the iron quarters before the other cadets stirred. The training yard was empty, the stone wet with mist that had rolled down from the peaks overnight. She stood at the edge of the flight platform and let the cold air hit her face, hoping it would sharpen what was blurring. Vethrix's voice came through the bond like heat through stone. "You did not sleep." No. You went to him. She did not answer. She did not need to. The bond carried the truth whether she shaped it into words or not. The warmth of Dain's hands, the press of his mouth, the terror of the footsteps that had stopped outside the door. The smith's nephew saw you. I know. He did not see you enter, but he saw the light still burning in the commander's window after you left. A cold thread of dread worked its way down her spine. Cassian had been watching. Not just the strategy room, not just the training yard, the officer's wing at night. He did not see my face, she said. He did not need to. He knows who the commander would open his door for at that hour. Saira closed her eyes. The mist clung to her lashes. Somewhere below, the morning bell began to ring, and the mountain stirred to life. The training flight was brutal. They flew formation over the eastern ridge, the wind shearing off the peaks in gusts that made the younger cadets wobble and correct. Saira kept Vethrix steady through pure instinct, her body remembering what her mind could not hold. But every time she tried to focus on Dain's voice in her memory, the words dissolved like frost on warm stone. By the time they landed, she was shaking. Lyra Valdrust dismounted 10 feet away and did not look at her. Cassian was not on the flight line. That should have been a relief, but it only made the dread worse because she did not know where he was or what he was doing with the knowledge he had gathered. Dain stood at the edge of the platform, speaking with a supply officer, his back to her. She watched his hands as he gestured, the same hands that had cupped her face, and felt the memory of his touch flicker at the edges of her awareness like a candle guttering in a draft. She could not lose this. Not yet. Not when she had only just touched it. You are thinking in circles, Vethrix said. It will not stop the consumption. I know. Then stop thinking. Fly again. The air is cleaner than your fear. She wanted to argue, but he was right. The spiral would not save her. She swung back into the harness and they launched before the wing commander could call the next rotation. The wind tore the breath from her lungs. Below, the mountain fell away, the training yard shrinking to a speck, the cadets scattering like insects. Saira leaned into the dive, let the speed press her flat against Vethrix's neck, felt the bond stropping into something lean and focused. Yes, Vethrix said. This is what you are meant for. She did not answer. She let the flight strip her down to sensation. The sun cleared the eastern peaks by the time they returned. Saira's muscles burned, her lungs ached, but the panic had receded, pushed back by the simple animal fact of surviving the air. She landed on the west platform and found Oren Vale waiting for her. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark uniform immaculate despite the mist, his iron-gray hair untouched by the wind. The broken wing scar at his throat caught the morning light. Saira Quenn. She dismounted, kept her hands steady. Commandant, I am told you flew beyond the formation boundary. I followed a thermal. The cadets were struggling. I did not want to crowd the ridge. He regarded her with the stillness of a man who had already decided what he believed. Your initiative is noted. Your compliance will be monitored more closely going forward. Her blood chilled. Effective immediately, Oren continued. Your quarters are restricted to the iron quarters and the trading wing. No access to the archive levels, no access to the eastern storage halls, no movement after Nightbell without written authorization from the wing commander. Dain. He had said Dain's title, not his name. A formal wall erected in plain language. And if I need supplies from the lower stores, submit a request. It will be reviewed. She held his gaze. Who made this decision? The Security Council, after a thorough review of recent irregularities in the mountain's lower passages. The archive. He knew about the archive. Or he suspected, and the restriction was a net cast wide enough to catch whatever she was reaching for. I understand, she said. Oren's mouth tightened at the edges, not quite a smile. I expect you do. He turned and walked away, his boots clicking against the wet stone, and Saira stood alone on the platform with the wind tearing at her braids and the weight of a cage she had not seen closing until it was already latched. Vethrix's voice came soft and grim. He knows you found something. He does not know Mode, but he knows. Then I need to find the rest before he figures it out. You have 40 flights. The restrictions will make each one count. She looked down at her hands. The chain-link tattoo around her wrist seemed darker in the gray light. the links pressing against her skin like a shackle she had forgotten she was wearing. She had lost 3 pieces of her mother already. She could not remember what Dain had whispered against her mouth. And somewhere beneath this mountain, buried in sealed chambers that the Aerie's founders had tried to erase, the first dragons had known how to bond without consuming the people they loved. She would find them, even if Oren Vale had to bone every corridor to stop her. The mist curled around the platform as she turned toward the iron quarters, and in the shadow of the eastern wall, a figure shifted. Cassian Vale stepped into the light. He did not speak. He only smiled, slow and certain, and raised one hand in a gesture that was almost a salute. He had heard everything. Saira walked past him without breaking stride, but the chain-link tattoo tightened against her wrist like a warning, and she knew, with the cold clarity of a blade drawn across stone, that the war had not begun on the flight line or the training yard. It had begun the moment she knocked on Dain's door, and Cassian Vale intended to win it. Chapter 24. The summons came before she reached her door. A cadet she did not recognize, younger than the rest, with nervous hands and a voice that cracked on her name. "The Commandant requests your presence, immediately." Saira stopped with her palm flat against the door of her quarters, the wood still cold from the mountain night. The mist clung to her leathers, and beneath her ribs the bond thrummed with Vethrix's attention. "He moves fast," Vethrix said. "He has been waiting for this." She turned without answering the cadet, without looking back at the platform where Cassian had stood with his mocking salute still burning in her memory. The mist swallowed the mountain as she walked, and the cadet fell into step behind her like a guard who did not want to be one. The Commandant's tower rose from the eastern flank of the Aerie, older than the rest of the fortress, its stone darker, its windows narrow as arrow slits. Saira had never been inside. She had imagined it lined with trophies, banners, the bones of old victories. Instead, the corridor was plain, the walls bare, the air so still it felt sealed. The cadet stopped at the final door. "He will see you alone." She pushed it open before the cadet could finish retreating. Oren Vale stood at the far end of a long room, his back to her, his hands clasped behind his uniform. The window before him showed nothing but gray sky, the sea invisible beneath the cloud layer. A single lamp burned on the desk, casting more shadow than light. "Saira Quenn." He did not turn. "Close the door." She closed it. The latch clicked like a lock engaging. Oren turned slowly, and in the dim light his face looked carved, the saber scar across his jaw a pale line against weathered skin, the broken wing burn at his throat catching the lamplight. He did not gesture for her to sit. There was no chair on her side of the desk. "You have been busy since you arrived at the Aerie," he said. Impressive for a girl who was meant to be a placeholder. "I was not meant to be anything," she said. "That was the point." His mouth moved, not quite a smile. "No, you were meant to fail. House Thorne paid you to be disposable, and instead you became the most dangerous variable in this mountain. Do you know why that frightens them?" She did not answer. "Because they cannot control what they cannot predict." Oren braced his hands on the desk and leaned forward. "And you, Saira Quenn, are a chainmaker's daughter who walks through their ceremonies as if the rules do not apply to you." "The rules were written to exclude me," she said. "Why would I follow them?" "Because I wrote some of them, and I am offering you a choice." He straightened and moved around the desk, slow, deliberate, the boots soundless on the stone. He stopped at the window, his profile sharp against the gray light. "The bond you carry is as strong as this Aerie has seen in a generation. Vethrix chose you. That is fact, and fact must be managed." He turned his head, meeting her eyes. "I can see that your family is safe. I can see that your brother Toma never receives a conscription notice. I can see that your father's forge runs without interference from debt collectors or guild inspectors." Saira's chest tightened. She kept her face still. "In exchange," Oren continued, "you stop digging. You stop visiting the archives. You stop meeting with Lady Elira Thorne. You fly the missions you are given. You follow the chain of command, and you let the bond do what it was built to do." "And when the bond has taken everything I love?" Oren's expression did not change. "Then you will be the most effective weapon the realm has ever produced." The words hung in the air like a blade suspended mid-strike. Saira heard Mira's voice in her memory. He would provoke you into using the bond until you were hollow. And she saw, with sudden clarity, that Oren did not hate her. He did not even resent her. He looked at her the way a smith looked at a piece of unfinished steel, leshing how much heat it could take before it bent into the shape he wanted. "You want me to become nothing," she said. "I want you to become useful." He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the fine lines at the corners of his eyes, the hint of gray in his iron hair. "You think I do not understand what the bond costs? I have watched riders burn brighter and dimmer. I have seen what remained after the harvest is complete, and I made peace with it long before you were born, because the alternative is a kingdom that does not survive the winter. Survival at any price is not survival," she said. "It is just a slower death." Oren's eyes flickered. For a moment something moved behind them, a crack in the armor, a shadow of the man he might have been before he learned to make peace with atrocity. Then it closed. "You remind me of someone," he said quietly. "Someone who asked the same questions and believed the same things. She is buried in the slope beneath the eastern Aerie, in an unmarked grave, because by the time she finished being useful, there was nothing left of her to mourn." Saira's throat burned. "Your mother died before you could remember her voice," Oren said. "That is grief, I do not deny it. But if you keep fighting the bond, if you keep digging for answers that had stayed buried, you will not have a mother to forget. You will not have a brother. You will not even have yourself. And you will have accomplished nothing except shortening the time you have left." He held her gaze. "The conscription lists for the lower city are compiled every season," he said. "They can be accelerated as easily as delayed. Think carefully before you decide which version of your future you prefer." The threat hung between them, naked, unadorned by pretense. Saira did not look away. She did not drop her hands. She let the chain-link tattoo burn against her wrist, let the bond thrum beneath her ribs, let Vethrix's distant awareness curl through her like a promise. "I will think carefully," she said. Oren studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded once, a dismissal, and turned back to the window. The door closed behind her without a sound. The corridor was empty. The cadet had vanished. Saira stood in the still air with Oren's voice repeating in her skull, ulcerated as easy as go coat before the horn did. Saira lay still in the narrow cot, staring at the ceiling stones where the mortar had grumbled into a map of cracks she had traced a dozen times. The air through the window gap tasted of frost and iron. She had not dreamed, or if she had, the bond had already taken the shape of it. She rose, dressed, braided her hair with wire because her hands needed something to do, and because fear coiled in her chest like a living thing and the wire was armor. The memory of Dain's whispered words was gone. She had accepted by now the clean absence where something precious had been. But this morning she wanted to test something smaller, something she could bear to lose. She stood at the window and reached for the joke. It had been 3 nights ago, in the strategy room beneath the training hall. Dain had been marking a patrol route on the map, his hand moving in that precise, economical arc he used for everything. She had said something, she could not remember what, and he had noticed, a little revealing, and he had looked up at her with an expression she had never seen on his face before. Not the commander's mask, not the careful wariness he wore around nobles. Something looser, almost boyish. And then he had said, "Nothing." The shape of the moment was there, the lamplight, the ink on his fingers, the way his shoulders had dropped half an inch. But the words themselves were gone, scooped out like marrow from a bone. She knew she had laughed. She remembered the feeling of it, the surprise of sound escaping her before she could stop it. But she could not remember what had been funny. The absence was worse than the loss of his whispered vow, because at least she had known that moment existed. This one she had to discover by chasing its echo. Saira pressed her palm flat against the cold stone of the window frame and let the ache settle. What did he say? The bond offered nothing. Vethrix was awake. She could feel him stirring beneath the mountain, a slow heat at the edge of her awareness, but he could not see what she had lost. He had told her that. He could sense only that something was missing, not the shape of the thing itself. She finished braiding her hair and went to find Mira Thorne. The archive smelled of must and ink and the particular stillness of chambers no one visited except those who had reason to hide. Mira was at her usual table, a stack of ledgers arranged in front of her like a fortress. She did not look up when Saira entered. "You should not be here," Mira said. "The restrictions Oren placed on you are not suggestions. He will have you watched." "I know." "Then why are you here?" Saira sat down across from her. The chair scraped against the stone floor, a sound too loud in the quiet. "I lost a joke," she said. Mira's hand stopped moving over the ledger. She looked up slowly, her ink-stained fingers still curled around the pen. "A joke," she repeated. "A specific one. A moment with Dain. I remember where we were, what the light looked like, how his hand moved. But the words are gone. And I only noticed because I tried to hold on to something small on purpose to see if I could." Mira set the pen down. "And I will tell you the worst part, Saira. The part no one warns you about. You can become a stranger to yourself before you notice the distance growing. One day you will reach for a memory and find nothing, and you will realize that the person who held that memory no longer exists." She was hollowed out, one joke, one whisper, one beloved face at a time. Saira's hands were steady on the table. She made them stand steady. "How long did it take you," she asked, "to become a stranger? To know that you had to break the system or die inside it?" Mira's eyes held hers. The silence stretched long enough that Saira thought she would not answer. Then Mira reached into the collar of her tunic and pulled out a thin chain. At the end of it hung a ring, plain iron, worn smooth by years of touching. "This was hers," Mira said. "I do not remember her name. I do not remember the day she gave it to me. But I kept it, because some part of me knew that if I let go of every physical thing that anchored me to her, I would have nothing left to prove that I was ever more than a weapon." She tucked the ring back beneath her tunic. "I broke the system by surviving," she said. "That is all I managed. I survived long enough to become useless, and they let me fade into the archive instead of the grave. But I did not break it for anyone else. I did not tear it down. I just outlasted my own hollowing." Saira leaned forward. "Then help me tear it down now." Mira studied her. The air between them was thick with unspoken warnings. "I will show you what I can," Mira said. "But we have very little time. Oren knows you are searching, and once he decides you are more dangerous as a symbol than as a weapon, he will not wait for the bond to finish you." She pulled a folded piece of paper from beneath the ledger and slid it across the table. "The diagram I gave you before is incomplete," she said. "There is a third passage, one that does not appear on any official map. It was sealed after the sundering front, but the seal is older than the stone that covers it." Saira unfolded the paper. A narrow corridor, drawn in faint ink, branching off from the mound tunnel she had navigated before. "This leads to the chain vault annex," Mira said. "The same vaults where the projection ledger was kept. But there is a second chamber behind it, one that even the ledgers do not mention." "What is in it?" "I do not know." Mira's voice was flat. "I have never been able to open the inner door, but the first dragon's voices resonate strongest there. If you want to hear them clearly enough to understand how the bond was corrupted, that is where you need to go." Saira folded the paper and slipped it into her sleeve. "When?" "Tonight. The patrol rotation shifts at the third bell. You will have a window of perhaps 20 minutes before the next watch passes the annex entrance." Saira nodded. She stood, and Mira caught her wrist. "Do not let the bond take any more than it already has," Mira said. "The joke you lost today, the whisper you cannot remember, those are the first threads of a tapestry. Once enough threads are pulled, the whole thing unravels, and you do not get to weave it back together." Saira looked down at Mira's hand on her wrist, the ink-stained fingers, the tremor she felt through the grip. "I know," she said. She left the archive and walked back through the cold corridors with the folded paper pressed against her arm, and she felt that weight of the joke she could not remember like a bruise that had no point of impact. 20 minutes tonight, the third bell, and then she would know what the first dragons had to say about a system that fed on love. The horn for morning formation sounded as she reached the iron quarters, and she changed direction toward the yard without breaking stride. Behind her, she did not see the shadow detach from the alcove at the far end of the corridor, or the glint of polished silver at its collar, but she felt the weight of eyes on her back, and she knew, with a certainty that sat cold in her bones, that the window Mira had promised was already narrowing. Chapter 26. The wind off the Blackwater coast carried salt and the rot of something dead. Saira felt it on her tongue before she saw the sea, a gray-green churn below the cloud brick, and she knew before Vethrix spoke that the reconnaissance run had gone wrong. The markers are wrong. His voice cut through the wind with the clarity of a bell. She leaned forward against the harness, scanning the headland below. The route should have followed the cliff edge east toward the observation post at Thorne Point, but the signal flags posted along the ridge did not match the formation brief she had memorized at dawn. She pulled the folded map from her flight jacket, the paper snapping against her gloves. The wind tried to tear it from her hands. "Confirm," she called into the wind. "Which markers?" "All of them. The last 3 signal posts have been rotated. The bearing flags are set for a channel that does not exist." Her stomach dropped. A formation that followed those markers would fly straight into the storm corridor, where the coast broke into reef and the currents pulled dragons down before they could climb. This was not weather. This was planning. She twisted in the harness, looking back. The squadron had spread wide behind her, a diamond of wings against the gray sky. Riders and dragons, following the same markers. "Do not follow the line," Vethrix said. "I can feel the storm building beyond the headland. If we hold this bearing, we would hit the shear wall at full speed." "How far off is the real channel?" 2 degrees north. The observation post is still where it should be. They have not moved the mountain. 2 degrees. Enough to kill anyone who trusted the posted markers without question. She made the decision without letting herself think about the consequences. "Braid formation. Take us north." Vethrix banked without hesitation, his wings tipping hard enough that the harness bit into her ribs. The squadron scattered behind them. Shouts from riders, confused signals, a horn blast that meant, "Hold bearing." She ignored it. The storm hit them 3 minutes later. It came not as rain, but as a wall of wind that smelled of lightning and open water. Vethrix folded his wings and dropped, riding the sheer instead of fighting it, and Saira felt his body through the bond like her own bones were shifting. The cold was absolute. Her flight leathers iced at the seams. The world became noise, pressure, the scream of air over scales. "Hold." She held. They fell through the corridor for what felt like a lifetime, the sea rushing up beneath them, the reef teeth visible where the waves broke white. At the last possible moment, Vethrix opened his wings and caught the updraft from the cliff face. The force of the stop drove the breath from her lungs. She tasted blood. Then they were through. The storm lay behind them, a churning gray mass that swallowed the light. Ahead, the observation post at Thorne Point rose from the fog, solid and real, and exactly where the map said it should be. Saira let herself breathe. The rest of the squadron straggled on over the next 10 minutes, riders pale-faced and dragons laboring. 2 had taken damage to their wing sails from debris thrown by the storm. No one had died. That was the part that mattered. She was still counting them when she saw the 3rd dragon, a sleek popper beast with Cassian veil on its back, land at the edge of the post. He dismounted before the beast had fully settled and walked toward her with a stride that did not carry the tremor of someone who had nearly died. How long had he known? "You broke formation," Cassian said, loud enough for the riders within earshot to hear. "You abandoned the bearing line without signal or authorization. That is insubordination." Saira kept her gloves on, kept her voice flat. "The markers were rotated. The bearing flags pointed into the storm corridor. If I had held that line, we would have lost at least 2 dragons to the sheer wall." "You do not know that." "I know it because I have flown this route before, and because Vethrix confirmed the markers did not match the briefing." Cassian's smile was thin and precise. "The dragon told you." "Yes. Dragons do not read signal flags. Vethrix does." She held his gaze. "He has flown these waters longer than you have been alive. He does not need a painted post to tell him where the reef is." A murmur passed through the gathered riders. Cassian's jaw tightened. Behind them, another dragon descended through the fog. Dain's. Saira recognized the shape before she saw his face, the way he landed, the economy of motion in his dismount. He crossed the stone platform without looking at Cassian. "You called for support deviation," Dain said to Saira. His voice was controlled, but she caught the tension in the line of his shoulders. What happened? The route markers were tampered with. She kept her voice pitched for him alone. 3 posts past the headland. The bearing flags were set to lead the formation into the storm corridor at full speed. If Vethrix had not directed, we would have hit the shear wall. Dain's expression did not change, but she saw his hand tighten on the strap of his flight harness. He turned to Cassian. "Is this true?" Cassian spread his hands. "The markers were set by the signal corps at dawn, as they have been for every reconnaissance run this season. If the markers were wrong, that is a matter for investigation." His voice dropped. "But she still broke formation without authorization. That is a violation of protocol, regardless of the outcome." Dain was silent for a long moment. The wind pulled at his coat. "Protocol exists to keep riders alive," he said. "Ryder Quenn made a judgment call that preserved the squadron. I will note the deviation in my report and recommend it be filed under tactical necessity." "Tactical. I said I will handle it, Cassian." The silence that followed was sharp enough to cut. Cassian looked at Dain, and Saira saw something cold pass between them, an understanding that did not need words. Then Cassian smiled. "Of course, Commander. I trust your report will be thorough." He turned and walked back toward his dragon, and Saira let the weight of his gaze leave her like a pressure released. Dain waited until Cassian was out of earshot. "Are you injured?" "No." "The bond," she almost told him. "Almost said I cannot feel the edge of the joke anymore, and I am starting to forget the way your voice sounds when you are not angry." But the riders were watching, and the fog was lifting, and the 3rd bell was still hours away. "I am fine," she said. Dain studied her. "You broke formation." "I know." "Next time, signal first. Even if you think there is no time, signal first, so he cannot claim insubordination." She nodded. The understanding between them was fragile, but real, and she felt it fray as she watched Cassian's dragon lift into the gray sky. The window was still open. 20 minutes at the 3rd bell, and she had just given the Vale faction another reason to tighten the noose. Chapter 27. She found the Vethrix in the darkness below the eastern Aerie, where the mountain opened into a cavern the Aerie used for nothing but the echo of water dripping into stone. He had drawn himself as far from the chain anchor as the radius allowed. His bulk settled against the far wall, wings folded so tight they looked like armor. She had walked here without deciding to. The 3rd bell was still an hour away, 20 minutes of window, and she needed to understand before she moved again. "You told me you withheld the price because you feared I would hate you," she said. Her voice carried in the wet air. "That was not the whole truth." His eye turned toward her, a coal shifting in the dark. "No. Then give me the rest." The silence stretched. Water dripped. Somewhere above, the mountain groaned with the weight of passages she had not yet walked. "I refused them for a generation." "I know that. You do not know why." Saira waited. The cold crept through her flight leathers, but she did not shift. Vethrix's voice came slower now, each word placed like a stone laid in a wall. "The first time I was bound, I did not know what the bond would take. The rider was young, brave. She laughed when we flew. She called me by a name I have not heard since." He stopped. By the end, she did not remember her own mother's face. She did not remember why she had wanted to fly. She looked at me as though I were a tool she had been handed, and she used me until the hollowing finished her, and then they buried an empty box while her body was burned in a pit behind the chain vaults. Saira's throat tightened. "How many?" "3. Before I understood what I was part of. Before I understood that the bond had been reshaped into something the first dragons would have torn the sky apart to prevent." He turned his head fully. The heat from his body washed across her face. "I stopped accepting riders because I would not help them hollow another human heart into obedience. I let them chain me. I let them call me broken. It was better than watching another person I had chosen be emptied of everything that made them real." She heard what he had not said. "But you chose me." "Yes. Why? Vethrix rose. The motion was slow, deliberate, the first time she had seen him stand fully since the night he had shown her the entrance to the sealed tunnels. His wings opened a fraction, catching the dim light from the cavern mouth. Because you are the first one in 300 years who looked at the chains and did not see a monster. You saw work. You saw something that could be shaped. You grew up in a forge, Saira Quenn. You know what it means to heat metal until it yields. You know that the same fire that forges a chain can melt it. She shook her head. That is not a reason. That is a metaphor. It is the only reason I have. His voice dropped. I chose you because the part of you that has always fought to survive is the same part that might fight to be free, and I gambled that you would be strong enough to nudge this moment without breaking. The words hit her like a blow. You gambled with my life. Yes. You watched me lose my mother's voice, her face, her forge song. You watched me lose the shape of her, and you said nothing because you were waiting to see if I would survive long enough to matter. I watched you lose those things, he said, and I carried them with you. I felt them go. I felt the space they left inside you because the bond does not only take from you. It takes from me too, in the shape of your grief. Saira's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. You should have told me. I know. You should have trusted me with the truth before I had to dig it out of the mountain like a corpse. I know that too. He lowered his head until his brow was level with her chest. I am ashamed. I have been ashamed for 3 centuries. I will carry that shame until the bond is broken or I am dust. She wanted to be angry. The anger was there, hot and clean, the same fire that had carried her through Orin's tower and Cassian's sabotage and the storm corridor where she had almost died. But beneath it, she heard what he had not said aloud. He had refused riders for a generation. He had let them call him broken. And then he had chosen Ho, not because she was convenient, but because he believed she might be the one who would break the pattern. You do not get to decide alone anymore, she said. That is the price of keeping secrets. You do not get to carry the weight by yourself and then tell me after the damage is done. His eye held hers. Then carry it with me. It was not a question. Saira reached out and pressed her palm to the warm ridge above his eye. The bond flared beneath her skin, and she felt his shame, his hope, his exhaustion, and the thin, fierce thread of something that might have been pride. I will, she said, but if you ever withhold something like this again, I will find a way to make you regret it. I do not know how yet, but I will. I believe you. She let her hand fall. The 3rd bell would ring soon. The 20-minute window was waiting. Show me the entrance, she said. The real one, not the one on the diagram. Vethrix's head lifted. Follow the chain. He turned and moved deeper into the cavern, and she followed, the sound of his scales against stone the only anchor in the dark. Above them, at the mouth of the cavern, a shadow with polished silver at its collar detached itself from the wall and moved toward the tower where Commandant Dain Veyra kept his signal chain. Chapter 28. The tunnel curved downward, the air growing colder with each step. Saira followed Vethrix through the dark, one hand trailing along the stone where his scales had worn the walls smooth over centuries. The bond hummed beneath her ribs, carrying his silence like a held breath. They had not spoken since his confession. She did not know yet what to do with what he had told her. 3 riders, hollowed before her. A generation of refusal. A gamble that she might be strong enough to reach this moment without breaking. The weight of it pressed against her chest, heavier than the mountain above them. Here. Vethrix stopped where the tunnel opened into a chamber she had not seen on Mira's diagram. The space was smaller than she expected, perhaps the length of her father's forge, and the far wall was not stone at all. It was iron, dark and pitted with age, a flat surface that bore no handle, no hinge, no mark of any door. Saira stepped closer. The metal was cold beneath her fingers. She pressed her palm flat against it and felt nothing. No draft, no vibration, no sign that anything lay beyond. This is the entrance? The only one the founders did not seal with stone. They could not move it. The first dragons forged it from something that does not yield to time. How do we open it? Vethrix was silent for a long moment. I do not know. She turned to face him. The dim light caught the edge of his eye, and she saw in it something she had not seen before. Uncertainty. You brought me to a door you cannot open. I brought you to the place where the answer waits. The door has never been opened. Not by me. Not by anyone who lived after the founders. Saira looked back at the iron wall. The surface was seamless. If there was a mechanism, it had been hidden so well that 3 centuries of searching had not found it. Then how? A sound stopped her. Footsteps, fast and uneven, echoing from the tunnel behind them. She spun. The bond flared, and Vethrix's heat pressed against her spine. Someone is coming. Saira flattened herself against the wall beside the iron door. The footsteps grew louder, closer, and then a figure stumbled into the chamber, breath ragged, hands braced against the stone. Mira. The archivist's hair had come loose from its knot. Her face was pale, and her eyes found Saira with a relief that looked almost like pain. You are still here, Mira said. Good. I did not know if I would reach you in time. Saira pushed off the wall. What happened? Mira held up a folded screen of paper, creased and smudged with what might have been forged soot. This came through the Eastern Courier route, the one that does not pass through the Aerie's post. Saira took the paper. Her hands were steady, but she felt the bond tighten as she unfolded it. The handwriting was Toma's. Saira. They came to the district today. Conscription officers with new lists. The quotas have doubled. They are taking boys from 14 up now, not 16. I marked my name on the roll before they could mark me as a runner. Father says to tell you he is proud. He does not say it aloud, but I see it when he thinks I am not looking. The debt men came too. They asked if you still send coin. They asked if your loyalty to the Aerie has changed the kind of daughter you are. I told them you are the same as you have always been. I do not know if they believed me. Do not come home. Whatever you are doing up there, finish it. We are still standing. Toma, Saira read the letter twice. The first time she only registered the words. The second time she felt them. 14. They were taking boys from 14. Toma was 16. He had marked himself on the roll to keep them from marking him as a deserter. She folded the paper slowly, precisely, the way she folded wire when she needed her hands to stop shaking. Who sent this? A courier who owes me more than the Aerie pays, Mira said. He will not talk, but the message is clear enough. Oren is not waiting for you to fail. He is already moving against your family. Saira looked at the iron door, the door she could not open, the answer that waited on the other side, locked behind something older than the mountain. How long do I have? The conscription rolls are finalized at the end of the week. After that, Toma's name is in the system. Oren can accelerate departure orders at any time. 3 days, maybe 4. Saira pressed her palm against the iron door again. The metal was cold, unyielding, silent. I need more time. Time is what the bond eats, Vethrix said. It will not give you more. She closed her eyes. When she opened them, the decision had already made itself. She turned to Mira. Where is Elira Thorne? Mira's brow furrowed. The healer's wing. Why? Because Orn's allies are pressing the lower city to keep Forge families obedient, and Elira Thorne is the only person in this mountain whose family has the resources to know exactly which districts are being squeezed. Mira studied her for a long moment. You are going to ask her for names. I am going to ask her for leverage. Saira folded Toma's letter into the lining of her tunic and walked past Mira into the tunnel. Behind her, Vethrix's voice brushed against her mind. The door will wait. She did not answer. The healer's wing was quiet at this hour. Saira moved through the corridors with the silence of someone who had learned to make herself invisible in rooms that were not built for her. The guard at the eastern stair gave her a glance, then looked away. A cadet in veil colors passed without meeting her eyes. She found Elira alone in a narrow chamber off the main ward, propped against pillows with a cup of untouched tea cooling at her bedside. The noble girl looked up as Saira entered, and something in her expression shifted. Not surprise, recognition. You look worse than I expected, Elira said. I need information. You always do. Saira closed the door behind her. Ornvale is accelerating conscription in the lower city. The Forge districts, my brother's district. He wanted me to know that delay has a cost. Elira set the tea aside. Her hands were thin, the veins visible beneath pale skin, but her eyes were sharp. He is sending a message, not to you, to everyone watching. You are not the only commoner who bonded a dragon, Saira. You are just the first one who lived long enough to make them afraid. I need to know which districts are being pressed, which families. I need to know if Oren's allies are moving independently or if this is coordinated through the Veil House. Elira was quiet for a moment. Then she reached beneath her pillow and pulled out a folded paper, smaller than Toma's letter, sealed with wax the color of dried blood. I received this morning, my father's seal. He has contacts in the lower city administration. Saira took the paper, broke the seal. Read. The names were listed by district. Forge Lane, Iron Row, Bellfounder's Walk. Each name corresponded to a household head, a number of eligible sons, a debt amount. Her father's name was on the list. Her brother's name was on the list. And at the bottom, in a hand that was not her father's, a single line. The dragon girl's loyalty is being tested. If she breaks, the whole district pays. Saira looked up. This is a threat. It is a promise, Elira said. Oren does not need to hurt your family to control you. He only needs you to know that he can. Saira held the paper until the edges bit into her palm. The iron door beneath the mountain waited. The first dragon's knowledge waited. But waiting had become a luxury she could not afford. She looked at Elira. How do I reach the lower city without Oren knowing? Elira's eyes widened. You cannot be serious. I am done waiting for answers that may not come in time. If the door will not open, I will find another way to break the system. But I need to see Toma. I need to see my father. That is exactly what Oren wants you to do. If you leave the Aerie, he can claim you deserted. He can do anything he wants to your family and call it punishment for your betrayal. Saira met her gaze. Then I had better not get caught. She turned and walked to the door. Behind her, Elira said something, but the blood was already roaring in Saira's ears. The bond burned beneath her ribs, and 2 words echoed through her mind. 40 flights. She did not have 40. She did not have time at all. Chapter 29. Mira's diagram was wrong. Not wrong in the way a copied line drifts from the original, but wrong in the way a map learns to lie when its maker wanted it found. Saira pressed her palm flat against the stone wall where the shaft should have turned east and felt only cold, solid rock. Behind her, the maintenance tunnel stretched into darkness. The 3rd bell had not yet rung. She had slipped past the archive patrol with seconds to spare, using Elira's stamped access seal and Mira's knowledge of the guard rotations. But the window was already bleeding away. She traced the diagram again by touch. The lines were clear. The passage should connect here, angle through the old drainage channel, and emerge in the chain vault annex where the duplicate ledgers were stored. The wall did not care about lines on paper. You are in the wrong place. Vethrix's voice came distant through the bond, but clear enough to feel like a hand at her spine. The entrance collapsed 40 years ago. Mira does not know. Saira closed her eyes. Of course it had collapsed. Of course nothing in this mountain was simple. Where then? 7 paces back. There is a seam in the stone. The original passage was cut deeper than the map shows. She counted her steps backward, one hand trailing along the wall until her fingers found a hairline crack running vertical through the mortar. It was barely visible, even when she pressed her face close. The sort of seam a master mason would leave as a private signature, knowing only another craftsman would see it. She worked the edge of her knife into the crack and levered. Stone groaned. Dust sifted down. The seam did not open, but it widened enough to show darkness behind it. A false wall. Deliberate. Older than Mira's diagram. Saira slid sideways through the gap, scraping her shoulder against rough stone, and emerged into a corridor that smelled of dry rot and iron. The air was still. Unused for years, maybe decades. The bond pulsed once, approving. She moved faster now. The corridor sloped downward, then curved hard left. She passed a niche where someone had stacked crates so old the wood had begun to powder. A spool of rusted chain as thick as her wrist sat abandoned against the wall. The chain vault annex had to be close. The third bell rang. Saira stopped breathing. Above her, muffled by stone, she heard the shift of boots on a higher floor. The patrol rotation was happening now. She had 20 minutes. 20 minutes before the guards returned, and every door she had used to get here became a dead end. She ran. The corridor ended in a door. Not the grand iron of the first dragon's chamber, but a working door, banded with steel, its lock crusted with age. Saira pulled Elira's access seal from her tunic. It was the wrong shape for this lock. She had known it would be, but the lock was old, and she had grown up in a forge. She drew a length of wire from her braid, bent it twice, and worked the pick into the mechanism. Her father had taught her this in winters when the forge money ran thin and they needed to reclaim scrap from locked storehouses. A useful skill, a shameful one. The lock clicked. She pushed the door open and stepped into the chain vault annex. The room was smaller than she expected, narrow, stacked with ledgers from floor to ceiling on sagging wooden shelves. A single oil lamp sat on a desk in the center, its glass black with soot. Someone had been working here recently. The dust on the desk had been disturbed. Saira moved to the nearest shelf and pulled a ledger at random. Flight records. Third wing, year of the sundering front. She opened it. The first page was a roster of riders assigned to coastal reconnaissance. Names, dragon pairings, mission counts. Clean, official, useless. She pulled another. Training casualties. Year of the sundering front. Years 1 through 4. This one was different. The entries were not printed. They were written by hand, cramped and dense, and the dates did not line up with the official records Mira had shown her. She scanned the pages. Rider names crossed out and rewritten with new assignments. Dragons listed as rebonded within months of a rider's death, which the official records claimed was impossible. And at the back, a separate section bound with red thread. Hollowed riders. Full consumption confirmed. Saira's hand stopped moving. The list was long, longer than she had imagined. Each entry recorded the rider's name, their dragon's name, the projected number of flights before completion, and the actual number of flights until the rider was declared a casualty. The difference between projection and reality was never more than 4 flights. She found Mira Thorne's name near the middle. Thorne, Mira, bonded to Valdris, bronze male. Projected completion, 42 flights. Actual hollowing, flight 41. Dotes, memory of primary attachment, spouse, fully consumed. Rider experienced full emotional detachment by flight 38. Survived hollowing, no combat utility remaining. Reassigned to archival duties per Commandant Veyra's directive. Saira read the entry 3 times. Mira had been hollowed on flight 41. She had lost her spouse before the bond was done with her, and the Aerie had kept her alive only because she had become useless enough to be safe. Spouse. The ring beneath Mira's tunic. The love she could not remember. Saira closed the ledger and pulled another. This one was older. The leather binding cracked, the pages yellowed. She flipped to the first entry and felt the air leave her lungs. Rider, Vale, Elira. Bonded to Scarth, Irondale male. Projected completion, 42 flights. Actual hollowing, flight 41. Lights. Memory of primary attachment, spouse, fully consumed at flight 30. Rider retained combat functionality until flight 35. Death by exposure recorded. Survived by one son, Oren Vale. Oren Vale's mother. A hollowed rider. Consumed by the bond until she died alone on a mountain ledge while her son grew up in the shadow of the institution that had eaten her alive. Saira stood frozen, the ledger open in her hands. Oren knew. He had always known. The bond had taken his mother the same though it was taking Saira, and he had chosen to preserve the system that killed her. He had wrapped his grief in duty and colored survival. She heard boots on stone, below, not above. She dropped the ledger and moved toward the sound, pressing herself against the wall where the shelves cast the deepest shadow. The footsteps were measured. Deliberate, a single pair, moving through a corridor she had not known existed until this moment. A voice followed, low, familiar. Seal the annex passages, all of them. Use the old locks. I want the stone doors secured within the hour. Cassian Vale. Saira's blood turned cold. He was not above her, directing patrols. He was below, in the passages beneath the annex. The passages that led deeper into the mountain, toward chambers even Mira had not mapped. And the rider who came this way? A second voice, older, servant's tone without a servant's deference. She will find no way forward, Cassian said. By dawn, every entrance to the deeper vaults will be closed. If she is still inside, she will starve before anyone finds her. Saira's hand drifted to the knife at her belt. She was in the annex. The passages below were being sealed. The only way out was the way she had come. And Cassian was standing between her and the door. Chapter 30. The stone door groaned behind her as Saira threw herself through the gap, pressing flat against the corridor wall as the ancient lock clicked home. The seal was older than the Aerie. Cassian had used the old locks. He meant what he said. She stood in darkness, breathing through her mouth, waiting for pursuit that did not come. The annex was sealed now. The passages below were sealed now. She had lost the window, the hidden chamber, the first dragons, the answers she had come for, all of it cut off by Cassian's voice echoing up from the lower vaults. She still held the hollowed rider's ledger. Saira moved before she could stop to feel the weight of what she had lost. East, toward the maintenance shaft. If the patrols had not sealed the archive route yet, she could still reach the surface before the third bell finished its last chime. She ran. The dry well was empty. The tunnel beyond it was dark and cold, and she climbed without thinking, her hands finding holds her body remembered from the night she had navigated to Dain's quarters. That night felt like years ago. A different woman had walked those tunnels, one who still believed she could learn the truth without being destroyed by it. She emerged through the storage alcove behind the eastern kitchens, and the night air hit her like a slap. The third bell had stopped ringing. She pressed her back to the stone and slid down until she was sitting on the cold ground, the ledger clutched to her chest, her hands trembling. The losses were stacking faster than she could track. Mira's name on the hollowed list, Orin's mother. Cassian's voice ordering the passages sealed while she stood helpless and listened. And the one name she had not let herself read to the end. What if Toma is next on that list? The thought was a blade between her ribs. Saira, she looked up. Dain stood at the edge of the alcove, half in shadow, his dark officer's coat unbuttoned at the collar, his face drawn tight in a way she had never seen before. He had been looking for her. The relief in his voice was thin and frayed. I thought you were. He stopped. His gaze dropped to the ledger in her hands. What happened? She opened her mouth, closed it. The words that needed saying were too big to fit through her throat. Cassian sealed the passages, she said. The deeper vaults. He used old locks, stone doors. He said if anyone was inside, they would starve before they were found. Dain's jaw tightened. Were you inside? I got out. She did not say barely. She did not say he almost caught me. She did not say, I read your system's true accounting and it is worse than you imagine. Dain stepped closer, and she saw him take in the stave of her hands, the dirt under her nails, the wire coming loose from her braid, the bruise spreading along her collarbone where she had scraped against the false wall. Saira! His voice was quieter now. Tell me what you found. She should have stayed silent. She should have protected him the way she had been protecting him for weeks, carrying the losses alone so he did not have to carry them too. But she was so tired of holding it. She opened the ledger to the page she had marked and held it out to him. Mira Thorne was hollowed on Flight 41, she said. She lost her spouse completely. Every memory, every moment. The bond took all of it. She survived because she became useless, and the Aerie let her live because she was no longer a threat. Dain's hand closed around the ledger. He read the entry. His face did not change, but something behind his eyes went still. And that's not the worst of it. Arnon Vale's mother was a rider, Elira Vale. She was hollowed on Flight 36. The bond consumed her child, her son, and she died alone on a mountain ledge. Orin grew up knowing exactly what the bond does to the people you love. and he chose to preserve the system that killed her. Dain lowered the ledger. His hand was shaking. "Is this true?" he asked. "I read it 3 times. It's in the sealed ledgers, the ones they keep in the chain vault annex where no one looks. The ones Cassian is sealing off right now so no one else will find them." He stared at the page for a long time. She watched the understanding move through him in slow, terrible increments. He had spent his life inside this institution. He had enforced its rules. He had believed, with the conviction of a man who had survived the sundering front, that discipline and obedience were the only things keeping the realm from collapse. And now she had handed him proof that the rules were written to hide atrocity. "I lost a joke," she said, 3 nights ago. "You told me a joke in the strategy room, and I cannot remember the words. I remember the lamplight. I remember your hands. But the joke is gone. The bond took it." Dain raised his head. "Last night," she continued, "you whispered something to me when we kissed. I woke up this morning and it was already erased. I do not know what you said. I will never know what you said." The ledger slipped from his fingers and hit the ground. He did not notice. "How much have you lost?" he asked. His voice was raw, scraped clean of the officer's composure he had worn since the day she met him. 3 pieces of my mother. 1 joke. 1 whisper." She paused. "I do not know what else is gone. I only know what I am still holding." Dain crossed the distance between them in 2 strides. Hands came up to her face, cupping her jaw the way he had done that night in the strategy room, when the world had been smaller and the losses had not yet taken names. "Why did you not tell me?" "Because I was afraid you would try to fix it," she said, "and I was afraid you could not." He dropped his forehead to hers. His breath was warm and unsteady against her skin. "I have spent my whole life believing the rules were hard because they were necessary," he said. "I enforced them. I trusted them. I let them shape me into someone who could survive the front without breaking." His hands tightened on her face. "And you are telling me the rules were a lie?" "Yes." He was silent for a long moment. "Then I do not know who I am," he said. "If everything I built my life on is rotten at the core, I do not know what is left." She wanted to tell him that he was still himself, that his discipline, his kindness, his willingness to bend the rules for her, all of it came from something the institution had not planted. But she was too tired to make the argument sound true. "One night," Dain said. He pulled back just far enough to meet her eyes. "Give me 1 night to decide who I am if the rules I followed were built to devour the people I love." She nodded. He let go of her face. His hands dropped to his sides and he looked at the ledger on the ground as if it contained the ashes of everything he had believed. "Where will you be?" "I do not know yet. Find somewhere safe." He bent and picked up the ledger, holding it like it might burn him. "I will come to you at dawn." He turned and walked into the shadow between the kitchens and the barracks, and she watched him go. The night was cold. The 3rd bell had fallen silent. The mountain above her held Cassian's sealing passages, Orin calculating her remaining flights, and a dragon chained beneath stone who had trusted her to find answers she could not reach. And somewhere below the lower city, Tomo was marking his own name on a conscription roll. Saira pressed her palm flat against the stone wall and felt the mountains cold through her skin. Dawn was still hours away. She did not know if she would still remember him by the time it came. Chapter 31. The night did not end. Saira sat with her back against the stone wall, counting the spaces between bells, watching the stars crawl across the slice of sky visible above the storage alcove. The cold had seeped through her leathers and settled beneath her skin, but she did not move to find warmer shelter. Movement meant leaving this place, and leaving meant she would have to decide where to go. She had nowhere to go. Vethrix stirred at the edge of her awareness, a slow heat beneath the mountain, and she felt him reaching for her across the bond. Not with words, with presence, a question wrapped in warmth. "I am still here," she sent back. His answer came as a pulse of relief so sharp it almost hurt. The sky began to pale. Gray light bled into the dark above the battlements, slow at first, then seeping across the stone like water through cracked mortar. Saira watched it come and did not know if she was waiting for dawn or dreading it. Dain had said he would come. She did not know if she believed him. That was the worst part. She had told him the truth about what the bond was doing to her, and he had looked at her like she had handed him a blade with no hilt. He had asked for one night to decide who he was, and she had no idea what he would choose. The first light touched the eastern towers. Saira pushed herself upright, her joints stiff, her hands numb. She braided the loose strands of her hair back with wire from her pocket, the familiar motion steadying her. The gesture felt like armor. She heard boots on stone, not a patrol. Too steady, too measured. One person, walking with the deliberate cadence of someone who had made a decision and was not going to change his mind. Dain stepped around the corner of the storage alcove. He looked like he had not slept. His uniform was the same as the night before, but his collar was unbuttoned, and there was a rawness in his face that she had never seen before. His eyes found her, and something in them softened. He was carrying a leather satchel. "You came," she said. "I said I would." He crossed the distance between them and stopped a foot away, close enough that she could see the shadows beneath his eyes, the tension in his jaw, the way his hands had tightened around the satchel strap. "I read the ledger again," he said. "All of it. Every name, every flight count, every hollowing marked as a training accident." She waited. Mira Thorne's spouse was listed as combat loss in the official records, he said. "It took me 3 passes to find the red thread entry that matched her name. They buried the truth so deep that even the archivists do not know what they are holding." He lifted the satchel. "I made copies. Patrol rotations for the next 4 days. Access seals to the chain vault annex. The duty roster for every officer who could interfere with your movement between now and the wing ceremony." Saira stared at him. "You did this last night?" "I did this after I finished reading." His voice was flat, controlled, but there was something burning beneath it. "I spent 3 hours in the eastern barracks making copies by candlelight. Then I sat in my quarters, and I asked myself what I would do if I woke up tomorrow and you could not remember my name." He set the satchel down at her feet. "The answer was, I would tear this mountain apart until I found a way to give it back to you. So I am starting now." Saira's throat closed. "Dain, I do not know if I can save you," he said. "I do not know if anyone can, but I know I will not spend the rest of my life enforcing rules that were written to destroy the people I love." He reached out and took her hand. His palm was warm, his fingers rough with calluses from years of harness work. "I am choosing you," he said. "I do not know what that means yet, but I am choosing you." She could not speak. She held his hand and let the words settle into her chest, a heat that had nothing to do with the bond. The light grew stronger. "We need Mira," she said finally, "and Elira. We need to move the ledgers somewhere they cannot be burned." Dain nodded. "Elira is already awake. I sent word through her family's courier route an hour ago. She will meet us in the lower archive passage at the second bell." "And Mira?" "I do not know if she will come." He paused. "She has more to lose than either of us. She has already been hollowed. If Oren discovers she helped us, he will not let her fade quietly into the archive this time." Saira thought of Mira's iron ring, the proof of a love she could not remember. "She will come," Saira said. "She has been waiting for someone to ask her to fight." Dain studied her for a long moment. "You are certain?" "No, but I believe it." He bent and picked up the satchel. His fingers brushed hers as he straightened. "Then let us go find out." They moved through the gray dawn together, keeping to the shadows beneath the battlements, avoiding the open courtyards where early patrols were already forming. Saira led, her feet finding the quiet paths she had memorized over weeks of moving unseen. The lower archive passage was dark and cold. Elira was already there, leaning against the stone wall with her arms wrapped around herself, her breath misting in the chill air. "You look terrible," she said to Dain. "Good morning to you too." Elira's gaze moved to Saira. "I assume you have a plan, or we would not be standing in a freezing tunnel before sunrise." "We are going to expose the ledgers during the wing ceremony," Saira said. Elira went very still. In front of the entire Aerie. Yes. The nobles, the officers, the dragons, the cadets, and every servant who will be standing at the back of the hall trying to be invisible. Yes. Elira let out a breath that was almost a laugh. That is either the bravest thing I have heard in years, or the stupidest. It might be both, Dain said. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the passage. Saira turned, her hand instinctively going to her belt, but the figure that emerged from the darkness moved with the slow, careful gait of someone who knew every crack in the stone. Mira Thorne stepped into the light. She was wearing the same gray tunic as always, her hair pulled back, her face unreadable. She looked at Saira, then at Dain, then at Elira. I heard you were planning something reckless, Mira said. I came to see if you needed a map. Saira felt something crack open in her chest. We need you, she said. We cannot do this without you. Mira's expression did not change, but her hand moved to her collar, where a thin iron chain lay hidden beneath the fabric. I lost everything to this mountain, she said. My bond, my love, my memory of her face. I have spent 20 years surviving because I was too stubborn to die. She met Saira's eyes. If I help you, I will not survive the aftermath. Oren will not let me walk away a second time. Saira opened her mouth, but Mira held up a hand. I am not finished. I have carried that ring for 2 decades because I could not remember who gave it to me. I have tended archives full of lies because the truth was too dangerous to leave in plain sight. She paused. If I die helping you tear this system down, at least my death will mean something. Mira, I am not doing it for glory. I'm doing it because someone should have done it before I forgot why it mattered. She stepped forward and took Saira's hand. Her grip was bone hard. Tell me your plan. Saira looked at them. Dain with his satchel full of copied patrol rotations. Elira with her family connections and her sharp, calculating mind. Mira with her hollowed heart and her iron ring. 3 people who had every reason to stay hidden. 3 people who had chosen to stand beside her. The wing ceremony is in 2 days, Saira said. We have until then to get the ledgers into the hall, hidden where no one will find them until I speak. And how do you plan to get them past the guards? Elira asked. Saira turned to Dain. Dain will walk them in. The silence stretched. Dain looked at her. His jaw tightened. If I am caught carrying those ledgers, I will be stripped of rank and imprisoned before Oren finishes reading the first page. I know, and if Oren decides to make an example of me, I will not survive the week. I know. He held her gaze. I am still doing it. The words landed like a blow. Saira did not look away. Then we have a plan, Mira said quietly. Let us move before the mountain wakes. Chapter 32. The day crept in like a held breath. Saira woke before the horn, her body braced for noise that did not come. The barracks corridor lay silent, but the silence itself felt wrong, too dense, as if the walls had grown ears overnight. She dressed in the dark, braiding her hair with wire before she finished tying her tunic. Her fingers moved by habit, finding the rhythm of the motion, while her mind circled the same question. How had the page gone missing? She had checked the satchel twice before sleep. The ledgers were there, Dain's copies stacked beside them, each page accounted for. But when she counted them again in the gray light filtering through the shutters, the number was wrong. 37 sheets of evidence. There should have been 38. Saira sat back on her heels, the leather satchel open in her lap, and forced herself to think. She had not removed anything. Dain had not mentioned losing a page when he handed her the satchel at dawn. Mira had carried the ledgers from the archive to the passage herself, and she had held them like a wounded animal, too careful to drop so much as a corner. That left one possibility. Someone had been inside her quarters while she slept. The thought landed cold in her chest. She looked at the door. The lock was still in place, the bolt thrown. The window was too narrow for a grown body. But there was the ceiling, the thin gap where the stone met the wooden joists, space enough for a hand to reach through if someone knew which board to lift. She had not thought to check above her own head. Saira rose slowly, her pulse beating hard behind her ears. She dragged the stool beneath the ceiling beam and climbed up, pressing her palm against the joist nearest the wall. It gave. The board slid aside. A dark cavity yawned above her, deep enough to hold a coiled body, narrow enough that only someone small could pass through. The edges of the opening were worn smooth, years of use polishing the wood to a dark gleam. She lowered the board back into place and climbed down. The missing page had not been taken by accident. Someone had been watching, waiting for the moment she left the satchel unguarded, and they had known exactly which piece to remove. Saira stood in the center of the room, the satchel in her hands, and felt the walls press closer. She found Dain in the lower archive passage at mid-morning, his face shadowed and his eyes tracking the stairwell behind her as she approached. "Someone was in my room," she said. His expression went still. "Taken?" "One page, the summary sheet with the flight projections." Dain's jaw tightened. "If Oren has that sheet, he knows exactly when you plan to speak and how much evidence you have." "He does not have it yet. If he did, I would already be in the cells below the Eastern Eyrie." Saira set the satchel on the stone floor between them. "The spy who took it is waiting. They want to see if I notice, if I change the plan, if I panic." "Are you going to panic?" "No." Dain looked at her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Good, because it gets worse." He told her what the morning dispatches had carried, a new directive signed by Oren Vale, effective immediately. All cadet movements during non-training hours required written authorization from a senior officer. All corridor patrols were doubled. The Eastern Archive wing was closed indefinitely for structural inspection. Cassian Vale had been appointed watch officer for the cadet wing, with authority to question any rider whose movements appeared irregular. "He can stop you in the middle of a corridor and demand to know where you are going," Dain said. "If you cannot produce authorization, he can hold you until a senior officer confirms your story. That could take hours." "That is the point." Saira pressed her palm flat against the stone wall, feeling the cold seep into her skin. "He is boxing us in before the ceremony, making it impossible to move the ledgers into position without crossing a checkpoint." "Yes. How long until the ceremony?" 36 hours. She closed her eyes. 36 hours to find a way through a fortress that had just become a cage. "Then we do not move the ledgers through the corridors," she said. Dain's brow furrowed. "What other route is there?" Saira opened her eyes. "The maintenance tunnels." The tunnels were narrower than she remembered. Saira crawled through the dark, the satchel strapped across her back, her palms scraping against rough stone where the passage had collapsed inward decades ago. The air tasted of iron and old dust. Behind her, she could hear Dain's breathing, measured and steady, matching her pace. Mira had drawn a new route on the diagram, one that bypassed the sealed archive wing entirely. It ran beneath the Eastern Eyrie, curved around the chain vault foundations, and emerged through a false floor behind the ceremony dais. "There will be a loose stone," Mira had said, her voice flat and certain. "Lift it, and you are beneath the platform. No one will see you place the ledgers until the moment you call for them." Saira had asked how Mira knew about the false floor. "I helped build it," Mira had replied, 40 years ago, when I still believed I could change things from the inside. Now, as Saira's fingers found the edge of the loose stone, she understood what that confession had cost her. Mira had spent decades laying paths she could never walk herself, waiting for someone else to finish the journey. Saira lifted the stone. Gray light spilled down from above, dust motes swirling in the beam. She could hear voices now, muffled but clear, the sound of servants preparing the ceremony hall for the day after tomorrow. She pulled the satchel open and slid the ledgers into the hollow space beneath the dais, one by one, until the stack was hidden in the dark. Then she replaced the stone and backed away into the tunnel. Dain was waiting for her in the crawl space, his face lit by the dim glow of a single taper. "Done?" "Done." He extinguished the flame. They moved back through the dark and silence, but Saira could not shake the feeling that something had shifted. The missing page, the new surveillance, the way Cassian's authority now touched every corridor she walked. She was not being hunted. She was being measured. And when the ceremony came, the person who had taken that page would be waiting to see what she did with the truth she had left. As they emerged into the lower passage and Saira straightened her aching spine, a figure detached itself from the shadows ahead. Mira stood in the center of the corridor, her face pale, her hands clasped in front of her. "The page," she said, before Saira could speak. "I know who took it." Saira's blood went cold. "Tell me." Mira's hands trembled once, then stilled. "It was me." Chapter 33. Saira stood in the dark of the lower passage, Mira's confession still hanging in the cold air between them. "You," she said. The word came out flat, not a question. Mira's hands were still clasped in front of her, knuckles white. Her face had the gray pallor of someone who had spent the last hour rehearsing this moment and still found no version that ended well. "Yes." Dain moved before Saira could speak again. He stepped past her, positioning himself between Mira and the tunnel mouth, blocking the only exit. His voice was quiet and dangerous. "Why?" Mira's throat worked. "Because I needed to know if you would notice." The absurdity of it hit Saira like a slap of cold water. "You took my evidence to test me?" "No." Mira's voice cracked on the word. "I took it to prove to myself that you were real. That you were not another writer who would fold the moment the cost became personal. That the page disappearing would not make you retreat into silence." Saira's hands curled into fists at her sides. The burn scars on her forearms pulled tight, old tissue straining against the motion. "And if I had not noticed? Then I would have put it back and known you were not ready." "You do not get to decide if I am ready. Someone has to." Mira's voice steadied, but the tremor in her hands did not. "The Aerie has spent centuries making sure no one ever is. I needed to see if you would panic, or hide, or convince yourself the loss did not matter because you had enough other evidence to still make your case." Saira stared at her. The rage was there, hot and sharp, but beneath it was something worse. Understanding. Because Mira had been hollowed. She had lost the love of her life to the bond and spent the next 20 years watching other riders walk the same path. She had built false floors and hidden passages and never once seen anyone reach the end of the road she had paved. Of course she needed to test. It did not make the betrayal easier to swallow. "Where is the page now?" "Safe," Mira said. "I will return it before the ceremony. I swear it." "Your oath means nothing to me right now." Mira flinched. The motion was small, barely a shift of weight, but Saira saw it. Dain did not move from the tunnel mouth. "You compromised the operation. If Cassian had found that page during a room search, the plan would have ended before it began." "Cassian does not search rooms personally. He has subordinates for that. And I know every subordinate he trusts." Mira met Dain's gaze without looking away. "I have been watching him longer than you have been alive, Commander. I know where he places his feet, and whose coin he pays, and which of his soldiers can be turned." Saira took a breath. The tunnel air tasted of iron and damp stone and the stale grief of decades. "What else have you not told me?" Mira's hands unclasped. She let them fall to her sides, a gesture of surrender. "Nothing that would change your plan. I kept the page to test your nerve. That is the whole truth." It was not the whole truth. Saira felt it in the way Mira's eyes did not quite hold hers, in the fractional pause before she answered. But they did not have time to dig for every buried secret. 36 hours, Saira said. "If that page is not back in my satchel before the ceremony begins, I will name you as the spy who took it, and I will let Cassian Veyra decide what to do with you." Mira's face went very still. "You would not." "Try me." The silence stretched. Then Mira nodded once, a short, sharp motion, and turned and walked into the dark of the tunnel without another word. Dain watched her go. When the sound of her footsteps had faded, he looked at Saira. "She is afraid." "Good. That is not what I meant." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "She is afraid because she believes in you. She took that page because she has been disappointed too many times to trust hope without proof. That is not betrayal, Saira. That is survival. Saira closed her eyes. She wanted to be angry. She wanted to hold on to the clean rage that had carried her through Cassian's sabotage and Oren's threats and the slow, grinding erosion of everything she had ever loved. But Dain was right. Mira had spent 40 years burying paths she could never walk. The page had been a test, yes, but it had also been a plea. Show me you are real. Saira opened her eyes. I need to see Vethrix. She found him in the cavern below the eastern Eyrie, his bulk a shadow against darker shadow, his eyes burning like embers in the black. You are late, he said. The bond carried no accusation, only observation. Saira sat down on the stone floor, her back against his foreleg, and let the heat of his body seep into her. I lost something else. What? The color of Toma's blanket, the one he had as a child. Blue, I think, or maybe gray. I cannot. Her voice broke. I cannot see it anymore. Vethrix said nothing. His presence in her mind was quiet, patient, a vast stillness that did not try to fill the silence with comfort. Because there was no comfort for this. Saira pressed her palm against his scales. The warmth did not reach the cold place where Toma's blanket had lived. I am not going to let them take any more, she said. If memories are going to be stolen, the theft will be named before witnesses. Every single one of them will know what the Aerie feeds on. Vethrix turned his head, one great eye finding her in the dark. Then make sure they remember. The bond pulsed once, warm and fierce, and Saira felt something settling her chest. Not peace, resolve. Above the mountain the wind shifted. The first bells of the ceremony day would ring in 30 hours. She would be ready. When Saira walked back through the maintenance tunnel toward her quarters, the sky beyond the grates was still dark. She climbed through the dry well, crossed the storage alcove, and slipped into the corridor behind the eastern kitchens. A figure stood at the end of the hall. Cassian Veyra. He was wearing his new watch officer insignia, polished silver at his collar, and he was smiling. Saira Quenn, he said. Out for an early walk? Saira stopped. The corridor had no other exits, and Cassian's hand was already resting on the hilt of his blade. Chapter 34. The great hall of the Aerie had been transformed. Banners hung from every beam, old silk stiff with age and thread, the crests of a dozen noble houses catching the pale light that fell through the high windows. The storm sky pressed against the glass, gray and bruised, as if the mountain itself held its breath. Below the banners, the assembled wings stood in formation, cadets in polished leather, senior riders in dark dress uniforms, officers with ceremonial silver at their collars and cuffs. Dragons ringed the upper ledges, their scales catching the strange half-light, their eyes tracking the crowd below with ancient patience. Saira walked through the eastern arch and felt the weight of every gaze turned toward her. The formal rider leathers fit like a second skin. Dain had secured them 2 nights ago through a quartermaster who owed him a favor, and the dark material had been cut close to her frame, high-collared, the collar reinforced with chain stitch that caught the light when she moved. She had braided her hair tight against her skull, wire woven through the strands, and the chain-link tattoo around her wrist seemed to pulse with her heartbeat as she stepped into the aisle. The ledgers were strapped against her ribs beneath the leather, flat panels of bound parchment pressed between oilcloth and her skin. They did not shudder. They did not shift when she moved, but she felt them with every breath, a weight that had nothing to do with paper and ink and everything to do with the names inscribed inside. Beside the dais, the Veyra family banner hung from a wrought iron standard, a silver falcon on black, its wings spread, its talons empty. Oren Veyra stood beneath it, his uniform immaculate, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the hall with the practiced patience of a man who had controlled this room for decades. When his gaze found Saira, it did not flicker. He looked at her as though he already knew. Saira held his stare. She did not slow. She did not look away. She walked to her position in the cadet wing and took her place between cadets who shifted away from her like water parting around a stone, and she felt the space they left as a kind of offering. They know something is coming, Vethrix said, his voice a low pulse at the edge of her awareness. "They can smell it on you." "Good. Orin can smell it too." Saira did not answer. She did not need to. The bond carried her intention like a current, and Vethrix fell silent, his presence settling into a watchful stillness that felt like the moment before a storm breaks. The ceremony proceeded. Speeches were given. Names were called. Cadets received their wing assignments, stepping forward one by one to kneel before Orin Veyra and accept the silver pin that marked them as full riders. Saira watched each one with a strange, hollow detachment. She knew their faces. She had flown from them, bled with them, watched them sneer at her over mess tables and training platforms. But now they looked like pieces on a board, and she could not stop seeing the numbers that followed their names in the projection ledger. 40 flights, 38, 29. The numbers played behind her eyes as each cadet rose and returned to formation. Cassian Veyra received his assignment third. His promotion was announced with a flourish by the herald, his name spoken with the weight of blood and history. He knelt before Orin, and Orin pinned the silver falcon to his collar with a hand that did not tremble. When Cassian stood and turned, his eyes found Saira. He smiled. It was not a threat. It was not a promise. It was the expression of a man who knew something so did not, and Saira felt the cold certainty slide through her like a blade. He knows, she thought. No, Vethrix said. He suspects. There is a difference. Is there? The bond offered no answer. The ceremony wore on. The hall grew warmer as bodies pressed together, as dragons shifted on their ledges, and the storm outside pressed harder against the glass. Saira stood motionless, her hands clasped below her back, her gaze fixed forward, and she counted breaths until the moment when the formal assignments ended and the open address began. Orin Veyra stepped to the edge of the dais. His voice carried, it always had, a commander's voice honed by decades of shouting over wind and dragon roar. But now it pitched low and intimate, as though he spoke to each person in the room alone. "We gather today not to celebrate," he said. "We gather to remember what we are. The Aerie of Veska has stood for 300 years. It has weathered invasions, famines, betrayals, and winters that should have ended us. It has survived because we understood the cost of survival." His gaze swept the hall. It landed on Saira. Some costs are easier to name than others. The conscript who dies on the coast. The rider who does not return from patrol. These are losses we mourn in public, with banners and speeches and sealed coffins sent home to families who will never open them. The hall was silent. "But there is another cost," Orin said. "One we do not speak of, one we bear in private, because to name it would be to admit that the wall between us and the Eastern Horde is built from more than stone and dragonfire." Saira's blood went cold. He knew. He was going to say it himself. "He knows." Dain breathed from somewhere behind her. She did not turn. She could not. Every muscle in her body had locked into place as Orin Veyra stepped down from the dais and walked into the center of the aisle, his boots ringing against the stone. "The bond takes from us," Orin said. "It takes memory. It takes love. It takes the faces of the people we hold most dear, and it grinds them into fuel for the fire that keeps this kingdom alive." A murmur rippled through the hall. Cadets exchanged glances. Officers stood rigid, their faces unreadable. "I know this," Orin said. "I have always known it. My mother knew it. She died on a mountain ledge with my name already gone from her mind, and I have carried that knowledge every day of my life." He stopped. He was 10 feet from Saira now. "And I chose to preserve this system, not because I am cruel, not because I do not grieve, but because I have seen what comes when the wall falls." He held out his hand. "Bring me the ledgers, Saira Quenn." The hall erupted. Voices rose. Cadets turned to stare. Officers reached for blades. Dragons screamed from the upper ledges, their cries splitting the air as the storm outside finally broke, rain slamming against the windows like the first wave of an invasion. Saira did not move. She looked at Orin Veyra's outstretched hand, at the pale skin and the old scars, and the weight of every choice he had ever made. And she reached inside her leather. Chapter 35. Her hand closed around the leather binding. The ledger was warm against her palm, sweat slicked from hours pressed against her ribs, and as she drew it free, the hall seemed to hold its breath. She felt the weight of 300 eyes. She felt Dain behind her, motionless. She felt Vethrix rise through the bond like heat through stone, his attention sharpening to a point. Oren's hand was still extended. "Ryder Quenn," he said again, and his voice had not changed. It remained calm, measured, the voice of a man who had already accounted for every possible outcome. "Bring me the ledgers." Saira did not step forward. She turned. She faced the hall. The assembled wings stared back at her. Cadets in formal leathers, their silver pins still fresh. Officers in dark wool, their faces carved into masks of discipline. The noble families in the gallery, their jewels catching the lamplight. Dragons on the upper ledges, heads lowered, eyes burning. She held the ledger above her head. "This is not the only one," she said. Her voice did not shake. She had not known it would hold, but it did, carrying through the sudden silence like a blade drawn clean. "There are more beneath the dais. 40 years of them. Every rider who was hollowed on this mountain, recorded by flight number and completion date. Every death marked as a training accident. Every love erased and filed away so the next batch would not know what was coming." She let the ledger fall open in her hands, pages filled with names, dates, flight counts, red thread binding the entries where the official records had been rewritten. "Mira Thorne," she read aloud. "Flight 41, full consumption, survived, reclassified as non-combat personnel." A sound escaped the archive, something between a breath and a wound. "She does not remember her spouse's face," Saira said. "She has carried the proof of their love for 20 years and cannot name the person who gave it to her." The hall was fracturing now, whispers spreading like cracks in ice. Oren did not move. "Elira Vale," Saira said. "Flight 36, full consumption, deceased." She looked at him then. "Your mother died on a mountain ledge with your name already gone from her mind." Oren's jaw tightened. It was the only crack he allowed, but she saw it. She saw the muscle jump beneath the scar, the flicker of something ancient and buried passing behind his eyes. "Yes," he said. "She did." His voice was quiet now, not soft, quiet the way a blade is quiet before it strikes. "And I have carried that knowledge every day of my life, Ryder Quenn. I have carried it through every ceremony, every promotion, every report I signed that buried the truth one layer deeper." He stepped closer. "You think I do not grieve. You think I do not know what this system costs. But I have paid it longer than you have been alive. I have paid it in my mother. I have paid it in every rider I sent east, knowing they would not return whole." He stopped, his hand lowered to his side. "And I would pay it again, because the alternative is a kingdom that does not survive the winter." The whispers died. The hall held a new kind of silence, heavier than the first, weighted by the thing Oren had just spoken aloud. "The Eastern Fleet is 3 weeks from our coast," he said. "You have seen the projections. You have read the reports. When they come, they will not stop at the shore. They will burn every village between the tide line and this mountain. They will conscript our children and salt our fields and erase Talath from the map of the world." He looked at the assembled wings. "The bond takes memory. It takes love. I know this. I have always known this. But it also gives us the only weapon that has ever stopped the Eastern Horde. And I have made the choice, every day of my life, that the cost of survival is worth paying." He turned back to Saira. "So tell me, Ryder Quenn, what is your answer? When the fleet lands and the fire comes, will you stand on the shore and tell the dying that at least you kept your memories intact?" Saira felt the question land like a blow. She felt the hall shift around her, felt the weight of those words settling into cadets who had never heard them spoken, who had never had to choose. She saw it in their faces, the flicker of uncertainty, the dawning horror that the man who commanded them had just admitted what they had always suspected. But she saw something else, too. She saw Cassian Vale, standing in the front rank of newly pinned riders, his hand resting on his blade hilt, his smile gone. She saw Dain behind her, his breath steady, his presence an anchor she could feel without looking. She saw the dragons. They had gone still. Not the stillness of calm, the stillness of predators choosing, and Vethrix's voice rose through the bond like the first rumble of a breaking storm. "They are listening," he said. "All of them. Say the word, and I will give them something to remember." Saira closed the ledger. She looked at Oren Vale, at the hard lines of his face, at the truth he had laid bare not to confess but to control. He had not denied the harvest. He had claimed it, owned it, repackaged it as patriotic necessity, and the hall was listening because he had given them permission to stop feeling guilty. She drew a breath. 3 weeks, she said. "That is how long you say we have before the invasion." Oren's eyes narrowed. "And how many flights can a rider survive in 3 weeks of sustained combat, Commandant? How many memories does the bond burn through in a single major engagement? You have the projections. You know the numbers." She held the ledger out, not toward him, but toward the hall. "How many of them are already counted? How many have you already assigned a completion date?" The silence stretched. A cadet in the second rank shifted, a woman whose name Saira did not know, young, pale, her silver pin still bright against her collar. "How many of you," Saira said, "have already lost something you did not notice until it was gone?" Oren's hand moved, not toward a blade, toward the signal chain at his belt. "I gave you a chance, Rider Quenn." His voice carried no warmth now. It was the voice of a man who had exhausted patience. "You have chosen defiance over duty. You have chosen to divide this corps on the eve of war. You have chosen to stand in this hall and tell young riders that the cost of survival is too high, while the Eastern Fleet builds its siege towers on the coast." He raised his hand. "Seize her!" The order fell into the hall like a stone into still water. And the water broke. Chapter 36. The soldiers moved. Not all of them, not the entire hall, but enough. 4 officers in the front rank stepped forward, their hands finding blade hilts, their eyes fixed on Saira with the flat obedience of men who had read not to question orders. Behind them, a ripple of motion spread through the assembled wings, cadets turning to watch, officers shifting position, the scrape of boots on stone filling the space where words had been. Saira stood still. The ledger was still in her hands, heavy, warm from her grip, its red thread binding the pages that held 40 years of names. She could feel Vethrix through the bond, coiled and waiting, his attention sharp as a blade edge. "They are ready," he said. "Say the word." The 4 officers closed in. One of them was the woman from the second rank, the one who had shifted when Saira asked about lost memories. Her hand was on her blade, but her face was not hard. It was uncertain, torn. "Rider Quenn," she said, her voice pitched low, almost apologetic. "Do not make this worse." Saira looked past her. At Oren Vale, standing beneath his banner, his hand still raised, his expression carved from the same stone as the mountain around them. He had confessed the truth and called it duty. He had named the cost and called it survival. And the hall was still standing, still listening, because he had given them permission to keep believing that cruelty was the same as strength. Behind her, Dain moved. Not forward, not to block the soldiers. He stepped 1 pace to the side, just far enough that his shoulder was no longer aligned with hers, just far enough that the officers approaching from the left would have to go around him or through him. It was not a challenge. It was a hesitation painted onto the shape of his body, a sliver of uncertainty that made the lead officer pause, just for a heartbeat, and glance at Oren for clarification. That heartbeat was all Saira needed. "The ledgers are not the only copies," she said, her voice carrying. "Commander Veyra has them. Lady Thorne has them. Every district in the lower city will have them by morning if I do not return to my quarters tonight." Oren's eyes flickered, not at her, at Dain. The calculation was visible, the shift in his assessment as he realized that the man standing behind her was not merely a subordinate who had failed to control a difficult rider. He was a co-conspirator who had already chosen. "Seize them both," Oren said. The order hit the hall like a second stone. And this time, the water did not simply break. It shattered. A woman screamed somewhere in the noble gallery. A dragon on the upper ledges answered, a raw cry that tore through the air then set every other dragon moving, shifting, wings half-spreading as the bond lines between rider and dragon flared with alarm. The sound of it was like iron scraping against stone, a warning that crawled down Saira's spine and settled in her chest. The officers lunged. Saira moved before she thought, stepping back, angling the ledger like a shield, her free hand reaching for the blade she did not carry. She had not worn a weapon to the ceremony. She had not expected to need one in the middle of the Aerie's most sacred ritual. A mistake. Dain caught the first officer's wrist before the man could grab Saira's arm. The motion was fluid, almost gentle, a redirect rather than a strike, but the officer's momentum carried him forward and off balance, stumbling past Saira into the space where she had been standing. "Commander Veyra," Orin's voice cut through the noise, sharp as frost. "You are choosing mutiny." "I am choosing what is right," Dain said. He did not look at Orin. He was looking at Saira, and in that look, she saw everything he could not say aloud. The shape of the kiss they had shared in his quarters, the weight of the ledger he had read by candlelight, the choice he had made when he returned to her at dawn with a satchel full of copies, and a future he had already decided to burn. "Go," he said. The word was quiet, private, meant only for her. And then the mountain began to scream. Not the dragons, the mountain itself. A deep, groaning shudder that rose through the stone floor and climbed the walls and shook the banners in their brackets. It came from beneath, from the roots of Veska, from the chains that had held Vethrix for a generation and had finally, after all these years, found something stronger than iron to push against. Saira felt it through the bond before she heard it. A surge of will, ancient and vast, gathering itself in the darkness below. Vethrix was not attacking the soldiers. He was not trying to reach her through the stone. He was turning his fury downward, toward the chains. "Do not," she sent back, the thought sharp with alarm. "They will kill you." "They will try," he answered. And the mountain groaned again, louder this time, a sound that was not rock shifting, but rock breaking. The first cracks spreading through the foundations of the Aerie, like veins of lightning through slate. The hall lurched. Cadets stumbled. A banner fell from its bracket, crumpling against the floor. The dragons on the upper ledges roared, a chorus of fear and fury that drowned out every human voice. And in the chaos, Saira saw her chance. She ran, not toward the doors, toward the dais. The false floor was still loose. The ledgers were still there, all 40 years of there, hidden beneath the stone where Mira had helped her place them. She dropped to her knees, her fingers finding the seam, pulling, lifting, the stone grinding against its frame as the hall shook around her. "Stop her!" Orin's voice somewhere behind her, but he was not close. The officers were still tangled in the crowd, fighting through the chaos, and Dain was still standing between them and her. His body a wall she could not see but could feel. A presence that bought her the seconds she needed. The stone lifted. Saira reached into the hollow space and pulled out the stack of ledgers, all of them, bound in red thread and worn leather, the proof that the Aerie had been harvesting love for longer than anyone alive could remember. She pressed them against her chest, close to the ledgers she already held, and turned to face the hall. The mountain groaned a third time, and this time, the floor beneath her feet split. A crack ran across the dais, thin as a hair at first, then widening, the stone groaning as it gave way. Saira leaped backward, the ledgers clutched against her ribs, and watched the crack spread toward the noble gallery, toward the officers, toward Orin Vale standing frozen beneath his banner. The hall fell silent. Not the silence of calm. The silence of a held breath, of a wound that had not yet bled. And in that silence, Saira heard Vethrix's voice rise through the bond, not as words but as weather, a pressure building in her chest that promised everything was about to change. "The chains," he said, "are no longer whole." The floor trembled again. And somewhere beneath the Aerie, deep in the darkness where the first dragons lay sleeping, something older than the mountain began to wake. Surrised. In the hour, layering to the predictus essential story that's not the visible passingly. We watched the exact scretion, more to the word blad. Truly the mileless crest was told of it, unusually undercad and stuck in, past her broth. The cophices were declared, reveal the unions for the stone. It was the eyes of inamurance, but when we completely buddy out the thump of light for above it, the longest team it needed is the muction to it. Chapter 37. The hall had not stopped shaking. Saira stood on the cracked dais with the ledgers pressed against her ribs, and the tremor rose through her boots, through her spine, through the teeth she had clenched so hard her jaw ached. The crack in the floor had widened to a gash, long and dark, running from the dais toward the noble gallery like a wound that kept bleeding. She felt Vethrix before she heard him again, not as words, as pressure. A gathering weight in the bond that pressed against her chest, her throat, the backs of her eyes. He was not in pain. He was not afraid. He was concentrating. The anchor points he sent, and the thought came through broken, jagged at the edges. There are 4. I have broken 2. 2. She felt the truth of it in the way the mountain breathed differently, a shift in its rhythm, a loosening of something that had been locked tight for longer than she had been alive. The chains had held him for a generation, and he was tearing them out of the stone. The 3rd, he said, is deeper. Another tremor rolled through the floor, slower this time, heavier, as if the mountain itself was groaning in protest. The crack at Saira's feet widened further, and she stepped back, the ledgers still clutched against her chest, her eyes fixed on the gash in the dais. "Out of the hall!" The voice was Dain's, cutting through the chaos with the sharp edge of command. He had moved to the center of the floor, his arms spread, herding the cadets who had frozen near the collapsed banner. "Everyone to the walls, now!" They moved, not uniformly, not with discipline, but they moved, stumbling over the fallen stone and each other, pressing back against the pillars and the tapestries that still hung. The noble gallery had emptied in seconds, the highborn patrons streaming toward the upper exits with their fine clothes and their pale faces. Oren Vale had not moved. He stood beneath his banner, the crack in the floor running past him, close enough to touch. His face was unreadable. His hand had fallen from the air where he had commanded the seizure, and now hung at his side, still half raised, as if he had forgotten how to lower it. "Saira," Dain's voice again, closer now. "The ledgers, can you carry them?" She nodded, could not speak. The pressure in the bond was still building, a tide rising behind a dam that was about to break. The 3rd anchor, Vethrix sent, and this time the thought came with a pulse of heat that made her gasp. "It is beneath the eastern Eyrie. The stone there is older. It will take more." "Take it," she sent back. "Take what you need." She felt his answer not as words but as acknowledgement, a brush of warmth that was almost tender. And then the pressure redoubled and the mountain screamed. The floor beneath the noble gallery buckled, stone folded inward, not exploding but collapsing. A section of the dais dropping into darkness, and through the gap Saira saw something she should not have been able to see. The roots of Veska, the raw rock of the mountain's bones, and below that, deeper than light should reach, a pulse of red, heat, the forge heart of the earth, or something older. The other dragons screamed. It came from the upper ledges, a chorus of cries that rose and fell and rose again, each voice distinct, each carrying a different note. Fear, rage, and something else, a sound Saira had never heard from a dragon before. Hope. "They feel it," Vethrix said. "The chains, they know what it means. What does it mean?" Silence. Then, softer than she had ever heard him. "It means we were never meant to be owned." The 4th tremor hit before she could answer. This one was not a shake or a shudder. It was a shift, a rearrangement of the mountain's weight, a deep grinding sound that rose from below and did not stop. The crack in the dais split wider, and the gap at the noble gallery widened, and from the darkness beneath, dust and smoke billowed up, thick and gray and smelling of old stone and older iron. The ledgers were heavy in her arms. The hall was emptying around her. And Dain was there, suddenly, his hand on her elbow, his face close to hers, his eyes scanning her for injury with the rapid precision of a man who had learned to read wounds in an instant. "Can you run?" She looked at him, at the scar along his jaw, at the winter iron eyes that had softened only for her. "Yes." "Then run." He did not let go of her elbow. He pulled her forward, across the cracked dais, past the fallen banner, toward the side door that led to the maintenance tunnels. The smoke was thicker now, stinging her eyes, catching in her throat, but she did not slow. Behind them, the mountain groaned again, and through the bond, Saira felt Vethrix turn his attention to the fourth and final anchor, the chain that had held him longest, the one buried deepest in the mountain's heart. "One more," he said, and the darkness beneath the Aerie began to rise. Chapter 38. The smoke followed them into the maintenance tunnel, a grey tongue licking at their heels as Dain pulled Saira through the narrow door and into the dark. The stone walls swallowed the light from the hall behind them, and for a moment there was only the sound of their breathing, the scrape of boots on worn steps, and the distant groaning of the mountain settling around its wounds. Dain released her elbow. His hand hovered for a heartbeat, as if he meant to touch her face, then dropped. "That door won't hold," he said. "Cassian knows these tunnels. He'll have posted someone at every exit by now." Saira shifted the ledgers against her chest. The weight of them had become part of her, a second spine, a burden she could not set down. "Then we go deeper. There's a junction half a mile east where the old maintenance route split toward the eastern Eyrie. Vethrix said the third anchor is there. You're going to him. I'm going to make sure he finishes it." Dain's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. He turned and led the way into the dark, his hand brushing the wall for guidance, his steps sure despite the absence of light. They moved in silence for a time. The tunnel curved, narrowed, then opened into a wider passage where the walls were lined with rusted iron brackets and the memory of forgotten fires. Dust lay thick on the floor, undisturbed for years, and Saira's boots left the first prints in what felt like a generation. Behind them, somewhere in the darkness, a door slammed, then footsteps, fast, deliberate, coming closer. Dain stopped. His hand went to his blade. "Keep moving. Don't stop for anything." The footsteps grew louder, and then a voice cut through the dark, sharp and familiar, carrying the particular arrogance of a man who had never learned to doubt himself. "Running already, Quenn?" Cassian Veyra stepped into the faint light that bled from a crack in the ceiling above. His uniform was still pristine, not a hair out of place, his polished silver collar gleaming like a second spine. His hand rested on his blade, but he had not drawn it. Not yet. Dain moved between them. "She's not your concern anymore, Cassian. The hall is falling apart. Your uncle is standing in a cracked floor watching his authority crumble. Go help him salvage what's left." Cassian's smile did not reach his eyes. "My uncle sent me to make sure the traitor does not escape." "And the commander who aided her." "Your uncle is frozen," Saira said. "I saw him. He hasn't moved since the first tremor." Something flickered across Cassian's face. A crack. The smallest fracture in the golden certainty he wore like armor. "He's standing in the middle of his own collapse," she continued, "watching the system he built tear itself apart. And you're here, chasing me through a dark tunnel instead of deciding what you believe now that the truth is out." "Believe?" Cassian's voice rose. "I believe you stole what was never yours. I believe you walked into this mountain wearing borrowed colors and left with a dragon that should have been mine. I believe you have spent every day since proving that low-born blood knows nothing of honor, only theft and survival. Then you haven't been watching." The words came out flat, tired, heavier than she had intended. "I've been watching you," Cassian said, and now his hand moved to his blade in earnest. "I saw you in the hall, reading names, playing the martyr. You think exposing the cost makes you righteous, but it only makes you dangerous. The Eastern Fleet is coming. The realm needs riders who will fight without hesitation, and you have just made every cadet in that hall wonder if their own dragon is eating them alive." Saira met his eyes. "Good." Cassian's blade cleared the sheath. Dain moved, but Saira stepped around him first, the ledgers still pressed against her chest, her voice steady in a way she had not expected. "You want to fight me, Cassian? Fine. Put the blade down and do it with your hands. Or draw it and prove that you need steel to face a chainmaker's daughter." He stared at her. The blade hung in the air between them, catching the faint light, a silver line that had not yet decided where to fall. Then he laughed, low and bitter and sharp as the edge in his hand. "You think this is about pride?" He lowered the blade but did not sheath it. "You think I hate you because you took something from me. But I have been watching the Aerie fall apart for years, Quenn. I have seen riders hollowed and replaced and written out of history. I have seen my uncle pretend that the cost was noble, while his mother's name rotted in an unmarked grave. I knew. I always knew. And I did nothing because I believed the cost was worth it. His voice cracked on the last word. Saira felt the shift, the fracture widening, the golden certainty falling away to reveal something raw beneath. "Then why stop me now?" she asked. "If you knew, if you always knew, why try to seal the vaults? Why set your soldiers on me? Why keep playing the loyal heir if you already knew the game was rigged?" Cassian's grip on the blade tightened. For a long moment he did not answer. Then he said, so quietly she barely heard it, "Because if I stop pretending, I have to face what I let happen." The confession hung in the dark between them, raw and unwilling, and absolutely true. Saira did not move, did not soften. She had no comfort to offer the man who had tried to starve her in a sealed annex, who had used old stone locks to guard the secrets that would have saved her, who had worn his cruelty like a birthright. But she did not draw her blade either. "Then stay here," she said. "Face it, or don't. But I am done giving this mountain any more of my time." She turned. Cassian's blade came up, and Dain's voice, flat and final, stopped in cold. "Put it down, Cassian, or I will put it down for you. And I promise you will not like how that ends." Saira kept walking, the ledgers heavy, the dark closing around her. Behind her, she heard the clatter of steel on stone. A blade dropped, a man defeated not by violence, but by the weight of everything he had refused to see. The mountain groaned again, and through the bond, Vethrix's voice came, strained and fierce. "The fourth anchor, now!" The darkness beneath the Aerie was rising to meet him. Chapter 39. The tunnel curved east, the stone growing colder as they moved deeper into the mountain's bones. Saira counted her breaths, felt the ledgers press against her ribs, listened for footsteps that did not come. Cassian had not followed. Dain moved ahead of her, one hand trailing the wall, reading the stone the way she had once read forge heat. His silence was heavier than the dark around them. "There's a service door," he said finally. "Half a mile north of the eastern Eyrie. It opens onto the outer ledges. From there, you can reach the saddle where Vethrix—" He stopped, turned. The light from somewhere above caught the edge of his jaw, the scar she had traced with her fingers in a room that felt a lifetime gone. "I said we," she repeated. "You are coming with me." Dain's mouth tightened. Not a denial, not yet. But she saw the shape of it forming behind his eyes, the calculation she had learned read in the set of his shoulders, the way he looked at her like she was something he was already losing. "If I leave with you," he said, "Oren controls the narrative. He tells the Corps that I was your co-conspirator from the start, that the mutiny was planned, that every death that follows is on our heads. He consolidates, he purges, and everyone who might have doubted him falls in line because the alternative is chaos. And if you stay, then he keeps me close, watches me, thinks he knows where my loyalty lies." Dain stepped closer, close enough that she could smell smoke and stone on his coat, could feel the heat of him in the cold tunnel air. "And I feed him nothing. I wait, I watch, and when the moment comes, I am already inside." Saira shook her head. "You're talking about spending months pretending to serve the man who just ordered you seized for mutiny. He'll kill you, Dain. He'll hang you from the eastern wall and call it justice." "He might. Then why?" "Because I am more useful to you here than I am running." The words landed between them, flat and final. Saira felt them in her chest like a blow, not sharp, just heavy, the weight of something she had known was coming and had refused to name. "I have spent my whole life inside this mountain," Dain said. "I know every tunnel, every officer's weakness, every seal that can be broken and every door that can be held. If I leave now, I am one more fugitive. If I stay, I am a blade hidden in the command's own sheath." Saira's throat tightened. "You said you chose me." "I did." He reached for her hand, and she let him take it, let him press her fingers against the pulse in his wrist, let herself feel the proof that he was still alive, still here, still hers for this one moment before the tunnel swallowed them both. "And I will keep choosing you, every day, from inside that tower, from under Oren's gaze." But I cannot protect you from the outside, Saira. I can only protect you from where I can still reach. I don't want your protection. I know. I want you. His breath caught. She saw it, the crack in his control, the way his hand tightened around hers like she was the only solid thing in a world that was collapsing into ash and flame. I want you too, he said, and the words came out raw, stripped of everything except the truth. More than I have ever wanted anything. More than rank, more than duty, more than the life I built on rules that were never meant to keep us alive. He lifted her hand to his mouth, pressed his lips to her knuckles, held them there for a long breath. But if I run, he said against her skin, I lose the only weapon I have left. And I will not lose the chance to tear this place down from the inside. Not when you are out there fighting the same war. Saira closed her eye. The bond pulsed beneath her ribs, Vethrix's urgency bleeding through, the fourth anchor waiting, the mountain groaning, the darkness rising. But she did not let go of Dain's hand. How do I find you? She asked. You don't. Her eyes opened. Dain's face was set, carved from the firm stone that lined these tunnels, the same stone that had held his secrets for years before she had ever learned his name. If I am still valuable to Orin, he will keep me close. I will be watched. Every message I send will be read, every movement tracked. The only way I survive is if no one knows I am yours. The word landed like a blade. If you need to reach me, he continued, send word through Mira. She knows the old routes. She knows how to hide a signal where Orin's people will not find it. But do not look for me, Saira. Do not send riders to find me in the dark. If I am doing my job right, no one will know I am still fighting. That's not a life. It's the one I chose. She wanted to argue, wanted to scream, to hit him, to drag him through the tunnel by force and make him see that staying meant dying, slowly, alone, erased from every record the way the Aerie had erased Mira's love, the way it had erased Elira Vale, the way it would erase Saira herself if she let it. But she heard what he was not saying. He was not staying because he thought he could survive. He was staying because he thought he could make a difference, even if it cost him everything, even if she never saw him again. Dain, I know. If you die in there, I will find a way to bring you back just to kill you again. A laugh, low and broken and so familiar it hurt. I know that too. He pulled her close, one hand sliding to the back of her head, the other pressed flat against the ledgers still strapped beneath her coat. She felt the heat of his palm through the leather, the weight of his forehead resting against hers. I love you, he said, and I will spend every day inside that tower proving it, even if you never hear my voice again. She kissed him. It was not soft, it was not careful. It was the kind of kiss that said everything she could not put into words, that she would carry him with her, that she would remember him even when the bond tried to steal his face, that she would tear this mountain down stone by stone until there was nowhere left for him to hide. When she pulled back, his eyes were wet. He did not let her see him cry. Go, he said. Saira turned. The tunnel stretched ahead, dark and narrow and smelling of old stone and older secrets. Behind her, Dain stood still, a silhouette against the faint light, a blade she had sharpened and left in the dark. She did not look back. The fourth anchor, Vethrix sent. Now. And beneath the words, she felt something else. A presence older than the mountain, rising through the cracks, drawn with the breaking chains. Whatever it was almost here. Chapter 40. The tunnel spat her out into a world of fire. Saira burst through the service door half a mile north of the eastern Eyrie. The ledgers clutched against her chest, and the night hit her like a physical blow. Not dark, bright, burning. The great hall's collapse had torn open something deeper than stone, and flames licked at the wreckage of the noble gallery, casting long shadows across the outer ledges where dragons writhed and screamed. She tasted ash. Vethrix's voice came through the bond, ragged and fierce. Here! Now! She ran. The eastern Eyrie loomed above her, a pale crescent of stone jutting from the mountain's flank. And there he was. Vethrix, storm black against the firelit sky, his chains dragging from the broken anchor points, his scales drinking the light until he looked like a wound in the air itself. He had found the fourth anchor. It was not a chain. It was a spike of black iron driven through the bedrock at the Eirie's base, thicker than her arm, sunk so deep she could not see where it ended. The stone around it had cracked and wept, and Vethrix stood over it with his head low, his breath coming in great heaving clouds of steam. "This one is wedged in the mountain's bone," he said. "It will take everything." Saira dropped the ledgers at the edge of the Aerie and walked toward him. "Then take everything." She placed her hand on his flank. The scales were hot, almost burning, and through the bond she felt what he had been holding back. The strain of 3 broken anchors, the weight of the mountain pressing down, the darkness rising beneath them, hungry and patient. But beneath all that, she felt him. Not as a dragon, not as a weapon, as the one who had chosen her, who had waited centuries, who had refused to be owned until a chainmaker's daughter had walked the line, and he had known, that she would understand the weight of iron better than any noble heir. "I never told you," he said, "how I knew it was you." "Tell me later." "There may not be a later. There will be." She pressed her forehead to his scales. "Because I am not done choosing you, and I am not done choosing Dain, and I am not done burning this place to the ground." The bond flared, and Vethrix turned his fury toward the fourth anchor. The mountain screamed. Saira felt it through her teeth, through her bones, through the chain-link tattoo that blazed against her wrist like a brand. The spike of black iron groaned, then bent, then snapped with a sound like the sky tearing in half. The earth lurched beneath her feet. For a moment, nothing. Then the chains that had held Vethrix for a generation fell away, clattering against the stone like dead things, and he rose. He rose. The wings you feel on your back. He lifted his head and opened his jaws, and the sound that came out of him was not a roar. It was a call, a summons, a declaration that the storm-black dragon of Veska was no longer bound, and every dragon in the Aerie heard it. They answered. From the upper ledges, from the eyries carved into the mountain's face, from the darkness where they had been chained and silenced and made to serve, the dragons screamed back. Not in fear, in hope. Saira watched as rider after rider stumbled onto the ledges, their faces lit by fire and confusion, and something like dawning recognition. A young woman with a bruise across her cheekbone looked at Saira, then at Vethrix, then at the flames consuming the great hall below, and she did not reach for her blade. She reached for her dragon's harness. "Saira!" A voice from 500. She turned. A rider she barely knew, a man with a scar across his jaw and a dragon the color of pale ash, was running toward her, his eyes wild. "The eastern Eyrie is open. The lower gates are unguarded. If we are going, we have to go now." "We?" He stopped, breathing hard, and looked at her. "I saw what you did in the hall." His voice cracked. "I saw the ledgers. I saw what they did to Mira, to all of them. My sister was on Flight 23. They told us she died in a training accident." He swallowed. "I believed it for 10 years. Saira looked past him. There were more of them now, a dozen, perhaps more. Riders gathering on the ledges, their dragons shifting restlessly behind them, waiting, all of them looking at her. She had not asked for this, but she had chosen it. "The lower city," she said. "We have to get to the lower city. My family is there, the forge districts. If we leave them behind, Orn will." "Then we fly." The voice came from her left. A woman, older than Saira, her flight leathers patched and worn, her dragon a deep bronze that steamed in the cold air. She met Saira's eyes without flinching. "We fly," she repeated, "and we take as many as we can before the Aerie remembers how to fight back." Saira nodded. The night exploded into motion. She swung onto Vethrix's back without a saddle, without leathers, without anything but the bond thrumming between them like a living thread. He launched before she had settled, and the wind ripped the air from her lungs as the Aerie fell away beneath them. Below, Veska was burning. Not the whole city, not yet. But the great hall's collapse had spread, fire catching on the timbers of the lowered barracks, alarm bells ringing from every tower, and in the streets she saw tiny figures scattering like ants from a disturbed nest. She looked Forge Lane, for Iron Row, for the narrow roof where Toma had once taught her to balance on the ridge tiles, laughing as she fell. She could not find it. "Higher," she said. Vethrix climbed. The wind grew cold, the fire became a smear of orange at the mountain's base, and the Aerie itself shrank to a dark tooth against the stars. Around them, the other dragons rose, a ragged formation of wings and firelight and terrified hope. "Count them," Vethrix sent. She did. 13. 13 dragons, 13 riders, a splinter of what the Aerie had once commanded. It was not enough. It would never be enough. But it was a beginning. "The coast," she sent back. "We need to see the coast. The Eastern Fleet is 3 weeks out, and if Orn withholds dragon support to secure Veska, the invasion will land unopposed. And if you go to the coast, you will be seen. Hunted. Outnumbered. I know. And you still choose this. I still choose this." Vethrix banked, his wings catching the last light of the dying fire, and Saira looked back. The area of Veska stood against the mountain like a wound that had never healed. Smoke rose from its broken tower, fire painted the lower slopes. And somewhere inside, Dain was watching her go, a blade hidden in the dark, waiting for a strike she could not witness. She reached for his face in her memory, the color of his eyes. She could see it, winter iron, like the blade he had pressed into her hand once, warm from his palm. The sound of his voice, she could hear it, raw and fierce, saying her name like it was the only thing that mattered. The feel of his kiss, that was already starting to blur. She held it tighter, as if clinging could keep it from dissolving, and felt Vethrix's guilt bleed through the bond like a bruise. "I am sorry. Not your fault. It is. I chose you. I knew what it would cost. Then we will find a way to make the cost worth it." She looked ahead. The sea, dark and vast and waiting, and beyond it, the Eastern Fleet, 3 weeks from Talrath's coast. They would come with fire and steel and hunger, and she would face them with 13 dragons and a memory of Dain's kiss that was already fraying at the edges. Behind her, the Aerie burned. Ahead, the war waited. And in the space between, Saira Quenn reached for what she still remembered and found it slipping through her fingers like ash. The first rider fell from the sky at dawn. Chapter 41. The first rider fell at dawn. Saira watched him drop, a dark shape tearing loose from the formation, his dragon's wings folding as they both plunged toward the tree line below. She felt the impact through the bond like a bruise struck on bone. Not hers, not Vethrix's, but close enough. "Keep moving," Vethrix sent. "If you stop, they will see you stop." She did not answer. She only pressed closer to his neck and let the wind tear at her face until she could not feel the grief anymore. They flew for hours. The mountains rose and fell beneath them, black against a sky that bled from violet to gray. The 13 dragons had become 11 by the time the sun cleared the ridges, and then 9, and then 8. Each lost a thread pulled from a fraying rope. Some simply could not keep pace. Some had riders too injured to hold on. One had turned back, and Saira did not know if the rider had chosen the Aerie again, or if fear had made the choice for her. She did not blame them. The valley appeared without warning, a gash cut deep between 2 peaks, its floor tangled with mist and pine and the wreckage of old avalanches. Vethrix banked without waiting for her command, his wings catching the downdraft as he dropped into the shelter of the cliffs. The others followed, one by one, their landings heavy with exhaustion and the wet slap of wings against stone. Saira slid from Vethrix's back before he had fully settled, her legs buckling as her boots hit the ground. She caught herself on a rock, her hands shaking, her breath coming in gasps that had nothing to do with the altitude. Around her, the riders dismounted. They moved like people who had been hollowed out and filled with something brittle. The scarred rider whose sister had died on Flight 23 was tending to his dragon's flank, where a gash ran red through the scales. The older one with the patched leathers was counting heads. A young man Saira did not recognize sat with his back against a boulder, staring at nothing, his hands loose and empty at his sides. 8, she counted. 8 dragons, 8 riders, and me. 9. It was not enough. It would never be enough. But it was all she had. The storm hit before they could build a fire. Rain came in sheets, driven sideways by a wind that howled through the valley like something hunting. The dragons pressed together at the base of the cliff, their bodies forming a wall of foot and scale, and the riders huddled beneath them, wet and shivering and silent. Saira sat apart. She had found a ledge half sheltered by an overhang, where the rain fell in curtains on either side, but left a pocket of dry stone. Vethrix's head rested near her knee, one eye cracked open, watching her. "You should rest, I know." "You will not," she almost smiled. "No." The memory of Dain's kiss could tell there, but it felt thinner than it had at dawn, like a cloth worn to transparency by too much handling. She could feel his mouth on hers. She could feel his hands, one gripping her wrist, the other cupping her jaw as if she were something precious. But the edges were softening. She tried to hold them. They slipped. "I am sorry," Vethrix sent. "You already said that. I will keep saying it until you believe me." She looked at him. His eye was not coal now. It was dark and warm and full of a grief so old it felt like the mountain itself had learned to mourn. "I believe you," she said. "But believing you does not bring it back." He did not answer. There was nothing to say. The older woman found her an hour later, when the rain had softened to a drizzle and the wind had dropped to something almost gentle. Her name was Corrick. She had flown patrols for 23 years, and her dragon was the deep bronze that had first spoken in the Aerie. She sat down on the lake without asking permission, her leathers creaking, her face lined with weather and loss. "You are thinking about what comes next," Corrick said. "I am thinking about what we do with 8 dragons against an invasion fleet." "Same thing, dressed in different words." Saira said nothing. Corrick pulled a strip of dried meat from her belt and offered it. Saira took it, though she was not hungry. Chewing gave her hands something to do. "The Eastern Fleet will land in 3 weeks, Corrick said. "With or without the Aerie's support, with or without us. And when they do, the people in the lower city will be the first to burn. You know that." "I know." "So what are we going to do about it?" Saira looked at her. The question was not a challenge, it was an offering. A hand extended in the dark, asking not for answers, but for direction. She thought about Toma, about Forge Lane and Iron Row, and the narrow roof where she had learned to balance. About her father's hands, scarred and steady, shaping iron into chains that had bound dragons for generations. She thought about Dain, standing in the tunnel, telling her he would stay. "I do not know," she said, "but I will not let them burn alone." Corrick nodded. It was not agreement, it was acceptance. "Good enough," she said. The commotion started near the far end of the cliff. Saira was on her feet before she knew she had moved, her hand empty of a blade she no longer carried, her body already braced for a threat she could not see. Vethrix rose beside her, his head lifting, his attention sharpening. A voice, young, high with fear. "I did not sign up for this." Saira moved toward it, pushing through the press of wet bodies and weary faces. The young man she had seen earlier, the one with the empty hands, was standing in front of his dragon, a slender gray with a tremor running through its folded wings. His name was Halder. He could not have been more than 18. "I did not sign up to die in some valley while the Aerie burns our homes," he said, his voice cracking. "I followed because I thought we were going to fight. I thought we were going to do something. But we are just running. We are just hiding. And for what?" The other riders had gone still. Saira felt their eyes on her. Halder's dragon snapped its tail, a nervous whip crack against the stone, and the sound echoed through the valley like a shot. The young man flinched, then doubled down, his fear curdling into something harder. "We should turn back," he said. "We should go to the Aerie and tell them we made a mistake. Maybe they will. The Aerie will kill you." The voice was hers. She did not recognize it. It came from somewhere deeper than thought, colder than fear. Halder looked at her. His jaw worked. "You do not know that." "I do." She stepped closer. "I saw the ledgers. I saw the names. I saw what they do to people who question the system. They do not exile you, Halder. They do not forgive you. They hollow you out and call it duty, and when you are empty, they bury you in an unmarked grave and tell the next generation you died a hero." The words hung in the air, wet and heavy. Halder's dragon quieted. "I am not your commander," Saira said. "I am not your queen. I am a chainmaker's daughter who got chosen by a dragon and found out the price of that choice is everything I love. I cannot promise you victory. I cannot promise you survival, but I can promise you this. If you turn back, you will die for nothing. If you stay, you might die for something." She looked at him, at all of them. "I am staying." The silence stretched, and then Corrick moved. She walked past Saira, past Halder, and stopped beside her bronze dragon, resting her hand on the warm scales. "Well," she said, "I am not letting a chainmaker's daughter show me up." She sat down. One by one, the others followed. Saira did not sleep. She sat on the ledge as the storm broke and the stars came out, thin and cold, and scattered across a sky that got too large to hold. Vethrix's warmth pressed against her side, steady and alive. "You held them. I held nothing. They chose. Because you showed them something worth choosing." She wanted to believe him, but she kept returning to the count. 8 dragons, 8 riders, a valley full of fear and a coast full of fire. And behind her, an Aerie still standing, a commandant still scheming, and a man she loved fading from her memory like ash and water. "We will find a way," Vethrix sent. "How do you know?" "Because you are still reaching for what you remember, and as long as you reach, I will not let you fall." She did not have words for that. She leaned into his warmth and let the stars blur. The shout came at the edge of sleep. Saira's eyes snapped open. Corrick was already on her feet, her hand on her blade, her face turned toward the valley's mouth. "Saira." The word was low and urgent. Saira rose, her body screaming with exhaustion, and followed Corrick's gaze. There, at the far end of the valley where the mist had thinned, a light flickered. Not a campfire, not a signal. Torches, a column of them, moving through the pass, coming toward them. Chapter 42. The column of torches moved through the pass with the slow precision of men who knew the terrain. Saira counted 20, 30. The flames flickered behind a ridge, then emerged again, closer now, their light pooling on wet rock and scattered stree. She could not tell if they carried weapons, banners, or chains. Riders, Vethrix sent. Not Aerie, not yet. The distinction mattered, but not enough. Anyone moving through these valleys at night with torches was either hunting or running, and Saira did not know which was worse. She turned from the leads and found Corrick already waking the others. Mira Thorne was on her feet before the second torch cleared the ridge, her gray tunic stained with mountain dust and her hands empty of the ledgers she had carried out of Veska. She had not spoken since the valley. She had only watched. Now she moved toward Saira, her face pale in the firelight. "The riders searching for us are still at least an hour out," Mira said quietly. "But we need to move before they reach the gully. There's something I need to show you first." She held out a folded sheet of paper, worn at the edges, covered in her tight, precise handwriting. Saira took it. The numbers made no sense at first. Columns of flight dates, bond intensities, and recovery intervals. Names she recognized from the ledgers. A formula scratched in the margin, then crossed out, then rewritten. "What is this?" "The count," Mira said. "What you have already lost. What you will lose if we keep pushing the bond the way we did tonight." Saira's hand went still. The torch column kept moving. The wind carried the clink of harness metal and the low murmur of voices that had not yet seen the camp. "How do you know?" "Because I kept records," Mira said. 41 flights worth of my own. And because I spent 40 years watching other riders forget themselves into the ground. She gestured at the paper. The bond takes in patterns, sensory details first, then specific memories, then the emotional weight attached to the people you love. The order varies by rider, but the rate is predictable if you know what to measure. Saira looked down at the columns. Her recent flights were marked in Mira's hand. The Blackwater Run, the Storm Trial, the final surge when Vethrix broke the anchors. Each one scored with a number she did not want to read. 8, Mira said. You have lost 8 discrete memories since the bonding. Possibly more that you cannot identify because they were tied to people or moments you have already forgotten. 8. Saira felt the word land in her chest like a stone dropped into deep water. She had known the cost was accumulating. She had felt the edges blurring, the names slipping, the absence of her mother's voice, the blank space where a joke had lived, the soft corruption of Dain's kiss turning from heat into memory, from memory into shadow. But 8. That was not a number. That was a wound. Describe Dain, Mira said. The question hit like a slap. Saira opened her mouth, closed it. The answer should have been easy. She had memorized every line of him the way the smith memorized the grain of well-worked iron, the scar along his jaw, the winter iron gray of his eyes, the way his hands settled on the small of her back like he was claiming ground. She opened her mouth again. "The scar," she said, "on his jaw. It runs from his ear to the corner of his mouth." Mira nodded. "And his eyes?" "Gray." "Color?" Saira hesitated. The word hung at the edge of her tongue, close enough to taste, but when she reached for it, the image in her mind flickered. She could see Dain's face. She could feel the weight of his gaze. But the exact shade, the particular silver dark of a winter sky before snow, the way it caught fire near the center when he looked at her, the details sifted through her fingers like ash. "I do not," she said. The silence that followed was worse than the torch column, worse than the count. Mira did not flinch. She simply marked something on the paper. "That is the pattern," she said. "Sensory degradation precedes emotional erasure. You will still know you loved him. You will still feel the shape of it. But the texture, the light, the particular way he said your name, those will go first." Saira's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs and forced them still. "How long?" Mira looked at her, and Saira saw something in the older woman's face that she had not seen before. Not pity, not calculation, recognition. "When I lost my spouse's face," Mira said, "I could still describe the shape of his nose, the color of his hair, the way he laughed, but I could not see him when I closed my eyes. The picture was gone, and I knew, in that moment, that I was not mourning his absence from the room. I was mourning his absence from my mind." She folded the paper. "Riders." Vethrix's voice cut through the bond, sharp and urgent. "Above us. Coming through the cleft." Saira looked up. The torches had stopped moving, and from the direction of the ridge, a sound drifted down in the wind. The creak of saddle leather. The low, wary ravel of a dragon's throat. Chapter 43. The sound of saddle leather stilled. Saira pressed herself flat against the stone, one hand braced on the outcrop, the other still holding Mira's folded paper. The torches had stopped moving at the ridge, but the wind carried something worse now. A voice. Low, male, speaking in the clicked cadence of a patrol report. "No tracks past the scree slope. If they went to ground, it's west of the cleft." Another voice answered, too faint to make out the words. Saira turned her head slowly, counting the torches through the gap in the rocks. 30, maybe more. They had spread into a loose skirmish line along the ridge, blocking the only pass that led out of the valley toward the coast. Beside her, Corrick had drawn a knife she had not seen her reach for. The older woman's face was carved stone in the torchlight, her eyes fixed on the same gap. "The Aerie?" Saira whispered. Corrick shook her head once. "No silver on those collars, no dragon scales burning in the light. Those are ground scouts." "Whose?" Before Corrick could answer, the torchbearers moved again. A cluster of them broke right, descending the switchback trail that led into the valley floor. The others held position on the ridge, watching. Saira felt Vethrix shift at him the bond, a low thrum of weariness that vibrated through her ribs. "They have not seen the camp," he said, "but they will if they keep descending." She looked back at the hollow where the remaining 8 dragons had folded their wings among the stones. The gray light of false dawn was beginning to edge the ridgeline, and with it would come full visibility. "We cannot stay here," she said. Mira stepped up beside her, quiet as ash. "We cannot fight 30 ground scouts with 8 dragons and no plan, not if we want to reach the coast alive." The word hung in the air. Coast. Saira's gaze went past the ridge, past the torches, to the pale line of horizon where the sea would be. Somewhere out there, the Eastern Fleet was 3 weeks from landing. That was what Orin had said. That was what she had been counting on. But the scouts were not Aerie. And if they were not Aerie, they were something else. Something that had come through the pass from the coastal side. She looked at the paper in her hand. The count. 8 memories gone. She folded it once and pressed it into her belt. "We held her," she said. "And the others. I want everyone in the hollow before those scouts reach the valley floor." Korik moved without answering, her boots silent on the stone. Saira stayed at the gap, watching the torches descend. They moved with confidence, with purpose. Not hunting blindly, but tracking a route they had traveled before. Mira stood beside her, saying nothing. The wind shifted, and from the direction of the ridge, carried down on the cold air, Saira caught a sound that stopped her breath. Not voices, not footsteps. A horn. 3 short notes, repeated. The signal pattern for fire beacons, spotted. Her hand went to the stone. "That is not a search call," Mira said slowly. "That is a warning." "I know." She had heard that pattern once before, years ago, from the watchtower above the lower city. A ship sighted, a fleet horizoned. The signal that sent every able-bodied adult to the wall. The horn sounded again, closer now. And this time, Saira heard the answer. From beyond the ridge, from the direction of the coast, a second horn answered with 2 long notes that dropped into silence. Recognition. The Eastern Fleet had not waited 3 weeks. It was already here. She turned from the gap and ran down into the hollow, her boots skidding on loose stone. The others were already rising, faces pale in the half-light. Korik had Talmer by the arm, the young rider's eyes wide and unfocused. "Change of plan," Saira said. She stopped in the center of the hollow, feeling the weight of 8 pairs of eyes, 8 riders who had followed her out of the burning buoy because she had promised them something better than a hollowed grave. "The scouts on the ridge are not Aerie," she said. "They are coastal lookouts, and they are signaling that the invasion has already started." The silence that followed was worse than panic. Halder's face went gray. "We are too late." "No." Saira's voice cut like a blade. "We are exactly where we need to be." She looked around the hollow, at the dragons stirring behind their riders, at the dim light beginning to silver the stone. The Eastern Fleet did not wait for Oren's timeline. They landed early, which means the lower city has already begun to burn, and we are the only dragons between them and the people who cannot run. Korik met her gaze. The older woman's hand was still on her knife, but her eyes were clear. "How many riders can we carry?" 8 dragons. 9 if I double with someone." "Double," Mira said. "Your dragon is the strongest in the sky. Do not waste him on 1 rider." Saira nodded once. Then Halder's voice cracked through the hollow. "We cannot fight an invasion fleet. 8 dragons against 100 ships. That is not a battle. That is a slaughter." He took a step back, his hands shaking. "I did not sign up to die on a beach for a city that already hates us." The hollow went still. Saira looked at him, at the fear in his face, at the younger riders behind him, watching, waiting to see which way the wind would break. She could have argued, could have reminded him of the ledgers, the hollowed graves, the memory of his own name being beaten alive by the bond. Instead, she said the only thing that mattered. "Then do not die for the city." She held his gaze. "Die for the person you were before the Aerie taught you to count the cost of caring. Die for the hope that the child on that beach gets to grow up without a chain around her neck. Or do not die at all. Live and carry the truth of what the bond really does. But do not say you signed up for nothing, because you signed up the moment you lowered your brow to a dragon and chose to be seen." Halder's mouth opened, closed. He did not step forward, but he did not step back either. Saira turned away before he could answer, because there was no time left to wait. "Korik, you take point. Mira and I will ride double with Vethrix. The rest of you form a wedge and stay tight. We hit the coast before full light, and we make sure those beacons have something real to warn about." She moved toward Vethrix, who had risen to his feet at the edge of the hollow, his scales kinking the dim light like a promise of storm. His voice touched her mind, low and fierce. "You are ready." She swung onto his neck, feeling the heat of his hide against her legs, the beat of his pulse through the bond. "I have to be." Behind her, the others mounted. Leather creaked, dragons stirred. One by one, the rebels lifted into the gray air. The torches on the ridge wheeled as the scouts spotted the rising shapes, and the horn screamed a third time, frantic now. Saira leaned forward, and Vethrix opened his wings. The valley fell away beneath them as they climbed, the wind tearing at her braids, the folded paper pressing against her belt where Mira's count lay hidden. 8 memories. 1 chance. Below, the beacon fires flickered along the coast, a wound opening, and in the bond, beneath Vethrix's rising roar, Saira felt something she had not expected. Dain. Not a memory, not an image, just the echo of his voice, the shape of his absence, the certain knowledge that somewhere in the burning Aerie behind her, he was still alive. She held on to that, because it might be all she had left. Chapter 44. The wind tore at Saira's face as Vethrix climbed, the coast still hidden beyond the ridge, the horn's frantic notes fading behind them. Below, the torchline had broken formation. The scouts were running now, not toward the valley but away from it, toward the beacons that had already burned. "They fear us," Vethrix said. "Good, let them." Mira's arms tightened around Saira's waist, the archivist's body pressed close against her back. The double weight slowed them, but Vethrix's wings beat steady and strong, carrying them toward the smoke that smudged the horizon. The coast lay an hour ahead, maybe less if the wind held. But before they cleared the first rise, Coric's dragon banked hard, its wings snapping against the air, in a signal Saira had learned in the Aerie's drills. Halt, danger below. Vethrix answered without waiting for her command, tilting into a wide spiral that brought them down behind a shelf of broken stone. The others followed, dragons tucking their wings tight as they landed in a scatter of loose rock and salt-crusted earth. Coric slid from her bronze's neck before the dragon had fully settled, her hand already on her knife. "Rider on the ground, coming up the gully." Saira dismounted, her legs burning from the double weight. "Aerie?" "No, single figure, leading a mule." The rebels exchanged glances. A smuggler's route. The old trails that cut between the Aerie's patrols and the coastal watch stations, used by runners who knew the mountain's blind spots better than any officer. "Let them come," Saira said. She moved to the edge of the stone shelf, watching the gully below. The figure emerged a moment later, small and bent, leading a mule loaded with salt sacks. The mule's ears swiveled at the sight of the dragons, but the figure did not stop. The smuggler was a woman. Gray hair, sun-cracked face, hands that had held reins for the decades. She wore no colors, no insignia, nothing to mark her allegiance. She stopped at the base of the shelf and looked up at Saira. "You the one they are calling rebel?" Saira did not answer. The woman reached into a salt sack and pulled out a bundle wrapped in oilcloth. "I have letters from the lower city. Paid good coin to get them through before the Aerie sealed the passes." Saira's heart clenched. "Who paid you? Does it matter?" The woman tossed the bundle up. It landed at Saira's feet with a solid thump. "Read them fast. I am not staying where dragons can see me." She turned and led the mule back down the gully without another word. Saira knelt and unwrapped the oilcloth. Inside were 7 letters, folded tight and sealed with wax that had cracked during the journey. The top one bore her name in a hand she knew. Toma's hand. She broke the seal with fingers that would not stop shaking. "Saira, I do not know if this will reach you. The roads are locked down. Aerie patrols at every gate. They are saying you tried to plane the mountain down from inside. Father is gone." She stopped reading. The words blurred. She forced herself to continue. Conscription gangs swept the forge districts the night after the ceremony. They used the chaos as cover. Took every able-bodied man from Iron Row and Bellfounder's Walk. Father tried to hide in the bell pit. They found him anyway. I am writing this from the rafters above the old smokehouse. The gangs are still working the district. They will find me sooner or later. I have your wire, the one you wove into my hair before you left. It is the only thing I have that still feels like you. Do not come back for me. They want you to come back. The pass is watched. The lower city is a trap. But if you can stop them, if you can make them answer for this, I will be here as long as the rafters hold. Toma Saira's hand lowered. The world around her went down quiet. The wind, the dragons, the breathing of the riders waiting behind her. She folded the letter and placed it inside her leathers, against her heart. Then she looked at the remaining letters, 6 of them, names she did not recognize. Pleas from forge wives, from neighbors, from the guildmaster who had taught her father to draw chain. All of them asking the same question. Will you come? Will you fight? Will you let them take us without a word? She set them aside. Beneath the last letter, folded into the oilcloth so tightly it had pressed its own shape into the fabric, was a scrap of paper no larger than her palm. The hand was not Toma's. She knew it before she unfolded it, knew it from the angle of the strokes, the pressure of the ink, the way the words were crammed to the margins as if the writer had had only seconds to set them down. Saira, Oren is already rewriting the narrative. By the time the Eastern Fleet reaches the harbor, he will have convinced the kingdom that you broke the Aerie to let the invasion through. Every death on the coast will be laid at your feet unless you act before the story hardens. I am alive. I am watchful. I am waiting. Do not let them make you into the monster they need you to be. D. The breath left her lungs. She read it twice, 3 times. The letters blurred and sharpened and blurred again. He was alive. He was still inside the Aerie, still feeding intel, still fighting the war from the other side of the mountain, and he was telling her that the noose was already tightening. Saira. Korek's voice pulled her back. The older rider had moved to her side, her eyes on the smoke-darkened horizon. What does it say? Saira folded Dain's scrap beside Toma's letter and pressed them both against her chest. It says we are out of time. She stood and looked at the riders waiting in the broken stone. 8 dragons, 8 faces, pale and exhausted and terrified. Behind them, the beacons burned along the coast. Ahead, the lower city was being emptied by conscription gangs. Somewhere in the mountain, Dain was risking his life to send her warnings she could barely afford to receive. She turned to the horizon. Korek, how long to the lower city if we fly hard? Korek's eyes narrowed. 2 hours, maybe less if we ride the storm front building off the sea. Then we fly. And the harbor? Saira looked at the smoke, at the ships she could not yet see but knew were there, at the kingdom that was already learning to call her a traitor. The harbor can burn for 1 more night. She swung onto Vethrix's neck and felt the heat of him against her thighs, the storm in his blood answering the storm in hers. You are choosing them, Vethrix said. The Forge District, your father's streets. I am choosing what I can still save. Below, in the gully where the smuggler had vanished, a pigeon rose from the rocks and beat its way north. Saira watched it go, toward the Aerie, toward Dain, toward whatever message he had sent that she had not yet received. Chapter 45. They flew through darkness that tasted of salt and ashes. The wind had shifted while Saira read the letters, swinging around from the east and bringing with it the smell of burning things. Not forge smoke, not hearth fire. The wet, acrid reek of a harbor burning. She pressed herself against Vethrix's neck and tried not to think about what that smoke meant. How many ships? How many streets? How many bodies floating face down in the black water? Not that way, Vethrix said. His voice cut through the spiral before it could tighten. He had banked while she grieved, turning north instead of following the coast toward the lower city. The other dragons adjusted behind them, their wings catching the same thermal, their riders too exhausted to question the deviation. Where are you taking us? A place I remember, an old place, before the Aerie became what it is. She should have argued. The lower city was 2 hours east. Toma was hiding in a smokehouse rafters. Her father had been taken by conscription gangs. Every breath she spent flying north was a breath the conscription wagons used to roll farther from her reach. But she felt what Vethrix felt beneath her. Not evasion, not delay. The same focused pull he had shown when he hunted the fourth anchor's location through the mountain's bones. Trust me, he said. And because she had no other choice, because the bond sang with the truth of his intention, she held on. The cliff face emerged from the dock like a scar. It was older than the Aerie's walls. She could tell by the stone, by the way the wind had worn it into shelves and hollows that no mason had touched for centuries. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for a dragon's wings, but Vethrix threaded through it without hesitation, folding his body into the gap as if he had done it 100 times before. The cavern opened beyond. It was not large, perhaps 20 dragon lengths across, with a ceiling blackened by old torch smoke and a floor that had been leveled by human hands. At the far end, a weather tower stood in silhouette, its wooden frame cracked and leaning, but still intact. Below it, stacked in crude wooden crates that had rotted and been replaced many times over, were coils of chain, oiled leather, sealed barrels marked with the old guild sign of the chainmakers. Supply caches, left here for a war that had never come, or had come and gone, leaving no one to retrieve what was stored. Saira slid from Vethrix's neck and landed on stone that felt warm beneath her boots. Heated from below, she realized. The mountain's blood, close to the surface here. The other dragons landed one by one, filling the cavern with the rustle of leather wings and the low rumble of exhausted beasts. Kuruk was the first to dismount, her bronze dragon lowering his head to let her slide down his shoulder. What is this place? Saira shook her head. She did not know. But Vethrix was already moving toward the far wall, his claws scraping against the stone, his attention fixed on something she could not see. She followed. The wall was carved. At first she thought the markings were natural, the kind of cracks and veins that formed in old stone over centuries. But as she drew closer, she saw the pattern. Deliberate, repeated. A series of symbols carved into the rock in a spiral that wound from floor to ceiling, each one distinct, each one human-made. Dragon marks, not branding marks the Aerie used to track its beasts. Older, softer. The kind of marks a rider might carve to remember a bond that had no other monument. These are names, Mira said from behind her. Saira turned. The archivist had followed without her noticing, her face pale in the dim light, her hand pressed against the stone as if she could read the carvings through her skin. Rider names, Mira continued. And dragon names, paired, the old way, before the Aerie standardized the bond records, before they started redacting the ones who didn't survive. Saira looked back at the wall. The spiral stretched upward, each name paired with another, the letters worn by time but still legible in places. Some had dates carved beneath them. Some had symbols she did not recognize, a mark like a broken circle, a line through the middle. They carved themselves into the mountain because they knew the archives would not remember them, Vethrix said. This is where the ones who questioned the system came, those who survived long enough to flee. Questioned the system how? The same way you did, by refusing to let the bond consume without consent. Saira's throat tightened. She moved along the wall, her fingers tracing the names. Most meant nothing to her. A few she recognized from Mira's record, hallowed riders who had been listed as training accidents or deserters. She stopped at the far end of the spiral. There, carved deeper than the rest, as if the hand that made it had pressed with all the force it possessed, was a name she knew. Elira Vale. The air left her lungs. Oren's mother, the rider who had been consumed on Flight 36, the woman who had died alone on a mountain ledge, with her child's name already erased from her memory. But the name was here, carved in stone, surrounded by a circle of smaller marks, each one representing a flight, a memory, a piece of herself she had given to the bond before it took everything. And beneath her name, another carving. Smaller, in a different hand. A record remains. Below the forge heart, seek with the fire could not burn. Saira read it 3 times. A record remains. She was not the first. Someone had tried before her. Someone had hidden evidence. Someone had believed that the truth could outlast the institution that buried it. The sound came from outside. Not the wind, not the groan of old stone settling. Wings. Multiple sets. Beating hard, approaching fast, the unmistakable rhythm of dragons flying with purpose, not patrol. Saira spun toward the entrance. Kuruk was already there, her hand on her blade, her bronze dragon rising from his rest with a growl in his throat. How many? Saira asked. Kuruk's face was pale in the torchlight. Enough. Chapter 46. The words were still on her lips when the first shadow cut across the entrance. Saira spun, her hand going to the blade at her hip. Kuruk had already drawn, her bronze dragon rising with a rumble that vibrated through the stone floor. The other rebels scrambled, reaching for weapons, calling to their dragons. The shadows came 3 at a time, angular and precise against the pale gray of the cliff face beyond the entrance. Not scouts, not a patrol, military formation. Vethrix launched. The cavern ceiling rushed past her head, close enough to touch, close enough to take her skull if she sat up straight. She flattened herself against his neck, her fingers buried in the base of his scales, and then they were through the entrance, and the world fell away beneath her. The cliff face dropped into nothing. Fog rolled in from the sea, thick and cold, swallowing the rocks below. The wind hit her like a wall, tearing at her clothes, her hair, her breath. Behind her, the other rebels poured out of the Aerie one by one, dragons snapping their wings open against the empty air, riders clinging to their backs. Corric's bronze was the last out, his tail clearing the entrance just as the first pursuit dragon banked into position behind them. Saira twisted to look back. 7 dragons in tight formation, riding the fog line with the precision of men who had trained for years. Their riders wore dark leathers, not the silver-collared uniforms of the Aerie's regular patrols. Orin's personal wing. He had sent his best. "They are faster than us," Vethrix said. "They have been hunting longer. Then we make it count." She pressed herself lower, feeling the strain in his shoulders as he beat for altitude. The fog was patchy here, broken by updrafts from the cliff face below. If they could reach the cloud bank to the east, they might lose the pursuit in the blind. A bolt of fire cut past her left shoulder. Close, too close. Who looked back? The lead pursuit dragon had its mouth open, the glow of kindled flame visible even at this distance. The rider was standing in the stirrups, one hand raised, a signal to the rest of the wing. They were not trying to capture her. They were trying to burn her out of the sky. "Break formation," Saira shouted, her voice raw against the wind. "Spread and weave. Do not give them a clean shot." Corric heard her. So did the others. The rebel dragons split, 3 going high, 2 dropping low. Saira and Vethrix holding the center with Mira's weight pressed tight against Saira's back. The pursuit followed. They were better in the air, more rested, better fed. Their dragons responded to every command without hesitation, without the exhaustion that pulled at the rebels' wings after days of flight. Saira watched a bolt of fire miss Halder's gray dragon by barely a length, the heat of it rippling the air, and she knew they could not outrun this. They needed a different kind of time. A rider peeled off from the rebel formation. It was a woman Saira barely knew. Young, brown hair plastered to her face by the wind. A green dragon with a ragged scar across one eye. She had joined the rebellion in the valley, convinced by the ledgers, convinced by Saira's words, convinced that dying for something real was better than hollowing for a lie. She angled her dragon straight at the pursuit ring. "Ton!" Saira screamed, but the wind took her voice, and the woman did not look back. The green dragon folded its wings and dove. It was not an attack. It was not a maneuver. It was a collision course. The pursuit wing broke. Dragons scattered, riders cursing, trying to avoid the hurtling mass of scale and bone aimed directly at their center. The green dragon passed through them like a blade through smoke, scattering the formation, breaking the line. And then it was gone, banked hard into the fog, drawing 3 of the pursuers after it. Saira watched them disappear into the white. She did not know the woman's name. She realized it with a cold horror that sat in her chest and would not move. She had spoken to her once, briefly, in the valley, encouraged her, told her she was brave, but she had not asked her name, and now the woman was somewhere behind her, bleeding time she did not have, and Saira could not even grieve her properly because she did not know what to call her. "Keep moving," Vethrix said. "She did not do it for you to stop." The fog closed in. They flew blind for what felt like hours, through clouds so thick that Saira could not see Vethrix's own wings beneath her. The world became sound only. The rush of air, the creak of leather, Mira's breath against her back, and the distant, fading thunder of pursuit wings. Then the fog broke. They were above the cloud bank now, the sky open and pale around them, the sun a washed-out disk through the haze. Saira looked back. The pursuit had stopped. 7 dragons, hovering at the edge of the cloud line, waiting, watching. One of the riders raised a signal horn. The sound carried across the gap, thin and distant, 3 short notes. A message. Saira did not understand it until the pursuit ring turned as one and banked away, diving back into the fog, vanishing toward the coast. Coric's bronze dragon pulled alongside, the older rider's face tight with confusion. They broke off. Why would they break off? Saira stared at the empty sky where the pursuit had been. The signal, 3 notes, not a recall, a relay. They were not hunting us, she realized. They were delaying us. Coric's face went pale. The coast. The signal meant something happened at the coast. Saira looked east, toward the smoke that smudged the horizon, toward the harbor she had chosen not to save, toward the invasion she had left burning while she flew north to find an Old War Eyrie and a dead woman's message. The pursuit had not broken off because they had won. They had broken off because the coast had fallen into open battle, and Saira was still hours away. Chapter 47. The fog did not lift. It hung over them like a shroud, gray and wet and endless, as Vethrix carried them east through the pale nothing. Saira had stopped counting the hours. Her hands were numb on the harness. Her eyes burned from staring into the white. Mira's arms stayed locked around her waist, but the Archist had stopped speaking miles ago. Behind them, the other dragons flew in loose formation, their wing beats a dull percussion through the cloud. No one spoke. No one had spoken since the pursuit broke off. Saira kept seeing the green dragon fold its wings and dive, kept seeing the woman's brown hair plastered to her face, the set of her shoulders, the way she had not looked back. What was her name? The question sat in Saira's chest like a stone. She had spoken to her, encouraged her, told her she was brave. But the moment had been brief, crowded with fear and movement, and Saira had not thought to ask. She would ask now, if she could. She would find the other riders, the ones who had flown beside her, and she would learn her name. She would write it down. She would remember it. The fog thinned. They emerged over a ridge of broken stone where the cloud broke against the slope like water against a hull. Below, a shallow valley opened, its floor scarred by old rockfalls and the blackened circles of dead fires. No smoke rose. No movement caught the eye. Saira signaled the descent. They landed in a staggered line along the valley's western edge, dragons folding their wings with the heavy exhaustion of creatures pushed past their limits. The gray dragon touched down last, halter sliding from its back with a stiffness that spoke of hours in the saddle and the weight of what he had seen. Saira dismounted. Her legs buckled. She caught herself on Vethrix's foreleg, the scales warm and rough beneath her palm. "Rest," Vethrix said. "You will be no use to anyone if you fall over." She wanted to argue. She did not have the strength. The camp formed quickly, the way it always did now. Riders unsaddled, dragons curled on the stone. Mira began sorting through the supply caches, counting what remained, her movements mechanical and precise. Saira found a flat rock near the center of the camp and sat down. She pulled a scrap of paper from her leathers, the same paper she had used to copy Dain's warning, folded and refolded until the creases were soft as cloth. The blank side faced up. She took a piece of charcoal from her pocket. She would write the woman's name. She would write it now, before the day got any older, before the memory of the dive faded into the chaos of what came next. She pressed the charcoal to the paper and stopped. Her hand hovered over the blank surface. The charcoal tip traveled against the grain of the paper, leaving a faint gray smudge. Nothing came. She closed her eyes. She saw the green dragon, the scar across its eye, the way it had folded its wings and dropped like a stone through the pursuit formation. But the rider's face was already softening at the edges. She could not remember if her eyes had been light or dark. She could not remember the sound of her voice. She could not remember her name. Saira opened her eyes and stared at the blank line she had not written on. The charcoal pressed into the paper, hard enough to leave a dent, but no word formed. The woman had died so Saira could live, and Saira could not remember what to call her. 8, she whispered. Mira looked up from the supply cache. What? 8 memories, before today. Saira's voice sounded hollow, even to herself. I don't know how many this makes, because I don't know what I lost. I don't know what she told me. I don't know if she said her name and I was too distracted to hear it, or if I heard it and the bond already took it. She held up the blank paper. This is all that's left of her, a line I can't fill. Mira crossed the camp slowly. She knelt beside Saira, her gaze on the empty page. You remember what she did, Mira said. I remember the dive, the way she aimed herself at them, the way she did not look back. Then you remember her. I don't know her name. Names are words. Mira's voice was gentle, but it carried the weight of someone who had learned this lesson the hardest way. The bond takes words first. It took my husband's name before it took his face. But I remember what he did. I remember how he made me feel. I remember that he existed. How long until I forget that too? Mira did not answer. The silence stretched. Saira looked down at the blank line. The charcoal had left a smear across the paper, a gray mark where a name should have been. She folded the paper carefully, precisely, and tucked it back into her leathers. She would keep it. She would carry it. Even if she could not write the name, she would carry the space where it belonged. A shadow fell across her. Saira looked up. A figure stood at the edge of the camp, half hidden behind a tumbled slab of stone. Small, bent, dressed in the gray wool of a low city traveler, with a hood pulled low over the face. No one had seen her approach. No sentry had called out. She stepped forward, and the hood fell back, and Saira saw the pale, shark-featured face of Lady Elira Thorne. Elira? The name came out cracked, disbelieving. Elira's eyes swept the camp. She took in the exhausted riders, the curled dragons, the meager supplies spread across the stone. Her expression did not change, but something in her shoulder loosened, as if she had been holding her breath and had only now allowed herself to exhale. You are alive, she said. Barely. Good. Elira stepped closer, and Saira saw the shadows under her eyes, the dirt on her clothes, the raw edge of her voice. Because I did not cross 3 mountain passes and 2 Aerie checkpoints to deliver news to a corpse. News. Elira reached into her cloak and pulled down a folded sheet of paper. The seal was cracked. The edges were smudged with what looked like ash. They have moved the conscription forward. The entire forge district is being emptied today. Saira's blood went cold. Toma, your brother is still in the smokehouse. For now. Elira held out the paper. But there is worse news. The Eastern Fleet is not alone. Saira took the paper. Her hands did not shake. There is a second fleet, Elira said. Larder, moving up the strait. They will be here within the week. Saira stared at the ash-stained words. 7 days. The forge district emptied today. A second fleet within the week. And somewhere in the white fog behind her, a woman whose name she could not remember had given her the time to hear this. She looked up at Elira. How did you find us? Elira's smile was thin and tired and sharp. I followed the smoke. Her gaze dropped to the folded paper in Saira's hand, to the blank line still visible at the edge where Saira had tried to write a name. Who were you writing to? Saira's throat closed. Someone I should have asked sooner. And she looked down at the empty space on the page, at the gray smear that was all she had left of a woman who had died so she could live long enough to read this. Chapter 48. Elira stood at the edge of the camp with the stillness of someone who had learned to wait without fidgeting. The hood of her traveler's cloak had fallen fully back, revealing dark circles beneath eyes that held the same sharp intelligence Saira remembered from the healer's wing, but sharper now, honed by days of movement and fear. You crossed 3 mountain passes alone, Saira said. It was not a question. I had help. Elira's mouth curved, tongue thin and humorless. Old favors. Debts no one wanted to collect until now. The Aerie thinks I fled south with my family. They are not looking for me. And your family? Thinks I am visiting a dead aunt in the hill villages. She stepped closer, her gaze sweeping the camp again. They will learn otherwise when I do not return. But by then, it will not matter. Mira rose from beside the supply cache. You should not be here, my lady. No, Elira agreed, but I am, because the riders who defected have been named traitors to the crown. Oren Vale sent criers to every district within a day's ride. Your faces are being described in market squares from here to the salt flats. A chill that had nothing to do with the mountain air settled into Saira's bones. How detailed? Enough. Elira pulled a small leather pouch from inside her cloak and tossed it to the ground between them. It landed with a clink. Medicine, sulfur paste for burns, a few coins. Not enough to bribe a guard, but enough to buy food from people who do not ask questions. She reached into her cloak a second time and produced a folded square of paper, smudged with wax that bore no crest. This is the real reason I came. Saira took it. The paper was warm from Elira's body. She broke the seal and unfolded it, stepping closer to the embers of the fire to read. The handwriting was cramped, slanted leftward as if written in haste. She recognized it as Elira's from the earlier message, but the contents made her chest tighten. 7 houses have approached House Son since the ceremony. They do not trust Oren Vale. They saw the ledgers. They heard the names of the hollowed riders. They are ready to believe the truth, but they will not act for a dead woman. They need proof that you can survive, that your wing can fight, that the rebellion is not a suicide charge. One victory, public, visible. Something they can point to and say, she held the line. Then they will move. Saira read the letter twice. The second time she focused on the phrase, they will not act for a dead woman. You want me to prove I can win? She said. I want you to prove you are not already lost. Elira's voice was soft, but the word lost carried 2 meanings, and Saira felt both land in her chest. These houses are not cowards. They are practical. They have watched the Aerie consume riders for generations and done nothing because they believed there was no alternative. Now they see one, but they need to believe it is real. And if I fight and fail, then they will deny ever speaking to me. They will burn this letter, and House Son will have lost its only remaining heir for nothing. Elira said it without self-pity, as if discussing a strategic calculation that had already been weighed and accepted. Mira stepped between them. What you are asking is suicide. We have 8 dragons, 9 riders, no supplies beyond what we carried. The Eastern Fleet has already landed. A second fleet is coming. You want Saira to fight a public battle against an invasion force so that nobles who have done nothing for 40 years can decide whether she is worth backing? Yes, Elira said. That is not a plan. That is a spectacle. It is a beginning. Elira did not look away. She held Mira's gaze with the same steady calm she had shown when confessing her family's manipulation in the healer's wing. The houses will not move for a cause that is already lost. They need to see momentum. They need to believe that backing Saira is not throwing good coin after a sinking ship. And if I refuse? Saira asked. Elira turned to her. The firelight caught the hollows under her eyes, the raw edge of exhaustion that she had been carrying since she walked into camp. Then I go home. I tell them the rebellion is already dead, and within a month, every rider who defected with you will be hunted down and executed for treason, and the Eastern Fleet will burn the lower city to ash, and no one will remember that anyone ever tried to stop it. The silence stretched. Saira looked down at the letter in her hands. The words had not changed. One victory. Public. Visible. Something the houses can point to. Saira stared at the embers of the fire, and then she said the words she had not known she was carrying until they left her mouth. I need to see my brother first. Elira's eyes widened. Sorry it hast. I will fight your battle. I will make your spectacle. But I will not fly into a war without knowing whether Toma is alive or dead. You want me to prove I can win? She met Elira's gaze. Then give me tonight. One detour before the coast. Mira started to speak. Korik shifted behind her. Even the fire seemed to pause. Elira held Saira's eyes for a long, measuring moment. Then she reached into her cloak a third time and pulled out a folded scrap of paper, smudged with coal dust. Your brother's smokehouse is 3 hours east of here, but the pass is watched, and the conscription gangs are still sweeping the district. She held out the paper. If you go alone. No dragon, no wing, just the dark and whatever luck your mother left you. Saira took the paper. The coal dust smeared against her fingers, and she felt the bond pulse beneath her ribs, Vethrix stirring in the dark, already reading the shape of her decision and waiting for her to speak it aloud. Chapter 49. They sorted through the supply caches in the gray light filtering through the Aerie's entrance, where the wind carried salt and the distant promise of smoke. Saira worked beside Kurek, one sealing barrels marked with the old Trinemaker's Guild sign, finding oiled cloth wrapped around bundles of arrow shafts, coils of rope, and leather straps cut for dragon harnesses. Everything smelled of tallow and dust and waiting. Mira had claimed the smallest barrel for herself, the one wedged behind the others as if someone had hidden it deliberately. She worked the lid loose with the pry bars, the metal groaning in the near silence. "You think the Aerie left records here?" Saira asked. "I think the Aerie did not know this place existed." Mira set the lid aside and reached into the darkness of the barrel. The chainmakers who stocked these caches answered to the guild, not to Commandant Veyra. They kept their own accounts. Her hand emerged holding a leather-bound book, the cover warped and stained by years of damp. The pages had swollen against the binding, their edges soft as felt. Mira carried it to the light. The ledger was not large, perhaps 60 pages, filled with ink that had faded to the color of rust. The script was small and uneven, written by someone who had not expected anyone to read it. Saira moved closer, watching Mira turn the pages with the careful reverence of someone handling something fragile. "It is a weather ledger," Mira said. "Recording storms?" "Recording everything." The chainmakers tracked the mountain's moods, the wind patterns, the pressure changes that affected their forge fires. They understood that the mountain was alive in ways the Aerie never acknowledged. Saira leaned in. The page Mira had opened showed a sketch of a metal plate, rectangular and thin, with symbols carved along its edges. The caption beneath was written in a hand that had been steadier than the rest. Inscribed, "Iron holds what the mind come not transin. Ronder, dragon, and smith together. The memory does not die, it waits." Saira's breath caught. What does that mean? Mira's finger traced the lines, her lips moving as she read. When she looked up, her face held something Saira had never seen there before. Not hope exactly, something more cautious, more fragile. "There was a method," Mira said slowly. "Before the Aerie standardized the bond, before they learned to harvest memory from the connection, the earliest riders did not simply lose what the bond consumed. They transferred it." "Transferred where?" "Into forged metal, inscribed plates, rings, tokens. The smith worked with the rider and the dragon together, and the bond's excess was written into the object instead of erasing the rider's mind." Saira stared at the sketch. The symbols on the plate looked like they had been pressed into the iron, not carved, as if the metal had accepted them willingly. "You are saying I could give my memories to a piece of metal instead of losing them?" "I am saying this ledger describes a technique that was abandoned. Whether it was abandoned because it stopped working or because the Aerie chose to suppress it, I cannot tell from this alone." Saira looked at her hands, the burn scars on her forearms, the chain-link tattoo around her left wrist. She had grown up in a forge. She knew metal. She knew how heat changed it, how pressure shaped it, how a piece of iron could hold a mark for 100 years if struck true. "I can do this," she said. Mira's eyes narrowed. "You have not read the full method yet." "I do not need to read it. I need to try." The bond stirred beneath her ribs, Vethrix's awareness brushing against hers. He had been listening. He was always listening now. "The iron remembers," he said. "The old chainmakers knew. I had forgotten." Saira pressed a hand to her chest, feeling the warmth of his presence. "You remember now?" "I remember the principle. The execution was always the smith's art. I only provided the heat." Mira had turned back to the ledger, her fingers tracing the diagram of the inscribed plate. "It says the forging must happen while the bond is active. Rider and dragon linked, the smith working the metal between them. The memory flows through the bond into the iron. How much memory? It does not say. A single recollection per plate, perhaps, or a cluster of related moments. Mira looked up. It also says the process is painful. Saira almost laughed. Everything is painful. This is different. It describes the sensation as the remembrance of being pulled apart and been assembled in a smaller vessel. Kurek had stopped working on the harness straps. She stood with a coil of rope in her hands, her expression unreadable. If it works, you could save pieces of yourself. Yes. And if it fails? Saira met her eyes. Then I lose whatever I tried to save, which is what would happen anyway. The cavern fell quiet. The wind outside picked up, carrying the smell of rain and something else, something sharper, sart and the iron tang of ships burning on the horizon. Mira closed the ledger carefully. You would need a forge, and iron suitable for inscription, and a smith, Saira finished. I know one, if he is still alive. The words hung between them. Her father had taught her everything she knew about metal. He had shown her how to read the color of heated iron, how to strike so the metal remembered the shape you wanted. If the conscription gangs had taken him, if he was already on a ship or in a prison camp or dead in a ditch somewhere, then she had the knowledge but not the hands that had shaped hers. We have the iron, Kurek said. She gestured at the barrels. These caches are full of chainmaker stock, iron plates, bars, rings. She pulled one from a nearby crate, a flat rectangle the size of her palm, dark with age but clean of rust. If you want to try before you reach the lower city, Saira took the plate. It was heavier than it looked, the surface smooth from years of storage, still bearing the faint striations of a hammer's last pass. She had not asked for hope. She had not believed she deserved any. But this, in her hands, felt like something. Light a fire, she said. I need to read the full method before I attempt anything. Mira nodded and began pulling more supplies from the barrels. Kurek gathered broken wood from the cavern floor, kindling from the old torch stubs that had crumbled against the walls. Saira sat with the ledger open on her knees, her fingers tracing the faded ink, committing each line to memory. The script was technical, dense with forged terminology she understood the way other people understood their mother tongue. Bloom temperature, iron purity. The moment of inscription must align with the bond's peak receptivity. She read it 3 times. By the time the fire caught, she knew the method by heart. But before she could speak the first instruction, the thunder rolled. Not from the sky, from beyond the cliff, low and steady, a rhythm that did not match any storm she had ever heard. Vethrix lifted his head. Saira felt his recognition before he spoke it, the knowledge moving through the bond like cold water rising. That is not weather. Her hand tightened on the iron plate. It is the fleet. They are signaling. Chapter 50. The rhythmic thunder continued to roll through the stone beneath her feet, carrying through the cavern walls like a pulse Saira did not want to feel. She still held the iron plate, its weight pressing against her palm, but the forge technique had slipped to the back of her mind. The fleet was not waiting for her to learn. Kurek moved to the cavern entrance first, her silhouette blocking the faint gray light filtering through the cleft. She stood still for a long moment, her hand braced against the rock. Saira, she said, come here. The tone stopped everyone. Mira set down the ledger. Halder rose from where he had been sorting arrows. Vethrix shifted behind them, his scales scraping against the cavern floor as he angled his head toward the opening. Saira crossed the uneven stone, still carrying the iron plate, and stopped beside Kurek. The view stole her breath. Below them, the coast stretched east and south in a long curve of cliffs and tidal flats, the sea beyond it flat and iron gray under the morning sky. But the harbor town where she had bartered for chain shipments as a girl, where her father had sold his best work to the trading guilds, where Toma had once stolen a peach from a merchant's cart and split it with her behind the salt sheds, was no longer recognizable. Smoke rose in columns so thick they looked solid, stained orange at their bases from the flames still feeding beneath them. Ships burned at the wharves, their masts tilting at broken angles. The waterfront warehouses, the fish market, the bell tower she had climbed once to see the whole bay, All of it was feeding the fire. She could hear it, even from here. The crack and groan of collapsing structures, the high, thin screams that carried across the water. "When did it start?" Halder's voice came from behind her, barely a whisper. "Last night," Korik said. "Maybe early. The smoke has been building since before dawn." Saira's hand tightened on the iron plate until the edges bit into her skin. The harbor had been standing when she fled the Aerie. The Eastern Fleet had been 3 weeks out, according to Oren's lies. She had let herself believe there was time. "Survivors," Mira said suddenly. "On the ridge below." Saira followed her gaze. A cluster of figures moved along a switchback trail that wound up from the burning town, visible only because their movement broke the smoke. They were climbing away from the flames, not toward them. Some carried children. One dragged a bundle that might have been a person or might have been supplies. "They are heading into the high ground," Korik said. "If we light a signal, they will see it. And so will the fleet," Halder said. Saira looked at the iron plate in her hand. The inscription technique, the forge her father had taught her in. The memory of his hands guiding hers on the hammer. She tucked the plate into her belt. "Light it." The fire took hold faster than she expected. Korik built it at the edge of the Eirie's outer ledge, where the smoke would rise against the cliff face and be visible from below without being obvious from the sea. Saira stood beside it, watching the figures on the trail. They saw it. The group altered course, climbing faster now, angling toward the Aerie. Saira counted 12, then 15. Then more emerged from the smoke behind them, and she stopped counting, because the number kept growing, and each new figure meant another story she was not ready to hear. When the first survivors reached the Aerie's entrance, the sun had climbed high enough to bleach the smoke to gray. A man with soot-blackened arms and a bun across his cheek recognized her. "You," he said, his voice cracked from smoke and shouting. "You are the rider, the one who broke the chains." Saira did not know how he knew her face. She did not ask. "How many made it out?" she said instead. He shook his head. "Not enough. They came from the sea at dusk. No warning, no horns. One moment the harbor was working, the next the ships were burning, and the dragons never came." "The dragons?" "We watched the sky," the man said. "Everyone watched the sky. The Aerie has always come when the fleet approached, but this time they did not. We saw nothing but smoke and fire and the eastern banners landing on the wharves." Mira stepped forward, her face pale. "The Aerie withheld dragon support. Commander Valdris flew a patrol overhead at dawn. 3 dragons. They circled once and turned back." The man's voice cracked. "They watched us burn and turned back." Murmurs rose from the survivors behind him. A woman with a blood-soaked cloth wrapped around her arm spoke up. "They said the Aerie was securing itself, that the Commandant had ordered all wings to hold position until the rebellion was contained." "The rebellion," Saira repeated. "You," the woman said, meeting Saira's eyes. "They said you broke the Aerie, that you gave the coast to the Eastern Fleet by tearing the riders apart. The criers in the market squares have been shouting your name as a traitor since the ceremony." The iron plate pressed against Saira's hip like a brand. She had known Oren would rewrite the truth. Dain had warned her. But knowing it in theory and hearing it from the lips of a woman whose arm was burned because no dragon had come were 2 different things. Korik's voice cut through the murmurs. "How many of you can fight?" The survivors looked at each other. "We are fishmongers and dock workers and sailmakers," the soot-blackened man said. "We fight with hooks and net knives, not steel." "That is still fighting," Korik said. "The second fleet is coming," Mira said quietly, her words for Saira alone. "Within the week, if the first fleet has already taken the harbor, they will have a staging ground for the invasion of the entire coast." Saira stared at the smoke rising from the harbor below, at the burned ships and the ruined wharves, at the survivors who had climbed to her because they had nowhere else to go. She had come here thinking she could learn the forge technique, find Toma, build a rebellion piece by piece. But the war had not waited for her. It had already taken the harbor. It would take the rest of the coast unless someone stopped it. She turned to face the survivors. "How many dragons would reach the harbor if we flew now?" Korik answered before anyone else could. 8. 9 if you count yours with the double saddle. And how many does the Eastern Fleet have? None. They do not have dragons. They have ships, archers, and siege weapons. They took the harbor because no one fought them from the air. Saira looked at the iron plate in her belt, at the technique she had not yet tried, at the memory of her father's hands that she might lose to the bond before she severs someone again. Then we fight from the air, she said. We do not need a full wing. We need to show the houses that the rebellion can win. We need to give them their public victory. You said you would find Toma first, Mira said. Saira's chest tightened. I know. The pass is watched. The conscription gangs are active. If you fly to the harbor instead, he may not be at the smokehouse when you return. The choice sat between them, sharp as a blade edge. Saira looked at the burning harbor. Then she looked north, toward the pass that led to the smokehouse where Toma was hiding, where he was waiting for her to come. She opened her mouth to answer, and Vethrix's voice filled her skull like cold water. They are moving. End of Chapter 50. Chapter 51. The answer came before Saira could form it. Vethrix's wings spread behind her, black against the smoke-bleached sky, and the choice resolved itself like a blade finding its sheath. Korek, Halder, Mira. She turned from the burning harbor toward the survivors. How fast can you arm them? Korek's jaw tightened. They are not soldiers. Neither was I when I walked onto the binding field. Saira pulled her storm leathers tighter, the iron plate still pressing against her hip. We strike the harbor at dusk. The Eastern Fleet expects Aerie reinforcements or nothing. They will not see 8 dragons coming from the mountains. And Toma? Mira's voice was quiet enough that only Saira heard. Saira looked north. The pass was still open. The smokehouse was 3 hours east. But the harbor was burning now, and the Second Fleet would arrive within the week, and if she did not give the noble houses their proof of survival, no victory anywhere would matter. We fly to the harbor, Saira said. We burn their siege lines. We show the houses we can win. Then I find my brother. The lie tasted like ash. They struck at the hour between day and night when the fire on the water made the horizon bleed. Vethrix dropped your column of smoke so thick it scraped against Saira's throat. Heat punched up from below. The harbor had become a wound. Ships burned at anchor. Warehouses collapsed into themselves like dying embers. The wharves were black with ash and figures moving through it. Eastern soldiers in unfamiliar colors. Survivors running for the switchback trails. Children carried or dragged by hands they could not see. Saira saw it all through the bond. Vethrix showed her the air currents, the archer positions, the arc of the siege engines aimed at the cliffside where the old seawall still held. There, he sent. 3 engines, the ridge above the fish market. I see them. Saira leaned into the dive, and the rebels followed. Korek's bronze dragon came first, a bolt of old fire cutting across the ridge before the eastern archers could train their bows. The siege engine nearest the cliff erupted in splinters and burning pitch. Halder's gray swept low and fast, teeth catching the second engine's frame and tearing it from its mooring. The machine slid down the slope, crushing a squad of soldiers who had not seen the dragons coming. Saira aimed Vethrix for the third engine, the largest, the one already loaded and aimed at the seawall. Do not stop, she told him. Do not let them release. They will not release. Vethrix folded his wings and dropped. The world became speed and fury. The wind tore at Saira's face. The harbor spun beneath her, fire and water and screaming. She saw the siege engine's crew look up, saw the archers raise their bows, saw the officer with a torch in his hand reaching for the release lever. Vethrix hit the engine with his full weight. The sound was not a crash. It was a shattering. Wood and iron and flesh scattered across the ridge. The loaded projectile, a barrel of oil and chain, rolled loose and tumbled over the cliff edge into the surf, where it exploded harmlessly against the rocks. Saira was already pulling Vethrix up, her arms burning, her lungs raw from the smoke. Again, she sent, "The ships at the inner wharves. You are pushing too hard." I know, but she did not stop. They flew through the dark until the fires below them became smudges and the screams faded into the wind. They hit the remaining siege lines. They scattered the eastern surgers who had tried to form ranks on the market square. They burned 3 supply vessels anchored at the inner wharves, their sails catching like paper. And with each pass, the bond pulled deeper. Saira felt it as a warmth behind her eyes, a pressure at the base of her skull. She was spending something she could not name. Each burst of speed, each shared instinct that let Vethrix bank where no dragon should bank, each moment of perfect unity in the dive, cost her a piece of the world she had known. She did not know which pieces. The attack ended when the Eastern Fleet withdrew its beachhead forces behind the outer breakwater, out of dragon range, regrouping under the cover of darkness and hull-mounted ballistae. The harbor was not won, but it was no longer lost. Saira landed on the ridge above the fish market where the first siege engine had burned. Her legs buckled when she dismounted. Vethrix's breath came in long, slow heaves beside her, his flanks slick with sweat and ash. Korek landed a moment later. 7 dead on our side, she said. Civilians caught in the crossfire. But the sea wall is intact. The survivors have a foothold. Halder's voice came from somewhere behind her. The Eastern soldiers are pulling back to the outer harbor. They did not expect aerial assault tonight. They will expect it tomorrow. Saira nodded. Everything was correct. Everything was as planned. But there was a taste in her mouth that did not belong to smoke. A child emerged from the rubble near the fish market. The girl, maybe 9 years old, her face streaked with soot and tears, her dress torn at the shoulder. She stared at Saira with the kind of recognition that only children can manage, pure and unguarded. "You saved us," the girl said. "The dragon lady saved us." Saira knelt. "What is your name?" "Lyra?" The name meant nothing, and it should have meant something. She felt that as a pressure in her chest, a door she could not open. The name was familiar in the way that smoke was familiar, in the way that pain was familiar, but she could not place it. She could not place why it hurt. "Lyra?" Saira repeated, and the sound of it in her own mouth felt like a wound. Mira appeared at her elbow, face pale in the firelight. "Saira, what is wrong?" "I do not know." Saira looked at the girl, at the name that should have fit somewhere in her memory. "I know that name. I should know that name." Mira's eyes went sharp and sad. "Can you remember where?" Saira closed her eyes. She searched the hollow spaces behind her ribs, the places where the bond had taken its payment. Nothing. The name was gone. She had spent it in the dive, and she did not know what else she had spent that she would never get back. Chapter 52. They found a corner of the Aerie where the smoke did not reach, a chamber hollowed from the mountain by the same hands that had carved the spiral wall. Mira spread a sheet of oiled canvas over the stone floor and laid out ink, a thin brush, and a roll of parchment that looked older than both of them combined. Saira sat with her back to the wall, her knees drawn up, her fingers still trembling from the dive. "You need rest," Mira said. "I need to remember." Mira's hand paused over the ink. "You cannot write down a life in one night. The bond will not stop because you have covered a page. Then I cover another page tomorrow." Saira's voice came out raw, scraped by smoke and the hours of screaming she had swallowed. "And another, until I cannot hold the brush." Mira studied her for a long moment, something shifting behind her eyes. Then she dipped the brush and made a mark at the top of the parchment. A symbol Saira did not recognize, a knot of lines like a closed fist. "I use an old archivist cipher," Mira said. "The Aerie taught it to a few of us before they decided memory was dangerous. This is your starting point. Speak slowly. I will make the symbols match the words." Saira closed her eyes. The first memory rose like something pulled from deep water. She held it carefully, afraid it would dissolve before she could give it shape. "Toma's hands," she said. "When he was 9, he tried to help me split kindling and the hatchet slipped. He caught the blade with his palm instead of the wood. Our father stitched it by candlelight, and Toma did not cry. He only said the wound would make a better story than a scar." Mira's brush moved. The gesture was practiced, almost unconscious. "What else?" "The scar ran from the base of his thumb to the middle of his palm. It never faded. He used to tell people a fish bit him because he liked the lie better than the truth." Saira paused. She could see the scar. She could see Toma's face as he told the lie, the sly tilt of his mouth, the way he held up his palm like a trophy. The image was sharp, complete, but she did not know how long it would stay. "Your mother," Mira said quietly. "Tell me one thing about your mother." Saira's throat closed. She pressed her palm flat against the stone floor, grounding herself in the coldness of it. "She sang when she worked," Saira said. "Not songs with words, just sounds. A hum that moved through the house like the heat from the forge. I used to think the sound was the house breathing." "Do you remember the melody?" Saira opened her eyes. She tried to find the tune, the shape of it, the way it rose and fell. Something flickered at the edge of her mind and slipped away before she could catch it. "No," she said. "I remember that I loved it, but I cannot hear it anymore." Mira set down the brush. The silence lasted long enough that Saira felt it as a weight on her chest. "That is why we write them down," Mira said. "Not to keep the feeling, because the feeling will go whether we want it to or not, but to keep the fact of what mattered. That is what the Aerie fears most. Not the pain of losing, but the proof that there was something worth losing in the first place." Saira nodded. Her throat was too tight for words. "Tell me about Dain," Mira said. The name hit differently now. It was not a memory she was reaching for, but a presence she could still feel, the echo of him through the bond, the shape of his absence pressing against her ribs. "His hands," Saira said. "He has maps on his hands. Lines that cross and branch like the roots he has flown. The first time he adjusted my harness, I saw that his knuckles were scarred from an old break, probably from the front. He never mentions it," Mira wrote. The brush moved in careful strokes. "He does not smile often," Saira continued, "but when he does, it changes the shape of his whole face. Not softer, just different, like the mountain looks different depending on which way the light falls." "What color are his eyes?" "Winter iron." The answer came immediately, clean and certain. "Gray with flecks of something darker. I wrote that down 3 days ago. I remember writing it." Mira looked up from the parchment. "That is not the same as remembering the color itself." Saira's chest tightened. She tried to picture Dain's eyes. The winter iron phrase was there, stamped into her mind like a brand, but the image beneath it felt wrong, as if she were describing a painting she had only heard about, one she had never actually seen. She touched her wrist, where the chain-link tattoo wrapped her skin. "His eyes are gray," she said slowly, "with flecks of something. I know this." Mira said nothing. She waited. Saira pressed harder against her wrist, as if the pressure could force the image to the surface. Gray. Winter iron. The words were hollow. They had weight but no texture, shape but no heat. She had written the description down. She had held it in her head as she wrote it, certain that the detail was safe, that putting it on paper meant she would never lose it. And now the original was gone. The paper had the truth. She did not. "I cannot see them anymore," she whispered. Mira set down the brush. She folded the parchment carefully, aligning the edges with a precision that seemed almost ceremonial. "You have 9 entries now," she said. "Enough to start. We can add more tonight if the bond settles. That is not enough." "It never is." Mira slid the parchment into an oilcloth sleeve and tied it closed with a leather strap. "But it is more than you had an hour ago, and more than the Aerie wants you to keep." Saira looked at the sealed sleeve, at the ink that held words she could no longer verify. The memory of Dain's eyes had been real. She knew it had been real. But the knowing was a fact without a body now, a name without a face. A sound came from outside, a sharp whistle, thin and high, cut through the wind. Korik appeared in the entrance of the chamber, her face drawn. "Hawk," she said, "coming in fast. It has something tied to its leg." Saira pushed herself up. Her legs were stiff, her shoulders aching from the night's flying. She followed Korik through the narrow corridor to the outer ledge, where the wind hit her full in the face. The hawk was small and dark, its flight ragged. It landed on the stone ledge with a stumble, wings half open, and let out a single sharp cry. Mira reached it first. She unstrapped the leather cylinder from its leg, her movements quick and practiced. The hawk did not resist. It stood with its head low, too exhausted to care. Mira unrolled the strip of fabric inside the cylinder. It was a piece of dark leather. Silver stitching ran along one edge, the mark of an Aerie officer's uniform. Blood streaked the fabric from end to end. Some of it was fresh enough to catch the light. At the bottom of the strip, written in charcoal in a hand Saira knew, were 3 words. He knows everything. Chapter 53. The leather was warm from the hawk's body. The blood had dried to a dark rust against Saira's fingers. She held it to the dying light from the corridor, tilting it at different angles as if the angle might reveal a second layer, a hidden message beneath. "How recent is this blood?" Saira asked. "An hour," Korik said. "Maybe less." The hawk was flying hard. She had not moved from the entrance, her hand on the blade at her belt, her eyes scanning the darkness beyond. "There is no pursuit behind it. I checked the sky before I called you." Saira stared at the 3 words until they lost meaning, until they became only shapes on dark fabric. She had known this moment was coming. She had felt it building through the bond, through the hollow pressure that had been Dain's echo, a presence she could still sense but could no longer reach directly. "He knows everything," she repeated. The words felt foreign in her mouth. Mira set the leather down on the stone floor. She was already reaching into the leather cylinder again, her fingers finding a seam that Saira had not seen. There is more. The cylinder split open along the seam. A second strip of fabric fell out, narrower than the first, folded into a tight coil no wider than Saira's thumb. Mira flattened it against the stone. More charcoal, more handwriting. But this was not 3 words. This was a message. Dense, compressed lines of text that ran the full length of the strip and then wrapped around to the other side. Saira knelt beside her. The first line read, "Oren lives, unharmed. The hall collapse killed 14, but he walked out before the ceiling fell. He is already rewriting every record." The second line pressed close behind it. "He has named you and Vethrix traitors in league with the Eastern Fleet. The propaganda reached Veska City by dawn. The market criers are paid to repeat it every hour." Saira's stomach tightened. She had known Oren would spin the story. She watched him do it before, clean and efficient, turning truth into ash. But reading it in Dain's hand, in the cramped charcoal strokes of a man writing in secret and in haste, made it real in a way that speculation never could. She read on. "Cassian is not dead. He was pulled from the service tunnel by 2 officers before the ceiling sealed. Oren has given him command of the 4th Wing. They are moving south along the Ridge Road. He will reach the lower city by dawn. He is coming for your brother." Saira's breath stopped. She read the line again and again. The charcoal was smudged at the edges, as if Dain's hand had been shaking when he wrote it, or as if he had been interrupted and had to finish in haste. "He is coming for your brother." She pressed her palm flat against the stone floor, grounding herself. The cold was sharp against her skin, the rough edge of the mountain biting into her scars. "Cassian is writing for Toma," she said. The words came out flat, stripped of inflection. "He has the 4th Wing. They will reach the lower city by dawn." Mira's face went still. Korik turned from the entrance, her hand dropping from her blade. "How many in the 4th Wing?" Korik asked. "Full strength is 20 dragons," Mira said. "But after the ceremony, after the defections—" She paused, calculating. 15, maybe 16. "We have 8, Korik said. "With riders who have not slept in 2 days." Saira kept reading. The message was not finished. There was more below, in the final third of the strip, where Dain's hand had grown even less steady. "I cannot leave. The area is locked down. Oren has put every officer under watch. If I disappear, he will know I was your source and every channel we built will close. I am sorry. I would say I will find you when this is over, but I do not know if either of us will survive long enough for that word to mean anything. Burn this after reading." Saira read the last line 3 times, then she folded the strip carefully, aligning the edges, and looked at Mira. "Do you have flint?" Mira pulled a striker from her belt pouch. Saira held the strip over the empty brazier in the corner and struck the flint. The first spark caught the edge of the fabric. The flame spread quickly, eating Dain's words, turning the charcoal to ash and the leather to black smoke. She watched it burn until nothing was left but a curling film of soot. Then she crushed that too, grinding it to powder between her fingers. "He cannot leave," she said, "and Cassian is coming." "We can intercept him before he reaches the city," Corrick said. "If we leave now, we can meet the fourth wing in the pass between the ridge and the lower slopes. The terrain is narrow there. They cannot bring all 15 dragons to bear at once. And if we meet them there, we leave the harbor undefended," Mira said. "The second fleet is still coming. They see the smoke from our fires. They know we are wounded." Saira stood. Her legs were heavy, her shoulders aching from the night's flying, the day's grief, the weight of everything she had not yet let herself feel. "The harbor has the seawall," she said. "The harbor has survivors who are learning to fight. Toma has no one. He is hiding in a smokehouse with conscription gangs sweeping every street." Mira met her eyes. "You are choosing. I am choosing my brother." The words came out before she could stop them. They were true. They were also a knife, because she knew what the choice meant. Every dragon she took to the lower city was a dragon not guarding the seawall. Every minute she spent finding Toma was a minute the second fleet used to anchor, to land, to dig in deeper. But Toma was flesh and blood. Toma had her father's hands and her mother's stubbornness, and the same scarred forearm from the time they had both fallen off the same roof in the same summer. She would not let Cassian Veyra burn that. From somewhere deep in her chest, Vethrix stirred. His awareness brushed against hers, not questioning her decision, not testing it, just present. "Then we go," he said. "Before dawn." Chapter 54. The wind shifted as they dropped below the ridgeline, carrying the smell of cold ash and wet stone. Vethrix rode the thermal in silence, his wings barely moving, his body a dark shape against the star-scattered sky. Saira leaned low against his neck, watching the sprawl of the lower city take shape below. The Forge district was a patch of deeper darkness at the city's eastern edge, smoke towers rising from its heart like black fingers reaching for the clouds. No lights burned there. She had expected candles, lanterns, the late shift working the bellows while the rest of the district slept. But the Forge quarter was dark, every window blind, every door closed. The only movement came from the wind stirring the ash that lay thick on the rooftops. "They know," Vethrix said. "They felt the shift before you did." Saira did not answer. She could feel it too, the silence where there should have been hammer rhythm, the stillness where there should have been the hiss of quenching iron. The district had pulled itself inward like a fist. Corrick's bronze dragon slid past on her left, a darker shape against the night. Corrick raised her hand in a signal. "Descent safe. No patrol." Saira guided Vethrix down through the smoke towers, threading the narrow gaps between chimneys and drying sheds. The landing space she chose was the old packing yard behind the ironmongers, a stretch of packed earth where wagons had once loaded finished chains for shipment to the Aerie. The yard was empty. Vethrix touched down with barely a sound, folding his wings against his flanks. Saira slid from his back before he had fully settled, her boots hitting the ground hard enough to jar her knees. The cold hit her first. The Forge district had always been warm, even in winter, heat bleeding from every chimney and open door. Now it was cold. The forges were dead. She walked toward her father's workshop without conscious direction. Her legs knew the way. Past the tanner's empty awning, past the baker's boarded window, past the corner where she and Toma had once hidden from the debt collector, pressed flat against the wall, breathing through their mouths so the man would not hear. The workshop door was open. Saira stopped in the threshold, her hand finding the frame. The interior was dark, the forge cold, the bellows still. She could see the outline of the work table, the rack of hammers, the quenching trough. Everything was in its place. Except the people. She stepped inside. The air smelled of old ash and cold grease, the particular scent of a fire that had not been lit in days. Her hand found the edge of the work table, and she stood there, letting her eyes adjust. Her father's tools were on the rack. The hammer he had used for 30 years, the handle worn to the shape of his palm. The tongs with the bent jaw he had never straightened because it still worked well enough. The shears he had sharpened the morning she left for binding day. But there was something else. A scrap of oilcloth, folded small, wedged between the handle of the hammer and the rack. She pulled it free. The cloth was tied with a strand of wire. Her wire. The same braided strand she had woven into her hair before the ceremony, the one Toma must have kept after she left. She worked the knot open with numbed fingers. Inside was a single sheet of paper, folded tight. The handwriting was her father's, the letters cramped and uneven, written in haste. Toma writes you are alive. Good. Keep being alive. We heard about the Aerie, the chains, the ceremony. The whole district heard. They came for us 2 nights ago. Not conscription gangs, different men, officers in dark leathers with veils marked on their collars. They knew your name. They knew Toma's name. They knew where we slept. I hid the best chainwork in the trough cavity. The set your mother helped me forge. Do not let them take it. Toma is safe. I sent him to the smokehouse like you told him. The officers did not find him. They took me instead. Do not come for me. The camp they are building needs smiths. I will survive. Burn this. Saira read the last line twice. Then she folded the paper, pressed it flat against her thigh, and slipped it inside her tunic. Her father had been taken 2 nights ago, before the harbor burned, before Dain's message, before any of it. She had been too late before she even started. She moved to the quenching trough, felt along the bottom until her fingers found the seam her father had cut into the stone years ago, a hiding place for the work he did not want the Aerie to know about. The stone shifted. She lifted it. The cavity was empty. She stared at the hollow space, her mind refusing to make sense of it. The chain set should have been there, her mother's best work. The pieces her father had refused to sell even when the debt was pressing hardest. She reached deeper, her fingers scraping the bottom. Nothing. She sat back on her heels, the cold of the floor seeping through her trousers. The chain set was gone. Her father was gone. And Toma, she stood. The movement was mechanical, her body acting while her mind was still catching up. She walked to the back of the workshop, where the narrow stairs led to the sleeping loft. The steps creaked under her weight, the same creak she had known since childhood, the 3rd step from the top, the one that always warned her mother someone was coming. The loft was empty. The mattress was stripped, the blankets folded at the foot. On the pillow lay a single piece of wire, twisted into a shape she recognized. Toma's knot. The one he had taught her when they were children, the one that meant, I am coming back. She picked it up, the wire cool against her palm. From outside, a low whistle. Coric's signal. Saira turned, the wire still in her hand, and descended the stairs. The workshop felt smaller now, the walls pressing in, the silence a weight on her chest. Vethrix was waiting in the yard, his head turned toward the eastern edge of the district. His tail lashed once, a slow, deliberate movement. Someone is coming, he said. Not dragons. Horses. Saira stepped out of the workshop, a hound closing around the wire knot. Chapter 55. The old woman's horse stamped once, a sharp sound in the empty street. Saira did not look away from the gray line spreading along the eastern sky. The conscription wagons, she said. Which route? The old woman's hands worked the reins. They take the old coast road through the furnace tunnels, shortcut to the holding pens. They will have him a boat before noon if... How long since they left? An hour, maybe less. Saira turned the wire knot in her palm. The shape was deliberate, each twist a message her brother had taught her when they were small and the conscription gangs first started taking boys from Iron Row. I am coming back. But Toma had not meant it as a promise. He had meant it as a direction. She looked at the knot again, her fingers tracing the pattern. Not a knot, a map. Her breath caught. Crack, she said. How many tunnels run beneath the forge district? Coric dismounted, her bronze dragon shifting behind her. The furnace tunnels? Dozens. They connect every smithy, every warehouse, every smokehouse in the lower city. The guilds built them a century ago to move metal without the Aerie taxing every cart. Can we reach the coast road through them? Corric's eyes narrowed. If you know the way, but the tunnels are a maze. Even the guildmasters only know their own branches. Saira held up the wire knot. Then it is a good thing my brother left me a map. The old woman's face went pale. Those tunnels are dark. No lantern, no light, and Cassian Vale's men are watching every exit. Then we do not use the exits. Saira swung down from Vethrix's back, her boots hitting the cobblestones. She moved to the workshop door, pushed it open, and stepped inside. The forge was cold. The tools hung in their places, untouched since her father had been taken. She crossed to the workbench, pulled open and stepped inside. The forge was cold. The tools hung in their places, untouched since her father had been taken. She crossed to the workbench, pulled open the drawer where he kept his strikers, flint, and spare wicks. Her fingers closed around a small oil lantern, dented but functional. She lit it with a striker, the flame catching, casting long shadows across the walls. When she turned back, Corric was in the doorway. You are going alone? I need someone who knows the tunnels, and I need Vethrix above ground, ready to strike if Cassian's wing appears. Then I am coming with you. Corric stepped inside and grabbed a second lantern. The bronze will wait with your storm. If we are not back by noon, they burn the district and meet us at the coast. Saira nodded. She did not have time to argue. She crossed to the back wall of the workshop, where a heavy iron grate covered a maintenance shaft her father had used to drain the quenching trough. She had not touched it in years. The wire knot showed a pattern of turns, 3 twists, a loop, 2 twists. She counted them again, then knelt and pulled the grate. It swung open on rusted hinges, revealing a dark shaft descending into stone. The air that rose from it was warm and smelled of coal dust and old ash. Furnace tunnels, Corric said, her voice flat. Straight into the mountain's gut. Saira lowered herself into the shaft, her lantern held high. The walls were rough-cut, the floor slick with moisture. She moved forward, counting her steps, following the pattern of the wire knot in her mind. 3 twists, a loop, 2 twists. The tunnel branched. She took the left fork, then the right, then a low passage that forced her to crouch. Behind her, Corric's boots scraped against stone. Your brother drew this in wire? Corric asked. He used to map the tunnels when we were children, hide from conscription gangs. Saira's voice echoed against the close walls. He always said if he ever got taken, he would leave me the way in. And the way out? Saira did not answer. The tunnel opened into a wider chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. The lantern light caught the edge of a forge, long, cold, its chimney rising into shadow. Barrels lined the walls, stamped with the chainmaker's guild mark. Saira stopped. The chamber was not empty. Figures stood at the edges of the light, men and women in forged leathers, their faces smudged with coal and grease. One of them stepped forward, a woman in her 50s with iron-gray hair and a chainmaker's tattoo winding up her forearm. You are Hulder's girl, the woman said. It was not a question. Saira's hand went to her belt knife. Who are you? We are the ones who stayed. The woman gestured to the others. When the conscription gangs swept the district, we went underground. The tunnels can hold us for now, but not forever. I am looking for my brother. He was taken. We know. The woman's jaw tightened. The wagons passed through the lower junction an hour ago. Cassian Vale's men are moving all the prisoners toward the coastal mustering camp at Mereglass. They are building something there. A holding pen, a staging ground. We do not know which. Saira's pulse quickened. How far to the camp? 2 hours through the tunnels, faster if you know the shortcut. Show me. The woman hesitated. She looked at Corric, at Saira, at the lanterns. There is something you need to see first. She turned and walked to the far wall of the chamber, where the stone was scarred with old tool marks. She pressed her palm against a section of the wall, and a seam appeared, a door cut into the rock. The door swung open. Beyond it, carved into the stone, was a symbol. A single chain link, forged in a circle, broken at one edge. The first chain mark. The same symbol Saira had seen in the Old War Eyrie, carved beside Elira Vale's name. Her breath stopped. What is this place? The woman's face was unreadable. It is where the old resistance met, before the Aerie purged them, before your father's mother's mother was forced to burn her records and swear loyalty to the Veils. Saira stepped closer, her lantern light falling across the symbol. The carving was deep, the edges worn smooth by generations of hands. There are more tunnels beneath this chamber, the woman said. Chambers the Aerie never sealed, records they never burned. If you want to fight Cassian Veyra, if you want to break the hold on the prisoners, you start here. Saira touched the broken chain link with her fingers. The stone was cold, and from somewhere deep in the tunnel, she'd heard footsteps. Not echoes, footsteps, moving fast, coming closer. Corric's hand went to her blade. The woman's face went pale. They found us, she whispered. They are already inside. Chapter 56. The footsteps grew louder, closer, the rhythm of boots moving fast through stone. Saira's hand closed around her belt knife. Corric had already drawn, her blade catching the lantern light. The resistance woman pressed herself against the wall, her face pale, her breath shallow. How many? Saira whispered. I do not know. The woman's voice barely carried. They have been sweeping the upper tunnels for hours. We thought we had sealed the approach. The footsteps stopped. Silence pressed against the chamber, thick and waiting. Saira held her breath, counting heartbeats. 4, 6, 10. A voice called out from the darkness beyond the chamber entrance, low, familiar. Saira Quenn. Her blood turned cold. Cassian Veyra. She knew that voice, had heard it in training yards and corridors, and the moment after the hall collapsed. It carried the same polished confidence, the same edge of amusement, as if he found the entire chase entertainingly beneath him. I know you are in there, he called. The old woman who warned you is tied up in the Eastern Junction. She gave up your direction after 3 questions. You should choose your informants more carefully. Saira's jaw tightened. The smokehouse woman, the one who had ridden to warn her about Toma. Cassian had caught her. I am not here to kill you, Cassian continued. His footsteps resumed, slow and deliberate, pacing beyond the range of her lantern light. My uncle wants you alive. He has plans for you. Public execution, perhaps. A demonstration of what happens to traitors who break the Aerie and flee like cowards while the coast burns. Corric shifted beside her, her blade steady. He is stalling. I know. He is waiting for his men to circle around through the lower junction. Saira looked at the resistance woman. Is there another way out? The woman pointed to the far wall, where the first chain mark was carved into the stone. Behind that door, a passage that drops beneath the old forge heart. It opens onto the sea cliff half a mile north of the staging ground at Mereglass. Can we reach Toma from there? If you run, if you do not stop. Cassian's voice rang out again, closer now. I will give you one chance, Saira. Come out with your hands visible, and I will let the forge workers live. Try to run, and I'd burn this tunnel with everyone inside it. Saira looked at Corric. Corric looked at the resistance woman. The woman's gray hair was plastered to her forehead with sweat, but her eyes were steady. He is lying, the woman said. The Veils do not leave witnesses. Saira made her choice. Open the door. The resistance woman pressed her palm against the first chain mark, and the stone groaned inward, revealing a narrow passage descending into darkness. The air that rose from it was hot, thick with the smell of iron and old ash. Saira turned to the woman. Come with us. I cannot. The woman gestured to the others behind her, but forge workers pressed against the barrels, the ones who had stayed when the conscription gangs came. Someone has to delay them. You get to your brother. We will hold the junction as long as we can. You will die. We were dead the day the Veils marked the forge districts. At least this way we die with purpose. Saira wanted to argue. The words stuck in her throat. Corric grabbed her arm. We have to move. The resistance woman stepped back, her hand somebody reaching for a lever set into the wall. When I pull this, the ceiling in the main chamber collapses. It will buy you 10 minutes, maybe 15. Use them. Saira met her eyes. Your name. Tell me your name. The woman almost smiled. Lyra. My name is Lyra. The world tilted. Saira's breath caught. The name hit her like a physical blow, the pressure in her chest, the door she could not open, the child in the rubble calling her the Dragon Lady. Lyra. The name the bond had taken, the name she had carried blank paper for, a gray charcoal smear, a placeholder for something she could not remember. She did not remember this woman. She should. The woman knew her father, knew the forge, knew the tunnels, but the bond had hollowed out whatever connection had lived there, leaving only the bare fact of the name and the grief that she could not feel the grief properly. "I am sorry," Saira whispered. The woman's jaw tightened. "Go, save him. That is all the remembering I need." Saira turned and plunged into the passage. The heat wrapped around her immediately, dry and pressing. The walls slick with condensation. She ran blind, her lantern swinging, Kurik's boots hammering behind her. The passage sloped downward, then leveled, then opened into a natural cleft that smelled of salt and sea. Light appeared ahead. Gray, pale, the first breath of dawn. They burst out onto a narrow ledge above the sea. The wind hit Saira's face, cold and sharp, carrying the sound of waves and the distant clatter of work. Below her, spread across a stretch of trampled beach between two cliffs, was the staging ground at Mereglass. Wooden pens, tents, smoke rising from cookfires. A ship anchored in the shallows, its hull dark against the gray water. And between the pens and the ship, a line of figures shuffling forward, chained at the wrists and ankles, herded by men with whips and cudgels. Conscripts, prisoners, Toma. Saira's eyes scanned the line, searching, desperate, and then she saw him. Near the front of the column, head down, shoulders set, his hands bound in front of him. His hair was longer than she remembered, his clothes torn, his gait uneven. But she knew the shape of him, the way he held himself, the angle of his jaw. Toma. Alive. Still here. The relief hit her so hard she nearly staggered. And then she heard the sound. Wings. Beating overhead. She looked up. Cassian Vale's wing crested the cliff, 15 dragons in formation, their riders silhouetted against the pale sky. At the center, Cassian's mount, a bronze-scaled beast with a scarred flank, banked sharply, its rider already reaching for his blade. Cassian had not waited for the tunnel collapse. He had gone ahead. He had known where she was going. Saira looked at the prison lines below, at Toma, at the ship, at the wind bearing down on her. She had no time, no plan, only the bond and Vethrix and the wire knot still clutched in her hand. She pressed the wire to her chest and sent a single thought surging through the bond. Come. Chapter 57. Vethrix was coming. Saira felt him through the bond, a dark surge of speed and fury, the air splitting around him as he drove toward the sea cliff. But he was still minutes out, and Cassian's wing was already here, 15 dragons dropping through the dawn light, their riders drawing blades. She did not have minutes. Kurik. She grabbed his arm and pulled him back against the cliff face, where the ledge narrowed and the stone offered the only cover. The column. I need to reach the column. You will never make it across the beach before they land. Then I do not use the beach. Saira looked down. The cliff face was not sheer. Fissures, handholds, old root scars from whatever vegetation had once clung here. A descent path, if she was fast enough and lucky enough, and did not think about what happened if her grip failed. She shoved the wire knot into her pocket and went over the edge. The rocks scraped her palms raw before the first 10 feet. She found holds by tust, by instinct, her boots sliding on moss and loose stone. Above her, Kurik cursed and followed, his blade sheathed, his breath sharp. The wind tore at her back. The sound of wings grew louder. She did not look up. The beach rushed toward her, trampled sand and scattered pebbles, the smell of brine and smoke and unwashed bodies. She dropped the last 6 feet and hit hard, her knees buckling, her hands skidding against the grate. She was on the beach. 50 yards away, the prisoner column had stopped moving. Guards were turning, whips half raised, faces lifted toward the dragons descending from the cliff. They had not seen her yet. She ran. Her boots tore across the sand, her lungs burning, her body stripped of everything except the single need to reach the front of the line. The chained figures blurred past her. Men, women, a boy who could not have been older than 12. She did not stop. Toma! Her voice cracked on the name. She saw him, still near the front, his head lifting as he heard her, his face turning. His face. For one terrible, hollow heartbeat, she looked at him and felt nothing. The shape was right. The angle of his jaw, the set of his shoulders, the way his hair fell across his brow. She knew this face. She knew it. But the warmth that should have come with recognition did not arrive, and the bond hummed beneath her ribs like a satisfied predator. Her brother. This was her brother, and for that one breath, he felt familiar without context, without weight, without the love that should have made the sight of him unbearable. Then he spoke. Saira. His voice broke on the word, rough and young and desperate, and he said the name nobody else had ever called her, the name from the forge, the name she had not heard since their mother died. Shale. The world snapped back into focus. She crashed into him, her arms going around his bound shoulders, her face pressing into his hair. He smelled of sweat and smoke and the same cheap soap their father had always bought. He was thinner than she remembered, and there was a cut about his eyebrow that had bled and dried and bled again. Saira. His voice cracked. You came. I told them you would come. She pulled back, her hands on his face, her thumbs tracing the line of his cheekbones. Alive. He was alive. The bond seethed beneath that relief, hungry and patient, and she felt it try to taste the shape of him, to take the texture of her love and store it somewhere she could not reach. She shoved the bond down with every scrap of will she had. Are you hurt? She asked. I am fine. He tried to smile. It did not reach his eyes. They did not have time to do worse than this. Your father, Halder, they took him to a camp. Do you know where? Toma's jaw tightened. He is alive. That is all I know. They moved him before they took me. Behind her, wings beat the air into foam. She turned. Cassian's dragon had landed at the far end of the beach, its bronze scales catching the dawnlight as its rider dismounted. Cassian drew his blade and walked toward her, his face unreadable, his uniform still clean from the night's pursuit. The other dragons were landing behind him, forming a wall of muscle and scale between Saira and the sea. She had no weapon, no plan, no Vethrix. Toma's hands closed around her wrist. Saira. His voice dropped. Something is wrong with you. I saw your face when you looked at me. For a second you did not know me. She could not lie to him. The bond, she said slowly, is conscripted property of the Eastern Fleet. I do not have the authority to release him. Then find the authority. I cannot not. Then we have nothing to discuss. Cassian took another step forward. His face was harder than she remembered, grimmer, the polished amusement she had seen in the tunnels, replaced by something leaner and more dangerous. You left me no choice, he said. You ran. You broke the Aerie. You burned the ceremony that should have made the realm strong. And now you stand on a beach with your hands empty and expect me to let you walk away with the conscript your father hid from the law. I expect nothing from you, Cassian. Good, because I am offering nothing. He raised his blade, and behind her, Toma said, Shale, do not let them take me to the ships. Saira's hands closed into fists. The bond boned beneath her ribs, Vethrix drawing closer, the rhythm of his wings pounding in her blood like a second heartbeat. She held Cassian's gaze. If you touch him, she said, I will burn this beach to ash. Cassian smiled. It was a thin, terrible thing. You cannot even protect your own memories, Rider. What makes you think you can protect him? Tempifti. The first of Cassian's wings hit the beach before she finished speaking. Saira threw herself sideways, dragging Toma with her as the dragon's claws raked the sand where they had stood. The wash of displaced air stank of brine and copper. She rolled, came up on her knees, and saw the wall of scales and muscle that had formed between her and the ship. 15 dragons. Maybe more. They had filled the beach in the time it took her to breathe. She pulled Toma behind her, backing toward the cliff. The sea hissed at her heels. Korik had already drawn his blade and was moving to flank, his face blank with the calculation of odds that did not favor them. Cassian dismounted from his bronze dragon and walked forward. His blade was still drawn, but he held it low, as if he had already decided she was not worth the energy of a proper stance. "You cannot win this," he said. "He have no dragon, no weapon, no allies within striking distance. The ship is loading, the conscripts are leaving, and you are standing on a beach with nothing but a brother you cannot remember and a rider who will be dead before the tide turns if you force my hand." Saira's hands shook. She pressed them flat against her thighs to stop it. She could feel Vethrix. Closer now. The bond thrummed beneath her ribs like a bowstring drawn to breaking, but closer was not here. "Let them go," she said again. "Date me. That is what Oren wants. That is what you want. One rider, brought back in chains, the rest of them walk free." Cassian stopped 10 feet away, his head tilted. For a moment, something flickered in his expression. Not amusement, not cruelty, something older and more tired. "You think this is about what I want? I think you have been chasing me since the ceremony because I took something you believed was yours." "You took nothing from me." His voice was flat. "You broke the only institution that could have saved this kingdom from the fleet. You burned the public trust in the rider corps. You scattered the noble houses into factions that will spend the next year fighting each other instead of the enemy. And you did it all because you could not bear to let a few memories go." Saira's jaw tightened. "You call them a few memories because you have never loved anything enough to fear losing it." Cassian's face went still. Behind him, the first of the prisoners had reached the gangplank. Guards were herding them aboard. The ship's crew had raised the forward sail, the canvas snapping in the dawn wind. "Last offer," Cassian said. "Surrender. I will hold you in the camp until the fleet is dealt with. Your brother will not be shipped east. I give you my word." "Your word is worth less than the ink it took to write it." "Then we are done." He raised his blade, and the air above the cliff shattered. Vethrix came through the mist, not as a shape, but as a force. Wings wide, storm dark, his roar slamming across the beach like a wall of sound. The dragons on the sand flinched. One of the younger ones scrambled backward, nearly unseating its rider. Saira's chest opened with a sob she did not let out. She reached for him through the bond, and he answered, not in words, but in the full weight of his presence. The ancient fury, the iron certainty, the hunger to burn every scale off Cassian's wing if she asked it of him. She took a step forward, and Cassian moved. He was faster than she expected. His blade came around not at her throat but at her wrist, a slashing strike meant to disable, not kill. She twisted, her forearm taking the flat of the blade instead of the edge, and the impact rang through her bones. Korik met Cassian's next strike with a lunge that drove the noble rider back 2 paces. Steel clashed, sand sprayed, and then Vethrix landed. The ground shook. His tail swept through the rear rank of Cassian's formation, scattering 2 riders before they could disengage. His head lowered, eyes fixed on Cassian with a focus that made the air itself seem to thicken. Cassian recovered his stance. "Finally," he said. "I was beginning to think you dragon had abandoned you." He was waiting for the right moment. Or he was hoping you would surrender and save him the trouble. Vethrix's growl rolled across the sand like thunder. "He does not know when to stop talking," the dragon said. "I can fix that." Saira placed her hand on Vethrix's neck. The scale warmth seared through her palm, grounding her. "Let the prisoners go," she said. "The ones from the Forge district. The ones your uncle stole to feed the sleet." Cassian's blade did not lower. "I answered this already. Then I am not asking." She swung onto Vethrix's back. The bond flooded her limbs with his strength. She felt his wings, his lungs, the weight of the ancient fury coiled beneath his ribs, and she let herself become part of him, a rider who no longer asked permission. Cassian shouted something to his wing. The bronze dragon lunged. Saira pulled Vethrix up. The beach fell away beneath them. The wind caught her hair, her face, the salt spray from the surf below. She banked hard, her eyes on the ship, on the gangplank, on Toma still standing in the sand where she had left him. The guards were dragging the last prisoners aboard. She had maybe a minute. She drove Vethrix toward the ship. Cassian's bronze dragon intercepted them at the waterline. The collision drove Saira sideways, her legs scraping against a wing strut. the impact shuddering through her spine. She held on. Vethrix twisted, his tail catching the bonds across the flank, and the other dragon bellowed. They broke apart and wheeled. Cassian was screaming something. She could not hear the words over the wind. She dove again. The bronze dragon met them again. This time Cassian's blade came for her, a wild, reckless stroke that caught the edge of her flight leather and opened a thin line across her ribs. Saira gasped. The pain was sharp and clean and familiar. She did not slow. Vethrix hit the bronze at full speed, claws waking, jaws finding purchase on the wing joint. The bronze screamed. Cassian's blade clattered against Vethrix's scales and sparked. Useless. "Finish him," the bond whispered. "One strike. He will not rise again." Saira's hand tightened on the harness. She looked down at Cassian. He was staring up at her, his face stripped of everything, the mask gone, the certainty gone, nothing left but a man who had just realized he might die on this beach. She saw the hesitation in his dragon's eyes. The bronze had stopped fighting, not broken, not defeated, waiting, as if the dragon was waiting for its rider to give an order that would not come. Cassian's blade lowered. "Take them," he said. "The prisoners, take them." Saira stared. "The fleet is coming, Cassian. The real fleet. The one your uncle spent years pretending did not exist. And when it hits that harbor, every dragon on this beach will be needed, including yours. Including you." "I know." "Then why are you chasing me?" Cassian's jaw worked. "Because I do not know what else to do." The words hung between them. Saira looked at him, at the bronze dragon whose wings still trembled from the impact, at the 15 riders on the sand who were watching their commander make a choice he had never been trained for. She had no answer for him. But Vethrix did. He pulled back from the bronze, folded his wings, and dropped to the sand beside the prisoner column. Saira dismounted. "We are taking them," she said, her voice hard. "Every one of them. If your wing interferes, we will burn this beach to ash and bury your command under it." Cassian did not answer. His dragon lowered its head, and Saira walked to the gangplank, pushed the nearest guard aside, and cut the first prisoner's chains with Cassian's own blade, which he had taken from the sand where it had fallen. Chapter 59. The ship's gangplank groaned under the weight of freed prisoners, the guards scattering into the surf as Vethrix's shadow swept over them. Saira stood knee-deep in the shallows, Cassian's blade still in her hand, watching the Forge District survivors stumble onto the wet sand like people who had forgotten how ground felt. Behind her, the bronze dragon had folded its wings. Cassian had not moved. He stood at the water's edge, his uniform dripping, his face a mask of something she could not name. Not defeat, not surrender. Something closer to a man watching his own hands perform actions he had not commanded. Saira turned to face him. "You heard what I said. The fleet is coming. Your uncle is feeding the Eastern Army while pretending to fight it, and you are standing on a beach full of conscripts who were never meant to see the coast again." Cassian's jaw tightened. "You think I do not know? I think you followed orders because not following them was worse." The bronze dragon shifted behind him, its head lowering until its muzzle nearly touched the sand. The gesture was not submission. It was exhaustion. Vethrix spoke into her mind. "The ship is emptying, but there are more prisoners in the pens beyond the tree line, at least 40, perhaps 50. Saira looked past the beach, past the grounded ship, to the timber palisade where the staging ground extended into the coast scrub. She could see huddled shapes between the gaps in the planking. She looked back at Cassian. "Your wing, are they going to stop me?" Cassian did not answer. "He does not know," Vethrix said. "They are watching, waiting. His silence is the only command they still obey." Cassian. His eyes met hers. "The pens," she said. "The prisoners behind the palisade. Are you going to stop me?" He opened his mouth, closed it. His hand moved into his empty scabbard, a reflex that found nothing to grip. "I do not know what I am supposed to do," he said, and the words came out raw. "I have spent my entire life believing the Aerie was the only thing standing between this kingdom and the sea. And you have spent the last month proving that what we built it on was a lie. Not a lie, a theft. Same thing in the end. Saira stepped closer. No, a lie you can walk away from. A theft you have to return. Something flickered in Cassian's face. Not agreement, but recognition. The crack in the certainty she had seen on the beach was widening, and she watched him feel it. Then the bronze dragon lifted its head. The movement was sudden, sharp, the body tensing as if struck. Saira heard Vethrix' answering growl before she saw what the bronze had sensed. A horn, distant. 3 notes. The same pattern she had heard over the ridge. Cassian's face went still. "That is not mine," he said. "Whose then?" His eyes found hers, and the mask cracked open. "My uncle's personal pursuit wing. They are coming through the coastal pass, half a day, maybe less. If they find you with the prisoners, they will burn everything between the tree line and the surf to kill you before you can fly again." Saira's hand tightened on the blade. "Then I have half a day." "You have less than that, and you know it." Cassian looked past her, toward the pens, toward the freed prisoners who were gathering on the sand, toward the ship that sat half-empty in the shallows. "Orin is not going to chase you forever," he said. "He is going to force a fungal battle, one decisive engagement where the rebels and the loyalists meet in open sky, and the harvest is either proven necessary or destroyed utterly. That is his plan. That has always been his plan." Saira stared at him. "Heir, why are you telling me this?" "Because I do not want to be standing on the winning side of a victory that leaves nothing worth defending." The words hung between them. Behind Cassian, the bronze dragon lowered its head again, its breath steaming against the wet sand. "He means it," Vethrix said. "For now, tomorrow will be another day." Saira did not turn away. "Then help me." Cassian's laugh was bitter and short. "I just told you my uncle is going to force a battle that will decide the war. I cannot help you without becoming a traitor to everything I was raised to be." "You already are a traitor to everything you were raised to be. You just have not admitted it yet." She held his gaze. "The pens. I am going to the pens. If your wing follows me, I will know where you stand." She turned and walked toward the tree line. Behind her, Cassian did not move, and the bronze dragon watched her go. Chapter 60. The woman from the forge line stepped forward. She was older than Saira had first thought, perhaps 50, with iron-gray hair and eyes that had spent decades reading heat and grain in metal. "You are Halder's girl?" It was not a question. "I am." The woman nodded once, then turned and walked deeper into the chamber, past the cold forge, past the gild-marked barrels, to the far wall where the stone looked no different from any other. She pressed her palm against a seam that Saira would never have seen, and a section of the wall swung inward on iron hinges that had been greased recently enough to leave a trace of oil on the stone. "They worked here," Saira breathed. "Riders and smiths together." The woman moved to the nearest wall and touched a plate near eye level. "Before the Aerie learned to fear what memory could do, before they decided it was safer to let the bond take everything." Saira stepped closer to the plate. The inscription was dense, the marks tight and precise. She could not read all of it, but she caught fragments. A name, a date, a phrase in the old script that she had seen once, in her father's workshop, on a tool his own father had passed down. "This memory is given to the iron, not to the fire." "The technique from the ledger," Saira said. "This is where they did it." The woman nodded. "The old chainmakers knew how to take a living memory, a piece of the rider's own heart, and bind it into forged metal. The bond cannot take what is no longer inside you. But it has to be forged while the bond is active." "While the rider is touching the dragon," the woman agreed. "While the smith works the metal between them, the sensation is not gentle." Saira looked at the iron plates lining the walls, hundreds of them, each one a memory anchored outside the self. "Did it work?" The woman was silent for a long moment. "It worked until the Aerie found this place. Then they sealed it and called those who survived traitors. The technique was not destroyed. It was buried, and the riders who had anchored their memories here were no longer able to lose them, so the Aerie made them disappear instead. Saira felt the weight of that. The plates on the walls were not just records, they were tombstones. "I need to do this," Saira said. "I have already lost pieces of myself. I will lose more, but I can choose what to save." The woman studied her for a long moment. "One memory," she said. "That is all the old smiths ever attempted in a single forging. The process takes everything out of you. You cannot choose the moment of your mother's voice and the feel of Dain's hand at the same time. The metal can only hold one strand." Saira's hand went to her chest, where the wire knot still rested. Her mother's voice. Toma's face on the beach. The shape of Dain's jaw in lamplight. The sound of her own name spoken by someone who had loved her before she was useful. "You do not have long," the woman said. "The wing you saw on the approach, those are the ones who will come first. And there is another sound. Listen." Saira listened. Footsteps. Not in the corridor behind them, somewhere else. Deeper. Moving through stone that carried sound in ways that the open tunnels did not. "Someone is already inside the network," Korik said. The woman's face tightened. "Cassian scouts or veils. Either way, they will find this chamber within the hour." Saira looked at the cold forge, the collapsed bellows, the anvil that had not been struck in a generation. "Then we do it now." The woman shook her head. "The forge must be lit. The bellows must breathe. The rider must be in contact with her dragon, and the smith must be ready to receive the memory as the metal takes it." Saira pressed her hand to the wire knot at her chest. "Vethrix." His answer came immediately, warm and close. "I am here. I am always here." The footsteps were closer now. Not one person, several, moving with purpose. The woman looked at Saira, and for the first time, her hardness cracked. "Choose quickly," she said, "and tell me which memory you will anchor, before the forge is hot enough to receive it." Saira closed her eyes, her mother's voice gone. She could not choose what she had already lost. Toma's face, younger, laughing, before the conscription pits had ever touched him. That was still there, burned into her like the scars on her forearms. Dain. The way he had looked at her in the strategy room with the single lamp between them, the way his hand had brushed hers over the maps, the way he had said her name when they thought they were alone. One strand. The footsteps were in the corridor now, echoing off the rough-cut walls. Korik drew his blade. Saira opened her eyes and met the woman's gaze. "I choose," she said. The woman did not ask what Saira had chosen. She turned and picked a length of iron from the cold forge, a narrow rod wrapped in leather at one end. "Then we have very little time." She crossed to the hearth, pulled a rusted poker from the ash bed, and struck it against the stone floor once, twice, 3 times. The sound was sharp and hollow, and from somewhere beneath the chamber, something answered. A low groan of movement, as if the mountain itself had shifted. The woman moved to the wall farthest from the entrance and pressed her hand flat against a plate that bore no inscription, only the broken chain mark. The plate sank inward. Beyond it, a second forge, smaller, colder, but intact. The bellows were whole. The hearth was clean. The anvil gleamed in the dim light, and on the anvil lay a piece of iron, shaped and waiting, its surface smooth and unmarked. "Your father left this," the woman said. "Before he was taken, he brought it down through the furnace tunnels, knowing that someone would come looking for the first chain before the end." Saira's throat tightened. She stepped into the smaller chamber, and the woman followed, and Korik turned to face the corridor with his blade ready. "Seal the door," the woman said. "I will not be able to work if I am listening for blades in the dark." Saira pulled the iron door closed behind her. The catch engaged with a sound like a lock slotting home. The woman struck flint to the hearth. The first flame caught, and the footsteps reached the outer chamber. Chapter 61. The heat from the hearth climbed her face as Saira stepped toward the anvil where her father's iron waited. The woman struck flint again. The kindling caught, and the flame licked at the bellows with a sound like breathing. "Touch the dragon," the woman said. "Now, before the metal begins to wake." Saira pressed her hand to her chest, where the wire knot rested against her collarbone. "Vethrix, I need you closer." The bond answered before she finished the thought. Warmth spread through her ribs, down her arm, into the palm she pressed flat against her own sternum. She felt him outside, circling low above the sea cliff, his attention bent toward her like light through a lens. "I am here," the woman said. "But I need your hands on the iron before the forge takes the heat. The metal must know who holds it before it accepts the memory." Saira crossed to the anvil and placed her palms flat on either side of the shaped iron. Cold, dense, waiting. The woman moved behind her and set a hammer down beside the anvil. The handle was worn smooth, shaped by years of grips that were not hers. "Your father's hammer," the woman said. "He left that too." Saira's throat closed. She picked it up. The weight fit her hand the way it had fit her father's. The same balance, the same slight warp in the handle where the grain had softened from decades of sweat and pressure. The woman struck the hearth again, and this time the flame caught in earnest. The bellows creaked. The first pulse of real heat rolled across the chamber. "Tell me which memory," the woman said. Saira closed her eyes. Dain, the strategy room. The single lamp between them, the maps spread across the table. The moment his hand had brushed hers and neither of them had pulled away. She could still see the way the light had caught the scar along his jaw, the way his voice had dropped when he said her name. She could still feel the shape of that moment, the weight of what it meant. "Choose," Vethrix said through the bond, "before the metal demands it." "Dain," Saira said. "The night in the strategy room, his hand over mine." The woman nodded. She picked up the iron from the anvil and carried it to the hearth on a set of worn tongs, lowering it into the flame. "When the metal glows, you will tell me the shape of what you see, every detail. The light, the sound, the weight of his hand, the exact shade of his eyes in that lamplight. The metal will take what you give it, but only what you give it completely." Saira nodded. The iron began to change. First a blush of red at the edges, then a deeper glow spreading inward as the bellows fed the flame. From beyond the sealed door, a voice called out. Muffled, but close. "There is movement in the lower chamber. Someone is at the junction." Coric's voice, tense but steady. "Hold the door," the woman called back. "We need time. You have minutes, not more." Saira forced herself to focus on the iron. The glow was deepening, the color of a dying coal, the color of the forge where she had learned to pull a bellows at her father's side. "Now," the woman said, "speak the memory." Saira opened her mouth, and the words came like heat through her chest. The room was small, windowless, a single lamp on the table between us. The walls were rough stone, and the maps were spread across the wood, marked with troop positions and coastal routes. The women drew the iron from the hearth and laid it on the anvil. The metal pulsed, bright and soft. "His hand," Saira said. He reached for a marker on the map that his hand brushed mine. Skin, knuckle, the edge of his wrist. He did not pull away. The woman raised the hammer. "His eyes," Saira said. "Gray, like winter iron, like the metal in this room, but warm in that light. He looked at me like I mattered. Not because I was useful, because I was there." The hammer fell. The ring of iron against iron filled the chamber. The woman struck again, and again, each blow sending a pulse of vibration through the stone floor, through the anvil, through Saira's palms where she pressed them flat against the metal. And through the bond, Vethrix answered. His presence poured into her like heat from a furnace, not intrusive but steady, anchoring her to the ground, to the metal, to the moment as the hammer shaped the iron around the memory she was giving it. The woman worked fast. Each strike was precise, controlled, the rhythm of someone who had done this before, who knew exactly how much force the metal could take. Saira felt the memory moving through her, not fading, but transferring, like water flowing from one vessel to another. The shape of Dain's hand was still hers, but she felt it settling into the iron, becoming part of the metal, safe and fixed. The woman paused and turned the iron over. "Dragon marks," she said. Vethrix, give me his name. Saira reached through the bond and found the shape of Vethrix's true name, the one he had not spoken aloud to anyone but her. She spoke it in a whisper. The hammer fell again. The marks took shape in the iron, curling, ancient, alive with meaning. Family, the woman said. The names you carry. Quenn, Saira said. Toma, Talder. My mother, Aelith. My grandmother, Saira. The hammer marked each name into the metal, and with each strike, Saira felt the iron learning her, accepting her, becoming a record that the bond could not touch. The woman struck one last time, and the ring of the hammer faded into silence. The iron cooled, the glow receded, and Saira felt it. The memory of Dain's hand over hers was still there, but it had shifted, locked into the metal like a stone set in a wall. Familiar, but no longer yours alone. She could reach it. She could touch its shape. But it was farther away now, safer, and farther. The woman lifted the iron from the anvil and held it in the tongs, letting the air take the last of the heat. It is done, she said. The chain lay on the anvil, still warm, its surface marked with dragon tracks and family names, and the invisible weight of a single memory anchored into its core. Saira picked it up. The chain settled around her wrist, cool against her skin, and for one breath she felt the shape of his hand in hers. Then it settled. Safe. Farther away. And from beyond the sealed door, Corric's voice rose sharp and clear. They have breached the junction. We have no more time. Chapter 62. The chain was still warm against her wrist. Saira stared at the metal, at the curling marks that held Vethrix's true name, and the names of every Quenn who had come before her. The iron felt alive, breathing against her skin in a rhythm that was almost, but not quite, her own pulse. Corric's voice came again from beyond the sealed door, sharper now. They are through the outer barrier. Saira, we need to move. The gray-haired woman was already gathering tools, sweeping scattered filings into a leather pouch, dousing the hearth with a bucket of sand that hissed and steamed. She moved with the economy of someone who had performed this ritual 100 times, who knew exactly how much time remained. Saira did not move. She stood at the anvil with the chain circling her wrist, and she was afraid. The memory was still there. She could feel its shape, the weight of Dain's hand over hers, the warmth of the lamplight on his face. But it had shifted, locked into the metal like a stone in a wall, and she did not know yet whether that meant she had saved it or buried it alive. Test it, the woman said, not looking up from her work. Saira's hand moved to the chain, her fingers closed around the iron, and the memory came back. Not as a thought, not as a recollection she had to reach for, but as a presence that filled her chest like breath returning to a drowning body. The strategy room, the single lamp, the maps spread across the table, marked with troop positions and coastal routes. And Dain, leaning over her shoulder, his sleeve brushing her arm as he reached for a marker. She saw his hand, gray eyes, winter iron she had called them in the forge, and the memory gave her the exact shade, the way the lamplight caught the warmth beneath the gray, the way he had looked at her like she mattered. Not because she was useful, because she was there. The memory did not stop with sight. She felt the brush of his knuckles against hers, the faint hesitation before he let his hand rest there. She heard the scratch of the marker on the map, and beneath it, the sound of his breathing, steady and deliberate, as if he was measuring every breath against the risk of saying too much. Then the memory shifted, and she felt his breath at her temple. Warm, soft, a question he had not yet dared to ask aloud. Her knees buckled. She caught herself on the anvil, one hand splayed against the cooling iron, the other still gripping the chain. The memory pulsed through her, sweet and ruinous, and she could not tell whether she was holding it or it was holding her. Saira, Corric's voice. Closer now. The door groaned under pressure from the other side. Now, the woman said. You have to move, now. Saira released the chain. The memory did not vanish. It withdrew, settling back into iron like water finding its level. But the shape of it remained, the echo of Dain's breath still warm against her skin. She could reach it again. She knew that now. but the cost of touching it was the loss of the world around her. The tunnel, the danger, the escape. Every time she closed her fingers around the chain, the past would rush in, and the present would recede. She did not know if that was salvation or a different kind of hollowing. The gray-haired woman grabbed her arm. "The chain will hold, I promise you, but it will not hold if you are dead." Saira nodded. She followed. The woman led them not toward the breached door, but deeper into the forge chamber, past the glowing remnants of the hearth, to a narrow crevice in the far wall that Saira had taken for a shadow. The woman pressed her shoulder against the stone and pushed, and the crevice opened into a passage so low they had to crouch to enter. "The old drain channel," the woman said, "leads to the sea cliff north of the cove. Your dragon can find you there." Saira glanced back toward the sealed door. The iron groaned again, louder, and she heard the scrape of metal against stone, the sound of someone working a blade through the gap. "Go," the woman said. "I will seal it behind you." Korik pushed past Saira into the passage, his blade already drawn, his shoulders brushing both walls as he moved. Saira followed, and behind her, she heard the woman dragging something heavy across the stone. A grate, a stone slab, the sound of passage closing. They crawled through darkness. The air changed, salt replacing the smoke and iron of the forge. The sound of waves reached them before the light did, a gray glow seeping through the cracks ahead. Korik reached the opening first. He pushed through a tangle of seagrass and salt-burned brush, emerging onto a narrow ledge that dropped sheer to the water below. Saira followed, blinking in the sudden gray light. The sea stretched before her, flat and heavy under a low sky. The cove was empty. No prisoners, no ships, no dragons. She raised her hand to the chain at her wrist. Before she could touch it, a shadow passed over them. Saira looked up. Vethrix was circling, his black shape cutting through the clouds, and she felt his recognition through the bond, the relief and the urgency that came with it. He was not alone. 2 other dragons were with him, their riders hunched low against the wind. One of them landed on the ledge before Saira could call out. The rider swung down, pushing back her hood. Mira. Her face was gray with exhaustion, her hair streaked with salt and something darker, blood that was probably not her own. She crossed the ledge in 3 steps and grabbed Saira's arm, her grip fierce and shaking. "Oren has called every loyal wing to the coast," Mira said, her voice cracked. "Every rider, every dragon. He is pulling them from the mountain, from the passes, even from the Eastern Watch." Saira's stomach turned cold. "All of them?" "All of them." Mira's eyes were wild, the careful archivist composure stripped away. "He is not waiting for the Second Fleet. He is not defending the harbor. He is gathering every weapon he has and driving them south, toward the lower city." Saira looked past Mira, toward the ridge where the forge district lay. "Toma," she said. "He is not the target." Mira's grip tightened. "The city is. Oren is going to burn the forge district to ash. He is going to make sure there is nothing left for the rebellion to claim. No families, no forges, no proofs that the Aerie's crimes ever touched the ground." The chain pressed against Saira's wrist, warm and solid. She could reach the memory. She could close her fingers and feel Dain's breath at her temple, and for a moment, she could pretend the world was not burning. But the world was burning, and she could still feel the shape of his hand. "Vethrix," she said, and the dragon banked, his attention sharpening through the bond. "How fast?" "Fast enough," he answered, "but not fast enough to save everyone." Saira turned to Mira. "How long do we have?" Mira's face told her everything. "Hours," she said. "If we fly now, we might reach the lower city before the flames." Saira did not touch the chain. She climbed onto Vethrix's back and felt the dragon's muscles coil beneath her, felt his hunger for the sky, for the fight, for the fire that waited below. They lifted off the ledge as Korik's bronze dragon followed, as Mira's gray mount scrambled to catch up. The wind took them, and far behind, in the forge chamber beneath the mountain, the sealed door finally gave way. A figure stepped through the smoke. Gray hair, ice-blue eyes. Commandant Dain Veyra looked at the empty anvil, at the cold hearth, at the scattered filings that still held the shape of names. He knelt. His fingers brushed the iron dust, and he smiled. Chapter 63. The storm cellar smelled of wet stone and root rot. Saira stood at the long table, her hands flat on the scarred wood, the iron chain warm against her wrist. Around her, the space pressed close with bodies and breath, rebel riders in salt-stained leathers, Forge Guild delegates with coal-ground hands, freed conscripts still wearing the torn rags of the prisoner column, and two noble representatives from House Thorne's coalition, their fine cloaks out of place against the rough stone walls. Corrick stood near the door, his blade drawn and resting across his knees. Mira sat against a barrel of pickled fish, her eyes half closed, her chest rising and falling in deliberate, shallow breaths. No one had spoken for a long moment. Then, the taller of the nobles, a woman with iron at her collar and graying hair braided tight to her skull, leaned forward. "You want us to fly toward the largest force Oren Vale has ever assembled. You want us to meet him in open sky, with a fleet approaching from the east, and trust that the same institution that has been harvesting our memories will suddenly decide to listen." "No," Saira's voice came out flat, steady. "I want us to stop running and make him come to us on ground we choose." The noblewoman's mouth tightened. "And what ground would that be?" Saira looked down at the map spread across the table. The Forge District, the furnace tunnels, the ridge lines and sea cliffs she had crossed in the dark, bleeding and desperate, and still refusing to break. "The city," she said. "Veska itself. He wants to burn it to deny us proof of his crimes. So we hold it. We make every street and every forge and every chain yard a witness that he cannot erase." Another noble, a younger man with a scarred cheek and nervous hands, shook his head. "That is not a battle. That is a siege waiting to collapse on us. We do not have the numbers, the supplies, or the dragon strength to hold the lower city against Oren's full wing and the eastern fleet. We do not need to hold it forever." Saira pressed her fingers to the chain at her wrist. "We need to hold it until the fleet arrives. Oren cannot fight two armies at once. If we pin him in the city, he has to choose between burning his own supply lines to destroy us and turning to meet the eastern threat with a rebellion in his rear." The nobleman's face went pale. "You are proposing we use the invasion as a distraction." "I am proposing we use the truth." Saira looked around the table, at the faces that had followed her from the Aerie, from the tunnels, from the beach where Cassian's wing had broken. "Oren's entire argument is that the bond system is necessary for survival. That memory is a price he was willing to pay because he believed there was no other way. But if we prove it can be fought, if we show the people of Veska that the Aerie's power is built on theft, then his war stops being a defense and becomes a slaughter. And slaughter leaves witnesses." The gray-haired Forge delegate, a woman with soot embedded in every line of her hands, spoke for the first time. "The lower city knows, Ryder. The Forge districts have always known. We watched the conscription wagons take our sons and daughters. We watched the officers mark our houses for burning. We did not need a rebellion to tell us the Aerie feeds on us." She met Saira's eyes. "But knowing or fighting are not the same thing. What do you offer our people besides a chance to die under dragonfire instead of in a conscription pit?" Saira reached into her collar and pulled out the iron chain. She did not touch the memory. She let the weight of it rest against her chest, let the names marked into the metal catch the lamplight. "I offer them proof that the bond does not have to consume everything," she said. "I offer them a way to be remembered. And I offer them the choice to decide for themselves what they are willing to sacrifice, instead of having it taken." Silence. The noblewoman's eyes stayed fixed on the chain. "That is a weapon, Quenn. Do you understand what you are holding?" "I understand it is mine. Oren will tear this city apart to get it. Then we make sure he finds nothing but iron and fire when he arrives." The storm cellar's door groaned open before anyone could answer. A scout stumbled through, covered in dust and sweat, his face flushed from a hard ride. He braced himself against the doorframe and sucked air. "They are moving," he said. "Oren's forward wing crossed the ridge an hour ago. They are burning every settlement between the pass and the lower city. Saira felt the words land like a blow, but she did not let it show on her face. How many? 14 dragons confirmed, more gathering behind them. He is herding the survivors ahead of his advance, driving them toward the city, so we have to choose between fighting and sheltering civilians. Mira pushed herself upright, her face gray with exhaustion. That is not a battle formation. That is a call. He means to break us before the fleet arrives, the noblewoman said. He means to make this a massacre, not a siege. Saira looked at the map again, at the burning ridge line the scout had described, at the narrow passes and the Forge district's tangled streets. She could feel Vethrix waiting at the edge of her awareness, coiled and patient, the heat of his fury warm beneath her ribs. If we scatter now, she said, he wins. He burns the city, he destroys the evidence, and he blames the invasion for everything. By the time the fleet lands, there will be no one left to testify. And if we stay? The noblewoman's voice was sharp. If we fight him in the streets, if we bleed for every yard of stone, what do we gain? Saira touched the chain. Time. The cellar door groaned again. Another rider pushed through, her face bloodless, her leathers torn at the shoulder. She did not stop at the threshold. She crossed the rune in 4 strides and grabbed Saira's arm. The fleet, she said, and her voice cracked. The Eastern Fleet. They are not heading for the harbor. Saira went still. Where? The rider's eyes were wide, her grip tight enough to bruise. They are sailing past it, straight for Veska itself. Chapter 64. The order passed through the storm cellar like a stone dropped into still water. Fly for Veska. Saira did not wait for argument. She pushed past the scout, past the noblewoman whose mouth had opened to protest, past Mira's exhausted face and Korik's sharp nod. The cellar stairs took her 3 at a time, and the night air hit her like a wall. The city was burning. She had known it would be. The scout's report had prepared her for columns of smoke, for the orange glow cresting the ridge, for the distant crack of timber giving way. But knowing was not the same as seeing. Veska sprawled below her in a crescent of fire, its Forge district bleeding light into the sky, its harbor a black mirror flecked with burning ships. The Eastern Fleet had not reached the city yet. The flames were Orin's work, Orin's purge, Orin's message written in the ash of the neighborhoods he had called expendable. Vethrix waited at the edge of the Aerie, his scales drinking the firelight, his eyes 2 coals fixed on her approach. You are certain, he said, not a question. No, Saira said, and climbed into the saddle. But I am done running. The other dragons lifted off behind her, Korik's bronze, dark against the smoke, Mira's gray, smaller and faster, carrying the archivist with her ink-stained hands and her iron-gray face. The freed prisoners, the Forge delegates, the surviving riders from the Aerie's collapse, they rose in a ragged formation that had no standard and no general but her. She did not look back. The flight to Veska took less than an hour. The wind was with them, pushing from the coast, carrying the smell of salt and pine and something sharper beneath it, copper and ash and the wet reek of burning oil. Saira kept Vethrix low, skimming the tree line, using the ridge for cover. She did not know if Orin had posted scouts in the passes. She did not know if Cassian's wing had reformed or scattered. She knew only that the city was ahead, and that every moment she spent wondering was a moment the flames climbed higher. The bond hummed beneath her ribs, warm and steady, the iron chain of her wrist a counterweight to the pull of memory she did not dare touch. Not now. Not while she needed every shred of attention fixed on the present. A shape moved against the smoke ahead. Saira's hand went to her blade before her mind caught up. A dragon, smaller than Vethrix, its scales the color of wet slate, banking in a slow spiral above the rooftops. No flames, no weapons drawn, just the animal, circling, waiting. Alone, Vethrix said, no rider. How do you know? I can see, and I can feel. This one is waiting for something. Saira guided Vethrix lower, keeping altitude, scanning the streets below. The Forge district was a maze of collapsed roofs and burning storefronts. the heat shimmer so dense it blurred the edges of every building. She could see figures moving in the gaps, small groups dragging hoses, passing buckets, fighting a fire that had already won. The slate dragon banked again, and this time Saira saw what it was guarding. A signal tower. One of the old chain guild towers, its roof intact, its flagpole stripped of every banner but a single length of wire, braided and knotted in a pattern she knew. Toma's knot, the one that meant, "I am coming back." She did not remember ordering Vethrix to descend. She felt the ground meet her boots before she registered the landing, felt the heat of the burning street wash over her as she ran toward the tower's base. The door was wedged open, the lock shattered by a blade or a boot, and the stairwell beyond was dark and hot and smelled of old coal. She climbed. The top of the tower was a ring of broken windows and charred timbers, the wind cutting through gaps where glass had been. The wire knot was tied to the flagpole's base, fresh and clean, the braid tight, the loops deliberate. And beside it, scratched into the stone with something sharp, a single word. Come. The handwriting was Dain's. Saira touched the chain at her wrist, the memory of his hand over hers, the strategy room, the lamp flame caught in his gray eyes. It was there, preserved, waiting for her to reach for it. She did not reach. She let the warmth of its presence be enough. He is inside. She said it aloud, to the empty tower, to the wind that carried smoke and the distant sound of horns. Korak appeared in the stairwell behind her, his blade drawn, his face streaked with soot. Inside where? The Aerie. Saira turned from the flagpole, the wire knot still worn in her palm. He is still inside the mountain. Chapter 65. The mountain swallowed them. Vethrix dropped through a gap in the tower roof where the old storm shutters had rotted from their hinges, folding his wings so tight Saira felt the scrape of stone on either side. Darkness closed around them. Then the scrape became a rush of open air as they broke into a chamber far larger than the tower's exterior promised. She slid from the saddle before Vethrix fully settled, her boots finding flagstones slick with moisture and something darker. The chamber was a signal relay room, its walls lined with mirrors and empty brackets where messenger hawks had once perched. The mirrors were shattered. The floor was scattered with glass and feathers and the black crust of old blood. Dain was not there. Saira turned, the chain at her wrist catching the faint light from a single lantern hung near the far door. The room smelled of copper and cold ash. Vethrix's presence pressed against her ribs, alert, listening. He was here, Vethrix said, not long ago. She crossed to the far door and found it wedged open with a broken chair leg. Beyond it, a corridor stretched into darkness, its walls scarred by claw marks that could have been made by a dragon smaller than Vethrix, but still dangerous. The marks were fresh. The stone beneath them still held dust that had not settled. She stepped through. The corridor opened into what had once been a supply nexus, a wide chamber where barrels and crates were stacked against the walls, their contents spilling across the floor in dried streams of grain and salt. The ceiling had collapsed in one corner, and through the gap she could see the sky, smoke-streaked and darkening. The mountain had been wounded. The Aerie was bleeding from 100 cracks. A sound behind her. She turned with her lid half drawn and found Dain standing in the shadow of a collapsed beam, his uniform torn at the shoulder, a cut across his brow that had bled and dried and was bleeding again. He looked thinner than she remembered, harder. The winter iron of his eyes held a hilt she had never seen there before. He did not speak. He crossed the distance in 3 strides and caught her face between his hands, and the kiss was not gentle. It was desperate and fierce, and tasted of smoke and salt, the relief of finding someone still alive when every hour had been built on the expectation of loss. She broke the kiss first, pressing her forehead to his, her breath coming hard. "You are bleeding." "I know." His thumb traced her cheekbone, once, as if confirming she was real. "You came. You called." He let out a breath that was almost a laugh and pulled back just enough to look at her. The cut on his brow had opened again, and she reached up and pressed her sleeve to it without asking permission. He caught her wrist and held it there. "They are watching every entrance," he said. "Every tunnel, every stair. Oren knows you are in the city. He does not know you are inside the mountain yet, but he will." "How long?" "An hour, maybe less." He released her wrist and turned toward a map spread across a crate near the wall, its edges weighted down with stones. The map was of Veska and the surrounding coast, marked with ink and charcoal in a hand she recognized as his. "The fleet will be at the seawall by dawn. Doran has already moved his forward wings into the eastern towers. He's going to make a speech." "A speech?" "From the main battlements, facing the harbor. He will present himself as the defender of Talrath, the last man standing between the kingdom and annihilation." Dain's voice was flat, precise. "And he will demand that you be brought before him in chains, so he can execute a traitor in full view of both armies and prove the Aerie's authority is unbroken." Saira looked at the map. The marks showed the eastern fleet's approach, the deployment of Oren's wings, the burning districts of the lower city, and in the center, the main battlements circled in charcoal. "He wants a stage." "Yes, then I will give him one." Dain's hand caught her arm. "Saira, he is not planning to capture you. He is planning to destroy you in front of every rider and every sailor who can see that wall. If you walk onto those battlements, he will kill you before you finish your first sentence." "He will try." "I am not." He stopped, his jaw tightened. When he spoke again, his voice was lower. "I did not stay inside this mountain, watching him consolidate power, feeding information through hawks and smugglers, so you could walk into his trap with your eyes open." She covered his hand with hers. The chain at her wrist touched his skin, and she felt him register it, the slight shift in his expression as he understood what it was. "He will call me a traitor," she said. "He will name me a thief and a liar and a deserter. And then I will show every rider who still follows him what he has been hiding beneath their feet. The ledgers, the harvest records, the names of every rider who was hollowed to keep his war machine running. Half the riders on that wall already know. They do not care. They are afraid. Then I will give them something to be more afraid of than him." Dain held her gaze for a long moment. Then he let out a breath and nodded once, the movement tight, controlled. "There is a passage behind the old forge stores that opens onto the service walk beneath the main battlements. It is not guarded. Oren does not know it exists." He reached into his collar and pulled out a chain, a small iron key hanging from it. He pressed it into her palm. "The archive beneath the east tower, the one sealed with the golden lock. I have not been able to open it, but Mira said you would know what to do with it." Saira closed her fingers around the key. It was warm from his skin. "Mira is alive?" "Alive and furious and hiding in the lower archives and the wounded halls where the first dragons lay sleeping," something answered. "Now if we have less time than he said, we have exactly as much time as we take." She climbed into the saddle and pressed her palm to his neck. The bond flared, warm and certain, and Vethrix turned toward the passage Dain had described. Behind them, the horn sounded again, and from somewhere deep in the mountain, far below the towers and the archives and the wounded halls where the first dragons lay sleeping, something answered. "Paid we get this respoking trips, Bledley. You always progress, I do." Saira closed her fingers around the key. It was warm from his skin. "Mira is alive?" "Alive and furious and hiding in the lower archives and the micro, his ones tend without a hand. He stepped my control, the pre-deal as a radius holes ever goats a tattling principles. I want to stay. Yes." Chapter 66. The horn was still echoing when the first wave hit. Saira felt it before she saw it, a pressure change in the mountain's bones, a shudder running through the stone beneath Vethrix's claws. The Eastern fleet had not waited for dawn. They had come in the dark, driven by a tide that cared nothing for Oren Vale's speeches or Saira's plans, or the fragile coalition she had gathered in the storm cellar. Vethrix's wings snapped open, catching the draft from the passage ahead. "They are burning the harbor approach," he said. The fleet is through the outer breakwater. How many ships? Enough that the sea is no longer visible. She climbed into the saddle without another word. The chain at her wrist pressed against the leather, warm and alive, and she felt the memory of Dain's hand settle against her skin like a promise she could not afford to keep. Vethrix launched from the tower gap into a sky that had become a forge. The harbor was a wall of fire. Ships burned into crescent across the bay, their masts torches against the black water, and between them the fleet's vanguard was pushing through the gap, hulls low and dark and bristling with metal. Chain shots screamed through the air, trailing sparks, and somewhere to the east a dragon shrieked, a sound that cut through the roar of flame like a blade through flesh. Saira banked hard, her eyes tracking the fire. Orin's formation was already rising from the eastern towers, a wedge of dragons moving in perfect discipline toward the harbor mouth. They were not diving to engage. They were taking position above the burning ships, holding the high sky, waiting. He was going to let the fleet burn the lower city while he held the altitude advantage. "He is using them as bait," she said aloud. Vethrix's growl vibrated through her thighs. "He is using the city as a killing ground. The fleet forces us into the low sky and he drops on whatever survives." Below them, Veska was waking to chaos. The forge district was already burning, plumes of black smoke climbing from streets she had walked as a child, from the corner where she had learned to braid wire, from the awning of the smithy where Halder had taught her to read the grain of heated iron. Flames leaped from roof to roof, and she could see people running, small figures streaming toward the seawall where the fleet's first landing boats were already grinding against the stones. Saira pulled Vethrix's neck. "Take us down." The plan assumed Orin would fight the fleet. He is not fighting. He is letting them burn the lower city while he waits for us to break formation. She leaned into the dive, and Vethrix answered, folding his wings and dropping through the smoke like a stone through ash. "If we do not cover those terraces, there will be no city left to defend." They fell through the fire-lit dark, past the high towers where loyalist dragons held their formation, past the burning rooftops where the first landing parties were climbing the seawall with grapnels and torches. Vethrix leveled out 20 feet above the paving stones, his wings cracking open as he banked hard between two burning tenements, and Saira saw them. Civilians. A crowd of them, pressed against the wall of a baker's courtyard, trapped between the fire spreading from the east and the fleet's soldiers advancing from the seawall. Women with children pressed to their chests. Old men with nothing but cookpots and broken chairs held like weapons. A girl with braids like Saira's own had once worn, her face streaked with ash and tears. Vethrix did not wait for her command. He opened his throat and poured fire across the street, a wall of blue-white flame that cut the landing party off from the courtyard. The soldiers scattered, their grapnels clattering against the stones, and the civilians surged through the gap Vethrix had opened, streaming toward the archway that led to the upper terraces. Saira looked up. Orin's formation was still holding the high sky. They had not moved. They had watched her break, and they had not moved. "He is letting me burr out," she said. "He wants me to spend the bond on civilians so I am hollow when the fleet reaches him." "Then we do not give him what he wants." "How?" A dragon screamed above them. Not a battle cry, but a death cry, and Saira looked up in time to see a bronze shape fall from the formation, its wings sheared by chain shot, trailing blood and smoke as it spiraled toward the harbor. The fleet had anti-dragon weapons. They had been saving them for the moment the riders committed to the low sky. She had just committed them. "Pull up," she said. "Get us above the rooftops." Vethrix climbed, his wings hammering against the smoke-thick air, and as they rose she saw the full shape of the battle. The fleet's vanguard had pushed through the harbor mouth in a wedge, their decks lined with ballistae and chain launchers, and the loyalist formation was breaking, dragons peeling off to engage the landing party, while Orin's personal wing held position above the citadel, untouched and watching. And at the base of the east tower, where the service walk opened onto the main battlements, she saw Dain. He was not flying. He was on foot, moving through the chaos with a blade in his hand and a purpose in his stride. He cut down a rider who tried to block his path, seized the man's horse, and sent it galloping toward the archway where the civilians were still streaming through. He was opening the retreat. He was buying them time. She saw an officer raise a crossbow from the battlement above him. She did not think. She pressed Vethrix's neck, and the bond flared, and they dropped. Not toward the officer, but toward the battlements themselves. 100 feet of stone that Vethrix hit with his claws extended, ripping through the parapet and sending the officers sprawling. Dain looked up. The eyes met through the smoke and fire and the chaos of a city that was dying around them. And then Vethrix banked hard, carrying her away from him, and she felt the bond lurch as something massive slammed into the harbor, a sound like the mountain itself breaking open, and the sea surged white, and the fleet's vanguard disappeared into a wall of spray. The fleet had not anticipated the tide. Oren Vale had. He had not been waiting to let them burn the city. He had been waiting for the moment the fleet committed to the harbor, where the current would trap them against the seawall, where his dragons could drop on them from the high sky and destroy them in a single pass. Saira had broken his formation. She had cost him the altitude advantage, and now the fleet was through the gap, and half the loyalist wing was burning on the terraces, and Dain was standing in the smoke with a blade still wet, watching her with something that looked like grief. He knew, Vethrix said. Oren knew the tide would turn. He did not tell you because he wanted you to break formation. The chain at her wrist burned, and the mountain beneath them groaned, deep and ancient, as something that had been sleeping began to wake. Chapter 67. The harbor still burned. Smoke rolled across the water in sheets, flattening against the seawall where the fleet's vanguard lay pinned, their hulls grinding against the stone as the tide retreated and left them stranded. The screams had stopped. Now there was only the crack of dying timbers and the hiss of water meeting flame. Saira stood at the edge of a shattered terrace, her hands shaking. Vethrix had sat down on what remained of the East Watch platform, his flanks heaving, steam rising from his scales where seawater had splashed against the heat. Below them, the terraces crawled with survivors, civilians streaming toward the upper gates, riders dragging wounded from both sides. A forgewoman with soot-blackened hands pressing cloth to a gash in a loyalist officer's chest while he lay stunned and let her. Saira forced herself down the steps. The first body she passed wore Eastern colors, burned beyond recognition, his hand still curled around a chain launcher's trigger. She stepped around him and kept moving. A voice stopped her. "Rider." She turned. A loyalist dragon lay crumpled against the base of the seawall, its wing twisted beneath it at an angle that made her stomach turn. The rider beside it was young, no older than the cadets who had sneered at her in the iron quarters, his face bloodless and his leg bent wrong beneath him. He was trying to reach the dragon's neck. "Help him," the rider said. "Please, he is still breathing." Saira looked at the dragon. Its eyes were open, one pupil dilated, the other fixed and staring. The breath came in shallow gasps that rattled through its chest. She knelt beside the rider. "There is nothing I can do for him." "Then sit with him," the young rider's voice cracked. "Do not let him die alone." She sat. The dragon's eye rolled toward her, and she felt the faint pulse of its presence through the bond. Not speech, but recognition. A weight pressed against her chest, a dragon's grief tangled with its rider's fear, and she understood that the animal knew it was dying and was trying to comfort the boy who could not say it. "Tell him," Vethrix said through the bond. "Say his name." His name? The one they buried, the one the Aerie tried to erase. The dragons remember. Saira looked at the young rider. "What is your dragon's name?" The boy's face crumpled. "They told me never to speak it. They said it was forbidden." "Who told you?" "Commandant Veyra. He said the old names bind us to things that should stay buried." Saira reached out and pressed her hand to the dragon's neck. The scales were cold, colder than they should be, and the pulse beneath them was slowing. "Tell me his name," she said, "before he leaves." The boy closed his eyes. "Kaelin." The dragon's eye closed. The breath stopped, and Saira felt something pass through the bond, a ripple that spread through every dragon on the terrace, a moment of silence that crossed species and rank and allegiance. The loyalist dragons on the citadel raised their heads. Vethrix rumbled low in his chest, and on the seawall, the bronze dragon that had carried Cassian Vale belched once, slowly, as if of acknowledgement. The boy was weeping. Saira stayed beside him until the forgewoman came to take him to the healers. An hour later, the terrace had become a triage ground. Saira moved through it without plan, following instinct and need. She tore strips from a fallen sail to bind a rider's arm. She lifted a child from the rubble and passed her to a woman whose own children were already dead. She found Korik sitting against a broken wall, his face gray with exhaustion, a loyalist cadet's head in his lap, while the boy drifted in and out of consciousness. "His name is Etan," Korik said. "He was in my wing 3 years ago. He tried to kill you an hour ago." "He was following orders, so was I." Saira crouched beside them. The cadet's eyes fluttered open, focused on her face, and something like recognition crossed his features. "You are the one," he said. "The chainmaker's daughter." "I am." "They told us you were a traitor." "I know." He laughed, a thin, wet sound. "They tell us a lot of things." Korik pressed a cloth to the boy's wound and gestured for Saira to move on. She found Mira near the harbor gate, standing over a pile of soaked ledgers she had pulled from a sinking storehouse. Her hands were bleeding, her hair plastered with ash and seawater, but her eyes were clear. "The Traitor House," Saira said. "Sorn's coalition." Mira did not look up. "The name is in the ledgers. I need time to cross-reference. We do not have time." "No." Mira finally met her eyes. "We do not." A horn sounded from the citadel. Saira turned. A rider was descending the switchback path, his mount a dun-colored dragon with a scavenger's build, narrow and quick. He landed on the terrace before her and dismounted without ceremony. Rider Quenn. She recognized the uniform. A loyalist messenger, his leathers still clean, his face carefully neutral. "Commandant Veyra requests a meeting under truce, the south gate, 1 hour. He can request all he wants." The messenger's jaw tightened. "He said you would refuse. He said to tell you he has something you want, something that was taken from the Forge district before the fires." Saira's hand went to the chain at her wrist. "What?" "He did not say, only that you would know it when you saw it." The messenger remounted without waiting for her answer. The dun dragon beat its wings twice and lifted off, climbing toward the citadel where Oren Vale's banners still flew above the smoke. Saira stood in the ash and watched it go. "It is a trap," Vethrix said. "Of course it is. You will go anyway." She looked at the chain around her wrist. The iron was warm against her skin, alive with the memory of Dain's hand over hers, his breath at her temple, the weight of everything she had already lost. "He has something from the Forge," she said. "Something that belongs to my father. Or something that looks like it does. Then I will know when I see it." The smoke shifted. Through the gap she saw the south gate, standing open and unguarded. And she saw Dain. He was standing at the base of the arch, his blade still drawn, his eyes fixed on her across the rubble. He had heard. He was waiting for her to choose. The mountain groaned beneath them, and the ancient thing that slept below stirred again, closer now, as if it had been waiting for this moment all along. Chapter 68. The south gate stood open. Smoke drifted through the gap, thin and gray, carrying the smell of wet ash and salt. The stone arch had been cracked by the fleet's bombardment, a hairline fracture running from the keystone to the base, and beyond it the color of the sea was a bruised purple under the cloud cover. Saira walked toward it alone. Behind her, the terrace was still. Korik had not moved from Etan's side. Mira had not looked up from her ledgers. Vethrix had not stirred from the watch platform, but she felt him through the bond, a coiled tension waiting for her to call. Ahead, Dain stood at the base of the arch. His blade was still drawn. His eyes met hers across the rubble, and she saw the warning in them, clear as a horn note. This is not a meeting. This is a stage. She kept walking. The truce banner hung from a pole driven into the cracked paving stones. It was iron gray, unmarked, the color of surrender and negotiation alike. Beneath it, a table had been set up, a plank laid across 2 barrels, and Oren Vale stood behind it as if it were a command post. His uniform was clean, no ash, no blood, no sign that he had spent the night in burning streets or wounded triage. The saber scar across his jaw was a pale line against his skin, and the broken wing burn at the base of his throat was visible where his collar sat open. He looked at her the way a smith looks at a blade before the first strike. Saira Quenn. Commandant. He gestured to the plank. There was nothing on it but a folded cloth, the kind used to wrap forge tools for transport. You did not come alone, he said. I brought what I needed. The dragon is watching from the terrace. Your blade commander is standing at the gate. The arquist is within earshot. He did not smile. I expected nothing less. Saira stopped on the opposite side of the plank. The cloth lay between them, and she could not take her eyes off it. The shape beneath the fabric was wrong for a tool, too flat, too broad. I have something of yours, Oren said. Show me. He unfolded the cloth. The chain set lay on the plank, black iron links still streaked with forge dust, the pendant catching the gray light. Saira had not seen it since the morning she left the trough cavity and found it missing, the chain her mother had made, the one Halder had hidden for her, the one Oren's people had taken before she could retrieve it. Her hand went to her own throat. The wrist chain was warm beneath her sleeve. But this was different. This was older. You had my house searched, she said. I had the forge district searched. He did not look at the chain. I told them to bring me everything of value. This was in a loose stone near the door of your father's cold forge. We almost missed it. Halder hid it for a reason. Yes, Oren's voice was flat. He did, and now I know what reason. He pushed the chain set toward her across the plank. The iron scraped against the wood. You are welcome to it. Saira did not reach for it. What do you want? A conversation. He folded his hands on the plank. Not a battle, not a trap. A conversation. And the chain is your invitation. It is a courtesy. I took nothing I did not intend to return. She stared at him. The chain lay between them, black iron against rain-wet wood, and she thought of her mother's hands working the metal, the rhythm of the hammer, the heat of the forge, the voice she could no longer remember. Why now? Because the fleet will not wait, the mountain will not wait, and you will not survive what is coming without me. I have survived everything you threw at me. You have survived discipline. Doran's eyes held hers. You have not survived war. The wind shifted. The truce banner snapped once, hard, and the smoke from the burning harbor curled through the arch behind Dain, thickening the air until the terrace beyond him was only a suggestion. Stand beside me, Oren said. Saira laughed. It was a dry, broken sound. You are asking me to join you. I am offering you a place in the defense, not a chain, a wing. He did not blink. You and Vethrix, at full strength, in open battle. I will commute the conscription quotas for every forge district within the Aerie's jurisdiction. I will name your family protected in perpetuity. I will release every rider who chose your side without reprisal. I have survived about my time. I might not. And neither will Taurath if you refuse. The invasion will take the coast. The Aerie will fall or burn. And every concession I offered will be meaningless because the kingdom that issued them will no longer exist. So I am supposed to save it. And then what? Stand aside while you harvest the next rider who bonds to Dutty? The bonds will not stop. They are the price of the power. They are the price of your convenience. Oren's jaw tightened. The scar on his cheek pulled white. I did not build the bond, he said. I inherited it. Every commandant before me inherited it. We kept the secret because the secret kept the kingdom alive. With stolen memory and hollowed riders, with sacrifice. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. History will forgive what we took. If Taurath survives, the dead will not be remembered as victims. They will be remembered as the people who held the line. And you, if you choose this, will be remembered as the rider who broke the fleet. Saira's hand moved, without her willing it, to the wrist chain beneath her sleeve. The iron was warm against her skin, alive with the memory of Dain's hand, Dain's voice, Dain's choice. You are offering me a lie wrapped in duty. I am offering you a choice wrapped in survival. That is not a choice. It is the only choice the world ever gives. Oren straightened. Tomorrow, when the fleet reaches the seawall, you will either be in the sky or on the ground. In the sky you have power. On the ground you have ash and a dead rebellion, and the certainty that every person you tried to save will be conscripted, executed, or sold. He paused. And your remaining love will not survive one more day of battle. Saira's breath caught. Oren saw it. You have already lost pieces of him, he said. I can see it in your face. You hold his hand and do not remember the first time he touched it. You hear his voice and cannot place the conversation that brought you to trust him. The bond has been eating you from the inside since the day Vethrix chose you, and it will not stop because you fight for the right side. Shut your mouth. It will not stop because you fight for the right side, Oren repeated quieter. It will only stop when you are empty. Saira's hand tightened on the chain. The bond took his whisper, Oren said. The first time he said your name in a voice that meant more than duty. You do not remember the exact words. You have tried. You have failed. And tomorrow, if you fly, you will lose more. A laugh, a touch, the color of his eyes in the morning light, piece by piece, until you are certain of nothing but the shape. The ancient thing beneath it stirred, closer now, so close she felt it in her bones, a pulse of heat and anger that was not her own. The truce banner snapped once more, and the air between the armies grew cold. Chapter 69. She walked. The truce banner snapped behind her, once, twice, then fell still as the wind dropped entirely. Each step carried her away from the plank where her mother's chain set had rested, away from Oren Vale's offered bargain, away from the clean arithmetic of surrender that would have saved the lower city at the cost of everything she still refused to name. The south gate arch loomed ahead, stone cracked by the mountain's groaning, torchlight spilling through the gap from the terrace beyond. Figures moved in the shadows, Korik with his hand on his blade, Mira half hidden behind a fallen pillar, and Dain still standing where she had left him, blade drawn, watching her emerge from the negotiation alone. His eyes met hers, no question, no relief, just a steady waiting, the same patience he had shown on the training platform when she had fallen for the 10th time and he had not offered a hand, only the next instruction. She crossed the last stretch of broken ground and stopped before him. "The chain set," she said. "He had it. He showed it to me." Dain's jaw tightened. "Did you take it?" "No." The word hung between them, heavier than she had expected. She had walked away from the last physical proof of her mother's hands. The iron her mother had shaped in the same forge where Saira had learned to draw a chain tight. She had left it in Oren Vale's possession because reaching for it would have meant accepting his terms. Korik stepped forward. What did he offer? Everything. For nothing. She turned to face the terrace, where the rebel riders had gathered in loose formation. Mira had emerged from behind the pillar, her gray tunic streaked with ash, a ledger clutched to her chest. Full amnesty, commuted conscription quotas, protected status for every family in the Forge districts. He would have let us all walk away. Then why are you standing here? The voice came from the edge of the group, a Forge delegate with soot embedded in the creases of her face. Why did you refuse? Saira let the question settle. The terrace was silent except for the distant hiss of fire still burning in the lower city. The Eastern Fleet had not yet reached the seawall. Dawn was still hours away. Hours in which Oren's offer could have bought them all a future, or the shape of one. Because he was not offering me a choice, she said. He was offering me a transaction. My compliance for their survival, my silence for their safety. He would have let the bond bought everything I am, and he would have called it duty, and every person he saved would have owed their life to the lie that love is a resource to be spent. She raised her wrist, pulled back the sleeve, and let the firelight catch the iron chain Halder had shaped, the one the gray-haired chainmaker had helped her forge beneath the first chain mark. The metal gleamed warm and living against her skin. I do not know if we win tomorrow. I do not know if any of us survive the fleet. But I will not trade one form of theft for another. Sacrifice chosen in love is not the same as sacrifice extracted by institution. He wants to believe they are the same, so I will stop fighting. The Forge delegate did not look away. That is a beautiful speech. but conviction does not stop ballistate bolts. What do you offer us instead? Before Saira could answer, a new sound cut through the night. Horses. Coming fast from the direction of the eastern watchpost, hooves striking cobblestone in a rhythm that spoke of urgency rather than formation. Every head on the terrace turned as a rider burst through the gap in the wall, his horse lathered, his face bloodless in the torchlight. The horse skidded to a stop. The rider dismounted before it had fully halted, his boots hitting the stone with a wet slap. "Fresh landings," he gasped. "East of the lower city. 5 ships, maybe 6, beaching on the mudflats where the seawall collapsed." The forge delegate stiffened. "That is behind the harbor. That is, behind every defensive position we have," the rider finished. "They are moving inland. If they reach the fork at the Bellfounder's Cross, they will split the lower city off from the mountain." Saira felt the ground shift beneath her feet, not physically, but in the deeper architecture of the battlefield she had been trying to hold together. The Eastern Fleet was not coming straight for the seawall as Oren had claimed. They had found the breach, the old wound in Veska's defenses that the Aerie had left unrepaired because the conscript labor had never been allocated, and Bellfounder's Cross was where the smokehouse stood. Toma's smokehouse. The rider was still speaking, pointing toward the eastern ridge, calling out numbers and positions that blurred into a single fact. She could not be in both places. The coastal line needed every dragon to hold against the main fleet at dawn. But if she did not fly to the lower city now, the eastern landing would cut off every escape route, every supply line, every family still hiding in the rubble of the Forge district. Toma was somewhere in that rubble. Dain stepped closer, his voice low enough that only she could hear. "You cannot split yourself. I know. He wants you to choose. He knew about the landings. He released the news now, after your refusal, because he wanted you to feel the weight of both options collapsing at the same moment." Saira looked at the wrist chain. The iron was warm, steady, alive with the memory of Dain's hand, Dain's voice, the first time he had said her name in a way that meant more than duty. The Eastern Fleet was coming. The lower city was burning. Toma was waiting. And Oren Vale stood on the other side of the gate, holding her mother's chain set, watching to see which part of her broke first. Chapter 70. The decision crystallized in the space between one breath and the next. Saira turned away from the eastern ridge where the ships were landing, away from Bellfounder's Cross and the smokehouse and Toma's face still warm in her mind, and faced the sea. "Coast," she said. "We hold the coast." Dain's hand found her wrist, not gripping, just there, a pressure against the iron chain. "If the landing force cuts the lower city, there is no coming back through." "I know, Toma, I know." She pulled her arm free, not roughly, but with a finality that felt like closing a door she might never open again. "If I fly to the lower city, the main fleet reaches the seawall unopposed, and there is no Veska left to defend. If I hold the coast, the landing will kill everyone in its path before I can turn around. Either way, I lose someone." She looked at the iron band on her wrist. The metal was warm where her pulse beat against it. Somewhere aside that warmth, Dain's first kiss lived, the exact pressure of his mouth against hers, the sound he had made when she kissed him back. She could not reach it without touching the chain, and touching the chain would pull her out of the present at the moment she most needed to be here. "I fly for the coast," she repeated. Vethrix said nothing through the bond, but she felt him rise from the shattered terrace where he had been resting, felt the storm gathering in his chest, the slow pulse of heat building behind his ribs. He did not agree or disagree. He simply prepared. The Forge delegate who had challenged her earlier stepped forward, her soot-crusted hands opening in a gesture that might have been surrender or appeal. "You leave the lower city to burn? I leave you to hold the ground," Saira said. "The landing ships will not reach the cross before dawn if you collapse the tunnel mouths and block the streets. You know those alleys better than any rider. Use them." The delegate's jaw worked. She did not nod, but she did not argue either. Saira turned to Dain. "You stay. If Oren moves against the survivors, you are the one they will listen to before they listen to me. Or the one they will kill first." "I know." She let herself look at him, really look. The cut across his brow still fresh, the shadows beneath his eyes deeper than she remembered. "I am asking you to be the person who holds what I cannot hold." He did not say yes. He did not say no. He held her gaze for a count of 3, then stepped back and became the commander she needed him to be, already turning to the riders on the terrace, already assigning positions, already closing the door between what they had been in the supply nexus and what they would be in the hour to come. Saira climbed onto Vethrix's back. The storm-black dragon launched before she had fully settled, his wings driving them skyward in a single brutal stroke that left the terrace falling away beneath them, like a stone dropped into darkness. The air over the sea tasted of salt and burning pitch. Saira saw it all from altitude, the main fleet still 2 miles out, riding the dawn swell in a formation that stretched across the horizon like a spine of splinters. Transport ships in the center, warships on the flanks, and at the head of the formation, 3 larger vessels with raised decks where ballisty crews were already cranking chains into position. The same ballisty that had killed the bronze dragon. "They know we are coming," she said into the wind. "They have known since we left the mountain," Vethrix answered. "Every dragon in the sky is a signal they can read. Then let us give them something worth reading." She leaned forward, pressing her chest against the ridge of his spine, and felt him answer. The storm inside him uncoiled, not the controlled bone of their training flights, but something older, something that had been waiting in the dark stusses beneath the mountain long before the Aerie had built its chains. The sky went dark. Clouds that had been gray and scattered pulled together like a fist closing. Lightning flickered in the mass, not striking yet, but gathering. Vethrix's wings beat once, twice, and then he was not flying so much as falling, dropping toward the lead warship at an angle that should have been impossible, that would have torn a lesser dragon apart. The ballisty crews saw them coming. Saira watched the chain-shot mechanisms pivot, iron bolts the length of her arm sliding into their grooves, the crews bracing for the release. "Now," she said. Vethrix opened his throat. The stormfire that poured out of him was not the controlled blast she had used in the baker's courtyard. It was a column of white heat that roared through the air like a second dawn, so bright she had to close her eyes against it. The lead warship's deck vanished. The ballisty, the crew, the raised command platform, all of it consumed in a single breath of dragonfire so intense that the planks did not burn. They sublimated, turning from solid to vapor without passing through flame. The shockwave hit them a heartbeat later. Vethrix caught it with his wing, rolling through the disturbance like a swimmer riding a current, and Saira felt the cost in the same instant. Something in her chest folded, not physically but deeper. A piece of Dain that had been a memory of texture, the calluses on his palm, the way his fingers had felt when he adjusted her harness during that first dawn drill, simply ceased to exist. She gasped, not with pain, but with the sheer strangeness of absence, the knowledge that something had been there a moment ago and now was not. "Saira, I am here." She tightened her grip on the harness. "I am still here." The second warship was already turning, its ballistae tracking them through the smoke of the first vessel's destruction. Vethrix did not ask if she was ready. He dove again, and she went with him. Because there was nothing else to do. Because the bond had already taken its price and the only way forward was to keep paying until the battle ended, or she did. The second warship died the same way as the first. The third. By the time Vethrix wheeled away from the formation, the lead ships were burning wreckage sprawled across the sea, their crews jumping into black water that glowed orange with reflected flame. The Eastern Fleet's spine had been broken in 3 passes. The warships on the flanks were still intact, but without command vessels, they could not coordinate the assault. The seawall would hold. Dawn would see survivors, not conquerors. Saira pressed her hand to her chest. She could still feel Dain, the warmth of his mouth, the shape of his name in her throat, the certainty that he mattered more than anything. But the texture was gone. The precise pressure of his palm against hers, the way his breath had caught when she had first touched his face, the story of how they had arrived at this love, all of it blurring into a single fact without context. She loved him. She did not remember why. Vethrix banks toward the cliff line, his breathing ragged, his flight wallowing with exhaustion. Below them the sea burned, and above them the clouds that had gathered at his call began to scatter, releasing a thin gray dawn onto a battlefield that had already decided its victor. Saira touched the iron chain on her wrist. It was still warm. She could retrieve the memory if she needed it. The first kiss, the harness drill, the moment in the supply nexus. She could press her fingers to the metal and let the past pour back into her, but that would disconnect her from the present, and the present still had a coast to secure, a lower city to reach, a brother whose face she was still not sure she could see without the chain. She did not touch it. She held on to the certainty that there was something inside the chain worth keeping, and that was enough. It had to be enough, because there was nothing left to spend. Chapter 71. Smoke from the burning ships drifted across the battlements in low, gray ribbons. Saira stood with one hand braced against the stone, the other pressed to her chest where the absence still ached, the space where Dain's calluses had lived, where the pressure of his fingers on her harness had been a fact she could reach for. Now it was only a shape. The door she knew had once opened onto something warm but whose key she no longer held. Behind her, Vethrix had folded onto the platform, his sides heaving, steam rising from his scales where the stormfire had bled through his hide. He did not speak through the bond. He was too tired. Or he was giving her room, or he was waiting for her to name what had been taken so he did not have to ask. She loved Dain. She knew that. She could not find the path that led there. Boots scraped on stone behind her. She turned, and Dain was there. He was walking across the battlements with a wound she had not seen him take, a dark tear through his sleeve where blood had soaked the leather to black. His face was smoke-stained, his hair plastered to his forehead with sweat and salt spray. He was limping. He was alive. "Saira!" His voice cracked on her name the way it had in the supply nexus. She remembered that. She remembered the quality of sound when he had said her name in the dark, the way it had meant something different than a commander addressing a subordinate. That much was still hers. "You are bleeding," she said. "I know." He kept walking, closing the distance between them, and when he stopped he was close enough that she could smell the iron of his blood, the salt of the sea, the smoke that clung to both of them like a second skin. He did not touch her. He looked at her face, at her eyes, and she watched him read the answer to a question he had not asked yet. "How much?" he said. She wanted to tell him it did not matter. She wanted to tell him she could still feel the shape of her love, even if the texture had been scraped away. But he deserved better than the brave lie. "The calluses on your palm," she said. "The way your fingers felt when you adjusted my harness at the first dawn drill. I remember that it happened. I do not remember what it felt like." His jaw tightened. The muscle in his cheek jumped once, then stilled. "Which drill?" he asked. "The one where you told me to keep my weight forward in the dive? The one where Lyra was watching from the platform and you pretended you were only correcting form?" He nodded slowly. "You remember the words." "I remember the words," she said. "I do not remember the weight of your hand." Dain looked at her for a long moment. Smoke curled between them, gray and thin. The sea burned behind him. The wreckage of the Eastern Fleet sprawled across the water like a graveyard of broken ribs. "Then I will tell you," he said. "Tell me what?" "Everything. From the beginning. Every time I touched you, every moment that mattered. Until you do not need the memory because you have heard the story so many times it lives in your bones." She felt her throat close. "Dain." "I do not care how long it takes." His voice was low, steady, the voice he used when he was choosing something he could not take back. "The bond can steal the texture, but it cannot steal the fact. I was there, I remember, and I will keep telling you until you do not need to retrieve it from the chain." He stepped closer. His hand rose, hesitated, and then his fingers brushed her jaw, light and careful, as if he was asking permission she had already given 100 times. "The first drill," he said. "You were angry. You thought I had been assigned to watch you because they did not trust you. And you were right, but that was not why I stayed. I stayed because you moved on Vethrix's back like you had been born there, and I wanted to see what you would become if no one broke you first." She closed her eyes. "The harness strap had slipped. You had not noticed because you were too focused on the horizon. I stepped in and adjusted it, and my fingers brushed your ribs through the leather, and you went still, not afraid, just aware, the same way I was aware. I remember the stillness," she said. "I remember the awareness. The calluses on my palm," he said. "The ones you cannot feel anymore. They come from 20 years of sword work and harness leather and climbing stone in the dark. I earned every one of them, and the first time I touched you, I wished I did not have them. I wanted my hands to be soft so you would not feel the difference between us." She opened her eyes. His hand was still against her jaw. His thumb traced the line of her cheekbone, light as breath. "The kiss," he said, "in the storage alcove behind the eastern kitchens. You came to me with your heart hammering and your hands shaking, and you told me you had found the ledgers. You told me what the bond was doing to you, and I kissed you, because I could not think of a single word that would matter as much as that one touch." She knew the kiss. She remembered the shape of it, the fact that it had happened, the certainty that it had changed everything. But the texture was gone, the exact pressure of his mouth, the way his breath had caught when she leaned into him. "Tell me," she said. He smiled. It was a broken smile, a man giving away pieces of himself because she needed them more. "You tasted like forge smoke," he said, "and you made a sound. Not quite a gasp, not quite a sigh, and I knew I would burn the Aerie to the ground before I let anyone take that sound away from you." Something shifted in her chest. Not the return of the memory, but the shape of its absence. No longer a hollow wound, but a space being filled by something new. A story. His voice. The fact that he was still here, still telling her, still choosing her. "The dawn dark," she said, "in the supply nexus, when you gave me the key. I told you I would stay behind," he said. "I told you I would be the blade inside the mountain, and you looked at me like I was killing you, and I looked at you like you were the only thing I had ever been sure of, and I meant it. I meant every word." She reached up and covered his hand with hers. "I know you did." Behind them, stone grated against stone. Saira turned. At the far end of the battlements, where the service walk curved around the eastern tower, a line of torches had appeared. Dark figures moved behind them, the clatter of boots on stone, the rasp of drawn steel. Orin's guard. She felt Vethrix stir behind her, his exhaustion a weight in the bond, but he was already trying to rise. Dain stepped in front of her, his blade coming free of its sheath in a motion too fast to follow. "There are at least 20, he said. "Maybe more in the shadows. I see them. I can hold them." "You cannot hold 20. "No." He did not look at her. "But I can slow them." The torches kept moving. The guards were spreading out, forming a crescent that would cut off every line of retreat except the one that dropped into the sea. Behind them, the broken warships still burned, and the gray dawn was spreading across the sky like a wound that would not close. Saira looked at Dain, at his smoke-stained face, his bleeding arm, the way he stood between her and the coming blades as if there was no choice to be made. She still could not remember the weight of his palm. But she knew, with a certainty that had nothing to do with memory and everything to do with the man standing in front of her, that she would rather lose 1,000 textures than let him die alone on this battlement. "Vethrix," she said. The dragon's voice came through the bond, worn thin but still there. "I see them. Can you fly?" "I can burn." She gripped the iron chain on her wrist. The metal was warm against her skin, the memory of Dain still safe inside it, waiting for her when she needed it. But she did not need it now. She had the man himself, telling her the story, standing in front of her, blade drawn. She stepped up beside Dain. "Then we burn together," she said. The torches closed in. Chapter 72. The crescent of torches closed with deliberate patience, boots scraping stone, steel catching the first gray light. 20 figures at least, spreading to block the seaward drop and the service walk behind them. Saira counted the gaps. There were none. Dain stood motionless beside her, blade low, weight settled. He was not breathing hard despite the wound. The blood had dried black against his sleeve. "They will not rush," he said. "Orin wants you alive for the platform. Then he sent too many." "He is thorough." Vethrix stirred behind them, the scrape of claws on stone, a low rumble that vibrated through the stone floor. "I can clear the right flank. You are exhausted. I can still burn." Saira reached for the iron chain on her wrist. The metal was warm, the memory of Dain safe inside it. But she did not touch it. She had what she needed standing beside her. The guards halted 10 paces out. The crescent held, torches lowered, blades naked. A figure pushed through the center of the line. Orin Veyra wore no armor. His dark uniform was immaculate, the silver at his collar catching the torchlight, his saber scar pale against his jaw. He stopped at the front of the crescent and looked past Dain as he not there. "Saira Quenn." His voice carried no anger. "You have cost me 3 warships and half a night of sleep. I would call that impressive if I did not know you will cost me nothing more." Dain stepped forward. Oren's gaze shifted. For a moment, something passed between them. 2 men who had served the same institution, stood on the same battlements, believed the same doctrine. "Commander Veyra." Oren's tone cooled. "You are wounded. You are bleeding. You are standing between me and a traitor." "I am standing between you and the truth." Oren's mouth tightened. "The theft saved lives. It hollowed them first." The silence stretched. The torches crackled. Behind Oren, the broken warship still burned against the gray dawn, smoke rising in columns that smudged the sky. Then Oren laughed. It was a dry sound, stripped of humor. "You think that matters?" He looked at Dain with something almost like pity. "You think the texture of a memory is worth the weight of a kingdom? You have never had to make the choice I make every morning." "I am making it now." Dain raised his blade. The guards tensed. Steel rasped against scabbards as the crescent contracted. But Oren held up a hand. "Wait," he said. "Let them see." He turned and gestured toward the seaward side of the battlements, where the stone curved around the eastern tower. A door Saira had not noticed stood there, low and iron-bound, its hinges crusted with salt. "Do you know what lies beneath that platform, Commander? Below the stone we are standing on?" Dain did not answer. "Storm engines," Oren said, "forged before the Aerie was built, chained into the mountain's foundation. When the first dragons rose, those engines fed them. When the bond was sealed, those engines anchored it." He turned back to face them. "I had them primed last night. If I do not touch the activation stone within the hour, they will surge through the mountain's roots and bring half the seaward cliff down. Veska will lose its eastern wall. The fleet will have a beachhead from here to the harbor." Saira's chest went cold. "You would destroy the city," she said, "to stop me." "I would destroy the city to stop a traitor armed with a memory chain who thinks she can dismantle 3 centuries of order in a single dawn." Dain shifted. His blade did not waver. "You are bluffing." "Am I?" Oren's hand moved to his collar, drawing aside the fabric to expose the burn mark at the base of his throat. The broken wind scar, pale and twisted against his skin. "I earned this on the day I learned that sentiment is a weakness the realm cannot afford. I will not let your love story undo everything I have built." Behind them, Vethrix growled, a sound that came from deep in his chest, resonating through the stone. He is not bluffing. Saira felt it through the bond, the pressure of something beneath them, a heat that was not dragonfire, a tension that vibrated in the mountain's bones. She looked at Dain. He was already looking at her. "The engines," she said. "If he brings them down, then we lose the eastern wall, the beachhead, the city. And Toma." Dain's eyes darkened, but he did not look away. Behind them, Vethrix's claws scraped stone as he rose, steam curling from his nostrils. "I can reach the platform before the surge. You are too slow. I am fast enough to die trying." Saira gripped the iron chain on her wrist. The metal bit into her palm. "Oren," she said, "call off the guard." "I will not. Then we burn." She stepped forward, and Dain stepped with her, blade raised, and the torches closed in, and the mountain groaned beneath them, and the dawn broke gray and bleeding over the sea, where the Eastern fleet still had ships that had not burned. Chapter 73. The crescent of torches did not close. Oren held the guard still with a raised hand, watching Saira and Dain with an expression that might have been pity or might have been calculation. The wind off the sea pulled at his collar, exposing the scar tissue beneath his jaw. "You have an hour," he said. "After that, the engines surge, and Veska loses its eastern wall. I will be in the upper tower, waiting to see which of you is still standing when the stone falls." He turned and walked toward the iron-bound door, his boots ringing against the stone. The guards parted for him. They did not follow. They stayed in formation, torches guttering, blades still naked. Oren paused at the door. He did not look back. "If you intend to stop the engines, Commander, you had better start digging. They are not in the mountain. They are beneath it." The door closed behind him. The locks engaged with a sound like a hammer striking iron. Dain lowered his blade. The guards did not advance. "He left us alive," Saira said. "He left us a choice. Die fighting his guard, or die trying to reach the engines before the hour expires." Dain's voice was flat. "He wants us to choose the engines. It is a longer death. Then we do not give him the pleasure of watching us run." Saira turned to Vethrix. The dragon had risen, steam curling from his nostrils, his eyes fixed on the iron-bound door. "Can you reach the engines from above?" "No, the mountain seals them. The only way is through the old forge channels, where the chain conduits run." Vethrix's voice was tired, but there was something else beneath it. "I have not been that deep since before the Aerie was built. There are passages the founders sealed, and I remember them. Remember them now." The dragon's eyes went distant. Then, very slowly, he lowered his head and touched his brow to the stone. The seaward platform, below the third cistern. There is a drain channel at the drops to the engine chamber. It was used to feed the first fires, before the bond was sealed. The stone will be hot, the iron will be old. Dain sheathed his blade. "Then that is where we are going." They moved before the guards could decide whether to follow. Saira led, a hand on the iron chain, letting the weight of it anchor her to the present. Dain followed, his blade still drawn but lowered. Vethrix remained on the platform, steam rising, ready to burn if the guards advanced. The seaward platform was empty. The iron-bound door stood ajar, Oren's passage already swallowed by the dark beyond. Saira did not take the door. She followed the curve of the battlements until she found what Vethrix had described. A low arch, crusted with salt, barely visible in the gray dawn light. Beyond it, a stair cut into the mountain's living rock, descending into the dark. "The third cistern is beneath the forge levels," Mira said, appearing from the shadow of the tower, Toma at her side, a ledger clutched to her chest. "I found it in the archive records. It was decommissioned when the Aerie expanded the eastern chainworks. No one has used it in decades." Saira looked at her. "How did you find us?" "The bond network." Mira's voice was thin. "I felt Vethrix reaching for something deep. I followed the direction." "The guards?" "Uncertain. They heard the accusations. Some of them are beginning to wonder what they have been serving." It was enough. They descended. The stair was narrow, the stone wet with condensation from the sea below. The air grew heavier as they dropped, thick with the smell of salt and rust and something older, a mineral tang that reminded Saira of the forge chamber where she had first anchored her memory. Toma carried a lantern. The flame guttered against the close air. "How far down?" he asked. "The record said 40 feet below sea level," Mira said. "The engines were built before the mountain was hollowed, when the first dragons still fed directly on the chain power. They were meant to distribute energy across the foundation, not to destroy it." Oren reversed them. He weaponized them. The stair ended at an iron grate, rusted to the color of dried blood. Dain tested it with his boot. The metal groaned, but held. "There is a release," Saira said, her hand on the iron chain. Vethrix's memory of the passage flickered through the bond. Below the grate, to the lad, a chain. She knelt, reached through the bars and felt for the catch. Her fingers found cold iron, shaped into a loop worn smooth by generations of use. She pulled. The grate swung open on a hinge that should have seized centuries ago. Beyond it, a chamber opened into darkness so absolute it swallowed the lantern light. They stepped through. The chamber was vast, larger than the great hall above, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were lined with iron plates, each one inscribed with markings Saira did not recognize, symbols older than the Aerie's crest, older than the Vale name. At the center of the chamber, rising from the floor like a wound in the stone, stood the storm engines. They were not machines in the way she had expected. They were columns of black iron, each one as thick as a man's body, running from the floor into the darkness above. Chains hung from them, not forged but grown, as if the iron had been drawn from the mountain's own veins. The air hummed. a low vibration that resonated in her teeth. Mira stepped forward, her hand outstretched. "Don't," Saira said. "I need to see." Mira's voice was barely a whisper. The records said the engines were built to hold the bond's overflow, to prevent the dragons from consuming their riders too quickly. But this is not overflow. This is a direct connection. She touched one of the iron columns. The hum changed pitch. The chains vibrated. Saira felt it through the bond, a surge of heat, of pressure, of something waking beneath them. The engines did not just feed the bond, Mira said, her voice trembling. They shaped it. The harvest was never only policy. It was engineering. They built the bond to consume because they built the engines to demand it. The storm power, the dragon fire, all of it was drawn from what the riders gave. Saira looked at the chains. Some of them glistened, wet with condensation. Others were dry, cracked, their surfaces lined with fissures. "If we shut them down," Dain said, "we lose the eastern wall." Oren said an hour. "If we do not shut them down," Saira said, "the engines will keep demanding, and the bond will keep consuming. And every rider who ever tries to protect this city will be hollowed into a weapon." She turned to face the columns. Beyond them, at the far end of the chamber, a smaller door stood, iron-bound, its surface scarred with the same markings as the walls. It was open. Beyond it, the glow of torchlight, and Oren's voice, barely audible, speaking to someone Saira could not see. "They are here. Keep the secondary mechanism primed. If I do not return, trigger the surge from the upper chamber. The engines will do the rest." Saira's blood went cold. "He planned for us to come here," she said. "He baited us," Dain said, "and now he has us trapped between the engines and the fleet." Behind them, the grate groaned. The hinges protested. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoed through the chamber. The guards had found them. Chapter 74. The grate groaned again, louder this time, metal scraping against stone. The guards had found the release. Saira turned from the sound and faced the chamber. The columns rose around them like a forest of black iron, chains hanging motionless in the still air. The hum vibrated through her boots, up her spine, settling in her teeth like the memory of forge work. "How long before they reach us?" she asked. 2 minutes, Dain said. "Maybe 3. Toma had set the lantern on the floor. Its light caught the chains, the columns, the symbols cut into the iron. He was staring at the markings, his face pale. "I have seen these before," he said. "On the door of the first chain chamber. The resistance woman, Elira, she said they were older than the Aerie." "They are older," Mira said. She had not moved from the column she touched. Her hand was still pressed against the iron, her eyes closed, her lips moving as if she were reading something only she could feel. "Mira," Saira said, "we do not have time." "I know." Her voice was distant, pulled thin. "I know." She opened her eyes. The records in the archive, they described the engines as a safety mechanism, a way to distribute the bond's excess energy so no single rider was consumed too quickly. But that was a lie. Or rather, it was true once, before they learned to reverse the flow. She turned to face Saira. Her hand stayed on the column. The first builders did not understand what they had made. They knew the bond drew on something deeper than muscle and bone. They knew it needed a channel, something to carry the overflow so the rider was not destroyed. So they built the engines to absorb it, to hold it, to keep the mountain stable while the dragons fed. "And Oren reversed them," Saira said. "He did not reverse them. He completed them. The original design had a secondary configuration. The builders recognized it but sealed it away. They left records warning that if the engines were ever turned the other way, they would draw power instead of storing it. They would demand consumption rather than prevent it." Mira's hand trembled against the iron. Oren found those records. He spent 20 years refining the mechanism. Every rider who burned out under his command was not a loss. She was fuel. The words hung in the air. The grate groaned again, closer. "Can we shut them down?" Saira asked. "Yes. How?" Mira looked at the columns, at the chains, at the symbols cut into the stone floor, leading from the engine roots toward a second chamber visible through the open iron-bound door where Oren's voice had come from. "There is a master release," she said. "A single point with the flow can be interrupted, but it is not a switch, it is a forge. The same technique Elira used to anchor your memory. The iron will accept only one instruction. Either the engines feed the dragons one final surge through the old harvest channels, or the system burns out completely. One final surge, Dain said. That would give the rebels enough power to break through Oren's line, strike the Eastern Fleet, and hold the city long enough to negotiate. It would, Mira said. And it would prove the harvest works. Every rider who accepted that surge would feel the bond deepen, the connection sharpen, the memories begin to slip. They would win the battle and lose themselves faster than any projected timetable. And the other choice? The system burns out. Every engine, every channel, every anchor point in the mountain. The bond stops consuming. Riders keep what they have left and never lose another memory to the structure Oren built. Toma's voice was quiet. But the eastern wall falls. Mira nodded. The surge was the only thing holding the foundation together. Without it, the seaward cliff would collapse into the channel. The fleet will have a beachhead from the rubble straight to the lower city. Saira looked at the columns, at the chains, at the symbols older than the Aerie, older than the Veil name, older than the bond itself. How long would the final surge last? Enough to break the fleet's back, Dain said. Enough to hold, enough to survive the day. And the price? He did not answer. She already knew. The great scream vapid behind them, boots on stone, voices sharp with command. They are through, Dain said. Saira did not turn. She walked to the nearest column and placed her hand on the iron beside Mira's. The hum deepened. The chains vibrated. Through the bond, Vethrix stirred. His exhaustion was a weight in her chest, but beneath it, something else. Something ancient and patient and waiting. You feel it, he said. The same choice the first builders faced. They sealed the secondary configuration because they knew what it would cost to use it. They chose to let the bond run wild rather than engineer a system that fed on love. And we are supposed to choose now? You are supposed to choose whether to end it. The surge will win the battle. The bond will win the war. You cannot have both. Behind her, the guards' voices grew closer. One of them shouted a name, Oren's name, a command to hold position. Saira, Dain said. We need to move. She looked at Mira. The archivist's face was gray in the lantern light, her hand still pressed to the column, her eyes holding a grief that had nothing to do with the moment. I have already lost everything the bond could take, Mira said. My husband's face, my daughter's laugh, the name of the street where I grew up. I know what the surge costs. I also know what the burn costs. Which one do I choose? Mira's eyes met hers. That is not a question I can answer for you. You are the one who has to live with it. The guards rounded the columns, 20 of them, maybe more. Their torches threw twisting shadows across the iron plates, the chains, the symbols. At their head, a woman Saira did not recognize, scarred, hard-eyed, a blade already drawn. Commandant Veyra sends his regards, she said. He expected you would choose the engines. He said to tell you the secondary mechanism is already primed. Either you come quietly, or he triggers the surge from above and takes what he needs from your bond regardless. Saira's hand stayed on the column. She could feel the pulse of the angel beneath her palm. The same rhythm as the mountain's heartbeat. The same rhythm as Vethrix's wings. I can feel him, Vethrix said. Oren, above us. His hand is on the activation stone. He is waiting to see if you choose. Then I will make him wait longer. She turned to face the guards. Tell Oren Veyra that I have seen what his system costs. Tell him I have touched the heart of it. And tell him that if he triggers the surge, he will not be saving the city. He will be proving that the bond was never meant to serve anyone. The scarred woman's blare did not waver. Is that your answer? Saira looked at the columns, at the chains, at the symbols, at Mira, who had given everything, at Dain, who had chosen her over the only life he had ever known, at Toma, who had followed her into the dark without hesitation. No, she said, that is not my answer. She looked at Mira. Can you make the system burn? Mira's eyes widened. Yes, but if I do, the wall falls, the fleet lands. We lose the day. We lose the day, Saira said, but we end the theft, and every rider who survives will never lose another memory to the mountain. She pulled her hand from the column. The hum did not fade. It grew. Do it, she said. Mira's hand moved toward the iron. The scarred woman shouted a command. The guards surged forward, and the mountain shook. Chapter 75. The mountain shook beneath Saira's feet, a deep, grinding shudder that traveled up through the columns and into her teeth. The guards did not stop. They came around the iron columns in a spreading arc, torches casting distorted shadows across the symbols, blades catching the orange light. The scarred woman at their head shouted something Saira did not register, because she was already turning, already moving toward Mira, already reaching for Toma's arm. "Do it," Saira said. "Burn it." Mira's hand found a recess in the iron that Saira had not seen, a seam where the metal folded inward like a hinge. The archivist pressed her palm flat against it, and the hum in the chamber changed pitch, rising from a bass thrum to something that vibrated in the bone behind Saira's ears. "The forge," Mira said. "I need the forge to accept the instruction. It has to be spoken into the iron while the system is open." Toma was already moving. He crossed the chamber before Saira could tell him where, his boots splashing through the thin layer of water that had seeped across the stone floor. He found the forge against the far wall, a block of black iron shaped like a truncated anvil, its surface marked with the same symbols that covered the columns. Saira followed, her hand finding Dain's as she passed. He did not speak. He did not need to. His palm was warm and steady against hers, and that was enough. The guards were 30 feet away now, 25. Mira stayed at the column, both hands pressed to the iron, her lips moving in words Saira could not hear over the deepening hum. The chains that grew from the mountain's veins began to vibrate, dust sifting from the ceiling, something waking in the stone itself. "What do I do?" Toma asked. He stood at the forge, his hands hovering over its surface, his face lit by the faint glow that had begun to pulse beneath the iron. "You speak the instruction," Mira said. "The same words the first builders sealed away, the words that reverse the flow. I do not know them." "I do." The scarred woman reached the edge of the forge platform. She raised her blade, and Dain stepped forward to meet her. Steel rang against steel. Saira did not watch. She dropped to her knees beside Toma and pressed her own hands to the forge. The iron was cold, colder than it should have been, cold as the deep places beneath the mountain where no light had ever reached. "Vethrix," she called through the bond, "I need the storm." His answer came not in words but in pressure, a gathering weight behind her ribs, a heat building in her chest. Through the bond, she felt him turn, felt him lower his head toward the mountain stone, felt the storm that lived in his blood beginning to move. "The conduits are broken," he said. "The old channels. I can pour into them anyway, but it will not be controlled. I do not need control. I need enough to burn." The hum became a roar. The chains screamed, and Vethrix opened himself to the mountain. The storm fire hit the engine columns like a wave, white hot light that turned the chamber to noon. Saira felt it through the bond, the raw power of a storm that had been building for centuries, a pressure that had no outlet and had finally found one. The iron columns began to glow. Mira shouted something, but her voice was lost in the sound, the grinding of metal against metal, the shriek of chains that had held for longer than the Aerie had stood. Toma's hands found the forge. He pressed down, and the symbols on the iron began to change. Saira watched them shift, watched the lines and curves that she had traced in the first chamber rearrange themselves, watched the old configuration dissolve into something else, something that had been locked in the metal since the first builders sealed it away. The hum stopped. For one heartbeat there was silence. Then the mountain screamed. Not a groan, not a shudder. A scream, high and terrible, the sound of something that had been forced into a shape that was never meant to take and was finally breaking free. The guards stumbled. Some dropped their blades. The scarred woman fell to one knee, her hand pressed to her temple, her face twisted in pain. Dain was at Saira's side, pulling her up. "It is working," he said. "Whatever you did, it is working." She looked at the columns. The glow was fading, the chains showing dark, the symbols cooling from red to black. The hum that had been the mountain's heartbeat since she first set foot in the Aerie was gone, replaced by a silence so absolute it felt like a held breath. Mira sagged against the iron. "It is done," she said. "The system is burning out. The channels are closing. No rider will lose another memory to these engines." Saira's chest ached with a sudden, hollow emptiness. She realized she could not feel Vethrix's exhaustion anymore. She could not feel anything through the bond. It was still there, a thread of warmth behind her ribs, but muted, distant, as if the stormfire had consumed something essential and left only the barest connection behind. "Saira." The voice came from the stair. She turned. Oren Vale stood at the top of the narrow descent, his hand pressed to the wall for balance, his saber drawn, his face lit by the dying glow of the engines. He had descended. He had left the activation stone. He had come to stop her in person. "You have just sentenced Taurith to ruin," he said. His voice was flat, emptied of the commands you have heard in his tower, emptied of the certainty that had carried him through decades of sacrifice. He sounded like a man who had watched his life's work crumble and could not find words for what remained. "The wall will fall," he said. "The fleet will land. Every village from here to the Sundering will burn, and you will have no one to blame but yourself." Saira met his gaze. She felt the bond pulse weakly, a flicker of heat, a whisper of presence. "He is right," Vethrix said. "The wall is already cracking. The seaward cliff will not hold the tide. Then we find another way." "There is no other way." The engines were the only thing keeping the foundation intact. Saira looked at Mira, at Toma, at Dain, at the forge that had gone dark, at the columns that had stopped breathing, at the chains that hung still and cold. "Then we build something new," she said. Oren laughed. It was not a kind sound. "You will not have time. The Eastern Fleet will be ashore before dawn. Your rebel riders are exhausted. Your city is burning, and you have just destroyed the only thing that could have held the line." He stepped down onto the chamber floor. The guards parted to let him through. "I told you," he said. "You cannot have both. You cannot save your memories and save the city. You had to choose." Saira did not look away. "I did choose. You chose wrong. I chose to end the theft," she said. "The rest we will survive." Oren raised his saber. The blade caught the fading light, the dying glow of the engines, the last pulse of a system that had fed on love for longer than anyone living could remember. "No," he said. "You will not." Chapter 76. Oren descended the last step, and the chamber held its breath. His saber caught the dying glow of the engines, the fading pulse of the system that had fed on love for longer than anyone living could remember. The blade was clean. He had not used it yet. "You have destroyed nothing I cannot rebuild," he said. His voice was quiet now, stripped of the command that had carried him through decades of sacrifice. He sounded like a man speaking to himself, testing whether the words still held shape. "The records are sealed in a dozen vaults. The technique is written in my blood, not in your ink. You have burned one chamber, Saira Quenn. The harvest will continue." Saira stood her ground. She felt the bond pulse behind her ribs, weak and distant, a thread of warmth that barely reached her. Vethrix was still present, still alive, but the stormfire had taken something essential. She could not draw on his strength. She could not feel his thoughts. She had only herself. "You think I came here to destroy records," she said. "I came here to prove they could be broken." Oren's smile was thin, bloodless. "And have you? The wall is falling. The fleet is landing. Your brother is standing in a chamber that will collapse within the hour. What exactly have you proven, except that you were willing to lose everything to make a point?" Toma shifted beside her. She felt his hand brush her arm, a brief pressure, a warning. "He is stalling," the touch said. "He is waiting for something." Saira looked past Oren, up the narrow stair where he had descended. The scarred woman guard had not moved. The soldiers behind her had not advanced. They were waiting too. "What did you prime in the upper chamber?" Saira asked. Oren's smile did not waver. "What makes you think I primed anything?" "Because you knew we would come here. You baited us. You wanted us in this chamber when it collapsed." She saw the flicker in his eyes, the brief flash of something that might have been respect. I primed the secondary surge, he said. If I do not unturn to the activation stone within the hour, the overload releases through the old channels. Every rider in Veska will feel it. Every dragon still bonded will be drained to the bone. You would kill your own riders. I would secure the realm. He raised the saber. The blade caught the last light of the dying engines, and for a moment, Saira saw herself reflected in the steel. A woman with gray eyes and burn-scarred forearms, and a chain-link tattoo that had tightened against her wrist since the moment she stepped into this chamber. She had spent her whole life being useful. She had spent her whole life being what others needed her to be. She was done. You are not securing anything, she said. You are starving the future to feed a system that should have died with the first builders. You call it sacrifice. I call it theft. Oren moved. He was faster than she expected, the saber slicing toward her throat in a single clean arc. She twisted, felt the edge pass close enough to part the air against her skin, and brought her forearm up to block his follow. The blade bit into her leather sleeve. She felt the sting, the warmth of blood, the familiar pain of a wound she had earned by staying alive. Then she stepped forward, inside his guard, and drove her fist into the broken wing scar at his throat. Oren's breath caught. He staggered back, one hand pressed to his neck, the saber wavering. You do not understand, he gasped. You have never understood. I did not build this system. I inherited it. I only tried to make it survivable. By feeding riders to the engines. By keeping Talrath standing while the Eastern Fleet grew stronger. By burning the Fords district. By choosing the greater good. He straightened, the saber rising again, and Saira saw the truth in his eyes. He believed every word. He had spent so long justifying the harvest that he had forgotten how to see it as anything but necessity. The riders I burned out would have died anyway, he said, in battle, in training, in the 100 small ways the bond consumes, even when the engines are silent. I gave their deaths meaning. You gave their deaths fuel. Oren lunged. This time she was ready. She caught his wrist, twisted, felt the joint strain, and drove her knee into his ribs. He grunted, tried to pull free, but she held on. Behind her, she heard Toma move. He came up beside her, his hands still stained with the ash of the forge, and he did not speak. He only stood there, a chainmaker's son beside a chainmaker's daughter, and waited. Oren laughed. It was a whacked, broken sound. You think this is victory, he said. You think standing here with your brother proves something. But the wall is falling, Farah. The fleet is landing, and I have already primed the overload. He reached into his collar. His fingers closed around something metal, a chain, a pendant, a key. Saira recognized it. Her mother's chain set. The iron links had been forged in the Quenn cold forge, shaped by her father's hands, worn by her mother's throat until the day she died. Oren had carried it through the negotiation. He had kept it when she walked away. He had been wearing it the whole time. This is not a trophy, he said. This is the anchor. He pulled. The chain set came free from his collar, and Saira saw the red light pulsing beneath the iron, the same light that had glowed in the engine columns, the same light that had fed on memories for centuries. My mother's chain set was never just jewelry, Oren said. It was the first test, the first harvest. She wore it for 30 flights before she began to forget my face. He pressed the iron to his palm. The red light surged. The chamber screamed. It was not the mountain this time. It was the bond. Every bond. Every rider and dragon in Veska, all of them crying out as the overload poured through the old trainals, through the chain set that Oren had carried against his skin for 20 years, through the iron that had once held his mother's love. Oren's face twisted. If I cannot save the system, he said, I will make sure no one inherits it. The light swallowed him. Saira grabbed Koma, told him toward the stair, but the ground was already breaking, the iron columns groaning, the chains that had held for centuries beginning to tear free from the mountain's veins. And through the bond, faint and distant, she heard Vethrix. He has opened the old channels. The overload will not stop. Then we stop it together. The bond is too weak. Then I will burn through it. She reached for the thread of warmth below her ribs, the muted presence that had been her anchor since binding day, and she pulled. The bond flared. The pain was white, clean, absolute. She felt the stormfire rise through her chest, felt the heat pour through the channels that Orin had opened, felt the overload meet the fire and begin to burn. And then she felt something else, something older, something beneath the mountain, below even the engine chamber, below the first dragons and the forge heart and the chains that had held for longer than the Aerie had stood. It was waking, and it was hungry. Chapter 77. The stormfire rose through Saira's chest like a second heart waking. It did not burn the way she expected. It burned the way the forge had always burned, hot and patient and absolute, the heat her father had taught her to read before she could read words. She felt it move through the channels Orin had opened, felt it meet the red light that had poured from her mother's chain set, felt the two forces collide in the space between her ribs and the mountain's iron veins. The chamber screamed again, not with sound, with sensation. Every bond in Veska, every rider and dragon still alive above them cried out through the fabric of the mountain. Saira felt them as flashes, a woman in the East Wing who could not remember her daughter's name, a boy on the battlements who had just realized his mother's face was blurring, a dragon in the lower Eyrie who had been trying to reach its rider for years and finding only silence. The overload wanted all of them. Saira held it. She stood in the broken chamber with Toma's hand on her shoulder and the stormfire pouring through her veins, and she refused to let the red light pass. "Vethrix, I am here." His voice came through the bond like a thread fraying in high wind, barely there, almost gone. But it was there. He was there. "I cannot hold this alone." "You are not alone." She felt in reach for her across the distance that had grown between them since the engines burned. Felt his will rise through the mountain's broken conduits, through the iron columns that had cooled to dead gray, through the chains that had torn free from the mountain's veins. He poured himself out in the bond, and the stormfire in her chest doubled. The red light surged against her. She pushed back. The mountain groaned around them. Stone cracked overhead. Dust fell in sheets. She heard Toma cough, heard Mira shout something she could not understand, heard Dain's blade ring against the scarred woman's steel somewhere behind her. None of it mattered. Only the light, only the heat, only the bond that was burning through her like a river cutting a deeper channel through stone. She felt Vethrix's wings spread somewhere above her, felt the storm gathering in his chest, felt the second surge of stormfire pour through the weakened bond and into her waiting hands. She caught it, she held it, and she drove it down. Down through the old channels, down through the iron veins that had fed the engines for centuries, down toward the thing that was waking beneath the mountain. She did not know what it was. She did not care. She needed somewhere to send the overload, somewhere that could absorb it without consuming another rider's last memory of love. The darkness below accepted it. The red light plunged into the depths, and the ancient thing that had been stirring, hungry, patient, took the offering and fell silent. The overload stopped. The chamber went dark. The only light was the faint glow of cooling iron and the single torch that Toma had kept burning through the chaos. Saira let her hands fall. She felt the bond with Vethrix, thinner than a hair, warm as a dying ember. He was alive. That was all she could be certain of. Around her, the chamber settled. The chains had gone still. The columns had gone cold. The mountain no longer screamed. The harvest engines were dead. And so, she realized, was something inside her. She searched for the memory first, the way a tongue tests a missing tooth. She knew there had been a center to her love for Dain, a single moment that had crystallized everything she felt for him into something she could name and hold. She knew because she remembered the shape of its absence. Not the calluses, not the harness drill, not the whispered words she had already lost. Something deeper. Something that had stood at the root of every choice she had made since she met him. It was gone. She could feel the space where it had lived, the hollow in the architecture of her heart, the absence of a weight she had carried so long she had stopped noticing it until the weight disappeared. "Saira," Toma's voice, close, worried. "I'm here," she said, but she was not sure she was. She looked down at her hands. The storm fire had left no marks, no burns, no scars. But she could feel the loss moving through her the way cold moves through a room when the fire goes out. She had stopped the overload. She had saved Veska from collapse. She had broken the engines that had fed on Ryder's love for longer than the Aerie had stood, and she had lost something she would never get back. Toma touched her arm. "You're bleeding." She looked down. A thin line of red ran along the chain-link tattoo around her left wrist, as if the ink had cracked open and let the blood rise to the surface. She had not felt it happen. She touched the line. The blood was warm. The tattoo felt wrong, looser, as if the ink had shifted, as if the pattern had changed while she was not looking. Behind her, she heard footsteps. She turned. Dain stood at the edge of the torchlight, the scarred woman guard unconscious at his feet, his blade still drawn. His face was shadowed, unreadable. The overload? Stopped. The engines? Dead. He took a step toward her, and then the mountain shook. Not the groan of settling stone, not the aftershock of the overload. Something else. Something that came from below the engine chamber, below the vaults, below the first dragons, and the forge heart and every tunnel Saira had ever walked. The ancient thing was awake, and it was moving. Chapter 78. The mountain settled into an uneasy silence, the kind that followed not peace but exhaustion. Saira stood in the wreckage of the engine chamber with her hands at her sides, and the thin line of blood still wet on her wrist. The chain-link tattoo had changed. She could feel it without looking. The pattern shifted. The ink settled into a new arrangement she did not recognize and could not read. The torch Toma had kept burning cast long shadows across the dead columns. The iron had cooled. The chains hung still. The air smelled of stone dust and ozone, and something older, something that had been buried so long it had forgotten the shape of the sky. Toma touched her arm again. "Saira." She blinked. "We need to move. The mountain is not done shaking." He was right. She could feel it in the stone beneath her boots, a deep vibration that came from below the chamber, below the vaults, below everything she had ever walked on. The ancient thing was moving through the dark, and she had fed it the overload. She did not know if that made her its ally or its prey. "Where is Dain?" Toma turned, scanning the edge of the torchlight. The scarred woman guard lay unconscious at the base of the stair. The corridor beyond was dark, empty. Saira walked toward the stair, her legs heavier than they should have been. She reached the first step and stopped. "Dain?" Her voice echoed off stone that had not heard a living voice in centuries. No answer. She climbed the stair. The corridor beyond was littered with debris, fallen stone dust, a single dropped blade. No sign of him. She reached the level where the guards had entered. The grate hung open. The drain channel beyond was silent. He was gone. She stood in the dark and felt the shape of his absence in her chest, the hollow where the center of her love for him had lived. She could not remember what it felt like to love him. She only knew that she had. She knew it the way she knew the forge had been hot before the fire went out, the way she knew a room had held warmth because the cold had moved into the space it left. Toma came up behind her. "He was right here." "I know. I saw him after the overload stopped. He was standing at the edge of the light, looking at you." Saira turned. "He saw me?" "He saw you, and then the mountain shook, and when I looked again, he was gone." She wanted to feel something, fear, leaf, the sharp edge of loss that would tell her this mattered, that she was supposed to fight through the dark and find him. But the feeling would not come, only the shape of its absence, only the cold knowledge that there was something missing, something she would never remember well enough to mourn properly. Toma touched her shoulder. "We will find him." She did not answer. They climbed back through the drain channel, through the narrow stair that led up past the decommissioned cistern, through the service walk that opened onto the seaward platform. The sky above was the color of bruised iron, dawn not yet broken but close enough to taste. The harbor was burning. The Eastern fleet had landed. The seaward wall had cracked but not collapsed, and through the gap Saira could see the masts of ships that had pushed past the destruction and found a beachhead in the rubble. But the dragons were circling. Not fighting, not burning, circling. She watched them for a long moment, counting them against the sky. There were 17. Some she recognized from her own wing, some wore the markings of Oren's loyalists, and some were riderless, their saddles empty, their flight patterns strange and searching. The slate-colored dragon from the signal tower banked low over the platform, its head turning as if it was looking for something it had lost. Toma climbed out behind her, dust-covered and breathing hard. Is that the same one? I think so. What is it doing? Saira watched the dragon circle once more, and then fold its wings, dropping toward the broken seaward wall where the fleet had landed. It landed on the rubble and did not move. It sat there, watching the ships, as if it was waiting for something. She did not know what that meant. She did not know if it was a threat or a promise. She looked down at her wrist. The blood had dried. The tattoo had settled into a pattern that looked almost like words, almost like the symbols she had seen on the engine columns, the ones Toma had recognized from the first chain chamber. She could not read them, but they felt familiar, the way a voice you have heard in dreams feels familiar when you wake and cannot place it. Toma crouched near the edge of the platform, running his hand over the fallen stone. There was something here. He pushed a slab aside and reached into the gap. When he straightened, he was holding her wrist chain. The iron was warm. The links had not broken. The chain-link tattoo had changed, but the chain itself was intact, the same forged iron that held Vethrix's true name and her family names, the memory anchor she had left behind when the overload began. Toma held it out to her. You dropped it. When the light came. She took it. The iron touched her palm and the world went soft. She was in the forge. The heat was familiar, the sound of the hammer rhythmic and certain. Her father's hands were steady on the anvil, shaping iron into something that would hold. Her mother was singing, a song Saira had not heard in years, a song about salt wind and iron and the sea that took everything but left the shore standing. She blinked and the vision changed. She was on the battlements. Dain was beside her, was a hand on the harness strap, adjusting the fit with the careful precision of someone who had done this 1,000 times. His fingers brushed her ribs and she felt it, the warmth, the pressure, the certainty that she was seen. She blinked again and the vision changed. She was in the lower city, standing outside the smokehouse, and Toma was younger, smaller, laughing at something she had said. He was holding a wire knot, the same pattern he had left at the signal tower, and he was showing it to her like it was a proof that he would always come back. The chain got cold. The visions stopped. Saira stood on the platform with the iron in her hand and tears on her face she had not felt fall. The memories were not whole. They were fragments, flashes, single frames torn from a longer story. But they were something. They were proof that the love had been real before the bond took the center out of it. She closed her hand around the chain. I need to find Dain. Toma nodded. Where do we start? She looked out at the harbor, at the burning ships and the circling dragons, and the riderless slate-colored dragon sitting on the broken wall like a sentinel. She did not know. But she felt, for the first time since the overload, something that was not absence. It was small. It was fragile. It was the shape of a feeling trying to grow back. She pressed the chain to her chest and held it there, and the iron was warm against her skin. The mountain groaned beneath her, and somewhere below, the ancient thing that had accepted the offering began to move again. Chapter 79. The great hall smelled of ash, wet stone, and the iron tang of old blood. Saira stood at the center of it, the iron chain still warm against her palm, the memory fragments settling like sediment in her chest. Fragile, not yet stable, but present. Riders filled the benches in uneven clusters. Some still wore the scorched leathers of the night's fighting. Others had come from the forge districts with soot embedded in their faces and hands. A dozen nobles from House Sorn's coalition sat apart, their collars clean, their eyes moving across the wreckage as if assessing the value of what remained. Mira stood near the dais, her hands stained with ink and ash, a ledger tucked under her arm. Toma had found a place against the western wall, arms crossed, watching the crowd with the wariness of someone who had learned that gatherings of powerful people usually ended with the powerless paying the price. Korik was the first to speak. "We need a leader." The words landed like a stone in still water. Heads turned, voices murmured. A rider with a bandaged forearm stood and said, "She brought down the engines. She faced Oren Vale alone. Who else?" Saira felt the weight of their attention settle on her shoulders. It was familiar, the pressure of expectation, the assumption that she would carry what others could not. Her mother's voice, half-remembered, whispered in the hollow of her chest. "You do not have to be the anvil every time." "No," the word came out before she had fully decided to speak it. She stepped forward, and the crowd quieted. "I did not bring down the engines alone. Mira found the records. Toma spoke the reversal. Vethrix poured a fire through broken channels so I could meet the overload. Dain." She stopped. The name caught in her throat. She did not know where he was. She did not know if he was alive. "I was with the only one who chose to burn the system." The rider with the bandaged arm lowered his hand. "Then who leads?" Saira looked at Mira. The archivist shook her head, a small, tired motion. "I am a keeper of records, not a commander. I have spent too long in the dark to stand in the light now." She looked at Korik. He raised his hands, palms open. "I follow. I do not lead." The nobles stirred. A woman with iron at her collar and gray hair braided tight to her skull rose from the coalition benches. "The Aerie cannot function without command. The fleet is still on our shore. The Eastern Squadron will regroup. If we do not name a leader by nightfall, we will have chaos by morning." Saira turned to face her. "Then do not name one." The noblewoman's eyes narrowed. "You cannot be serious." "I am." Saira lifted the iron chain so the light caught the links. The old system was built on a single person holding all the power and all the secrets. Oren Vale decided what riders knew, what they sacrificed, and when they were emptied. That ended when the engines burned. She let the chain fall against her chest. "I will not become another version of the same cage." The great hall fell silent. She could feel them struggling with it, the need for certainty warring against the memory of what certainty had cost them. Mira stepped forward, her voice dry and careful. "There is another way." She opened the ledger in her hands. The pages were water-stained and warped, but the ink was still legible. The original builders recorded everything, every bond, every flight, every cost. They did not hide from the truth, they measured it. They kept the records so no rider would ever have to ask, "How much have I lost?" alone in the dark. She looked up. "We can do the same. A council, not a commandant, a written record of every bond and every flight. Each rider chooses what they risk, and the choice is witnessed and sealed. No more secrets, no more harvest." The noblewoman's jaw tightened. "That is not how war works. You cannot vote on every tactical decision while the Eastern Fleet is landing on our shore." Saira met her gaze. "Then we separate command from governance. A war council for the battle, a bond council for the riders, and every oath sworn on record, witnessed, and revocable can the one who gives it." She turned to face the hall, speaking to the riders now. "No one bonds because they are told to. No one flies because they have no choice. You give your word, and your word is yours to give or take back." A long pause. Then a young rider near the back, her face still smudged with smoke from the harbor, stood and said, "I will swear to that." Another rider stood, then another. The forge delegates exchanged glances, and the gray-haired woman nodded once, slowly. The nobles did not move. Saira looked at them, and she knew what they were weighing. Power surrendered, records opened, secrets exposed. The old order had favored them, and the new order would not. "You can stand with us," she said, "or you can watch us build it without you." The noblewoman held her gaze for a long, measured moment. Then she inclined her head, a fraction of an inch, not quite agreement, but not refusal. The door at the far end of the hall crashed open. A scout stumbled through, his leathers torn at the shoulder, his face white and wet with rain or sweat. He was breathing too hard to speak at first. He bent double, hands on his knees, and Korik crossed to him in 4 strides, sipping his arm to steady him. "Report!" The scout straightened. His voice came out raw and shaking. "The Eastern Squadron. They regrouped. Ships were forming beyond the headland. We counted 12 hulls, maybe more in the fog." The hall went still. The scout swallowed, and his next words dropped like a blade into silence. "And they are not alone. There are dragons with them. 4, flying in formation above the fleet." Saira's hand closed around the iron chain. She looked at the assembled riders, at Mira's careful legil, at Toma's steady face, at the scout still gasping for breath in the doorway. The new oaths were not yet sworn. The council was not yet formed, and the war was not yet done. She turned toward the door. "Then we meet them at the headland." She did not wait for an answer. The hall would follow, or it would not. But she was done asking permission to fight. Chapter 80. Dawn came gray and salt-stained over the broken eastern wall. Saira stood at the edge of what had been the seaward platform, the iron chain warm against her chest beneath her borrowed leathers. Below her, the harbor still burned in patches, columns of black smoke rising straight into the still air before the wind caught them and dragged them inland. The Eastern Fleet's hulls had pulled back beyond the headland, but she could see them there, waiting, 12 dark shapes on the gray water like teeth in a jaw. She had not slept. Toma stood a few paces behind her, a piece of hard bread in his hand that he had not eaten. He had not left her side since the engine chamber. She could feel him watching her, measuring her silence the way he had always measured their father's silences before a strike. "I am not going to break," she said without turning. "I know." His voice was rougher than she remembered. "I am watching for other things." She wanted to ask what he meant. She did not. The hollow inside her chest where the core of her love for Dain had lived was still there, a cleaned absence like the space where a tooth had been pulled. She could feel its shape. She could trace the edges, but she could not feel him. The iron chain pressed against her collarbone. She had touched it twice since dawn. The first time had brought her mother's voice, a single word, shale, spoken in the tone she used when she was proud. The second time had brought Dain's hands on her harness, the pressure of his fingers at her waist, the smell of leather and rain. Both fragments had faded within heartbeats. She did not touch it again. Below the platform, the great hall was stirring. She could hear voices rising through the broken stone, riders and forge delegates, and the noblewoman from House Sorn's coalition arguing about the council, about the oaths, about who would send where when the fleet returned. The new accord was not yet sealed. It was barely breathing. Let them argue. She had done what she could. A shadow moved across the platform, and she felt the Vethrix before she heard him. The bond was still there, thinner than thread, warm as a dying ember but present. He settled beside her, his scales cold from the night air, his breath steaming in the gray light. "You did not sleep? Neither did you. I watched the sea." He turned his head, and she saw the exhaustion in the way his eyelids drooped, the way his wings folded too close to his body. "The ships have not moved. They will." "Yes." She leaned her shoulder against his foreleg. The contact was not through the bond, just flesh against scale, but she felt him shift closer anyway. Toma came to stand on her other side. For a long moment, none of them spoke. The wind carried the smell salt and ash and something else, something metallic and patient, rising from the cracks in the mountain. The ancient thing below was still moving. She could feel it in her bones, a low vibration that never quite stopped. She did not know if it was ally or prey. She did not know if she would ever know. But she had fed it the overload, and it had accepted, and the mountain still stood. That would have to be enough for now. Below, the voices in the great hall rose and fell. She heard Mira's dry, measured tone cutting through the noise, then Korik's gruff interruption, then the noblewoman's sharp response. They were still arguing, still trying to build something new from the wreckage of the old. She should be down there, she knew it, but she could not make herself leave this height yet. The iron chain pulsed against her skin. Not heat, not memory, just a pulse like a heartbeat felt through water. She touched it without thinking, and for a moment the air changed. She felt something beyond the cliffs, not a voice, not a shape, just a presence, familiar and distant, carried on a thread so fine it could have been imagination. She turned to Vethrix. "Did you feel that?" He raised his head, his eyes catching the first true light of the rising sun. "Yes. What is it?" He was silent for a long moment. The ships waited beyond the headland. The smoke rose. The mountain breathed. Then Vethrix turned his head toward the sea, and his voice came through the bond like a current moving under ice. Something that should not be alive. Saira's hand closed around the iron chain. She looked at the ships, at the smoke, at the gray dawn dunking over a kingdom that had not yet decided if it would survive, and she waited for whatever was coming.